Upon awakening, I found myself in the perilous realm of Dragon Ball, amidst an abundance of formidable foes and the existence of Super Dragon Balls. Fear not, for with the assistance of a system, I commenced my journey endowed with the immensely powerful Zai, and to my fortune, it was perfected. Lacking sufficient strength, I resorted to the method of signing in to bolster my capabilities. Chapter 1. A perfect start with Zai. In a vast, boundless cosmos, a celestial object resembling a shooting star streaked across the sky. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself to be a small, single-pilot flight pod, within which sat a young boy with a tail. Suddenly, the boy opened his eyes and instinctively glanced around, only to be met with a perplexed expression, his lips almost forming a classic expletive, yet he managed to suppress it. Wow, this time, I really went too far. I never expected to actually traverse worlds. Indeed, he was a time traveler. His transition was triggered by a moment of boredom at home when he stumbled upon a website titled Time Traveler Benefits. Although the name seemed somewhat juvenile, curiosity compelled him to click on it. Opening the website out of curiosity, he merely intended it as a source of entertainment. And after a week of casual exploration, nothing particularly extraordinary occurred. Perhaps it was precisely this lack of excitement that led him to revisit the site one fateful day when a system window unexpectedly popped up. Do you wish to initiate a traversal? Destination: random. Beneath this prompt were options for yes and no. Our protagonist, Lena, was baffled, pondering what sort of nonsense this website was peddling, convinced it must be a glitch. He clicked no with his mouse. Yet, despite this minor action, a flash of light enveloped him, and he vanished from his computer desk, only to find himself in an entirely different place. What the heck? Is it really this forceful? This is a terrible joke. If you're going to choose someone, it shouldn't be so arbitrary. His frustration left him at a loss for words. However, at that moment, the main event was about to unfold. Ding dong. System initialization in progress. 3, 2, 1. Successful startup. Congratulations, host. You are the 100th time traveler on this website. This system is at your service. Lena was utterly perplexed, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. The 100th traveler? And at your service? It felt as if he were conversing with customer support. System, could you please introduce yourself? He asked in his youthful, boyish voice. After a brief pause, during which he feared the system might be lacking in intelligence, a voice finally resonated. Ding dong. This system is the multiverse sign-in system, capable of enabling sign-ins across various worlds and locations to receive rewards. After delivering this statement, the system fell silent, leading Lena to believe it was preparing for a lengthy discourse. Yet after 2, 3, then 4 minutes of waiting, he realized that this emotionless entity had completed its introduction. Taking several deep breaths to quell the inexplicable anger rising within him, he murmured, "In simple terms, this system is merely a sign-in system. If that's the case, then today is my day to sign in." With this thought, he immediately summoned the system. Sign in immediately. Ding. Sign in successful. Congratulations on receiving the first sign-in gift pack. Without allowing the system to finish its announcement, he opened his backpack and clicked on the square box that lay quietly within. Congratulations on acquiring the perfected Zai, Kamehameha, a jar of Senza beans, and the universal language. Oh my goodness. This gift pack is exceptional. It grants me a perfect Zai right off the bat. He immediately began to learn it. Wait. Suddenly, an important question struck him. He once again opened the system to inquire. System, which world am I in now? Ding. This world is the Dragon Ball universe. As a reminder, this system must inform the host that this Dragon Ball world is fused with the Super Dragon Ball cosmology, so please cherish your journey. Upon hearing the system's notification, Lena's mouth fell agape. What the heck? System, hurry and send me back. I don't want to stay here. It's too dangerous. I want my mommy. At this moment, the system fell silent. Realizing his pleas were ineffective, he let out a sigh. Since resistance was futile, he decided to accept his fate. However, considering he had acquired the perfected Zai, a skill akin to a game-breaking technique, he felt somewhat reassured. Shaking his head to dispel distractions, he glanced at the display panel inside the small flight pod, which showed the destination, and couldn't help but smirk. It could only be described in 2 words. Incomprehensible. Mamma mia, where on earth is this taking me? Just as he uttered these words, the spacecraft, surprisingly intelligent, announced the destination. Beep beep beep. The destination, planet Bicelulat, will arrive in 3 hours. Please prepare for landing. He scratched his head, then flashed a rather mischievous grin, a smile that would have surely captivated countless admirers back on Earth. He loosened his fingers and began tapping enthusiastically on the display panel. After a flurry of vigorous tapping, the entire spacecraft erupted in alarm-like beeping sounds. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding washed over him. Beep, beep, beep. Destination changing randomly. 3, 2, 1. Change successful. New destination, Wasteland, Earth. This is also acceptable. Well, going to Earth is certainly preferable to venturing into the unknown. After pondering for a moment, he stretched, yawned, and closed his eyes to sleep. Meanwhile, in the hazy realm that transcended the entire universe, there stood a palace inscribed with the character for all. Outside this palace, a figure of transcendent grace, with blue skin, gazed deeply into the distance. That energy just now, it vanished so quickly, intriguing. With that, he turned and entered the palace, the grand doors slowly closing behind him. As far as he was concerned, unless the safety of the Omni King was at stake, there was no need for him to intervene. Such matters were best left to those below. In the realm of destruction, as Suin Wukong and Vegeta were training, which suddenly came to a halt, causing Suin Wukong and Vegeta to collide with one another. In an instant, Vegeta retorted at Suin Wukong. "Hey Kakaluot, what on earth are you doing?" "Well, it's not my fault. Whis was the one who stopped first." Upon hearing Suin Wukong's words, both turned their gazes toward Whis. At that moment, even the usually lethargic Bylus appeared. "Whis, that energy just now was." Whis nodded slightly. "Did you feel that it was real?" "I'm not sure." The aura flashed by too quickly. It was difficult to capture. Instantly, the two fell into silence, while Vegeta and Suin Wukong wore puzzled expressions. What was going on? "Whis, what just happened?" Vegeta inquired. Whis shook his head and looked at Vegeta and Suin Wukong. "Let's conclude today's training here. You both should return and solidify your current state. There may still be possibilities for further advancement." After speaking, he turned with Bylus and departed, leaving both in a state of bewilderment. However, the carefree Suin Wukong paid little mind to it, whereas Vegeta appeared contemplative but did not dwell on it for long, promptly urging Suin Wukong to use instant transmission to return Earth. Chapter 2. Resurrection on the verdant grounds of the Universal Capsule Corporation in West City. Sun Wukong and Vegeta made their appearance. As soon as they materialized, Vegeta withdrew his hand from resting on Kakaroto's shoulder. Within less than half a minute, Piccolo, Krillin, and Bulma emerged to greet them. "Ah, Piccolo, Krillin, you two are here as well," Sun Wukong exclaimed, waving at the pair, while Vegeta merely nodded in acknowledgement. "Isn't this to borrow the gravity chamber? I didn't expect both of you to be back." Krillin scratched his head, feeling a bit sheepish. Ever since his marriage and the birth of his child, he had rarely engaged in martial training. This time, a sudden whim had prompted him to seek out Piccolo, and together they had come to the Capsule Corporation in hopes of utilizing the gravity chamber. "Haha, Krillin, would you like me to accompany you in your training?" Sun Wukong offered with a cheerful smile. Though Sun Wukong's grin was radiant, Krillin felt an involuntary shiver run down his spine for reasons unknown. He quickly waved his hands in refusal. Training alongside a Saiyan was akin to seeking death in a toilet by lighting a lantern. "All right." He then turned to see Vegeta, who let out a cold snort as he strode towards his home, his intentions unmistakable. Sun Wukong followed him with a cheerful demeanor. Krillin and Piccolo simply shrugged. There was little they could do, as even Piccolo, the mighty Namekian, could not keep pace with Sun Wukong and Vegeta. In a vast cosmos, aboard a colossal spacecraft, a diminutive alien conversed with two towering extraterrestrials. "This time, we must not alert the warriors on Earth." "Lord Sorb, are they truly that formidable?" inquired the lanky Magata. The small Sorb settled into a slowly descending chair, responding, "Do not underestimate them. Although they lack a scouter, they possess the ability to sense powerful fighters. Therefore, it will be just you and me who venture forth." Tagama nodded in agreement. At that moment, the spaceship had already approached Earth's vicinity. The hatch above the vessel opened, and a smaller craft gently descended towards the planet. Meanwhile, concealed within the blind spot of their ship, another small vessel also surged towards Earth. Whoosh! A meteor-like object streaked through the air, crashing into a desolate area and creating a large crater. Crack! Amidst the rising dust, a strange mechanical sound echoed, and a boy with a tail emerged. Fortunately, there's no one around. He glanced around before slowly levitating into the air, heading in a specific direction. On another isolated island, Sorb and Tagama observed 3 young children. "Hurry, summon the dragon. Otherwise, I shall eliminate you this instant." Sorb commanded in a low voice. What do you intend to do? Pilaf stammered, his voice trembling. Although the three of them were notorious villains in the past, they have grown fond of their current lives after their transformation and have no desire to cause harm to the earth. However, Saul paid no heed to him. Instead, he glanced at Tagma, who instantly understood the implication. Without hesitation, he drew his gun and fired a shot into the ground, causing it to melt and form a hole. Startled, Pilaf and his companions quickly poured out all the Dragon Balls, striking a pose as they exclaimed, "Come forth, Shinran, and grant my wish." Saul looked at him with a hint of confusion. Pilaf stepped back a few paces, and the Dragon Balls emitted a radiant glow, darkening the sky, before a magnificent green dragon spiraled upward. "State your wish. Any wish I can fulfill." At that very moment, Vegeta in the gravity room, Goku in the hyperbolic time chamber, and Piccolo at Gohan's home sensed the unusual occurrence. "Revive King Frieza," Saul declared. However, the dragon did not respond but instead exhaled a puff of breath. "Are you commanding me?" Shinran questioned. After a moment of shifting expressions, he waved his hand. "Please assist in reviving King Frieza." This time, Shinran nodded, his eyes flickered, and pieces of flesh began to materialize on the ground. "Very well, state your next wish." Just as Saul was about to say he had none, Pilaf interjected. "I want 10 million coins." Shinran's eyes flashed again, and a stack of money appeared on the ground. The trio hurriedly gathered the coins and fled. Subsequently, Shinran transformed into a burst of light and vanished, the Dragon Balls scattering across the globe, restoring the sky to its original state. "Should we eliminate those three?" Tagma inquired. Saul shook his head and opened the box beside him, placing the fragments of Frieza's flesh inside. "We must leave quickly. I suspect those super warriors will be arriving soon." With that, he entered the spaceship first. Tagma surveyed the surroundings and concentrated, conjuring a high-density energy sphere that obliterated the island. The thunderous explosion unleashed towering waves, allowing their ship to escape unnoticed amidst the chaos. In a small village in the west, at the home of an elderly couple, Reina's lips curled into a slight smile as he savored his meal. "It seems the revival was successful. In a few months, I shall see Frieza again. I wonder what differences there are between anime and reality." He then buried himself in his food, having already consumed his 8th large bowl, leaving the elderly couple who took him in utterly astonished. Goku and his companions arrived at the site of the incident, only to find a desolate ruin. "Someone definitely used the Dragon Balls just now. I have an unsettling feeling," Krillin remarked. "Klin's words resonate with me. I too harbor a foreboding sense that something ominous may indeed transpire." Baika mused while stroking his chin. The group exchanged glances, and after failing to uncover anything of value, they decided to retreat. Once they departed, Pilaf and his companions gradually surfaced from the depths of the sea. "Phew, that was close," one exclaimed. "Indeed, we are fortunate to possess such adept swimming skills," another replied. "My lord, those who just left must have been part of Sun Wukong's entourage," remarked the third. Thus, the trio floated upon the ocean's surface, engaged in discussion. Meanwhile, aboard the spaceship beyond Earth, Frieza's remnants were undergoing rapid recovery within a nutrient chamber. Time passed inexorably. After approximately half an hour, the glass of the green nutrient tank shattered, spilling its verdant contents. Shortly thereafter, Frieza emerged in his first form, his tail swaying slightly as he surveyed his revived physique and the surrounding environment. "What a delightful sensation. Was it you who resurrected me?" he inquired. "Indeed, Lord Frieza," Saul answered with reverence. "As we were unable to locate the Namekian, we resorted to using the Dragon Balls of Earth to bring you back." Frieza stretched his limbs, producing a series of satisfying cracks. "It appears that without my guidance, you lot cannot sustain yourselves, can you? Am I correct?" The subordinates lowered their heads in shame, recalling the dominance they once wielded under Frieza's reign, which had since crumbled in his absence. Enough. It seems this is the extent of your capabilities. Find me a suitable place. I require a proper training regimen." Frieza commanded with a wave of his hand. "My lord, can you still grow stronger?" Saul cautiously inquired. Frieza cast him a sidelong glance. "Why ever not? With a little diligence, those wretched Saiyans are hardly a challenge." "Very well, my lord. I shall make the arrangements at once." Saul replied with utmost respect as he retreated, followed by the others. Frieza stood before the window, gazing into the vast cosmos and murmuring to himself, "Just wait. Once I unlock my potential, whether Saiyan or God of Destruction, I shall trample them all beneath my feet." Chapter 3. The fateful confrontation and the arrival of Reina. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had passed. In the realm of the Supreme Kai, Sun Wukong and Vegeta were engaged in a fierce, sparring match, their blue auras intensifying with each passing moment. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosive clashes echoed throughout the divine realm. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two azure figures darted across the space. Buzz! Buzz! Fighting with you is truly exhilarating, Vegeta, and it helps me uncover many of my own shortcomings. Sun Wukong cheerfully remarked to his opponent. Vegeta curled his lips, his thoughts mirroring those of Goku. He too could perceive the deficiencies within his own techniques through their confrontation. Suddenly, a series of urgent beeps pierced the air. Vegeta rummaged through his belongings and produced a crystal orb, which displayed the anxious visage of his wife, Bulma. Vegeta, it's terrible. Frieza has been resurrected, she exclaimed with palpable urgency. What happened? How did he come back? I'm not entirely sure, but Piccolo mentioned it might be related to the Dragon Balls from 6 months ago. You must return quickly. Piccolo, Krillin, and the others are already engaged, and they may not hold out for long. The image then flickered and vanished. Grab my hand. I shall employ instant transmission, Vegeta declared. Goku raised 2 fingers to his forehead, yet Vegeta did not grasp his hand. Instead, he placed a hand upon Goku's shoulder, and the two vanished. In the ruins of North City, vibrant explosions of energy erupted in a dazzling display. Bang! 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 The air crackled with the sounds of conflict. Piccolo, Krillin, Gohan, and Master Roshi had dispatched nearly 700 to 800 foes, but were now panting heavily. These foes are formidable, Sarib remarked, his voice trembling. Frieza chuckled disdainfully. Huh. As long as my son is willing, none of these individuals stand a chance. It's simply that he, like Goku, is too soft-hearted. Well, it's about time, Frieza said, slowly raising his right hand and extending a finger towards Gohan. In an instant, a beam of violet energy surged forth. Watch out, Gohan! Just as the attack was about to strike, 2 figures appeared, deflecting the assault. I've been waiting for you, Goku. You finally made your entrance. Frieza sneered. You truly are tenacious. Despite having been dead for so long, why return? Vegeta scoffed. Oh, it's you, Vegeta. It seems you've grown bold enough to address me in such a manner. Frieza retorted. Vegeta shrugged and leaped onto a nearby boulder. What? Vegeta, aren't you going to join the fight? Goku asked. I'll leave it to you. However, if you falter, I can step in. Goku waved his hands in protest. No need for that. I can handle this alone, Vegeta responded, his demeanor shifting as he locked his piercing gaze on Frieza. Frieza, if you were not a ruthless monster, you would undoubtedly be a worthy adversary. I cannot believe that after all this time, you remain so naive. Enough of this idle chatter. It is now time for my revenge. He gradually exited the spacecraft, landing on the ground, and in an instant, unleashed a terrifying purple aura that caused the earth to tremble incessantly. With a low growl from Frieza, the violet radiance grew ever more resplendent, and within mere breaths, the fully realized form of Frieza erupted into existence. This state felt rather comfortable. Frieza stretched his limbs, a malevolent grin adorning his face. You truly possess remarkable skills. Goku immediately flared with energy, a pure white flame swirling like a flickering ember. Frieza's expression darkened. In a swift motion, he appeared directly behind Goku and unleashed a punch. Goku, with remarkable reflexes, spun around in an instant to absorb the blow. With a loud thud, a shockwave radiated outward, causing the already ruined structures to collapse further. Grasping Frieza, Goku executed a super spin, gaining momentum that formed a miniature tornado. In a flash, a figure was propelled at astonishing speed, crashing into the mountains several kilometers away. Goku swiftly followed, vanishing from sight. Moments later, a cacophony of fierce collisions echoed, and the sky grew ominous. Dark clouds gathering with flashes of lightning, a phenomenon born from the immense power of their clash. Fortunately, there were no drones or aircraft in the vicinity. Otherwise, the ordinary people would have been utterly terrified. This ferocious battle raged on for over half an hour when Vegeta, unable to contain himself any longer, shouted, Kakarot, stop wasting time. If you don't want to fight, step aside. Vegeta's sudden outburst indeed halted the combatants. No need to be angry, Vegeta. I'll be right there, Goku replied, turning to Frieza. Frieza, you might as well unleash your true power, or this could go on indefinitely. Ho ho ho. It seems you have great confidence in your ability to defeat me once more. Let's see if that holds true. Goku's expression hardened as he uttered a low growl. A pure white aura materialized around him. The hum of energy intertwined with flashes of lightning, and soon his hair, nay, his entire being, radiated with a blue luminescence. In a swift motion, the white aura transformed into a blue energy filled with shimmering particles. Meanwhile, Krillin and the others lost their sense of Goku's energy. Has he ascended to godhood? One wondered. Yet, this was distinct from the red-haired form. Although they could not sense his energy, it was evident that Goku's current state surpassed even that of the red-haired transformation. Piccolo's eyes fixated intently on Goku. This is the Super Saiyan beyond the Super Saiyan God. You may refer to it as Super Saiyan Blue. Vegeta elucidated slowly. Krillin and the others nodded in acknowledgement. It was indeed impressive to master such a transformation in such a brief period. The potential of pure-blooded Saiyans is truly formidable. It seems my expectations were not misplaced. You have acquired a new transformation. Since you have revealed your new form, allow me to demonstrate the full extent of my power. Behold, a purple aura erupted from Frieza, soaring skyward, rivaling the energy that Goku had just unleashed. With a resounding boom, a dazzling golden light flashed, revealing Frieza with golden skin. How do you like it? As you can see, this is my ultimate power. You may call me Golden Frieza. At this moment, Frieza reveled in his own strength. What kind of training have you undergone to reach such a level? Are you truly afraid, Goku? Goku shook his head, a look of exhilaration on his face, and unleashed a burst of blue energy as he charged forward. His speed was beyond the grasp of Piccolo and the others. Only Vegeta could keep pace. With a powerful punch, Goku struck with wild intensity, but Frieza effortlessly intercepted it with a casual gesture. Although he blocked the blow, Goku swiftly followed up with a knee strike. Frieza was propelled backward, akin to a missile, while Goku pursued him, appearing above him to deliver a headbutt. With a resounding thud, Frieza was driven into the mountainside. Boom! The mountains erupted, and from the chaos, a colossal golden energy sphere surged forth, hurtling toward Goku. Unfazed, Goku released his own energy sphere to collide with it. The impact generated a brilliant flash that illuminated half the sky, and the terrifying force of the explosion sent tremors throughout the earth. Ordinary people, bewildered by the television reports predicting the planet's destruction, were left in a state of panic. Meanwhile, the government unveiled long-stored spacecraft, igniting a glimmer of hope among the populace, prompting a massive surge towards government facilities and causing significant congestion. Now, returning to the scene, 100 meters away from Vegeta and the others, atop a dilapidated building, Rina had somehow procured a chair and sat with his legs crossed, munching on sunflower seeds while observing the battle. With his current strength, he could clearly perceive the clash between the two warriors. Indeed, the reality was breathtaking. Despite this, he scrutinized the fight carefully. He possessed great power but lacked refined combat skills, making it necessary for him to learn from these fighters. Chapter 4. Does Golden Frieza lack pride? Boom! The dazzling explosions were as splendid as fireworks. Swish! Swish! Two figures, one golden and one blue, flickered continuously, followed by a series of energy blasts erupting in the sky like firecrackers. Their recent actions have only intensified the fear among the ordinary people on the ground, with scientists labeling this phenomenon as a solar flare. In Satan City, Satan remained quietly seated, watching the news filled with absurdities. After briefly flipping through other news channels, he turned off the television. Wukong, the fate of the earth rests upon you. Satan fervently prayed, picking up a nearby picture frame and gently caressing the photograph within. The clouds in the sky grew increasingly dense, with bolts of lightning intertwining to form colossal, dragon-like flashes that writhed within the darkened heavens. At this moment, Sun Wukong began to breathe heavily, numerous wounds appearing on his body. Frieza, upsharbintis, shugat, what is wrong, Sun Wukong? Can't you hold on any longer? I haven't even begun to unleash my true power. Wukong smiled faintly. Frieza, perhaps you are a bit too eager. Vegeta, you've noticed his weakness too, haven't you? Why don't you take a turn? He called out loudly towards Vegeta. This proclamation left Gohan and the others in the audience puzzled. They were at a loss to understand where this so-called weakness lay. Despite having watched for so long, they had yet to grasp its nature, though Piccolo, as the intellectual pinnacle of the series, had some inkling. This is your battle. Handle it yourself, Vegeta coldly retorted. Wukong chuckled and readied himself once more. Son Wukong, do you think mere words can disrupt my focus? It seems you're out of tricks. With a swift motion, Wukong charged towards his opponent. As they clashed, the ocean roared with tumultuous waves, boiling as if it were a pot of water reaching its peak heat. Amidst their fierce battle, Beerus and Whis made their appearance. "Ah, Lord Beerus, what brings you here?" Bulma inquired, astonished. Beerus lightly tapped his cheek with his finger. "I merely came to see if there are any new delicacies to sample." Bulma felt a surge of exasperation. She longed to voice her frustration, but swallowed her words. Considering his status. "Yes, indeed. I had the chef prepare a magnificent Christmas ice cream yesterday." Upon hearing this, both Beerus and Whis' eyes lit up. "Quick, bring it to me. I must taste it." However, Bulma hesitated. "There are no however-s. Hurry and fetch it, or I shall have no choice but to unleash my wrath upon you." All right, I'm going," Bulma replied, making her way towards the spaceship of the Universe Patrol. Meanwhile, Rena, perched atop a building, observed this scene and couldn't help but shake his head at the insatiable appetites of these two for Earth-esque cuisine. Coincidentally, his actions caught Whis' attention, who noticed him with keen interest. Beerus also sensed Whis' movements and cast a glance at him, receiving a knowing look in return. How perceptive. He noticed me so quickly. It seems it's my turn to take the stage. Rising to stretch his limbs, he leaped into the air and vanished. On the battlefield, Frieza delivered a powerful punch that sent Son Goku crashing into the sea. Just as he was about to boast, his eyes inadvertently darted towards Vegeta's direction, where he was startled to see Beerus indulging in delicacies. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here? Are you attempting to thwart my vengeance? Hey, are your eyes blinded? Can't you see I'm enjoying my meal? I have no interest in your affairs, so continue fighting," Beerus retorted. Frieza felt a wave of relief wash over him upon hearing this. However, before he could fully relax, he sensed a hand on his shoulder. Whirling around, he was met with a colossal fist striking his face. Bang! Like a kite severed from its string, he soared through the air, landing in the ocean, albeit slightly deeper than Goku. This sudden turn of events left Vegeta and the onlookers in a state of shock. With a resounding splash, both Goku and Frieza resurfaced simultaneously. Goku scratched his head in confusion. "Who are you? What just happened? Who dares to interfere with my revenge?" Frieza growled, his face darkened with fury. In that fleeting moment of being launched, he had failed to discern how his opponent had struck, merely catching a glimpse of a fist's silhouette. "Ah, Kakao, you truly embody the rare, fighting genius of our Saiyan lineage." Renar addressed Goku, disregarding Frieza entirely. Goku, bewildered, wondered how this stranger knew his name, having never encountered him before. Moreover, he appeared to be quite young. Yet, judging by his tone, could it be, "Are you a Saiyan?" Renar nodded. This exchange infuriated Frieza, his forehead pulsating with rage. "Damn it, you two dare to underestimate me? I am Frieza." With a roar, golden energy erupted from him, hurtling towards Renar without a moment's hesitation. In his mind, he thought, "I am Golden Frieza, a one-lose face here. How dare you ignore me in my own domain?" If Renar were privy to Frieza's thoughts, he might have quipped, "What is your pride worth here? Don't you have any self-awareness?" As Frieza approached Renar, he altered his attack from a punch to a kick. Renar merely shook his head and casually raised a hand, waving it dismissively. "Seeking death, are we?" His nonchalant gesture made Goku's jaw drop. It seemed rather arrogant. However, the next scene left him utterly astounded. Bang! In an instant, as the palms of their hands collided, Frieza was sent hurtling backward at a speed 5 or 6 times greater than before. Goku followed Frieza's trajectory and was astonished to find that the young warrior had already appeared at the spot where Frieza was about to fall. Such incredible speed, such formidable strength. If this individual were indeed a Saiyan, what could account for his current state? Although he mused over this, he inexplicably felt a surge of excitement. As Frieza was on the verge of crashing to the ground, Reina seized his arm and flung him into the sky as one might discard refuse. He then assumed a familiar stance, one that Goku and the Z-Warriors recognized all too well. The Super Kamehameha, with a whoosh, a silver-blue beam shot skyward, striking Frieza with devastating force. Though the sequence of events was somewhat elaborate, it transpired in mere moments, leaving Frieza no opportunity to react. High above, the air was filled with cries of anguish and the sound of explosions, which faded away in the blink of an eye. Subsequently, Reina, humming a tune, strolled over to Goku. Meanwhile, Frieza's remaining subordinates, witnessing the scene, hastily attempted to flee Earth at what they believed to be their fastest speed, wishing they could sprout several more legs to escape more swiftly. However, they barely got far before being dispatched by a few key blasts from Vegeta. "Vegeta! Goku! What a pleasure to see you!" Reina exclaimed, his words genuine. He had long admired Goku, and though Vegeta had initially been rather vexatious, his redemption had rendered him considerably more appealing. Vegeta furrowed his brow and replied, "As far as I know, aside from myself, Kakarot, my brother, and 3 other pure-blooded Saiyans, there are no others. So, where did you come from?" Reina smiled faintly, about to respond when Beerus and Whis approached. He greeted them with a friendly nod, which they reciprocated warmly, much to the astonishment of Goku and Vegeta. It was known that since they had mastered Super Saiyan Blue, neither had been able to best the 2 deities, and even more terrifying was Whis, who could effortlessly overpower them without using his hands. What could this new development signify? Chapter 5. Let's engage in some activity, my friend. Beerus began slowly. I must ask, have you reached that level? His question left Goku, Vegeta, and the remaining Z warriors in utter disbelief. They instinctively checked their ears, incredulous at what they had just heard. Did Beerus, the god of destruction, just refer to someone as a friend? Had he ever done so in his time on Earth? The answer was a resounding no. Yet now, a new reality was unfolding. Now, they were utterly confused, uncertain of what had transpired. Was this merely a dream? Or had the tremendous exertion during the battle induced hallucinations? Reiner simply chuckled, though unspoken. Both individuals, being deities, understood the implications of the situation. They exchanged glances, comprehending the stakes involved. Upon investigation, it appears you are indeed a scion of this universe, Whis remarked, glancing at the crystal orb atop his staff. Reiner's eyes brightened, and he responded with a smile. The abilities of your angelic lineage are truly remarkable. You even discern my heritage. Just as their conversation unfolded, Goku interjected at an opportune moment. What are you 2 discussing? I don't understand a word. Reiner laughed. Oh, Goku, don't concern yourself too much with it. However, your Super Saiyan Blue forms are quite impressive. Had you truly been unable to contend with Frieza earlier, I presume you would have had a backup plan. At that, Goku fell silent. Indeed, he possessed a contingency, the Kaioken technique taught to him by King Kai, but its limitations were significant, and he feared that its use could lead to his demise. All my apologies. Truly, if given the opportunity, I shall teach you both some new techniques that might enhance your prowess, Reiner offered. Oh, are you serious? I shall eagerly anticipate that. Although Reiner was considered a minor in Saiyan terms, equating to an adult by Earth standards, his voice retained a youthful quality. Gentlemen, I have a modest request. I would like your assistance. Reiner addressed Beerus and Whis. Oh, pray, do tell your request. Whis replied. His willingness stemmed from a desire to avoid combat with this individual. Rather, he was curious about his origins, though he had not gleaned any information regarding them. You see, I wish to engage in a sparring match with Beerus. Yes, indeed. A spar, Reiner declared. What? You wish to fight me? Beerus queried, nodding slightly. He hesitated, for his role was solely that of a destroyer, and like Whis, he was prohibited from participating in battles. He glanced at Whis, and at that moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Subsequently, he nodded at Reiner. The 2 then ascended into the cosmos. On the ground, Whis tapped his staff onto the earth, conjuring a massive screen for viewing the impending clash. Meanwhile, in the realm of the Kais, the Elder Kai and Kibito gazed skyward, observing the universe. Oh my, I never anticipated Lord Beerus would consent to a duel with another. I wonder if the universe can withstand it. Grand Ancestor, why do you say such things? However, as soon as he uttered these words, he was met with a fierce reprimand from the old Supreme Kai. You ought to read more. Your ignorance is astonishing, Jebbet remarked, scratching his head in a meek manner. Am I not the only one who survived back then? The old Supreme Kai sighed in response. He spoke slowly. The universe exists within certain energy limits. Should one surpass these boundaries, it will lead to annihilation. Furthermore, the young man who has appeared from unknown origins possesses strength that likely rivals Lord Beerus, which is why I express my concerns. What? Grand Ancestor, can this be true? It seems impossible. This is merely my conjecture. Whether true or false will soon be revealed. He replied, in the universe, please, Lord Beerus. Both combatants assumed their stances, yet they hesitated to strike, resulting in a tense stalemate. After several minutes of stalemate, they finally unleashed their attacks. Whoosh, whoosh. 2 distinct colored orbs of light erupted simultaneously, clashing together with a violent resonance, sending ripples of unique energy throughout the cosmos. Bang, bang. The 2 engaged in close-quarter combat. The visible energy waves expanded continuously, obliterating nearby planets. Whoosh, bang, bang. Reina instantaneously teleported behind Beerus, delivering a powerful chop to his neck. Boom! A dull thud resonated as the strike was surprisingly blocked. With a swift motion, Reyna vanished to a distance and simultaneously released an energy sphere. Beerus's expression hardened as he raised his hand to deliver a knife hand strike. However, the moment his hand made contact with the energy sphere, it detonated, illuminating the overcast earth with a brilliant light. One extraordinary battle. This exceeds all expectations, exclaimed Son Goku, filled with excitement and astonishment. Meanwhile, Vegeta clenched his fists in silence, begrudgingly acknowledging the prowess of the Saiyan, realizing that his ambitions may have just expanded. As the brilliance faded, nearly 100 energy spheres appeared behind Beerus. With a casual wave of his hand, the spheres shot forth like shooting stars towards Reyna. Quick to react, Reyna unleashed a super Kamehameha wave with one hand. Whoosh! The silver-blue beam intertwined with a multitude of purple energy spheres, creating an extraordinarily dazzling spectacle. In the Kaioshin realm, the Grand Ancestor noted that the earlier ripples had inexplicably vanished. What could this mean? He mused. The old Supreme, Kai, feigning nonchalance, coughed lightly and said, "Simply observe closely, and the answer will reveal itself. There is no need for me to elaborate further." Jebbet scratched his head, feeling as though he had just invited trouble. Back in the universe, Reyna glanced at his hand and then at Beerus, exclaiming, "Oh dear, let us cease our mutual probing. Beerus, how about we settle this with a single decisive move?" Beerus nodded in agreement. A deep violet aura materialized, conjuring a dragon of energy behind him. This resembled what I had witnessed in my past life, with little deviation. At that moment, Reyna's body emanated a silvery white aura, manifesting into a dragon that was far more magnificent than Beerus's. With a whoosh, the two dragons collided instantaneously, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that ravaged the cosmos. The energy ripples intensified once again, more violently than before. "Oomph," he exclaimed, raising his hand and pushing forward, causing the rippling energy to gradually diminish. "What is this?" "You possess the ability to destroy." Beerus expressed his astonishment, although he was aware that Reyna had attained a level comparable to Whis. The technique of destruction was typically reserved for the gods of destruction. Reyna, perplexed, pondered why Beerus was so astonished. Wasn't destruction merely a technique accessible upon reaching a certain level? After all, in a manga of my previous life, Goku had employed such a technique, albeit at a significant energy cost. Why then was there such surprise? Unbeknownst to him, the technique of destruction was an exclusive divine skill of the gods of destruction, not easily accessible to others. Even if it were replicated, it would not embody true destruction. "This is quite intriguing, and it doesn't seem overly challenging," Reyna remarked, his eyes unwavering. All right, let's consider this a draw." He shrugged nonchalantly, and thus, the two inexplicably ceased their confrontation. In an instant, they vanished back to Earth, the ominous clouds dissipating as sunlight graced the land, restoring a semblance of initial beauty. However, the chaos among the Earthlings continued, disrupting that pristine beauty. "Yawn. I'm feeling sleepy. Whis, shall we return?" Not long after returning to the ground, Beerus let out a yawn and rubbed his eyes, appearing drowsy, which Reyna found rather endearing. Whis smiled and nodded at Reyna, his staff striking the ground and transforming into a streak of light that soared into the sky and vanished. After Beerus and Whis departed, Reyna turned to the Z-fighters, intending to speak, when suddenly an untimely growl emerged from his stomach, prompting him to awkwardly scratch his head. Laughter erupted among the group. "Since it's all over, let me treat you to a grand feast." At that moment, the affluent Bulma stepped forward, her tone exuberant. Consequently, everyone took to the skies, with Bulma under the care of Vegeta. As for the city, it would soon be restored with the Dragon Balls. Chapter 6. A culinary contest and exchange. Inside the Capsule Corporation of West City, a vast table laden with a plethora of delectable dishes stood before them. Sun Wukong and Vegeta eagerly stuffed their mouths with food, indulging in the feast with remarkable gusto. Not to be outdone, Reyna joined the fray. The scene swiftly transformed into a contest of culinary prowess. Given that Sun Wukong and Vegeta were fervent practitioners of martial arts, their appetites far exceeded that of the average Saiyan, and with Reyna in the mix, the mountain of food swiftly diminished. Bulma, exasperated, slapped her forehead in resignation. Fortunately, she had prepared for this moment. She retrieved her phone from her pocket and made a call. Before long, a dozen chefs wheeled in carts laden with more food. The eyes of the three Saiyans sparkled with anticipation, and before the chefs could even place the dishes on the table, they had already begun to feast from carts. Bulma rolled her eyes, contemplating whether to give the trio a taste of candied chestnuts, but ultimately decided against it. While Sun Wukong and Vegeta were manageable, Reina posed a more unpredictable challenge. Prior to the meal, he had introduced himself to everyone, but Bulma was astonished at how much Sun Wukong and Vegeta could eat. Their current appetites were incongruous with their past selves. Kiki served Goten a large slice of meat, her brow furrowed in confusion. Little did she know that ever since Sun Wukong and Vegeta mastered the Super Blue form, their appetites had surged several-fold due to the immense energy expenditure required. Thus, an hour passed in the blink of an eye, the three Saiyans now reclining on the floor, their bellies distended. Burp. The sound of their satisfied belches resonated so loudly that it rattled the very capsules of Bulma's company. Sun Wukong turned to Bulma, flashing her grin. Thank you, Bulma. I am utterly stuffed. Bulma shot him a look of exasperation. His behavior seemed so foreign. Ever since their encounter at Bun Mountain, she had always regarded Sun Wukong as a younger brother, and his personality remained unchanged from a decade ago. After sharing a few pleasantries, everyone took their leave, leaving only the three Saiyans sprawled on the floor. In the desolate expanse of the Destruction God's realm, a streak of light descended from the heavens. Upon returning home, Beerus immediately regained his vigor, shedding the lethargy he had felt on Earth. What do you think, Lord Beerus? He pondered. It is certain that he has indeed reached that level of mastery, yet I find it curious that he seems to still be contemplating the application of this power. Oh! Whis chuckled. Having observed the battle between the two from the screen on Earth, he had gleaned a few insights. Suddenly, a playful remark escaped him. Hee hee, Lord Beerus. What did you think of that display of destruction he just exhibited? Upon hearing the words, Beerus's expression shifted several times, yet he merely let out a cold snort. In truth, he too was perplexed. Just as the two were engaged in conversation, a streak of light suddenly traversed the sky, plummeting into the distant forest and raising a colossal cloud of dust. Upon seeing this luminescence, they exchanged glances, for both recognized the arrival of a certain individual. From the dust-laden forest emerged two figures, one stout and somewhat resembling Beerus, while the other, slender with a high ponytail, bore a resemblance to Whis. Ugh, Bardoss. Couldn't you find a more suitable spot? Compa remarked with a hint of annoyance. Oh dear, did you not say to simply find a place to land, Lord Compa? Bardoss retorted, leaving Compa momentarily speechless. Oi, you rotund fool, what brings you here? Beerus's voice interrupted their banter. Compa looked up to see Beerus, arms crossed, exuding an air of superiority. Who are you calling a scrawny bamboo stick? I am not fat, Compa exclaimed. Rotund fool, dare to call me a bamboo stick again? Speak, and I shall not fear you, you dead bamboo stick. In an instant, the two were at each other's throats, foreheads pressed together in confrontation. Before long, purple energy began to emanate from both, and the formidable aura caused the entire God of Destruction realm to tremble, awakening the slumbering prophecy fish. As their energy reached a crescendo, they suddenly struck. Bang, bang, bang. Their hands moved in a blur, unleashing waves of terrifying energy that obliterated numerous nearby planets that served as mere trinkets. Enough. Just as they were about to land blows upon one another, two divine staffs intervened. All right, Lord Compa, temper your ire. After all, Beerus is not entirely mistaken. You have indeed put on a bit of weight recently. Bardoss interjected. Her words elicited laughter from Beerus. Even Whis could not suppress a chuckle. Compa, pointing at his mentor and attendant, found himself at a loss for words, unable to comprehend how he could side with an outsider. Cough, cough. Enough of this. Now, rotund fool, do enlighten me, what brings you here? Surely you did not come merely to brawl with me. If so, I would gladly oblige, he said, pursing his lips. You wouldn't be hoping for me to say something here, would you? TCH, such a bother. With that, Beerus soared towards his palace, with the others trailing closely behind. Inside the palace, they gathered around an exceptionally long stone table. Xiangpa retrieved an oval-shaped device from the staff space of Beerus, and, upon pressing its center, it emitted a sound, followed by a gentle waft of cold air. Soon, two eggs, comparable in size to a clay pot, emerged from within. Xiangpa gestured to Beerus, encouraging him to partake. Beerus took one of the eggs, lightly tapping the shell with his finger, which then completely shattered, allowing him to savor its contents. Xiangpa watched him with a look of smug satisfaction. So what do you think? Is it delicious? I must tell you, this is my latest culinary discovery. I can hardly bear to eat it myself. Beerus, however, maintained an expression of indifference. Well, it's just okay, rather mediocre to be honest. He then signaled to Whis, who immediately understood and retrieved several containers of instant noodles, some sausages, and hot water from his space. The scene left Xiangpa and Beerus momentarily astonished. After Whis completed his task, an awkward silence ensued as they stared at each other for several minutes. Once he felt it was ready, Beerus began to eat the noodles. Xiangpa, watching Beerus relish his meal with a hint of skepticism, swallowed hard and decided to join in, taking a container of noodles for himself. Minutes later, having finished, he instinctively licked his lips, utterly delighted by the taste. Beerus noticed his expression and chuckled. "What is the matter? Are you still hungry? I told you. I'm quite tired of this sort of food." "You." Xiangpa was at a loss for words, finally signaling to Beerus. "This is indeed quite tasty and convenient." "What is this, Whis?" "This is instant noodles from Earth," Whis replied. Before he could finish, Xiangpa eagerly interjected. "Hey, whatever exists in your universe exists in mine as well. Quickly, Beerus, let us see if we have an Earth." She then activated her staff to investigate, while Whis offered guidance. It wasn't long before they discovered one. But compared to the seventh universe's Earth, it was nothing but a desolate rock. "Ha ha ha, you're killing me. This is called Earth? Oh dear." Beerus laughed heartily, nearly losing his breath. "How could it be like this?" Beerus exclaimed, to which Bados merely shrugged, resignedly returning to his seat. Yet, not long after, an idea struck him. His eyes gleamed with excitement as he stood and addressed Beerus. "Beerus, how about a wager?" "Oh, a wager? What do you have to bet?" "I have several orbs that can grant wishes. If collected, any wish can be fulfilled." Upon hearing this, Beerus and Whis exchanged glances. "Are you referring to those beads with a few stars inside?" "Ah, since you're aware of it, this is quite manageable. What do you say? Shall we wager?" "TCH, as if I don't have such things on my side. It's called Dragon Ball, a creation of the Namekians." Kampa scratched his head, utterly perplexed. "What on earth? What you speak of is merely a trinket for mortals, while I am referring to something that only deities can wield, colossal enough to rival the size of a planet." His words piqued Beerus's interest. "Very well, elaborate on the terms of the wager." After some contemplation, Kampa had a sudden inspiration. "Let's do this. Beerus, each of our universes shall send forth 5 champions to engage in a best-of-3 battle. The victorious side will hand over their respective treasures to the other." Beerus nodded in agreement. "That seems acceptable, but what do you expect me to provide? I possess no Super Dragon Balls." Upon hearing this, a sly grin crept across Kampa's face. "I desire nothing more than Earth itself." After his declaration, Beerus fell into a contemplative silence. At that moment, Whis gently nudged him and exchanged a knowing glance. This subtle cue prompted Beerus to quickly regain his composure, nodding at Kampa. "Very well, when shall we commence?" "Haha, splendid. Let us settle on 1 week from now on an unnamed planet for our contest." Kampa nodded in affirmation, then gathered his belongings and departed with Vados. "I say, Whis, you don't intend for that fellow to participate, do you?" Whis nodded. Observing this, Beerus felt a twinge of sympathy for the denizens of Universe 6. Chapter 7, Father and Son Battle, Part 1. In a villa located in West City on Earth, as sunlight streamed in, Reina awoke in a spacious 2-meter-wide bed. System. Initiate sign-in. Ding. Sign-in successful. A reward package has been issued. Reina chuckled as he opened the gift from the system's backpack. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring the 6 paths of earth-shattering stars. Rinnegan, Great Wilderness Prisoner S Finger, Super Serum, and a set of 30th century intelligent leisure wear. He found the first 4 items quite acceptable, but what on earth was this leisure wear? Upon inspection, he discovered that the intelligent leisure wear could intelligently style itself according to the wearer's preferences, complete with protective and navigational features. Is this even useful to me? With my prowess, I hardly require protection or navigation. After some thought, he decided to stow it away in the system space. He utilized the 2 skills and 1 item, while the remaining piece remained secured in the system space. A radiant glow enveloped Reina, who then opened his eyes and activated his attribute panel. Host, Eddie Reina. Race, Saiyan. Battle power. Skills, Super Turtle School Kamehameha, 6 paths of Earth Exploding Star, Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, Reincarnation Eye. Satisfied. He closed the attribute panel when suddenly a ringing sound echoed. Reina lifted his pillow to reveal a blinking phone. Upon seeing the caller ID, it was Bulma. She had given him the phone along with the villa keys the previous night. What could Sister Bulma want? He felt a bit helpless calling her that, as she had insisted on it last night. After all, who could resist his adorable voice? "Lord Beerus and the others are here, saying they wish to see you. Goku and Vegeta are here as well." "Nanny, what do they want with me?" Besides, with Whis' abilities, they could easily locate me without needing to call. However, he dismissed his pondering, realizing it was futile, and decided to go see for himself. After hanging up, he freshened up and stepped onto the balcony. The bustling scene below was in stark contrast to the apocalyptic atmosphere from the previous night. He couldn't help but exclaim that his efforts last night were not in vain. Inside Capsule Corporation, Son Goku looked at Beerus and Whis with excitement, while Vegeta maintained his usual indifferent demeanor. Lord Beerus, are these claims of yours truly factual? Why do you doubt me? No, it's just that it feels a bit unbelievable. I never imagined there were 11 other universes besides ours. However, the thought of battling against warriors from other universes exhilarates me. At this moment, Vegeta interjected sternly. You should mature a bit. You don't even know who or what strength your opponent possesses, and yet you only think of challenging formidable foes. Oh, come on, Vegeta. Surely you feel the same thrill at the prospect of facing strong opponents. Vegeta scoffed and turned his head away. This time, besides the two of you, there will be another Saiyan participating. We just need to find 2 more fighters, and the battle is scheduled for a week from now, Beerus announced. Nanny. Both Son Goku and Vegeta were taken aback. He wanted Reina to compete, though they were unsure of Reina's strength. Their instincts told them that even both of them attacking simultaneously would not suffice against him, akin to facing Whis. Is that so, Lord Beerus? If Reina participates, then what place do we have? A 1T let him be the first to enter. He will be the final contender, the grand finale. As he finished speaking, Reina's voice resonated. What are you saying? Grand finale? Last to enter? Moments later, he flew in from distance. Ah, Reina, you've arrived. I have some good news for you. Reina observed the excited expression on Son Goku's face and glanced at the others, sensing that he had a faint inkling of what was to come. Go ahead, what is this good news? We are to engage in battle with warriors from other universes. ISNT, that splendid news? A sudden flash of inspiration struck Reina as he recalled the unfolding plot, although its swift progression seemed somewhat disconcerting. Could his arrival have triggered some unforeseen butterfly effect? Moreover, to his astonishment, there existed not just one, but an additional 11 universes beyond their own. After voicing his thoughts, he observed the subtle shifts in Reina's expression, only to find it remained remarkably composed. Beside him, Whis was also scrutinizing Reina's demeanor, and a glimmer of insight flickered in his eyes as he remarked, "It appears you regard this as a matter of course. Did you foresee such events coming to pass?" A jolt of unease coursed through Reina's mind, yet he swiftly regained his composure. Shaking his head, he replied, it is merely a situation where both deities are present. It is hardly surprising that extraordinary events might unfold." Upon hearing this, Whis chuckled softly and chose not to pursue the matter further. One must remain vigilant. Fortunately, they had managed to navigate this episode unscathed, but what would they do in the future? Sighing inwardly, he quickly reassured himself, jesting that with the system at his side, he had little to fear. Subsequently, Beerus recounted the events that had transpired. Reina nodded, inwardly lamenting that the plot had indeed advanced prematurely. As they deliberated upon the remaining 2 participants, 2 figures entered from outside, the formidable Piccolo and Gohan. The moment Goku laid eyes on them, his expression lit up. But before he could utter a word, Piccolo interjected, "No need for words. I'm already well aware of the situation." "Piccolo, are you joining us?" Goku inquired, to which Piccolo nodded affirmatively. Goku then turned his attention to his son, Gohan. Gohan scratched his head, his expression grave as he stated, "I am eager to participate as well, hence my desire for you, Dad, to spar with me." "But Gohan, aren't you supposed to be preparing for your academic examination?" Gohan nodded, but continued, "I will indeed attend the academic exam, but not at this moment. After the ordeal with Frieza, I realized that even if I become a scholar, without strength, I cannot safeguard Earth. Thus, I aspire to be both a scholar and a protector of our planet. I hope you will support my decision." With that, he bowed respectfully to Goku. Reina, observing Gohan, was reminded of his potential unleashed form, which differed from the Super Saiyan transformations, consuming far less stamina, a unique transformation in its own right. He speculated that should this form continue to evolve, it might lead to an entirely new realm of power. After a moment of contemplation, Goku nodded at Gohan, secretly eager to test his abilities against his son. During the Cell Saga, when Gohan had transformed into Super Saiyan 2, Goku had long wished to measure his full power against that form, but regrettably, he had perished at that time. Later, during the Majin Buu Saga, he witnessed Gohan's mysterious new transformation, but he was unable to return to Earth, leaving that aspiration unfulfilled as well. Then, amidst unforeseen circumstances and various factors. Today his long-held desire was finally about to be realized, albeit not in the form of Super Saiyan, but rather in Super Saiyan Blue. Since both of you are prepared to engage in battle, let us proceed to the hyperbolic time chamber, suggested Reiner. Goku and Gohan nodded in agreement. The others had no objections either. Even the two deities expressed keen interest in witnessing the unfolding of this father-son duel. With unanimous consent, they gathered beside Son Goku, placing a hand on his shoulder, and in an instant they materialized in the temple. Upon arriving at the temple, the reason for their presence was conveyed, and without hesitation. Tien instructed Bobo to activate the hyperbolic time chamber. Chapter 8. The Father-Son Battle, Part 2. Inside the hyperbolic time chamber, the environment remained as vast and blank as ever. This is indeed the hyperbolic time chamber, thought Reiner to himself, as he gazed upon the endless expanse of white, reminiscent of the animated series he had watched previously. At that moment, the voice of the system resonated. Master, this is a realm constructed from shattered fragments of the world. System, what do you mean by world fragments? Please clarify. Master, you will come to understand in due time. Very well, I see you enjoy keeping me in suspense. At this juncture, Son Goku and Gohan positioned themselves at the center. Please, impart your wisdom, father. They exchanged a bow and assumed their stances. Whoosh, whoosh. The two clashed in their ordinary forms. Bang. Their fists collided, unleashing a ferocious gust of wind that caused the massive hourglass to tremble. Following this, both fighters vanished simultaneously. An intense sounds of combat echoed from the heights above. Activate the Rinnegan. In the spectator's corner, Reiner quietly activated the Rinnegan, meticulously recording every move of the father-son duel. The aerial melee continued unabated. Bang, bang, bang. The thunderous impacts reverberated throughout the space, causing it to quiver. Suddenly, Goku reappeared behind Gohan, transforming into Super Saiyan Blue, prompting Gohan to ascend to Super Saiyan 2 as well. The sheer intensity of their auras escalated, causing the very fabric of the space to shake once more. Whis glanced around and, with a flick of his divine staff, sent ripples emanating outward, restoring tranquility to the area. What remarkable abilities this angelic lineage possesses, Reiner mused. Whoosh, whoosh. The two unleashed energy blasts of different hues, which collided, resulting in a spectacular display of explosive light akin to fireworks. In the midst of the dazzling brilliance, Goku maneuvered behind Gohan, exploiting the visual distraction to deliver a powerful kick. Gohan, quick to react, raised his arm to block the strike, but it sent him flying backward. As he soared backward, he did not pause, continuously launching over a dozen energy spheres. Son Wukong grinned widely, gesturing with a mighty hand, causing the energy spheres to explode in midair. In the blink of an eye, he teleported above his son, delivering another kick. This time his son had learned, sensing his father's aura and retaliating with a powerful punch. Boom! The deafening sound erupted instantaneously, sending a shiver through Reina. Ah, what an exhilarating experience. Their attacks, if unleashed in the cosmos, could obliterate stars. Impressive, Gohan, but I sense you have yet to unleash your full potential. Give it your all, Son Wukong encouraged. With a low growl, Gohan entered a state of explosive energy, his fighting spirit steadily increasing, gradually pushing Son Wukong back. Of course, Son Wukong also released his blue fighting aura, resulting in a stalemate of yellow and blue energies clashing. Keep it up, Gohan. I believe in you. Piccolo cheered for Gohan, whose relentless determination warmed his heart. Suddenly, Reina raised an eyebrow, silently exclaiming, "Here it comes." In the air, Gohan, locked in combat with Wukong, felt his hair gradually reverting to pure black as his fighting spirit transformed. After another powerful shout, his golden aura morphed into a fierce silver hue. Not bad at all, Gohan. Is this your true strength? You've truly ignited my excitement. Son Wukong also summoned his blue fighting aura. Once again, the two readied themselves, as if nothing had transpired moments before. Swish, swish. They both waved their hands in unison, unleashing formidable energy spheres from their palms. Boom, boom, boom. The explosive waves of energy reverberated through the space like a force capable of annihilating everything. With a clang, Whis tapped his staff once more, enveloping the spectators in an energy barrier, shielding them from the violent forces. Reina glanced at him in surprise, only to receive a simple smile in return. Buzz! In an instant, Gohan released a rain of energy spheres. Attempting to repeat the trick? Not so easily. Son Wukong rapidly teleported, evading most of the energy spheres, though a few struck him head-on. Amidst the swirling dust, a piercing blue beam shot through the haze. The authentic Super Kamehameha had arrived. Simultaneously, Gohan unleashed his own genuine Kamehameha. Boom! The violent explosion rippled through the reinforced space created by Whis, showcasing the immense power of their combined Kamehameha waves. The fierce gale howled, sweeping through the entire space, causing even the temple to tremble, which left Tian and Bo inexplicably astonished. In an instant, as the explosion erupted, one dashed forward to deliver a punch to Gohan's abdomen. Gohan retched violently, expelling a bitter liquid and clutching his stomach as he staggered backward. Gohan, do not let your guard down during battle. Gohan wiped his mouth and nodded. In a flash, he vanished from sight. Son Wukong's expression hardened, and he instantly released his aura to sense the surroundings. Before he could perceive much, Gohan reappeared and retaliated with a move of tit for tat. However, Sun Wukong crossed his palms to block the attack, yet the formidable force penetrated through, inflicting considerable damage upon him. TCH, is Kakarot teaching his son how to fight anew? Vegeta remarked with a smirk. Reina nodded in agreement. This confrontation was indeed inevitable. Given the need to participate in the battles between two universes and the potential challenges from others in the future, Gohan's power required further exploration. Gasping for breath, Gohan spoke. Dad, let us settle this with one decisive move. I will unleash all my energy. You must also employ your full strength, or I will feel unsatisfied. Son Wukong nodded. Taking a deep breath, his fists clenched tightly, muscles bulging, as blue energy once again enveloped him, this time gradually interlaced with a layer of red energy. Kaioken times 10. In an instant, his entire being was engulfed in blue energy, surrounded by the menacing red aura, amplifying the cracks in the space further. Damn it, it's the Kaioken. Has Kakarot gone mad? Vegeta remarked coldly. What do you mean by that, Vegeta? Beerus inquired, puzzled, though he perceived a slight increase in power. It seemed negligible to him. Vegeta then elaborated on the effects of the Kaioken. Beerus, upon hearing, remained unconcerned. He deemed that even with an augmented fighting capacity, they were still not his match. The father and son simultaneously assumed the stance for the Kamehameha, subsequently unleashing beams of blue and blue-red energy. With a thunderous roar, an overwhelming force erupted, releasing an unparalleled surge of energy that caused the fractured space to crumble into chaos. Fortunately, Whis reacted swiftly, using his staff to create a protective barrier, safeguarding them from harm. In the void, after the two unleashed their attack, Gohan reverted to his normal state while Wukong returned to his Super Saiyan form. Dad, you are truly powerful, but I will strive to surpass you. Gohan murmured before plummeting rapidly. Son Wukong caught Gohan in an instant, gently lowering him to the ground. Gazing at Gohan, who had succumbed to slumber with a gentle smile adorning his face, he chuckled softly. This smile, however, encompassed a myriad of emotions. At that moment, Rina approached, retrieving a magical bean from the depths of the system's space. His hand discreetly nestled within his pocket. Presenting the bean to Sun Wukong, he patted the latter's shoulder, infusing him with a surge of energy. Subsequently, he cast a glance at Whis, who instantly comprehended his intent. With a mere wave of his staff, a soft hum resonated as the glow, reminiscent of fireflies, began to rise, causing the surrounding environment to visibly restore at an astonishing pace. Thank you, Whis. Whis, unfazed, responded with a light smile, indicating that such actions did not contravene the customs of the Destroyer race, thus deeming it inconsequential. Chapter 9. The Unnamed Star Tournament commences. After Wukong administered the magical bean to Gohan, the latter soon awakened. Dad, you have performed admirably. Keep up the good work. Gohan nodded in acknowledgement. At that juncture, Vegeta approached, his demeanor icy as he glared at Son Wukong. Kakarot, you have once again outpaced me. It is utterly infuriating. Vegeta, just you wait. It won't be long before I surpass you. With that, he turned away, engrossed in his solitary training. Beerus and Whis departed from the hyperbolic time chamber, but before leaving, Rina instructed Whis to conjure several sets of immensely heavy training outfits. Put on those gravity suits shortly and commence your training. Son Wukong and Gohan nodded, yet Piccolo interjected. I shall forego that. I will train by my own methods, which are not to be compared with yours. Rina, indifferent, nodded in agreement before retreating to a corner to train. As Wukong and Gohan approached the heavy garments, they were taken aback, for they could hardly lift the outfits with a single hand. Rina, how heavy are these suits? I have no idea. They were crafted by Whis. How do they feel to you? After exchanging glances, The father and son donned the outfits, only to find breathing a challenge and their movements painfully sluggish. Rena chuckled. You may transform, as it will benefit your physical conditioning and energy control. Upon hearing this, both immediately shifted into their mysterious and Super Saiyan Blue forms. Yet even in transformation, they felt the oppressive weight. Their commotion caught the attention of Vegeta, who halted in his tracks. Vegeta, hurry over and don this weighted suit. He did not rush over immediately, but stood pondering before eventually approaching. Observing the suit, he too felt its immense heft, and, upon hearing Sun Wukong's words, transformed into Super Saiyan Blue after putting it on. Hey, Rena, aren't you going to wear one? Of course I will. Why would I not? Rena approached the weighted clothing, squatting down effortlessly to pick it up, exuding an air of ease and grace. Sun Wukong and the others stood in astonishment, for they had just witnessed him lifting it with one hand, seemingly without any strain. Please, do not look at me that way. To be honest, this item does not offer me substantial assistance, but it may serve to exercise my body to some extent, he remarked. After greeting them, he wandered off to a slightly distant spot and sat cross-legged. He was not engaged in cultivation, as he possessed little understanding of it. Instead, he began contemplating various matters. After all, they were to remain there for 7 years, and the extent of their improvement would depend on their dedication. In the 6th universe, on a technologically advanced planet, Babidi and Kampa appeared in a certain canyon. Babidi, I requested your help in finding contestants. Why have you brought me here? Babidi pointed towards the canyon ahead. I am currently in the midst of assassinating a target. Assassination? That individual is a professional killer, boasting an astounding success rate of 100%. His strength should not be underestimated, Kampa acknowledged. He intended to say more, but Babidi vanished from sight, only to reappear shortly thereafter. Lord Kampa, it is done. He has agreed to participate. So soon? What did you say to him? Babidi smiled slightly, but offered no response, and Kampa refrained from further inquiry. The two then departed to search for the remaining 4 individuals. As the days passed in the blink of an eye, the 7-day period had elapsed. Only 4 Saiyans remained in the hyperbolic time chamber. Piccolo had left on the 5th day, admitting he could not endure the monotony. Were it not for Reina's presence to assist them in their training, they likely would have departed as well, given the tedium and unpalatable food. The time has come. We can exit now. Reina stretched, producing a series of audible pops from his joints. Sun Wukong and the others nodded in agreement. They approached the door, pressed the bell, and it opened, allowing them to step outside. Waiting outside, Tin nearly retched from the overwhelming scent emanating from them. Soon, Bubbles prepared a bathing area for them. As they shed their weighted clothing, the garments thudded against the ground, causing the temple to tremble slightly. Wiping the sweat from their brows, they followed Bubbles to the bathing area. After a little over 10 minutes, they emerged feeling refreshed. Sun Wukong then instantaneously transported himself to Capsule Corporation. Meanwhile, Whis had been awaiting their arrival, standing atop a transparent, square glass enclosure. Inside, over 20 individuals were present, all familiar faces from the original story. At last, you have arrived. I was about to set off without you. Whis exclaimed. Oh dear, my apologies. Sun Wukong scratched his head and spoke in a somewhat foolish manner. A few individuals entered the scene. With a flourish of his staff, Whis summoned a beam of light, and in an instant they vanished. At the juncture of 2 universes, on a colossal, brownish-gray planet, Kampa and his entourage arrived first, prompting him to instruct Beerus on setting up the venue. Heh, this time, I shall ensure that Beerus is utterly defeated, Kampa declared, a lewd grin spreading across his face, much to the dismay of Beerus. Before he could indulge further in his thoughts, a streak of light illuminated the ground, heralding the arrival of Whis and his companions. Fatso, I saw that expression of yours just now. It was quite despicable, he remarked. Oomph. Don't get too pleased with yourself. It will be you lot who lose this time. With that, both turned their heads away from each other. At that moment, a group approached from the distance, comprising the Supreme Kai of Universe 7 and the Supreme Kai of Universe 6. Sun Wukong soared forward to greet them. After exchanging pleasantries, the group orderly took their seats in the spectator and contestant areas. This seat is so hard that Fatso Kampa truly knows nothing of comfort. Whis, understanding the sentiment, waved his staff, transforming all the seats into plush cushions. This left Kampa somewhat embarrassed, glancing over at Beerus. Oh, wasn't he at you, Lord Kampa? Who said such things could be handled casually? He muttered under his breath. I never suggested you handle it so casually, Beerus retorted, observing Kampa's discomfort with amusement. As laughter erupted from Beerus, a green-skinned alien referee appeared on the vast, expansive arena. Holding a microphone, he addressed the audience. Welcome, everyone. The rules of this competition are quite simple, based on a best-of-5 format. Before we commence, allow me to explain the regulations. First, no underhanded tactics are permitted. Any infraction will result in immediate disqualification. Second, stepping outside the ring counts as disqualification. Third, the use of weapons or recovery items is prohibited. Offenders will be eliminated. After clearing his throat, he continued, "Now, I invite Lord Kampa and Lord Beerus to draw lots for their respective universe contestants," producing a black box from seemingly nowhere. The two approached the platform and took turns drawing from it until they had arranged their selections. They exchanged disdainful grunts before returning to the spectator seats. Upon receiving the finalized list, the referee announced, "Now, I will declare the first match. From Universe 7, contestant Vegeta will face off against Universe 6's contestant Magetta. Please step onto the stage." He stepped back a few paces. "Father, good luck." "Vegeta, you must give it your all," cheered Bulma and their son Trunks from the audience. After stretching his limbs, Vegeta leaped onto the stage, while the robot from Universe 6, named Magetta, also ascended to the arena. The referee, observing that both combatants were on the stage, slowly raised his hand before bringing it down decisively, declaring the commencement of the match. Chapter 10. The Explosive Outburst of Vegeta. Vegeta assumed a battle stance, yet Magetta scanned his surroundings with a dismissive air. Does this guy truly underestimate me? The opponent struck his metallic chest with his iron hand, producing a cacophony of jarring metallic clangs. After delivering a dozen or so strikes, the flames within his furnace-like torso morphed into molten magma, and only then did he prepare for combat. Vegeta's gaze sharpened as he surged forward, only to vanish in an instant, reappearing above Magetta and launching a punch aimed at his head. However, Magetta seemingly disregarded the attack, showing no inclination to evade. At the moment Vegeta's fist was mere millimeters away, Magetta abruptly lifted his head and expelled a torrent of magma from his mouth. Vegeta deftly dodged the molten assault mid-air, while the magma plummeted to the ground, melting it instantly, demonstrating its searing heat. "This guy's strength is quite impressive," remarked Goku from the contestant area. On the stage, Vegeta furrowed his brow and soared into the air, transforming into his Super Saiyan 2 form. A furious golden aura erupted forth, forcing Magetta to stagger back several steps. "Though your power is commendable, I have no time to dawdle with you. Allow me to resolve this swiftly." With that, he positioned himself, channeling his golden energy into his hands, where it coalesced into twisting, laser-like beams of yellow energy. Magetta, meanwhile, was releasing steam from his head, and the magma within his chest continued to churn restlessly. Final flash at maximum power. With a thunderous shout, he unleashed the energy he had gathered. Magetta, not to be outdone, spewed forth magma once more, resembling an unrelenting volcano in eruption. A deafening clash erupted, with brilliant light flashing incessantly. The yellow beams clashed with the red magma, creating a stalemate. The debris from their attacks detonated across the arena, forming numerous craters. Both fighters were exerting their utmost strength in a fierce contest. As time progressed, Vegeta's magma onslaught began to wane. Seizing the opportunity, Vegeta intensified his final flash output. Magetta was forced to retreat continuously, nearing the edge of the arena. Suddenly, steam erupted from his head, and the mechanical joints of his legs buckled as if bound by an unseen force, stabilizing him firmly in place. Despite Vegeta's energy surging forth, he swiftly halted his energy wave attack upon noticing a minor movement from his opponent. With a fierce burst of spirit akin to a shooting star, he charged at Magetta, delivering a powerful punch imbued with golden energy. Before Magetta could react, he absorbed the blow, and the mechanical joints of his body emitted a series of cracking sounds, forcing him to retreat involuntarily until he reached the edge of the arena, with his heels teetering over the precipice. Witnessing this, Vegeta unleashed a tremendous surge of energy, causing the arena's edge to explode violently, and he was cast amidst the debris beyond the ring. Breathing heavily, Vegeta landed back on the arena, at which point the referee stepped forward, surveying both competitors before declaring, "Magetta is disqualified, and the match is won by Vegeta of Universe 7. Yay, Daddy won. Daddy is amazing." Trunks cheered exuberantly from the audience. Vegeta merely scoffed, returning to the contestant area, where he took a sip of water before re-entering the arena. The referee produced an iPad, yes, that very device, and projected its contents into the air, displaying the rankings of their duel. Vegeta's avatar appeared, shrouded in darkness. Now, for the second match, please welcome Berta from Universe 6. As soon as the words left his mouth, a large yellow bear clad in a red vest leaped onto the arena, presenting a rather arrogant demeanor towards Vegeta and gesturing a dismissive sign. Although Vegeta said nothing, his icy glare betrayed the anger simmering within him. Goku and Piccolo exchanged glances in the contestant area, both sensing that their opponent was courting disaster. All right, competitors, prepare yourselves. The match begins. Without hesitation, Vegeta launched himself directly at Berta, mirroring his previous bout with a fierce punch. However, the situation was markedly different this time. With a resounding thud, his fist made contact, but the hefty opponent simply smiled back at him. After several more strikes that proved ineffective, Vegeta quickly leapt backward. Is that all you've got? It barely tickles, Berta proclaimed with unwarranted confidence. Seemingly unperturbed, Vegeta retorted, "You certainly have faith in your resilience, but it appears to be rather mediocre." "Oh, very well then, brace yourself for this." With that, he transformed into his Super Saiyan 2 form, instantly appearing before Berta once more, ready to deliver another punch. This time, however, Berta opted to evade, swiftly sidestepping and unleashing several Azure energy blasts from his mouth. Yet how could such an assault possibly strike Vegeta? Boom! Ultimately, Vegeta's fist landed upon him, unleashing a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, accompanied by a fearsome surge of energy, causing the repaired arena to shatter once more. Wow! The overwhelming force compelled him to expel a bitter mouthful, collapsing to the ground while clutching his abdomen. "Oomph, is this what you call resilience? It's hardly impressive," Vegeta remarked with an air of indifference, his gaze dripping with contempt. However, it wasn't long before Bardamo, who lay on the ground, stood resolutely, brushing off the dust from his clothes and gingerly touching his concave belly. Taking a deep breath, his stomach audibly returned to its original shape. That punch was quite formidable. Had it been anyone else, they would have remained incapacitated, yet it holds little effect on me. Let the beings of Universe 7 witness my true prowess. With that proclamation, a pale yellow aura erupted from him, and after loosening his limbs, he made a provocative gesture toward Vegeta. At this moment, Vegeta wore a grave expression. Goku, seated among the contestants, couldn't help but wince and pat his forehead. "Oh dear, this is troublesome." Just as he finished speaking, Vegeta suddenly bellowed, his energy surging dramatically. In an instant, his aura coalesced, his hair began to lengthen, and his eyebrows vanished. Then, a blinding radiance flashed before them. The indifferently stoic Super Saiyan 3 Vegeta emerged. "Each one of you dares to underestimate me, and now I am genuinely incensed." Without uttering another word, he assumed a combat stance and unleashed his final flash. This time, the attack surged with even greater intensity than before. Bardamo, akin to a blind bear, opened his mouth wide to release a Kamehameha wave. The yellow and green energy clashed, erupting in a burst of power, yet Bardamo's wave soon faltered, culminating in a violent explosion that sent him tumbling out of the arena with a cry of despair. As the dissipating smoke cleared, the referee ascended the battered arena, surveying the situation on both sides before announcing once more, "Bardamo is disqualified. Once again. The victor of this match is Vegeta from Universe 7. How infuriating. Why are these fools so foolish?" Kampa, seated among the contestants of Universe 6, wore a scowl of frustration. Their remaining fighters consisted of Kaba, Frost, and Hit, with Hit displaying the most composure among them, while Frost disregarded Kampa's words entirely. Only Kaba, with his innocent demeanor, swallowed nervously, feeling rather embarrassed. Bardosh chuckled softly without uttering a word, casting a knowing glance at the referee's iPad before shifting her gaze toward Hit. For the upcoming battle would feature these two combatants. Chapter 11, Defeat. Son Goku takes the stage. It seems that Kampa has been thoroughly exasperated, which is quite delightful. Today, Vegeta has performed remarkably well. Beerus made this remark without the slightest hint of subtlety, raising his voice to ensure that Kampa could hear him clearly. That detestable Beerus, although he gritted his teeth, he felt reassured upon seeing Hit in the arena. Let him bask in his arrogance for now. Soon enough, he will face his reckoning. With a rather lewd chuckle, he concluded his thoughts. Now we welcome the third contestant from Universe 6, Hit, with his hands casually tucked into his pockets. Hit approached the stage and stood there in a remarkably nonchalant manner. The referee, feigning seriousness, cleared his throat a few times before announcing the commencement of the match and stepping aside. At this moment, Vegeta gazed sternly at his opponent. It appeared that Hit was indeed the strongest among them. Although he had concealed his aura exceptionally well, an undeniable, formidable energy emanated from him. Let me see just how strong you truly are. With that thought, Vegeta transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form. From his sixth universe. The energy exhibited by the Saiyans of the seventh universe was astonishing, comparable to that of gods, remarked the god of destruction of Universe 6 in astonishment. Not too shabby. The old Kaioshin of Universe 7 retorted. The god of destruction from Universe 6 couldn't help but twitch at this comment. As Vegeta, now in his Super Saiyan Blue state, looked at Hit again, he noticed that his opponent still had not revealed his hands, nor had he assumed an offensive stance. Vegeta remained silent, standing his ground. After nearly a minute of this standoff, beads of sweat began to form on Vegeta's brow. This opponent exhibited no weaknesses. Enough of this. With that thought, he swiftly moved in front of Hit. Just as he was about to launch an attack, a fleeting shadow passed by, and Vegeta found himself propelled backward. He spun through the air before landing on the ground. What has happened? He turned to Hit and saw him adopting an exceptionally narrow attack stance. At that moment, Hit spoke. Surrender. You are no match for me. Surrender? That word does not exist in my vocabulary. I was merely careless just now. However, before he could act, Hit suddenly vanished from sight, faster than Vegeta could react. Bang, bang, bang. A series of dull thuds followed, and Vegeta appeared to be dancing with the wind, swaying helplessly. In the audience, Bulma exclaimed, "What is Vegeta doing? Why is he leaning to one side?" Meanwhile, Goku teleported to the audience section and explained to Bulma. Vegeta isn't leaning on his own. He is being attacked by his opponent. However, that fellow did not make a move at all. What is going on? At that moment, Sun Wukong found himself a loss for words. From the perspective of an observer, they could not perceive Hit's attack, only witnessing Vegeta writhing in place. He turned to the keen-eyed Gak, inquiring, "Can you see anything?" Gak shook his head. "I did not see it, but I noticed that his attack seemed to vanish midway." Sun Wukong scratched his head in confusion, while Rina, seated in the contestant area, took on the role of commentator. This technique is called time skip, a method of jumping through time. Theoretically, he can leap 0.1 seconds into the future, but for a fighter of his caliber, that brief moment is sufficient to eliminate his opponent. How impressive! Such a magical technique exists. I'm getting quite excited, Sun Wukong exclaimed, displaying an eager demeanor as he returned to the contestant area. "Oh my, Rina, you certainly know your stuff," Whis remarked, glancing at Rina, who simply smiled in response. Meanwhile, on the arena stage, after suffering numerous blows, Vegeta lay on the ground. Hit paused, standing still as he looked toward the referee, who quickly grasped his intent and began the countdown. 10, 9, 8, 5. Just as 5 was reached, it halted, for Vegeta was slowly rising to his feet. "Oh, you can still stand. It seems you're quite resilient," he said, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with a smile. "Damn it, he can skip through time. No wonder I couldn't discern the trajectory of his attacks." Vegeta pondered silently, lacking any better ideas, yet he could not simply concede. "I admit your attacks are formidable, but you possess a flaw." However, Hit merely shook his head in response. Taking a deep breath, Vegeta's blue aura surged forth. The entire nameless planet trembled, but after a mere few seconds, it subsided, and the blue energy surrounding Vegeta gradually dissipated, or rather, was reined in. "Come on," he declared, re-establishing his stance. He had achieved the Super Saiyan Blue transformation. Employing this technique, indeed, it was reminiscent of Sun Wukong's chaotic nature. Yet alas, there would be no opportunity. Rina mused quietly, recalling that during their time in the hyperbolic time chamber, Vegeta had mastered this form under Rina's guidance. Though he had previously mentioned that he should not resort to it unless absolutely necessary, as this form significantly depletes stamina and even life force. After Vegeta completed this transformation, Hit returned his hands to his pockets. In the next instant, he vanished, moving so swiftly that Vegeta was momentarily dazed. Bam! A powerful and weighty punch struck him squarely in the abdomen. With a splutter, Vegeta spat out a stream of blood, his eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. In disbelief, he gazed at Hit, unable to utter a single word as he clutched his stomach and collapsed onto the ground. This sudden turn of events left the audience, competitors, and the referee momentarily stunned. Hit cast another glance towards the referee, who swallowed hard and began the countdown once more. 10, 9, 8, 4, 3, 2, 1. Upon concluding the count, and with Vegeta still unresponsive, the referee declared, "The winner of this match is Hit from Universe 6. With that announcement, Hit nonchalantly strolled off the stage, hands tucked into his pockets, exuding an air of casual elegance. In the audience, confusion reigned. What just happened? Krillin voiced the collective bewilderment. The surrounding spectators shook their heads in uncertainty, yet one thing was clear. They all knew that Vegeta had lost. Vegeta! Dad! Trunks leaped onto the stage, flipping his father over. Noticing the blood trickling from Vegeta's lips, he tenderly wiped it away with a tissue, just as Krillin arrived, producing a senza bean and placing it in Vegeta's mouth. Meanwhile, on the contestants' bench, it was now Kampa's turn to laugh heartily, even making a face at Beerus, who was left grinding his teeth in irritation. Who would have thought that this rotund fellow would outsmart him? What if we lose? Beerus muttered, his mood dampened. Oh, Lord Beerus, you still have Reina. So why worry about losing? Upon hearing this, a spark of realization lit up Beerus's eyes, nearly prompting him to slap his forehead. How could he have forgotten about Reina? The mere thought of Reina's strength rejuvenated his spirits. Whis chuckled at the scene, glancing at Reina and Goku, a glimmer of insight flashing his eyes. Perhaps one of these two could be chosen. Back on the stage, Vegeta, filled with rage, pounded his fist into the ground. Rising to his feet, he wiped his face with a towel, took a sip of water, and headed towards the contestants' area, just as Goku stepped onto the stage. The two brushed past each other, with Goku inquiring about what to do next, but Vegeta ignored him completely. This left Goku scratching his head, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 12, Goku's Defeat. Goku stood on the stage, first bowing respectfully to Hit before assuming his fighting stance as the referee announced the start of the match. Aren't you going to transform? Goku shook his head. Transforming drains too much stamina, and I'm still devising a strategy. A strategy? To defeat me, perhaps? Huh. You truly are youthful. Goku merely smiled, saying nothing further. Whoosh. In an instant, he vanished, reappearing behind Hit and executing a sweeping kick. Just then, Hit launched his own attack. The space around him instantaneously solidified as he relentlessly struck at Sun Wukong. In a fleeting moment, Sun Wukong was sent flying over 10 meters before stabilizing his stance. So painful, so painful. Sun Wukong grimaced while rubbing his leg. After a brief pause of over 10 seconds, he shook off his legs, loosened his muscles, and charged forward once more. This time, however, he chose to attack head-on. With a swish, as he closed the distance, Hit once again employed his time-skip technique. Yet, just as he activated this skill, the space around him began to collapse rapidly, and Sun Wukong's fist barreled towards him. Miraculously, Hit managed to shift slightly to the right, narrowly evading Sun Wukong's blow. What just happened? On the sidelines of the Sixth Universe, Kampa gazed at Sun Wukong in astonishment. It was not just him. The other students and spectators were equally taken aback. Though some expressed their thoughts. This must be a coincidence, spoke the god of destruction from the Sixth Universe. A coincidence? You underestimate Sun Wukong. The old Kaioshin of the Seventh Universe replied, shaking his head with pride. How about that? I'll crack your time skip. Sun Wukong chuckled. Hit frowned. That was merely a fluke. All right, then let us see you try again. With that, he charged once more, and this time Hit fully engaged in hand-to-hand combat. The fierce clash of their blows caused the arena to tremble. At that moment, Sun Wukong transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form and launched a swift, powerful punch aimed at Hit's face. Buzz. Crack. Hit activated his time skip. The point of contact between their fists froze in space, but soon shattered with a resounding boom, sending both combatants retreating rapidly and carving a deep trench into the ground. They only came to a halt just before the edge of the arena. I can't believe you truly cracked my time skip. How is that possible? This time, he was forced to accept the reality. I must admit, your skills are indeed formidable, but I foresaw your movements, which allowed me to counter your time skip. Oh, so that is how it is. But is it really wise to reveal that? Sun Wukong said while stretching his muscles. That is all right, even if I share it. Your attack patterns and habits 1T change, and that is sufficient. Buzz. Whoosh. Sun Wukong unleashed a torrent of blue energy, releasing a series of energy blasts. Just as Hit prepared to neutralize these assaults, Sun Wukong suddenly vanished, appearing before him in an instant, and thrust his knee into Hit's abdomen. With a thud. In the blink of an eye, Hit's right arm came down a block, producing a sound akin to a bell tolling. Subsequently, another hand grasped his knee with explosive force, intending to render him immobile. However, he miscalculated Sun Wukong's physical strength. Buzz. The muscles in Sun Wukong's leg quivered, shaking off Hit's grip, and he swiftly unleashed a right hook. Bang! This punch landed solidly on Hit's face, yet he did not retreat even an inch. Instead, The attacking Sun Wukong gradually bent his knees and knelt on the ground. At that moment, the entire arena was once again stunned. Aside from a few who comprehended the situation, was Kakarot being careless? No, could it be that he has evolved? Vegeta pondered as he observed Sun Wukong, who lay on the ground. In that fleeting moment, he noticed Kakarot's movements had paused, indicating that although the strike had connected, it had inflicted no real damage. Oh, the Sun Wukong of Universe 7, you are indeed formidable. In all my years, I have never encountered anyone quite like you. Moreover, I never anticipated that I could still grow. A rare smile graced Hit's typically impassive face, leaving the god of destruction from Universe 6 bewildered, as they were well acquainted with Hit's reputation. Hit, throw him out of the ring immediately, Kampa shouted. Yet, Hit remained completely indifferent. Hit, do you intend to defy my orders? Do you believe I will not destroy you right now? The more he spoke, the less Hit paid him heed, instead gazing at the prostrate Sun Wukong. What is it? Sun Wukong? Are you attempting to buy time? As he spoke, Sun Wukong slowly rose to his feet, a somewhat grim smile gracing his face. That last move was quite heavy. It seems you have indeed evolved. In that instant, my time skip has evolved to 0. 3 seconds. Ha! You are truly impressive. I am thoroughly exhilarated. Therefore, I shall no longer hold back. Ha! Sun Wukong assumed a hoarse stance, blue energy erupting from him, quickly enveloped by a layer of red energy. 15 times the Kaioken. In an instant, an overwhelming aura filled the entire space. A tempestuous wind howled, and lightning crackled around them. What a ferocious energy. Is this your ultimate technique? Indeed, this is the ultimate technique bestowed upon me by King Kai. Sun Wukong nodded. As he finished nodding, a deep purple aura erupted from Hit. Since you have revealed your ultimate technique, I too shall amplify mine once more. The palpable momentum surged like a miniature whirlwind, countering Sun Wukong's tumultuous energy. Before long, the energy gust from both combatants dissipated. Whoosh! Zoom! Both moved simultaneously, their figures vanishing from sight on the arena. How swift! The swift Vegeta moved so rapidly that their eyes could scarcely perceive him, nor could they sense his aura. Suddenly, with a crack, the very fabric of space in the center of the arena ruptured, unleashing a formidable gravitational pull that drew in the debris from the stage, even ensnaring the referee. After a few breaths, the referee was ejected, landing awkwardly on the ground. With a resounding boom, the fractured space erupted, giving rise to a colossal mushroom cloud. In a swift clash, two figures collided upon the ground, perilously close to being thrown off the stage. Remarkably, amidst their earlier confrontation, the time manipulation ability of Hit had evolved further, now reaching a remarkable 10 seconds. Reina narrowed her eyes, observing the two individuals sprawled on the stage. In that fleeting moment when they vanished, the space itself had been solidified by Hit's time skip. However, Goku's 15-fold Kaioken was equally formidable, breaking through the very fabric of time. This resulted in the rupture of space, where they exchanged numerous blows without a definitive victor. Thus, Goku unleashed his Kamehameha wave while Hit activated his time skip, culminating in an evolution of his attack to 10 seconds. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. Both warriors struggled to their feet atop the arena. Huh, did you not anticipate that my attack evolved in that brief moment? This time you have lost. Goku conceded. Indeed, I have lost. You are truly impressive. With that, he collapsed with a thud, raising a cloud of dust. Father, Goku, Kakarot. The cheers of the crowd faded into oblivion for Goku, who had completely lost consciousness. At that moment, the referee, disheveled and dusty, approached the arena. He swallowed hard, glanced at both sides, and began the countdown. When he finished, and Goku remained unresponsive, he declared, the winner of this match is Hit from Universe 6. As he made the announcement, Gohan and Goten rushed to the stage, assisting Goku back to the contestant area. Ha ha! Though you defied my command, since you have won this match, I shall let you off this time, he boasted, casting a smug glance toward Beerus. However, Beerus paid him no mind, his attention fixed on Reina. Reina yawned before rising gracefully, stepping lightly onto the stage. Who is this? Bados regarded Reina with curiosity. It seems my sister has made a discovery, Whis remarked with a smile directed at Beerus. It matters not. A discovery is inconsequential, for the next match is without doubt. Beerus shrugged nonchalantly. On the stage, Reina retrieved a Senzu bean from her pocket, tossing it to Hit, signaling him to consume it. Hit did not hesitate, devouring the food with fervor, instantly regaining his full strength which caused his eyes to gleam with surprise. I do not wish to take advantage of another's misfortune. I too yearn to experience your techniques. Although Reina felt a tinge of embarrassment uttering these words, he could not suppress his desire. After all, witnessing the spectacular clash between Sun Wukong and Hit, it would be remiss not to engage in combat himself. Chapter 13. An unexpected turn of events. Hit nodded, adopting his attack stance, while Reina theatrically struck a pose, for the ritual of preparation before an assault held great importance. Moreover, neither of them were mortal enemies nor cunning adversaries. However, this display sufficed for the moment. With a swift motion, Hit appeared before him, the void momentarily freezing as he unleashed a series of powerful strikes. Reina showed no inclination to evade. Instead, he sought to absorb the essence of Hit's technique. The air was filled with a cacophony of thunderous impacts, resonating through the stillness of time. As the flurry of attacks ceased, the space resumed its flow, accompanied by a fierce whirlwind that stirred up clouds of dust. After a brief interval, as the haze dissipated, Reina stood unfazed. You mean to say you are unscathed? A smile gradually crept across Reina's lips. Well, I cannot dismiss your techniques entirely. They do possess some effectiveness. It appears that you are indeed the most formidable contender among them. The inhabitants of your seventh universe are truly impressive. Are you suggesting that you wish to concede? Its lips twitched slightly in response. I have no such intentions. I am still on the path of growth. With a surge of energy, he transformed his aura into a deep violet hue, subsequently sealing this potent energy within himself. Oh, this is intriguing. Let me witness your prowess. Reina observed Hit's every move with calm composure, yet his eyes activated the Rinnegan to scrutinize how Hit contained his energy. Moments later, Hit fully sealed the energy within, then launched a punch towards the right. Hey Hit, are you planning to hold back? If you dare to do so, I shall unleash destruction upon you. Xiangpa, unable to restrain himself, rose to his feet and extended his hand, gathering strands of purple energy directed at Hit. However, before the energy could fully coalesce, a fluctuation suddenly emerged beside Reina's right hand, causing the space to ripple like a disturbed surface as his fist manifested. This technique bore resemblance to the dimensional shift of the evil containment wave. With a resounding impact, a powerful gust erupted from his body, yet Reina remained unmoved. No effect. No, you have withstood it. It seems your physique is quite resilient. Let us see how many times you can endure. Murmuring to himself, he suddenly unleashed a flurry of attacks, drawing back both arms to release arrows from either side with such swiftness that only a blur could be perceived. Whoosh, 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 strikes akin to bullets pierced through the air, colliding with Reina and sparking bursts of fire like iron being forged. This relentless onslaught continued for several breaths until smoke began to rise, at which point he finally ceased his assault. Surely, no matter how formidable your physique, you cannot endure such intense strikes. While he believed this to be true, reality told a different tale. As the smoke cleared, Reina stood there nonchalantly, undeterred. Is this your assassination technique? To me, it seems rather trivial. Your body, how can it be like this? The moment these words escaped his lips, Reina stepped forward and vanished from sight, as if traversing through dimensions, leaving no trace behind. Burros, observing from the contestants' area, was momentarily dazzled by a flash of insight. How could a competitor from a seventh universe have attained such a level? It is inconceivable. He is merely human. Could it be that the legends that circulated in the divine realm are indeed true? As she pondered this, the situation in the arena shifted dramatically. In the blink of an eye, Reina appeared before Hit, gently placing a hand upon his chest. This seemingly delicate touch caused Hit to cough up blood, his eyes widening in shock as he slowly fell backward. A profound silence enveloped the arena. What had just transpired was utterly unseen by them, regardless of their awareness. The referee approached the fallen Hit and began the countdown. How infuriating! That useless Hit to be defeated so easily. It is an utter disgrace. Though he uttered these words, his gaze was fixed upon Hit, and the moment he faltered, he would obliterate him. He could no longer tolerate this humiliation. Losing the Dragon Balls was secondary. His pride was at stake. The victor of this match was declared to be Reina of the seventh universe. Upon concluding the count, and finding Hit still unconscious, the referee announced the result. Oh yes, we won. Ha ha ha. I knew we would triumph. The audience erupted into exuberant cheers. Yet the atmosphere among the competitors was starkly different. What level of power has Reina truly attained to be so formidable? Vegeta, though expressing his sentiments verbally, clenched his fists tightly, revealing his discontent. Indeed, Who would have imagined that aside from Lord Beerus and Whis, such a powerful being existed? I fear that even combined, we may not stand a chance against him. Goku was not in a much better state than Vegeta, although he did not concern himself with the hierarchy of strength. He had unleashed his Ultra Instinct against Hit, believing he could vanquish numerous foes. However, facing Reina, he felt utterly defeated. I can sense an ethereal aura and an air of superiority emanating from him, Vic remarked thoughtfully while stroking his chin. As the most astute warrior, he possesses a fragment of divine essence, allowing him to perceive the disparity between dimensions, signifying a profound difference in realms. Just as Reina was about to rise and depart after glancing at Sun, Wukong, and Vegeta, a sudden gust of wind swept towards him. Be cautious, the spectators and competitors warned. Reina merely tilted his body slightly to evade the oncoming force, yet he furrowed his brow, for within that assault, he detected an overwhelmingly unpleasant presence. Turning his gaze, he found Hit had already risen, exuding a sinister black and purple aura, particularly the repugnant black energy enveloping him. Ding! A notification from the system alerted him to the detection of energy from alternate dimensions. Alternate dimensions? Has it already begun? How intriguing, Reina mused, observing Hit, or rather, the corrupted version of Hit. That rascal has truly tarnished my reputation. Zampa seemed entirely oblivious to the transformations occurring in Hit, engrossed in his own monologue. Lord Zampa, you must closely examine what has transpired with Hit. Bardos interjected. Upon her reminder, he fell silent, finally directing his attention towards Hit. This is demonic energy. How can this be? Has the demon clan emerged? Bardos shook her head. I just conducted an investigation and found nothing. There must be other circumstances at play. A thunderous roar erupted, the violent sound waves crashing like a tsunami. Crack! Instantly, the glass throughout the arena shattered, shards scattering widely. In no time, everything was restored to pristine condition, thanks to Whis, who had used his staff to eliminate all debris. Ah, being blessed with a buff certainly makes a difference, doesn't it? Feeling rather haughty, are we? Reina remarked with an air of indifference. Whoosh! As if comprehending his words, Hit swiftly launched a barrage of black and purple energy orbs. Chapter 14 ensued. Reina snorted disdainfully, flicking his fingers to release a volley of miniature energy projectiles that pierced through the dark orbs. With each impact, Hit's body rippled like the surface of a lake, forced to retreat. Roaring fiercely, he unleashed a surge of fighting spirit, deflecting the small energy orbs. In an instant, the ferocious Hit appeared before Reina, instinctively employing a time-skip maneuver. Crack, crack, crack. In that moment, the void froze, yet unlike previous instances, time did not halt. Instead, it continued to expand. The fellow is actually overexerting his vitality to force an enhancement. Raynar observed as blood continuously oozed from the mouth of Hit, who was being manipulated by dark energy, and he couldn't help but shake his head. However, he chose not to remain a mere spectator. In a frozen space, Raynar raised his hand and swiftly struck Hit's head with a flick. Bang! The sound resonated like a bell, and the frozen space returned to normal. Hit, clutching his forehead, gradually collapsed to the ground, his body twitching as the dark energy around him slowly dissipated. Ah, the divine energy proves quite effective. That flick was no trifling matter. He infused a strand of divine energy into Hit, dispelling the encroaching dark energy within him. After a few breaths, all traces of dark energy vanished from Hit's body, and with a wave of his hand, Raynar summoned the divine energy that had been roaming over Hit, which then emerged from his forehead and returned to Raynar. At that moment, the angels and gods of destruction from both universes arrived at the arena. You have won this match, but this matter must be reported immediately. Babiti's voice was somewhat somber. Beerus, consider yourself lucky this time. Next time, fortune will not favor you. Kampa huffed disdainfully at Beerus. Beerus merely scoffed, uninterested in engaging him, for it is the victors who hold the true claim to victory. Subsequently, Babidi presented them with the 6 Super Dragon Balls, leaving only one that remained unfound. Now, it was Raynar's turn to speak. Take everyone up into the air. I know where the last one is. The 2 angels nodded, and with a wave of their staffs, everyone was enveloped in a protective barrier and lifted into the air, leaving Raynar standing alone on the nameless planet. Boom! He struck the nameless planet with a punch, and in an instant, the planet trembled and cracks appeared, rapidly spreading until, in no time, they vanished, revealing its true form, a Dragon Ball. Remarkable. How did Raynar know? Beerus glanced curiously at Whis, who merely shrugged, indicating he had no idea. Returning to the protective barrier, Raynar smiled at everyone. We stepped out of the barrier, standing before the colossal Super Dragon Balls, feeling diminutive. Soon after, he uttered a cryptic phrase. Is this the language of the gods? It is unlike the universal tongue. Raynar pondered, having attempted to learn the divine language moments ago, but found it utterly inaccessible. The Super Dragon Balls shimmered incessantly, and then a magnificent golden dragon emerged, encompassing numerous universes. Subsequently, Beerus expressed his wish to Whis, who, despite some reluctance, conveyed it to the Super Dragon. The dragon's eyes gleamed momentarily, signaling that the wish had been granted, before it transformed into shimmering particles that dispersed across the two universes. In the distance, Kampa watched, gritting his teeth, for this wish could have been his to make. He irritably demanded Bardock to take him away. Meanwhile, in the future timeline, the city of West, transformed into a fiery wasteland, housed a time machine emblazoned with the Capsule Corporation logo in the basement. Inside the time machine sat Trunks, his face a mask of reluctance, anger, and sorrow. Suddenly, with a resounding explosion, a massive hole erupted in the ground, and a dark figure charged forth. At that moment, Trunks pressed a button, and in a flash of light, he vanished, while the arriving shadow let out a furious roar, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. Energy blasts erupted from him, obliterating the entire Capsule Corporation. After completing this devastation, he vanished in a fit of rage. On a mountain purchased by the Earth Capsule Corporation, Goten and Trunks were playing when a burst of light revealed a colossal machine before them. Trunks, what is this? Goten asked, his eyes wide with confusion. Trunks, slightly bolder due to his few months' seniority, approached to investigate. To his astonishment, the machine bore his family's emblem, and inside lay an unconscious figure. Without delay, he rushed home to inform his mother. Upon hearing the news, she hurriedly made her way to the mountain, discovering the unconscious future Trunks. Skillfully, she opened the machine and carried him out, then hastened back to the Capsule Corporation. After ensuring Trunks was settled, she produced a crystal ball and began to make notifications. This left young Trunks and Goten puzzled, yet they paid little mind and resumed their play. Just as they finished their wish, Goku and his companions returned from the realm of destruction, barely settling in when they received Bulma's urgent call. They employed instant transmission to return to Earth. The group, including the God of Destruction and the Angel, exchanged glances upon seeing the unconscious Trunks, a glimmer of understanding passing between them. Quite unexpectedly, they realized that this situation was unfolding in succession. Reina immediately grasped the implications. One could not help but marvel at the superhero universe's intricacies. Events such as these unfolded in rapid succession, from the invasion of dark energy to the emergence of this futuristic entity. Sighing, Reina knew precisely how to articulate his thoughts. Though contemplative, he remained active, retrieving a senza bean from his pocket and tossing it to Bulma. After she fed the bean to Trunks, he slowly awakened. However, upon opening his eyes and seeing the surroundings, particularly Goku, he instinctively retaliated with a punch. Boom! The force of his blow sent the surrounding grass flying. Some things truly never change, Reina mused inwardly. Hey, Trunks, what are you doing? Vegeta coldly reprimanded, startling the two young children. Little Trunks and Goten exchanged bewildered glances, grappling with the revelation that this individual was also Trunks. Mom, Dad, he is Little Trunks stammered in inquiry. Bulma knelt beside him, gently ruffling his hair as she explained, he is you but grown up. Grown up me? Little Trunks gazed at his future self with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Meanwhile, the future Trunks, hearing the surrounding conversation, snapped back to reality, glancing around the hall and realizing he had indeed returned to the past. He sighed deeply, feeling a wave of despondency as he sank onto the bed. What on earth happened? Trunks, how did you end up like this? Bulma asked, her heart aching at the sight of her future son's despair. Mom, I'm so useless. Trunks cried, launching himself into Bulma's embrace, tears streaming down his face. After a while, he finally managed to dry his eyes, exclaiming, I can't believe I'm really back. It's truly wonderful. But what exactly transpired? Please tell me. After much contemplation, Trunks recounted the events that had unfolded. What? Say that again. Vegeta's forehead bulged with veins, fury blazing in his eyes as he absorbed Trunks' words. Yes, Mother was killed before I arrived here. It was that damn black Goku. Despicable. His rage, already ignited by losing to Hit in the tournament, flared even hotter upon hearing such devastating news. He shot a cold glance at Goku and stormed off towards the gravity room, leaving Goku feeling somewhat awkward. I never imagined such a thing could occur. How could you create something so perilous? Beerus remarked, scratching his forehead as he stood by the time machine. Reyna approached the time machine as well, stating, "The ingenuity of humanity is indeed boundless." He nodded, smiling, "But what does that matter? Just because you cannot intervene does not mean I cannot, right?" Whis and Beerus nodded in agreement. However, one must be cautious not to create other parallel timelines. That is a tricky matter. With respect to the Super Dragon Ball heroes, parallel timelines and dimensional realms abound. Chapter 15, Back to the Future. In a small cabin nestled on the mountainside, Black Goku and Zama's stood face to face, savoring the tea they had brewed. "With our strength, we could obliterate Earth directly. Why complicate matters?" Zama's remarked. "We possess the power. Yet that would deprive humanity of experiencing any suffering or fear, which does not align with my plan. Truly, I am remarkable." Two individuals exchanged a knowing smile. Within the confines of the gravity chamber, illuminated by a crimson glow, numerous electronic devices hovered in mid-air, unleashing a barrage of lasers directed at Vegeta. Under the immense pressure of 400 times Earth's gravity, Vegeta, even in his ordinary form, found himself struggling. How infuriating! The future world has devolved into this state. The being known as Black Goku, whether or not you're Kakarot, just wait. I shall ensure you are left incapacitated. As he deftly evaded the onslaught of lasers, his thoughts were abruptly interrupted when a beam struck his arm. Instantly jolted from his reverie, he retaliated by unleashing a moderately powerful energy blast, annihilating all the machines in the chamber. Beep, beep, beep. A cacophony of sounds echoed as everything within the gravity chamber came to a standstill. Upon exiting the chamber, he encountered future Trunks lingering at the door. "Father," Trunks called out, but Vegeta merely snorted dismissively and continued forward. Observing Vegeta's retreating figure, Trunks bit his lip and followed suit. Meanwhile, within the room of spirit and time at the temple, Son Goku was panting heavily. "Goku, this is not sufficient. Although you can amplify your power 30-fold with the Kaioken, it still does not allow you to reach a higher state." Goku wiped the sweat from his brow. "A higher state? Is it akin to the realm you inhabit, Reyna?" Reyna nodded in affirmation. "Your battles rely on sensing each other's ki. Yet this approach diminishes your body's instincts and confines you. If you truly wish to learn, you must first calm your heart and relax your mind. Only when you can master these two aspects will you be on the threshold of that higher state." Goku, troubled by Reyna's words, pondered deeply. Noticing his distress, Reyna spoke again. "Once the future is resolved, you may contemplate this further. For now, focus on your training." With Reyna's encouragement, Goku felt a sense of release, realizing that the crisis of the future must be addressed first. At the apex of the universe, before the grand palace of Zeno, Beerus, Whis, along with Kampa and Vados, stood silently before the gates. Surprisingly, the two destroyers refrained from their usual banter. As they approached to knock simultaneously, the doors swung open of their own accord, revealing the Grand Minister. Upon seeing him, the four bowed respectfully. Just as Whis was about to speak, he was interrupted by the Grand Minister. "I am aware of your intent. Indeed, it is a malevolent energy, and I have traced its origin. However, the trail abruptly ends at a certain point in the future. Once again, the future, what calamity befalls it?" Beerus pondered inwardly. However, the Grand Priest seemed to have seen through his thoughts as he slowly spoke. "In a world of the future, the gods have vanished." "What?" The two destroyers were taken aback, bewildered by the revelation. Yet, the Grand Priest did not elaborate further. Instead, he shifted the topic. "Since the people from the future have arrived, let him proceed." Vados and Beerus exchanged glances, then nodded in agreement with the Grand Priest. Kampa and Beerus were somewhat perplexed. "All right, you may all return. This matter will be resolved." With a wave of his hand, he sent the four away. That timeline was beyond salvation. He hoped that it could be erased entirely. His profound gaze pierced the distance, as if it could transcend layers of the universe to reach Earth. Meanwhile on Earth, the evening of the second day had arrived. In Bulma's laboratory at Capsule Corporation, she and her father, Dr. Brief, gazed with satisfaction at the time machine that had been restored before them. "At last it is fixed. Indeed, we owe it all to that child, Reyna. I never imagined he possessed such knowledge. I must seize the opportunity to consult him next time," Dr. Brief remarked, puffing on a cigarette. It was true that after 2 days and nights of repairs, coupled with Reyna's assistance from the knowledge gleaned from the original work, they had finally restored the machine. "I never anticipated that my acquaintance, this Reyna, would be so remarkable. I shall notify them to prepare." After informing his father, she hurriedly departed. Dr. Brief watched his daughter's retreating figure and shook his head, reflecting on how, despite being a mother, she still retained such a spirited nature. More than half an hour later, on the back mountain, Trunks, having revived under Vegeta's unique form of nurturing, was re-energized. The two soon learned of the message from Bulma and made their way back. After about 10 minutes, the father and son encountered Reina and Goku. Trunks nodded to the two, while Vegeta merely grunted in acknowledgement. At that moment, Bulma emerged, producing a space capsule from her pocket and tossing it to the ground with a resounding pop. The time machine appeared, and Trunks stepped forward, inspecting it with admiration. "Mom, you truly are impressive to have repaired it with such modern technology." "Of course, I am a genius," she replied, though her gaze turned towards Reina, conveying her gratitude. Reina simply smiled, finding it all rather trivial. What mattered now was the opportunity to venture into the future. Then, Trunks opened the glass cover, and the four leaped inside. Fortunately, during the repairs, modifications have been made to allow for flexible positioning in space, albeit limited to 10 individuals. Thus, the 4 individuals could still find sufficient space to sit. Trunks activated the machine and, through the glass canopy, glanced at Bulma and his younger self. Addressing his younger self, he said, "You must grow strong enough to protect your mother. Do you understand?" Young Trunks, with a resolute pat on his chest, responded, "I know. Even without you telling me, I will safeguard Mom." After which, he made a playful face at future Trunks, easing the latter's mood considerably. "Thank you." Future Trunks silently expressed his gratitude as the lights within the machine flickered and, in an instant, vanished. Just as they disappeared, Beerus and Whis made their entrance. "It seems my timing is less than ideal," Beerus remarked, slightly embarrassed. "Lord Beerus, what brings you here?" Bulma inquired, a hint of confusion in her gaze. Clearing his throat with exaggerated theatrics, Beerus replied, "Originally, I came to bid them farewell, but who could have anticipated their departure? Hence, I decided to indulge in some food instead." Bulma, somewhat at a loss for words, suddenly recalled something. She rummaged through her coat pocket and produced several sausages, which she offered to the two alongside her son. Thus, the 4 of them stood there, enjoying the sausages together. Meanwhile, in the desolate square of the future world, a flash of light heralded the arrival of the time machine. The glass canopy lifted, and a group emerged. "I have returned," Trunks murmured to himself. Chapter 16, Suppression and the Manifestation of Zamasu. "Damn it, how could this wretched being devastate the world to such an extent?" Goku exclaimed in indignation. Yet upon hearing this, Trunks felt an odd sensation wash over him. He quickly dismissed it, for the one responsible for this destruction bore an uncanny resemblance to Uncle Goku. "Come on, Uncle Goku, Dad, and Reiner. I shall lead you to the survivor stronghold." With that, he began walking southeast rather than flying. "Why not fly? Wouldn't that be swifter?" Goku inquired. Trunks shook his head. "No, if we take the skies, the dark beings will detect us." "Oof, this is better. It saves us the trouble of seeking him out," Goku retorted. However, before he could elaborate further, he noticed the stern expression on his father's face and promptly fell silent. Consequently, the group unleashed their energy and soared into the sky. Meanwhile, 2 individuals still sipping tea, deliberating on how to achieve human extinction, paused their actions. Black Goku revealed a sinister smile. The individual known as Trunks has finally made his appearance. This time, he must be utterly eradicated. There is absolutely no allowance for dissent in this plan. Following this, the two ascended slowly into the air, with Black Goku leading the charge towards Trunks, closely followed by Zamasu from the future timeline, albeit slightly delayed. As for Trunks and his companions, they did not venture to the human stronghold, but instead arrived at a desolate ruin, where they hovered, awaiting the arrival of their adversary. After approximately 30 seconds of anticipation, a pink energy sphere approached from the distance. "He is coming," Trunks declared. "Is that his energy? How peculiar," Goku mused, glancing at Vegeta, who nodded in agreement. They both sensed the strange energy emanating from their foe. It was indeed bizarre, though they could not articulate precisely why. It felt as though something unusual was intermingled within it. With a hum, the energy sphere dissipated, revealing Black Goku's form. "Human, I never expected you to have the audacity to return." The dark being sneered disdainfully at Trunks. Then his gaze shifted to Goku and Vegeta. "And their reigned too. Though I do not recognize her, it does not diminish my contempt. Where have you been hiding? Ah, I see you've returned to the past to gather reinforcements. Perfect. I shall eliminate all of you at once." "Oh dear, you truly resemble me," Goku remarked, scratching his head while gazing at his doppelganger, filled with a strange sensation. However, Black Goku was unimpressed. Goku, you overestimate yourself. I utterly loathe this facade. Yet, to annihilate all of humanity, this guise is indeed quite necessary. Ah, how merciful I am. In an instant, Goku felt nauseated by the words, and Rain too was on the verge of retching. Suddenly, Vegeta erupted in fury, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form and charging forward. Ah, how dare you humans possess divine energy? Unforgivable, utterly blasphemous. Black Goku's expression twisted in rage. Simultaneously, he unleashed his own power, transforming into a rosy hue. Raising his hand, he intercepted Vegeta's punch, unleashing a torrent of violent energy. The ground collapsed beneath them, forming a massive crater. Vegeta, since you've chosen to seek your demise, I shall oblige. Black Goku declared, wielding an energy blade formed from his left hand, aimed at Vegeta's neck. Yet, Vegeta was no easy target, with his other hand enveloped in blue energy. He countered the attack with a resounding thud, smirking as he unleashed a surge of energy that propelled Black Goku back, leaving him astounded. This was not merely an act of disbelief. He was being suppressed, and to be subdued under such formidable energy was utterly incomprehensible to him. Boom! 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 After repeatedly collapsing several dilapidated structures, he was forcefully pressed into the ground. Oof! I thought you were formidable, but it turns out you're rather mediocre, compared to the original. You fall drastically short. The dark Wukong, held down by a single hand, smirked wickedly, and an ominous feeling surged within Vegeta. Suddenly, a sound of rushing wind pierced the air. Boom! A ki blast erupted violently, engulfing both individuals in an instant. Father! Trunks cried out in concern. Whoosh! Before he could utter more words, Vegeta appeared, albeit slightly disheveled. TCH! Such despicable tactics, resorting to ambush. He disdainfully glared at the person who had appeared unexpectedly. Oomph! Human, mind your tone. I am the one and only God. Ha! With your demeanor, you are far from being a deity compared to Lord Beerus. A destroyer, how laughable. There are no other gods left in this world. I'm the sole god, ha. Zamasu laughed maniacally. Very well, let us eradicate them completely, comrade. Zamasu nodded, and to their surprise, the two produced Patera earrings. Their actions instantly cast a shadow of dread over Goku and Vegeta. We cannot allow them to fuse. Goku bellowed as he transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form, charging towards the dark figure, while Vegeta entered his deep blue form, rushing towards Zamasu. In the blink of an eye, the two donned the earrings, and an overwhelming force pulled them together, resulting in a blinding flash of light accompanied by a tempest that sent Goku and Vegeta hurtling backward. Ha! Rejoice! Submit. The strongest god has been born, ha! The absolute god laughed with unrestrained glee. Damn it, they managed to act first. The energy they unleashed was no trivial matter. Goku gazed gravely at the towering absolute god. The absolute god extended his hand, and a massive, high-density energy sphere coalesced and hurtled toward them. Kamehameha and Gallic Gun. Goku and Vegeta unleashed their attacks simultaneously. A blue and a purple beam merged into a single assault, colliding with the colossal energy sphere. Zzz. A violent and piercing sound echoed through the ruins. The energy unleashed from both sides obliterated every dilapidated structure within 100 miles, reducing them to dust. The terrifying energy caused the earth to tremble incessantly, with bizarre phenomena emerging everywhere. Goku and Vegeta roared with effort, channeling more energy to gradually push back the absolute god's force. The absolute god, displaying a look of disdain, countered with renewed strength. But this is intolerable. I can't hold on much longer. As soon as Sun Wukong finished speaking, the two reverted to their normal forms. Yet the energy sphere showed no signs of slowing down. With its imminent arrival, Trunks stepped forward, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 and unleashing the Gallic Gun. However, his assault proved futile, as the energy sphere consumed his attack and accelerated further. In an instant, he succumbed to despair and relinquished his Super Saiyan form, gazing helplessly at the approaching orb. You are the sole warrior of this timeline. How can you succumb to despair? Reflect upon this. The people of Earth still require your protection. A series of light-hearted voices resonated in his ears, jolting him back to reality. He lifted his gaze towards the speaker. Reina smiled gently, crouching down to pat his shoulder. His words stemmed from a deep impression of Trunks during his previous life, particularly during the Android saga, where Trunks made a striking entrance. Thus, he was more than willing to lend a hand. Be careful, Trunks warned as the energy sphere drew nearer. Yet in the next moment, he was taken aback. Without a glance, Reyna directed a silver glowing energy sphere at the incoming threat. Immediately, a deafening explosion echoed throughout the expanse, engulfing half the sky in a colossal cloud of smoke. Trunks, strive hard. One day, you too shall possess such power. Upon hearing this, Trunks solemnly nodded and rose once more, his gaze now imbued with unwavering determination. The absolute god in midair squinted at Reyna. You are unlike these humans. You possess a unique aura. Who are you? And why do you assist these foolish beings? Foolish beings? How charmingly you phrase that. Yet, why do you rely on the bodies of these so-called foolish humans? This vessel is essential, for it harbors immense power, and I require that strength. Reyna laughed. Ultimately, you are merely a fool. Chapter 17, Liberation of Perfect Freedom. You dare to call me a magnificent deity, a fool? Such audacity, he exclaimed. I shall annihilate you. Divine retribution descends upon the earth. With a dramatic gesture, he spread his arms, forming a cross shape as a white halo appeared behind him. Swish, swish, swish. A barrage of attacks, resembling a rain of lightning, descended indiscriminately. With a wave of his hand, Reyna conjured a barrier that shielded their vicinity, but elsewhere. The moment those attacks detonated, they ignited a sea of flames. Impressive. You managed to withstand my assault. With a low hum, 3 colossal energy spheres materialized behind him. Aimed at Reyna. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The 3 energy spheres surged towards him from different directions. Is this some kind of trick you're playing with me? Reyna exclaimed, his gaze piercing, unleashing a formidable aura that caused the energy spheres to halt mid-flight. This abrupt shift momentarily stunned Zamas. How could you possibly? There is nothing impossible. That is precisely why you're foolish. You, a divine being, wish to annihilate humanity. You possess power that transcends the gods. No, I refuse to believe it. Humanity cannot surpass divinity. The gods are the singular existence. As he spoke, Zamas slowly raised his left hand towards the heavens. Dark clouds gradually gathered above him, and in mere moments, the entire area became shrouded in ominous clouds, pulsating with flickers of violet lightning. What is happening to him? His energy is becoming chaotic. Sun Wukong observed. So that's it, I understand now. Vegeta suddenly exclaimed with realization. Vegeta, what have you understood? Sun Wukong inquired, perplexed. That fool is simply reaping what he has sown. With half of his body being human and the other half divine, how could his energy not be in disarray? That explains it. I had wondered why his energy felt so peculiar. Vegeta, do you think Reyna will prevail? Vegeta did not respond, prompting a sigh from Sun Wukong. Alas, I should have brought some Senza beans. I long to battle that fellow. For once, Vegeta concurred with Sun Wukong's sentiment. Just then, a violent explosion resonated through the air, enveloping the surroundings in smoke and a tempest that lifted clouds of dust, shaking the very earth beneath them. Boom! Boom! Within the haze, lightning struck Zamas as he proclaimed, a divine being that cannot eradicate evil is unworthy of the title. Thunder, grant me the strength to vanquish these malevolent creatures. Amidst the thunderous cacophony, his form began to shift. Has he arrived so soon? I am eager to see what strength you possess in this state. He had been anticipating Zamas' transformation, for his previous ordinary form was hardly impressive. Since they were essentially the same entity, the energy produced by their fusion was nearing that of a destroyer god. Yet, even that was insufficient in his presence. Now, however, with the power of the world backing him, he had ascended to a pseudo-angelic realm, perfectly suited to serve as a practice opponent. In the blink of an eye, the fractured absolute god materialized. Reyna was taken aback, suddenly realizing that this being appeared somewhat different from the anime. Yet, he misinterpreted Reyna's expression as fear. Ha ha ha. Humanity, now you know fear, it is too late. With that, he seemed to traverse space, appearing before Reyna in the blink of an eye and delivering a swift kick. Clang. The earth-shattering sound reverberated continuously. Quite impressive, there's feeling now. Keep it up, Reyna remarked with a teasing tone. In an instant, veins throbbed on Zama's forehead. Boom! His entire being erupted with fighting spirit, akin to a raging flame. At that moment, a crack appeared behind him with a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, gradually widening. What is this? Upon witnessing the fissure, he was instantly engulfed by an intense sense of revulsion, which quickly dissipated. Although it lasted but a fleeting moment, he firmly believed in the validity of that sensation. Wisps of dark pink aura wafted from the crack, enveloping the absolute god. In that instant, his aura transformed, almost resembling that of Hit. Ha ha ha, this energy is truly immense. Ha ha ha, no one can stop me this time. I have acquired the most powerful energy. I am the sovereign of the universe. Ha 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 ha, more demonic energy, what is going on? Why has demonic energy appeared in the future world as well? This demonic energy is even stronger than that which possessed Hit. Intriguing, this is becoming increasingly fascinating. Reina was now brimming with vitality. His eyes gradually shifted, having awakened the reincarnation eye, while simultaneously unleashing his fighting spirit. Unlike the fighting spirit emanating from Zamas, his was imbued with a divine and noble essence, and his hair transformed into a silvery hue. With a whoosh, the sacred aura instantly dispelled the oppressive atmosphere brought forth by the demonic energy. On the ground, what is happening? This sensation is extraordinary. I feel my body stirring with energy. Sun Wukong and Vegeta exchanged astonished glances, each reflecting the surprise in the other's eyes. They simultaneously closed their eyes to sense the atmosphere, then suddenly opened them to gaze skyward. They could not feel it. They couldn't sense his aura at all. Yet that fellow who calls himself the absolute god, his aura resembles the transformation Hit underwent. Indeed, what is going on? The two were utterly baffled. Meanwhile, Trunks stood by, somewhat dazed, completely unaware of what his father and Uncle Wukong were discussing. You are that guy, it's impossible. That is merely a legend. Absolument impossible. The absolute god roared in fury, channeling his fighting spirit to form a colossal claw that descended upon Reina. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the claw, forged from aura, shattered instantaneously. Whoosh! Reina, akin to a sorcerer with the ability to traverse distances in an instant, suddenly appeared before him and delivered a powerful strike to his head. In a flash, he was sent plummeting like a meteor into the depths of the dark river beneath the earth. Within mere breaths, the absolute god reemerged, albeit in a rather disheveled state. At this moment, he appeared disheveled, his garments in tatters, and the divine halo behind him had vanished. No, no, no. I am a deity, an immortal being. It is utterly inconceivable that I could be bested by an insignificant insect. Absolutely impossible. The absolute deity, in a frenzy, conjured an extraordinarily unique energy, relentlessly assaulting Reiner with it. The resounding echoes of devastation reverberated through the heavens and the earth. Were this energy unleashed upon the cosmos, the universe itself would be instantaneously obliterated. As for why the earth remained unscathed, do not inquire. The answer eludes comprehension. Alas, it is a pity that without reaching such heights, one can never truly grasp the essence of power. Reiner's size, amidst the cacophony of explosions, seemed minuscule. Yet for some inexplicable reason, they resonated with all present. Suddenly, a silvery beam of light surged forth from the smoke, vanishing as it passed by the absolute deity. In an instant, his form began to deflate like a punctured balloon, dark energy surging forth uncontrollably. The agony! What have you done to me? Why must it hurt so terribly? His countenance shifted dramatically, his body quaking and convulsing, until his features twisted beyond recognition. When his visage could no longer be discerned as human, his body ceased its trembling. The danger of this dark energy was astonishing. It appeared that the demonic essence once possessed by Hit was rather benign in comparison. Earlier, he had infused a measure of divine energy into the absolute deity. Expecting it to yield results akin to those witnessed with Hit, none anticipated such a dire outcome. Chapter 18. The Conditions of the High Priest, the Destruction of the Future. The absolute deity had now transformed into a faceless monstrosity. Remarkable. I never envisioned such a transformation. However, this appearance rather suits you, Reiner remarked, while the absolute deity flailed his disproportionately sized arms in agitation. You look truly hideous now. It is time to put an end to this. Reiner approached him slowly, drawing his blade with a flourish. Sizzle. A visible spark of electricity flashed by. Does this dark energy possess autonomous consciousness? Has it evolved? Reiner muttered to himself, observing the dark mass that was consuming his own energy. He had intended to resolve the matter with a single strike, but the dark essence clinging to the absolute deity had solidified considerably. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward the absolute deity, witnessing his features gradually reemerging. Cursed human, everything you have inflicted upon me shall be repaid 100-fold. The absolute deity's voice emerged, hoarse and filled with rage. With a roar, A dark aura coalesced behind him into a shape reminiscent of an eye. In an instant, he vanished like a specter, reappearing before Reiner with a powerful fist poised to strike. Faced with this formidable assault, Reiner responded with equal ferocity, and a thunderous collision ensued. The two fists collided with tremendous force, instantly unleashing a terrifying shockwave. In a blink, both combatants vanished from sight. A series of explosive sounds echoed. Yet no figures could be discerned. Astonishing. It is utterly elusive. That self-proclaimed absolute god seems to have augmented his strength. I hope Reiner is unharmed. Vegeta and Son Goku exchanged their thoughts. Meanwhile, their energy levels had slightly recovered, yet they remained incapable of engaging in battle, which left them feeling quite distressed. Trunks gazed towards the sky where the explosive sound originated, slowly drawing the sword from his back. He looked at his reflection in the blade, reminiscing about past events. In midair, the two fighters engaged in a fierce exchange of blows, but suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the air. A streak of black light flashed, tearing a gash in Reiner's clothing, leaving a white mark on his chest. Your skin is remarkably tough. Indeed, you are a wretched lot. Reiner observed as a black scythe gradually formed in his hand, pulsating with dark energy. With a mere flick of his wrist, ripples spread across the void as if it were the surface of a lake. A frown creased Reiner's brow as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. This world is on the brink of collapse. I must swiftly eliminate him before he brings about its destruction. The Humanity. With a sweep of the scythe, the absolute god unleashed a torrent of inky blade energy, cleaving the void and creating gaping black rifts akin to abysses. Clang, clang, clang. He had even breached the dimensional barrier. He pondered while parrying the attacks. It was reminiscent of when Majin Buu had unleashed a hole in the dimension within the hyperbolic time chamber due to his inability to escape. In an instant, Reiner appeared beside him, extending a finger towards the sky. With a resonant hum, the dark clouds dispersed, revealing a colossal finger that descended with terrifying pressure upon the absolute god. What in the world is this? The absolute god swung the scythe to counter, yet it shattered like a feeble twig against the onslaught. Oh! Amidst his desperate cries of resistance, the immense finger firmly pressed him into the ground. Soon, a crisp crack echoed, followed by an excruciating pain that elicited a heart-wrenching scream. No, 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 I am immortal. I shall not, before he could finish his protest. A deafening explosion erupted, reducing him to a pool of blood. Incredible. I can no longer sense his presence. Has he been completely annihilated? Son Goku remacht. Not yet. It is far from over. Vegeta said gravely. The three turned their gazes towards Reiner, who slowly raised his hand, summoning a highly concentrated silver energy sphere that he hurled into the void beyond Earth. Trunks, prepare the time machine. I am determined to obliterate this world. Reina shouted loudly. Upon hearing this, Trunks' expression instantly darkened. No, there are still humans on Earth. We cannot destroy the world. I understand, but there is no other way. This world can no longer endure. Just take a good look at those fissures. Upon hearing Reina's words, the three Saiyans gazed into the cracks and discerned faint silhouettes wandering within. What is that? These fissures were, in fact, the result of a breach in the dimensional barrier, and the identities of those on the other side remained unknown. If those beings were to cross over, it could spell doom not just for Earth, but perhaps for the entire universe. Thus, I find myself with no alternatives. After Reina's explanation, Trunks found himself in a dilemma. As he surveyed the desolate scene, tears welled in his eyes, but were quickly wiped away as he resolutely declared, No, we still cannot destroy Earth. After all, there are people I cherish and good friends here. They're all lives worth preserving. Reina, upon hearing this, also fell into a quandary. On one hand, if time slipped away, the consequences could be unfathomable. On the other, he did not wish to annihilate humanity. Damn it, why must I face such a conundrum? If only I had already acquired spatial abilities, this wouldn't be so troublesome. Just as he pondered and vented his frustrations, a divine, multicolored light suddenly descended from above. Buzz! When the radiant light dissipated, the Grand Priest adorned with a halo appeared. Grand Priest? No, you're the Grand Priest of this world. Ah, now I understand. It seems to stem from the past world. I never expected a mere human could reach such heights. It is indeed rare. The Grand Priest articulated these words because, moments earlier in the Xeno Palace, he had sensed a presence akin to his own, prompting him to arrive here. He surveyed the ravaged landscape before turning to Reina and slowly speaking. Do you wish to obliterate this universe, erasing these foreign beings? And yet, There is life on this planet, which is why you find yourself unable to choose, correct? Reina nodded. Though he was profoundly astonished by how clearly the Grand Priest grasped the situation after merely a glance. However, the subsequent words from the Grand Priest left him momentarily speechless. Very well, human, I can assist you in relocating them to a planet suitable for their existence, but you must perform a task for me. After a brief pause, Reina replied, Grand Priest, do not jest. If you cannot accomplish it, how could I? The Grand Priest merely smiled gently. Fear not, it is not a daunting task. I merely require you to deliver a message to my past self. This, Reina hesitated, pondering the simplicity of the task. Choose wisely. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and resolved, I shall do it. Barefoot, I fear nothing. Very well, I shall comply. What is it that you wish to convey, revered High Priest? The High Priest nodded, a flicker of light igniting in his eyes. Deliver a message to my past self. So simple. Reina wore a puzzled expression. Merely state. Encourage him to make the right choice. He nodded, firmly committing the phrase to memory. Observing this, the High Priest waved his hand, releasing a peculiar wave of energy that spread across the globe. The survivors hidden underground instantly transformed into radiant orbs of light and vanished. What is happening? Humanity has disappeared. Trunks exclaimed anxiously, just as Goku placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder and said, Do not worry. It must be the doing of that individual. The three gazed upon a figure who, though not tall, radiated a presence akin to Reina's, especially felt by Goku and Vegeta, who sensed an aura of unattainable strength. This further solidified their resolve to pursue the path of ultimate power. All right, it is time to act. He then vanished. Humanity has been relocated. Prepare the time machine post-haste. Trunks nodded, hastily preparing the time machine. Moments later, it emitted a series of sounds, signaling its successful activation. Goku and Vegeta seated themselves within, noticing their readiness. Reina commanded sharply. The energy sphere coalescing in space blossomed like a lotus, erupting in brilliant light. Seizing the moment, he swiftly dove into the time machine, and as Trunks pressed the activation button, the Earth was enveloped in radiant brilliance. With a thunderous roar, the time machine vanished. At that moment, the High Priest, now back in the palace of Zeno, gazed upon the universe that had already dissipated. My past self, I hope you do not make the same decision I did. With that, his form gradually faded into oblivion. Chapter 19, Revelations and Choices. In the present, the time machine materialized. A grand banquet table adorned the lawn, where several individuals were relishing their meal. Back so soon? Beerus mumbled, his mouth full of chicken leg. Yet, he reasoned, with Reina present, it was hardly surprising. At that moment, the glass cover lifted, and Goku and his companion soared out. Upon seeing the bounty of food, Goku and Vegeta eagerly joined in. Hey, you two, leave some for me. Beerus shouted, quickly joining the feast. Just then, Reina and Trunks emerged. Trunks, what transpired? Was it resolved? Bulma inquired. Yes, it was resolved. All thanks to Reina. Trunks affirmed with a nod. At this, Bulma exhaled a sigh of relief. As the mother and son engaged in conversation, Whis approached them and glanced at Trunks. The future universe has been obliterated. Do you intend to remain in this timeline? Trunks shook his head, declaring no. I shall return and lead a better life with the remaining humans. Oh, so you have saved those humans? Not we, but a certain individual. Before Trunks could finish, Reina interjected. It was the great Supreme Kai of the future who rescued the remaining humans and relocated them to habitable planets. I see. Alas, this has unnecessarily complicated the timeline. A glimmer of intrigue sparkled in Reina's eyes as he noted this. Whis, take me to the realm of the Kais. I must speak with the great Supreme Kai regarding certain matters. Whis nodded, refraining from inquiring further, content to fulfill his duties. Hey, Reina, won't you have something to eat? Goku asked. No, I'll join you for a meal once I've completed my tasks. With that, Whis waved his staff, enveloping the two in a stream of light before they vanished. In the realm of the Kais, beneath a grand tree, the old Supreme Kai and the East Supreme Kai were engaged in a game of chess, while Jebbet served tea nearby. Following their last competition with the Sixth Universe, Shin and Jebbet had wished to separate using the Dragon Balls, feeling quite peculiar when fused. Hee, Shin, you've lost again. The old Supreme Kai chuckled. Shin scratched his head in disbelief. No way. You've beaten me 200 times. Haven't you only learned this recently? Ah, Shin, you're mistaken. It's quite simple. As long as you diligently grasp the rules, it becomes effortless. The old Supreme Kai said with a smile. Yes, I understand. Shin replied weakly. Just then a streak of light descended from above, catching everyone's attention. Hey, Reina, How did you and Whis arrive? They had become acquainted during the previous competition with the 6th universe, though not as intimately as Goku and his friends. East Supreme Kai, would you kindly escort me to the Palace of Zeno? Huh? You wish to visit Lord Zeno? Reina nodded, puzzled. Is there a problem? No, none at all. I shall take you there immediately. He then positioned himself beside Reina, placing a hand on his back, uttering a phrase, and in an instant, they vanished. Come, Whis. Join me for a game of chess to alleviate my boredom. The old Supreme, Kai beckoned Whis. With a gentle smile, Whis took a seat opposite him, initiating a game. Moments later, Reina and the others appeared before the Palace of Zeno. Is this the palace of the supreme ruler of the universe? Lord Zeno is indeed magnificent, exuding a sacred aura that cannot be compared to anything in anime. One can only truly appreciate it upon witnessing it in person, Reina mused. As he approached, ready to knock, the grand door swung open automatically. The high priest emerged, and the two exchanged respectful bows. You are the human who has reached the divine realm, are you not? Reina nodded in affirmation. What brings you here? He glanced at the East Kai, who, in an instant of understanding, blinked and vanished. Speak. Subsequently, Reina recounted the events that transpired in the future world, along with the words spoken by the future high priest. I see. Since this comes from my future self, it is clear that something significant has occurred. I have reached a decision. The high priest momentarily furrowed his brow, a rare sight, but the expression quickly vanished, as his mind was resolutely set on that decision. Since he entrusted you with a message from me, it signifies his trust in you. Therefore, I shall disclose my decision to you. However, I imagine you have other queries as well. Reina, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head, indeed harboring a few uncertainties. Please articulate your questions. I shall provide the answers. Reina nodded and said, I wish to understand the concept of parallel timelines. I have heard Vis mention it multiple times. The so-called parallel timelines are akin to that individual from the future. The changes he instigated upon arriving in this world resulted in the creation of an alternate timeline in his original world. One that is similar yet distinct in its development from the world he inhabited. It is akin to how humans dream, experiencing events that have not occurred but feel remarkably familiar. Yet, at a certain point in the future, when you engage in such an activity, it seems as though you have encountered something similar before. This is the essence of timelines. Reina pondered for a moment before nodding, perhaps grasping a fragment of understanding. However, he soon posed a second inquiry. I wish to know the relationship between the time ring and the time scroll. You are aware of the time scroll. The high priest chuckled. These two entities are indeed complementary. Although they lack a direct connection, they are inextricably linked. The time ring is an artifact that allows travel to both the past and future, yet it cannot arbitrarily reach a specific moment. It can only select a relatively close point in time. For instance, you may choose between a point 1,000 years ago or 1,000 years hence. Each time a new timeline is created, a time ring will manifest. The time scroll is an artifact that encapsulates the myriad dimensions of time, safeguarded by the god of time. Its similarity to the time ring lies in their shared ability to traverse both the future and the past. However, the time scroll allows one to select any moment in time for entry, albeit with the caveat that no alterations may be made to that moment. Any change would result in the disruption of the timeline. To clarify, the time ring and parallel timelines share a father-son relationship, thriving together or suffering together, while the time scroll operates in a hierarchical manner. For instance, should one alter something within the time scroll that disrupts a specific timeline, the scroll itself remains unscathed, unless an external force invades it. Reina nodded, beginning to grasp the concept. Great priest, I have no further doubts. Since you are clear, I shall now convey my decision. Reina perked up, listening intently. I propose a martial tournament among the 12 universes to select a new god of destruction to address future crises. He was taken aback. The news was truly sensational. Such a grand initiative? If the great priest intended to proceed with this, then the previous universal martial arts tournament held by the Omni King would seem trivial by comparison, considering the disparity in participants. Why must it be conducted this way? I recall that each universe has candidates for god of destruction. Indeed, they do, the great priest acknowledged. But time is of the essence, and amongst them, there exists a mix of talent. Thus, I wish to organize this martial competition. He fell silent, uncertain of how to respond, for the great priest had made his choice. I will return you now, and I shall inform the Omni King about this matter. When the time is ripe, I will arrange for all universes to be notified. With a wave of his hand, he transported Reina back to the realm of the Kaioshin. The old Kaioshin and Shin were taken aback. Reina smiled at them and glanced at Whis. Rising, Whis waved his staff, and the two vanished in a flash of light. Chapter 20. The tournament the following day. Wow, Reina, you returned so soon. Come, let us eat together, Goku exclaimed, his simplicity shining through. Reina felt an overwhelming urge to give him a light smack on the head. When he had departed, the table had been laden with food, yet upon his return, it was reduced to mere remnants. Well, not entirely scraps. There remained some morsels to savor. With a swift motion, Bulma playfully smacked Goku on the head and shot him a disapproving glance. Look at what you've done. Will he eat now? Don't worry. I'll have the chef prepare something fresh for him. Goku scratched his head, responding with a hint of grievance. Witnessing this exchange, Reina couldn't help but find it amusing. After a brief conversation, the group departed, but Reina chose to stay behind. The reason lies in Bulma's insistence that she would have the chef prepare a meal for him. It was impossible for him to leave without having eaten. Absolutely out of the question. Thus, he had no choice but to remain. In the palace of the Omni King, the adorable Omni King sat on his chair, joyfully playing with the celestial model displayed on the table. At that moment, the Grand Minister approached, his gaze towards the Omni King filled with affection, though he swiftly concealed it. Grand Minister, where have you been? Come play with me, called the Omni King in a sweet, childlike voice, reminiscent of Reina's youthful tone. The Grand Minister chuckled. Your Majesty, I have a suggestion, one that is rather entertaining. What is it? The Omni King inquired eagerly. The Grand Minister, instead of responding verbally, waved his hand, causing a screen to materialize in the void, displaying scenes of combat between the contestants of Universe 6 and Universe 7, notably featuring Goku battling Hit. Wow, this is amazing, exclaimed the Omni King, instantly captivated by the dazzling combat effects. The celestial models on the table began to collapse, disappearing as they hit the ground. Is this what you meant, Grand Minister? It certainly appears enjoyable, the Omni King remarked. Indeed, Your Majesty, and my proposal is related to this, the Grand Minister continued, as the Omni King attentively watched the battle on the screen, nodding in agreement. My suggestion is to host a martial arts tournament involving all 12 universes. Wow, that sounds delightful. Let's do it. The Omni King clapped joyfully. Since it is a competition, should we not establish some rules? He pondered. Yes. That sounds rather cumbersome. Grand Minister, you shall devise the rules. However, if a universe loses, I shall annihilate it, for managing 12 universes is simply too much for me. The Omni King pouted. The Grand Minister nodded with a smile, assuring that they would select the 12 strongest individuals, while any obliterated universes could be restored later with the Super Dragon Balls. Meanwhile, the battle on the screen reached its most exhilarating moment. Wow, this human is quite fascinating, the Omni King exclaimed, pointing at Goku. The Grand Minister, observing Goku on the screen, suggested, how about we have some contestants perform before you? What do you think? Yes, but the intriguing human I just mentioned must also appear. The Grand Minister nodded and departed, leaving the Omni King, engrossed and delighted, to watch the combat scenes on the video, accompanied by 2 loyal guards. A night had passed on Earth. As sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Reina's face, he gradually awoke, shaking his still-dazed head. What on earth are Vegeta and his son up to? Upon recalling the events of last night, a flicker of annoyance washed over him. He had indulged in spirits with Vegeta, and Trunks had joined their revelry, resulting in him succumbing to intoxication, unable to withstand the duo's combined efforts. It was Trunks who escorted him back, leaving his mind still slightly hazy. After a brief moment, he addressed the system. System, sign in. Beep. Sign in successful. He subsequently accessed his backpack interface to unveil his rewards. Beep. Congratulations on acquiring the Buddha's Palm, a Cybertronian intelligent robot, a super functional beverage, and an ultra-luxurious family meal recipe. What could he possibly say about these items? Aside from the first being somewhat useful to him, what purpose did the others serve? He pondered, bemused by the lackluster rewards of the past few days. Had his luck run dry? Although the items were indeed random, this randomness felt excessively erratic. Shaking his head, he cast these thoughts aside. After rising and attending to his morning routine, he departed the villa. Strolling down the street, he casually chose a breakfast establishment, savoring a meal before heading to the Capsule Corporation to meet Vegeta. Today marked Trunks' return, and he wished to bid him farewell. Upon arrival, he noticed that others had already gathered. It appeared he was the last to arrive. Not late at all, it's just perfect timing, Bulma remarked with a smile. He nodded, observing Trunks standing before the time machine. Cherish the present and strive to become stronger. With that, he stepped forward and placed a reassuring hand on Trunks' shoulder. Trunks solemnly nodded, bidding farewell to everyone before boarding the time machine. With a flash, the time machine vanished, plunging the atmosphere into a solemn silence. Yet, it wasn't long before a brilliant light pierced the void. A foot emerged from the radiance, revealing the Grand Minister. Great Grand Minister. Reyna bowed in respect. The others, unfamiliar with his identity, refrained from doing so, yet the Grand Minister paid them no mind. Do you recall the decision we discussed? He inquired. Reyna nodded. The Omni King has given his consent, albeit with some deviations from my initial expectations. I am here to inform you and the representatives from 3 other universes to select 5 individuals to present themselves before the Omni King for a demonstration of their prowess in 1 day's time. A chill ran down Reyna's spine, reminiscent of the anime he had watched in his previous life. Understood. Thank you, Great Grand Minister, he replied, and with that, the Grand Minister vanished. After his departure, Goku turned to Reyna, perplexed. Who was that guy? He seemed incredibly formidable. Reyna chuckled softly before recounting the events. What? We can battle against warriors from other universes? Is that truly the case? Vegeta, did you hear? We can battle with warriors from other universes. Vegeta, slightly exasperated, dug into his ear and cast a quizzical glance at Goku. I heard it. I'm not deaf. Goku sheepishly scratched his head. But I never anticipated that the individual we encountered earlier was among the top 5 strongest in the entire universe. No wonder there was an elusive sensation, right, Vegeta? Vegeta nodded gravely in agreement. I understand what you're implying. Rest assured, they're the guardians of cosmic order and would not engage in any harmful actions. While the trio conversed, 3 other universes received notifications, namely Universe 9, Universe 11, and Universe 5. Oh dear, this is quite troubling. Whis exclaimed as he observed the information relayed by his staff. His remark jolted Beerus, who was nearly dozing off while fishing, prompting him to rush over and inquire. What is wrong? Is there something delicious on Earth? Whis pointed his staff, and the information materialized in the void. Upon reading it, Beerus was on the verge of losing his mind. What on earth is happening? A tournament in 1 day, and in a week, the martial arts contest among the 12 universes? The losing universe will be eliminated by Lord Zeno. This is overwhelming. Take me to Earth. I need some delectable food to calm my nerves. With a knowing smile, Whis indeed escorted him to Earth, fully aware of Beerus's desires. Chapter 21. Individual Objectives, Capsule Corporation. Hey, Vegeta, what kind of opponents do you think we will face this time? How would I know? Regardless of who it is, I must win and surpass you. They bantered. Meanwhile, Reyna was in the gravity chamber, eager to test the limits of his strength. Although he had mastered the perfect Ultra Instinct through the system, he understood that without diligent training, his abilities would stagnate. Thus, he decided to experiment. On the vast grassy field, a dazzling light flared. The two turned to see Beerus and Whis approaching. They greeted the duo, while Beerus scanned his surroundings. What? That guy Reyna, ISNT here? He seems to have gone to the gravity chamber, claiming he wanted to test how much gravity he can withstand. Beerus scoffed at the mention. Your human endeavors are utterly futile. It would be better to have Whis generate the gravity. Goku chuckled. Hey, Vegeta, hurry and prepare some food. Beerus commanded. Right away. Vegeta swiftly departed, his proactive demeanor pleasing Beerus. Inside the gravity chamber, Reyna was on the ground, panting heavily. My current physique can only withstand a gravity of approximately 600. If Vegeta and Goku were to hear this, they would undoubtedly give him a thrashing. The two of them can endure up to 500 times that amount. It was only due to the incredibly heavy gravity suit that Reiner had Vados create that he could manage such a feat. This simply will not do. He must enhance his strength, for Jiren of Universe 11 is not to be trifled with. The mere thought of Jiren conjures his formidable presence. His battle prowess exceeds that of a god of destruction, and his evolved form can suppress even the perfected Ultra Instinct. Thus, it is imperative that he fortify himself further. On a scorching planet in Universe 9, atop a crimson hill, the god of destruction Sidra and the supreme Kai of Time, Loa, observe the trio known as the Dangerous Wolfmen clashing with a group of malevolent beings from his planet. Sidra, these 3 possess considerable strength. If we were to recruit them into our ranks, we would have assembled a team of 5. That is indeed possible, but the other universes are not so easily dealt with. Fear not, these individuals have ways to triumph over their foes. This time, we must make an impressive showing before Lord Zeno. Perhaps our universe can avoid his wrath. Moreover, I have heard whispers that Iraq intends to dispatch individuals to attack the 7th universe, all due to Beerus's previous actions. Wouldn't you agree? Sidra nodded, acknowledging the profound impact that incident had left on them. Should we not send a few of our own to intervene? Lois suggested with a hint of cunning. Isn't that rather unwise? What if we're discovered? If we conduct ourselves discreetly, who would be the wiser? After all, there are Rack and his allies to consider. Very well, you may orchestrate the plan, he sighed in resignation. At that moment, the battle below neared its conclusion. After the trio unleashed their ultimate techniques to vanquish the nefarious foes, they were summoned by their superiors. Upon hearing the Supreme Kai's words, the three brothers readily assented, as such an opportunity for recognition was rare for them. On a technologically advanced, brownish-gray planet in Universe 11, atop a grand edifice, Jiren, clad in a black and red uniform, surveyed the vibrant city illuminated by neon lights under the night sky. Just then, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Topo, what brings you here? Aren't you on a mission? Jiren inquired with an unperturbed tone. I have just received directives from the Supreme Kai and the God of Destruction. Upon hearing this, Jiren remained silent, awaiting further elaboration. We are to gather 5 individuals and report to the Xeno Palace for a preliminary competition in one day. This is merely an appetizer, as the 12 universes will engage in a martial arts tournament in 1 week's time. Jiren nodded thoughtfully. So, I have come to inquire whether you wish to partake in this endeavor. Jiren shook his head in silence. Jiren, I believe you should participate. Topo insisted. Give me a reason. The God of Destruction had stated that the universe losing in the martial arts tournament among the 12 universes would be eliminated by the Omni King. Moreover, the victorious universes were said to receive special rewards from the Omni King himself. After speaking, he fixed his gaze on Jiren. After a considerable pause, during which Jiren blinked, he finally responded, I agree to participate. However, I shall not attend the royal competition. Topo nodded and leaped down from the towering building. As for the special reward, I shall accept that. Jiren murmured to the starry sky. In the realm of the 5th universe, Kaioshin, the God of Destruction, Arak, looked with satisfaction at the dozen or so individuals clad in black robes and wearing uniquely concealing masks. He then revealed a purple sphere, handing it to the leader among them, saying, This is destructive energy. Simply throw it to unleash destruction. I hope you do not disappoint me. The leader nodded, and though his expression remained hidden, his demeanor conveyed utmost seriousness. Subsequently, the group departed. I wonder if entrusting them with destructive energy will lead to any issues. Aguma expressed with concern. Do not worry. That destructive energy does not belong to me, but to Katra, who arrived here a few days ago. Ah, I see. That explains it. I thought something fell off. Katra had always had a contentious relationship with Beerus, and thus, this opportunity allowed me to assist him. Aguma wore an expression of enlightenment. This strategy was indeed clever. Even if discovered, the destructive energy would not be attributed to Arak but to Katra, shifting the blame onto him. On Earth in the 7th universe, Beerus, while eating, suddenly sneezed, spraying food everywhere. Oh dear, Lord Beerus, mind your image, Whis remarked, sliding a napkin towards him. Beerus pretended to cough twice, dabbed his mouth with the napkin, and then casually rose to sit elsewhere. Make sure to clean this up later. Do not disturb my meal. After which, he resumed eating as if nothing had occurred. Vegeta couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, questioning whether Beerus was still the same cold and proud God of destruction. At that moment, a loud explosion echoed from a distance, causing the ground to tremble. They turned to see Reina emerging from the swirling dust, his upper body bare. Oh, you are all here. Haha, my apologies. At long last, you have emerged. Pray, enlighten me on what transpired and the reason behind this predicament. Beerus approached Reina, seizing his hand with an eagerness that was palpable. Observing Beerus's fervor, Reina was suddenly struck by a word that sent shivers down his spine. He swiftly withdrew his hand, exclaiming, Wait. Allow me a moment to gather my thoughts before I elaborate. With that, he dashed off towards the bathing area. Chapter 22. A brief interlude after more than half an hour. Reina emerged from his bath, feeling refreshed. During his ablutions, Vegeta had instructed his attendants to completely rearrange the items on the table. They sat across from each other, and after surveying the surroundings, Reina refined the words of the Grand Minister, weaving in elements from the narratives of his previous life as animations. So, this is what transpired. Beerus's expression transformed to one of realization, yet he was met with an unusual gaze from Reina. Clearing his throat, Beerus adopted a serious demeanor. Now that the situation has unfolded, you must secure victory for me. By the way, aside from the 3 of you, who are the remaining 2? Reina smiled and replied, I've already sent Sister Bulma to notify them. They should be arriving shortly. At that moment, on the outskirts of Universe 7, amidst flickering lights, over a dozen figures materialized. Is this truly Universe 7? Inquired one cloaked individual. The leader nodded in affirmation. According to the directives, this is indeed Universe 7, and it is replete with numerous lowly planets. Given the abundance of such inferior worlds, should we not annihilate a few? Suggested another cloaked figure. The leader waved his hand dismissively. Let us not complicate matters. We shall focus on our task and return to report our findings. Understood, came the unified response from the 16 individuals. The leader produced an object resembling a wristwatch from his pocket, fiddling with it until the screen illuminated, projecting the image and coordinates of Earth. Onward, let us advance towards this planet. The group soared through the cosmos in unison. At Capsule Corporation, Reina, the individuals you requested have arrived at the entrance. At that moment, Bulma approached, piloting a hovering vehicle. Thank you, Sister Bulma, Reina replied with a smile. Bulma waved her hand dismissively before glancing at Vegeta. Vegeta, you promised your son you would take him out for a day of fun. When do you intend to fulfill that promise? At her words, Vegeta's pupils constricted. He had forgotten this obligation. Clearing his throat, he replied without a change in expression. Once this situation is resolved, I shall take him out. Very well, just ensure you do not forget. He has inquired about it several times. With that, she departed on her vehicle. Barely had she left when 3 figures emerged from outside the gate. Satan, Bu, and Gohan, what brings you here? Son Goku greeted them. With his glasses perched on his nose, Gohan scratched his head and smiled. However, the rotund Bu paid no heed to him. Instead, he turned his gaze towards Satan. Can I eat all the food on that table? Bu inquired eagerly. Satan glanced around at the others, especially swallowing hard when his eyes fell on the god of destruction, as the events of the past lingered vividly in his memory. Go ahead and eat. Bu joyfully approached the table and began to feast heartily. Are these the 2 you were looking for? Vegeta queried. He nodded in affirmation. Lunch is fine, but Bu. Vegeta trailed off, yet Reina understood his implication. For Bu only heeded Satan's words, and it was only Satan who could compel him to fight. Thus, they had brought the 2 along. However, Reina was curious to see if he could sway Bu. Truth be told, Bu's strength was formidable, particularly during his arc, where he exhibited nearly broken abilities, only to be thwarted by the plot. Approaching Bu, he patted him on the shoulder, but Bu showed no reaction. However, upon releasing a hint of divine energy, Bu suddenly turned his attention to him. What do you want? Reina whispered in his ear. Listen to me, and I will grant you resurrection. Bu paused for a moment, then nodded before resuming his feast. In truth, his words were not directed solely at Bu, but also at the great Kaioshin residing within him. The divine power within Bu was still abundant, and upon his recent probing, he discovered that some of this divine energy retained consciousness, indicating that the great Kaioshin had not been entirely assimilated. At that moment, aside from Bu and Satan, the others turned their gaze skyward. A dozen individuals clad in black floated in the air. They were utterly devoid of any detectable energy. Who are you? Gohan asked, removing his glasses. Heh, we merely heard that Earthlings are quite formidable, so we thought we would come and test our skills against you. The leader of the black-clad individuals declared. However, his words went largely unheeded. Vegeta, shall you strike, or shall I? Goku inquired. I find such rabble uninteresting. Vegeta retorted. Then I shall not hold back. With that, he ascended into the air and charged directly at the group of black-clad figures. Swish, swish, swish. The black-clad individuals dispersed in an orderly fashion, forming a formation, and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts at Goku. The energy waves fell like rain. These attacks are of no concern to me, he declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2. The tremendous fighting spirit caused the oncoming energy blasts to explode mid-flight. The resounding blasts echoed throughout West City, drawing the attention of pedestrians and police alike toward Capsule Corporation. What is happening? The Capsule Corporation is hosting an event? Several police officers are engaged in discussion. This fellow is no ordinary man. What should we do? A man in black shouted towards the leader. The leader, realizing that his men were no match for their opponent, pulled a purple sphere from his pocket and hurled it at Sun Wukong. In the midst of his intense battle, Sun Wukong paid little heed and unleashed an energy blast that collided with the destructive energy. However, his attack vanished in an instant. What is that thing? Son Gohan inquired. That is destructive energy, and it emanates a sensation I find quite repugnant. Beerus remarked, his brow furrowing slightly. The destructive energy struck Sun Wukong directly, releasing a formidable wave of energy that instantly obliterated everything in the vicinity. This infuriated Bu, who was in the midst of his meal, but he was restrained by Satan. who reasoned that there were still many delightful dishes to enjoy. Hee hee. Enjoy it while it lasts. Quickly, let us depart. He pressed a few buttons on his watch, causing a vortex to materialize in the void. Want to leave? Did you consult me first? In an instant, Reyna appeared at the vortex's entrance and struck it with a palm, creating a deafening explosion as the vortex disappeared. How can this be? This was set up personally by that esteemed individual. It cannot be so easily destroyed. The leader grew anxious. You fools have truly brought your demise upon yourselves. Without uttering further words, Reyna waved his hand, summoning a tempest that caused the individuals to burst apart, yet there was no scene of bloodshed. He cast a glance at Sun Wukong, who was still enveloped in the destructive energy, and frowned. As he reached out to touch it, Beerus appeared before the destructive energy and flicked his finger, causing the energy to dissipate in an instant. Huff, huff. I was careless and did not evade. Sun Wukong gasped for breath. Beerus observed him and said, if you had transformed directly into Super Saiyan Blue, you would not have encountered such trouble, would you? It must feel rather unpleasant. Sun Wukong nodded earnestly. Beerus chuckled at Sun Wukong's demeanor, but his smile faded after just a few seconds, his expression darkening as he thought to himself, that rodent Quitella dares to orchestrate such actions. I will remember this, just wait. Although he cared little for the fates of Sun Wukong and the others, aside from Reyna, this was a direct affront to him, and he could not let it go unavenged. Meanwhile, Reyna's expression was equally grim. For the first time, he felt a surge of anger. Such an event truly transpired. Was it orchestrated by someone from the Ninth Universe? No, their attire is different. Which universe could it be? I must not learn the origin of this scheme. Even if the Grand Minister intervenes, I will ensure that you pay dearly. Suppressing the anger that brewed within him, he glanced at the time and realized it was nearly 5 o'clock. He bid farewell to the others before heading home. Sun Wukong and his son departed as well, along with Satan and Bu, leaving only Beerus and Whis behind. Whis, Beerus called out, and Whis nodded in acknowledgement, waving his staff to dispel the protective barrier. This barrier had materialized in an instant when their leader hurled the destructive energy sphere. Without it, the city of West would have surely met its demise. With the barrier now dissipated, the two also took their leave. As everyone departed, only Vegeta remained. Clenching his fists, he soared toward the Temple of the Gods, eager to seize the ample time remaining to engage in rigorous training within its sacred confines. Yet, he was not alone in this ambition. Chapter 23. Stronger Than You. Time flowed like a river, ushering in a new day. Sun Wukong, his son, Bu, and Satan, along with Beerus, all arrived early at Bulma's residence. Is Reyna not here yet? Could he have overslept? Sun Wukong remarked, glancing around. Does he possess no sense of time? Beerus furrowed his brow, choosing not to comment further, given his formidable prowess. Meanwhile, Reyna was enjoying breakfast at a street-side eatery. This breakfast is truly delightful. He praised a rotund, middle-aged man behind counter. The jovial man wiped the sweat from his forehead and replied, as long as you enjoy it. I've been running this establishment for over a decade, and the flavors are guaranteed. After consuming 6 hearty portions, Reyna patted his slightly full belly, settled the bill, and took his leave. After a brief interval, he finally arrived at Capsule Corporation. Goodness, why are you all here so early? Bulma exclaimed, rolling her eyes. Just look at the time. They arrived shortly after dawn. Can you compete with that? She found herself at a loss for words, having long abandoned the habit of rising early. Well, since everyone is here, let us depart, Beerus declared. Nodding in agreement, the group prepared to leave. At that moment, Whis waved his staff, enveloping everyone except Bulma in a colossal light circle, which shot skyward before vanishing. Good luck, everyone. Bulma silently cheered for them. In the 5th universe's supreme Kai realm, one of the deities remarked, those fools have been eliminated. What a useless bunch. Not that I expected them to pose any trouble for Beerus. Arak scoffed, brushing away the dust that had turned to powder on his hands. Will Beerus and the others discover this? Aguma inquired, his voice tinged with concern. Rest assured, those individuals are dead, and that destructive energy isn't mine. Even if they seek answers, they will turn to Katra. Arak replied dismissively. Now it's about time we took our leave. The two individuals exchanged a glance, then called forth their chosen candidate before departing from the realm of the King of All. They found themselves in an expansive, vast space. The King of All sat elevated above, flanked by 2 guards. To the left and right of the king, every 10 meters stood a platform, totaling 12 in number. Suddenly, several platforms were illuminated with a burst of radiance. The gods of destruction and angels had arrived. We pay our respects to the King of All. They bowed in unison. The king of all waved his hand, glancing around as if searching for someone. A few more flashes of light appeared, and the remaining individuals had nearly all gathered. Your Majesty, everyone is present, announced the Grand Priest. The king of all nodded, scanning the assembly once more. Upon spotting a figure, his eyes gleamed with excitement as he exclaimed in a youthful voice, "Let them begin." The Grand Priest nodded, turned, and with a grand gesture, conjured a colossal arena. He then proclaimed, "This tournament will consist of 3 matches, with the first to achieve 2 victories declared the winner. No fatalities are permitted. The aim is to incapacitate your opponent without causing harm. Showcase your abilities." Upon hearing the Grand Priest's declaration, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves. At that moment, from Universe 5, a peculiar being clad in a gray cloak, sporting pointed ears and brownish-gray skin, leaped onto the arena, pointing towards Universe 7. "I seek a worthy opponent from Universe 7 for a duel. May I?" In Universe 7, Goku and his companions exchanged glances, sensing no aura from this individual. "Dad, let me take the lead," Gohan suggested. Just as Goku was about to place a reassuring hand on his son's shoulder, Bu leaped onto the arena. "Bu, Mr." Satan exclaimed, taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed Bu being so proactive. Whis secretly chuckled, having encouraged Bu to step forward earlier. "Very well. Commence your battle." With the Grand Priest's words, the atmosphere in the entire space shifted, becoming solemn. On the arena, the brownish-gray skin being raised an eyebrow and provocatively gestured with his hand. However, after more than 10 seconds of silence, with Bu still unmoving, he taunted, "Is Universe 7 frightened? Afraid to come at me? Ha ha ha." Yet, Bu remained indifferent, igniting the being's fury. "Fine, underestimate me, and you shall learn the consequences," he bellowed. In a flash, he appeared before Bu at an astonishing speed, rapidly conjuring an energy sphere that he thrust into Bu's abdomen, resulting in an instant explosion. Boom! As the explosion erupted, the being swiftly evaded the blast radius. It can't end like this. The fighters chosen by Beerus are utterly useless. However, this is indeed preferable, for it allows Lord Zeno to discern that the overall strength of our 5th universe surpasses that of the 7th universe. Arak mused inwardly. Amid the billowing smoke on the arena, a sudden sound echoed, and Bu emerged from the haze, darting towards him in an instant, delivering a palm strike aimed at his head. "Do you take me for a mere child of 3? Such a simplistic attack." The extraterrestrial smirked, leaping backward in evasion. Yet Bu, as if anticipating his movement, swiftly elongated his arm, ensnaring the opponent's lower leg and violently swinging him from side to side. In mere moments, the air was filled with the resounding echoes of fierce collisions. "Curse be it!" roared the alien, his rage igniting as he broke free from Bu's grasp. Raising both hands high, a palpable energy began to coalesce within his palms, which he unleashed forth. Scarlet energy orbs erupted forth like a barrage from a machine gun, relentlessly bombarding Bu. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The deafening explosions reverberated throughout the arena. Bu, on the 7th universe's side. Satan covered his ears, shouting loudly. Yet, his voice was but a whisper amidst the cacophony of explosions. Through the haze, Bu inspected the gaping wound on his abdomen, wrinkled his nose, and exhaled sharply. In an instant, his belly restored itself. He then flexed his limbs and gazed towards the extraterrestrial outside the smoke, before vanishing in a flash. With a sudden crack, the assailant froze, sensing a pair of hands resting upon his back. "How is this possible? How did you appear?" The alien exclaimed, astonished. Just moments ago, he had distinctly felt the opponent still amidst the smoke, yet now he stood before him in an instant. However, Bu offered no response to his query. Instead, he confidently proclaimed, "You are indeed formidable, but I am stronger." With that, a surge of pink energy erupted from his hands, engulfing the alien. Amidst the cries, the energy wave detonated in midair, unleashing a scorching gust that swayed the nearby pillars, their purpose unknown. A figure plummeted from the smoke onto the arena floor. "Wow, how thrilling!" Lord Zeno at the top exclaimed with delight. The Grand Minister smiled, ready to announce the victor of this match, when he paused, glancing toward the arena. Not only he, but also the gods of destruction and angels from other universes turned their attention to the stage. "Well done, Bu. Showcase your true strength for all to witness," Arak declared unabashedly. Chapter 24, Slim Form versus Candidate for God of Destruction. "Yes, Lord Arak." The extraterrestrial, named Bu, felt his voice growing increasingly hoarse. Suddenly, his aura intensified, akin to that of explosives, and his brownish skin gradually transformed into a pale gray, with his gaze becoming piercing. The true battle had only just begun. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position. Whoosh! He reappeared before Bu in an instant, executing a high knee strike that swept across. The swift Bu had no time to react, hurtling sideways like a cannonball. This is bad. On the 7th universe platform, Beerus's expression shifted. Losing in the first round would be a significant blow to his pride. Yet, his countenance soon returned to normal, as Bu performed a 360-degree spin in midair, halting at the edge of the arena. However, one side of his body appeared to be indented. Not bad. You've managed to devise a method to mitigate my force. But alas, you cannot defeat me. As Bassa spoke, Bu was not idle. A thick mist enveloped him, and moments later, as the fog dissipated, his indented body restored itself. With a swift motion, Bu vanished once more, without a trace of disturbance. Bassa scanned the surroundings, then suddenly turned and unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A thunderous impact resonated, followed by the sound of Bu's arm shattering. This scene sent a jolt of fear through Satan, who watched from the platform. Dad, don't worry, Bu will be fine. Gohan reassured. Satan nodded, feeling more at ease as he recalled Bu's past resilience. The individual named Bassa indeed possessed formidable strength, yet Bu was no slouch either, and he had yet to unleash his true power. Goku stroked his chin thoughtfully and glanced at Reina, who merely smiled in response, remaining silent. Above the arena, Bu examined his now vanished arm, furrowing his brow for the first time. He then let out a soft hum, his pink skin rippling as his arm restored itself. I have gauged your strength. Indeed, it has improved significantly, but I have not yet revealed my full power. Now prepare to witness my true abilities. With that, his entire form began to flow like liquid, transforming into a mass of dough. Let me see what tricks you can conjure. Bassa did not impede him. Rather, he spoke with confidence. Bassa's old habits are resurfacing. Arak's sighed, somewhat exasperated. On the 7th universe side, Goku, feeling a surge of excitement, remarked, ever since our last encounter, I sensed he had greater strength yet to be revealed. Now I can finally witness it. His eyes fixated on Bu, reminiscing about their previous clashes during the time he wreaked havoc on Earth. Bu's body, resembling dough, seemed to be continuously molded by unseen hands, undergoing constant transformation. After about a minute, he finally came to a halt, followed by a peculiar sound and a billow of smoke that enveloped him. Suddenly, a bubbling noise erupted, and as the smoke dissipated, a slender figure of Bu with a pale, pink complexion emerged. Wow, is this Bu's new form? I can certainly feel he is stronger than before. Goku remarked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Kakarot, who do you think is stronger, him or Kid Bu? Vegeta suddenly posed the question. Goku fell silent, contemplating for a brief moment. It's hard to say. That guy's strength isn't particularly overwhelming, but his irrational destruction and boundless stamina make him quite troublesome. However, Mr. Bu is different. His current state is indeed formidable. The extent of his power can only be gauged by engaging him in battle. Vegeta nodded, casting a glance at the lithe Bu and then at the lethargic Reina, already forming conclusions in his mind. From the moment Bu entered the arena, he had harbored doubts, and now it appeared those suspicions were well-founded. On the stage, Posa observed the transformed Bu and chuckled. I expected you to showcase something spectacular, but it seems this is all there is. Not necessarily. The slender Bu smiled. In an instant, he leaped forward, crashing his head into Posa. The sound of the impact was jarring, piercing the air, followed by a flurry of punches and kicks from Bu. Each strike landed with relentless force, pushing Posa backward while creating deep craters in the arena floor beneath him. Oomph! Posa grunted, suddenly unleashing a surge of energy that repelled Bu's assault, swiftly landing amidst the uneven terrain of the arena. He took a moment to catch his breath, feeling the state of his body, and a fleeting thought crossed his mind. What is happening? His strength has increased so dramatically, yet his energy remains the same. Posa shook off his concerns. No matter, this first match is mine to win. It's time to employ that technique. These thoughts passed in an instant. Having made his decision, he clenched his fists, and an explosive aura, akin to volatile dynamite, abruptly calmed. His stature grew a few centimeters taller, and peculiar patterns began to emerge on his body. His grayish-white skin transformed into a deep purple, enveloped by a faint energy shield. What is this? In Universe 7, Beerus narrowed his eyes and glanced at Whis, just as Whis met his gaze, igniting a spark of intense anticipation between them. Arak has surprisingly dispatched a candidate for the god of destruction. Beerus inexplicably felt a twinge of discomfort in his teeth. His statement drew the attention of both Sun Wukong and Vegeta, who were eager to inquire about the nature of this candidate, only to be silenced by Beerus. We shall discuss this once the outcome of this battle is determined. Meanwhile, on the side of Universe 5, it appears that this contestant possesses some degree of skill, prompting the use of such a technique. Yet, it remains uncertain how adept he is at it. The other gods of destruction and Supreme Kais observed Boza's transformation, engaging in hushed discussions. Goodness, Arok truly has the audacity to send forth a candidate for the god of destruction. I wonder what he is thinking. Who knows? Perhaps it is for the best, as it might just bring Beerus down a peg. Although their conversations were hushed, the gravitas of their status rendered Beerus's expression exceedingly grim. In the celestial realm of the Omni King, the innocent and naive Omni King inquired, "What are they discussing, Grand Minister?" "I cannot comprehend." The Grand Minister, with a cheerful demeanor, replied, "It seems they are deliberating on a matter of great significance, Your Majesty. Just continue to observe." The innocent Omni King paid little mind to the intricacies, nodding along as he resumed watching. On the arena, Bu scowled. "Your presence is quite displeasing and uncomfortable." With a frown etched upon his face, he swiftly moved towards Boza, delivering a powerful punch. However, Boza merely stepped back with a gentle motion. With a resounding boom, Bu's forceful strike collided with the air, instantly creating a vacuum that unleashed a ferocious gale in all directions. The arena, unable to withstand such immense power, shattered into fragments. Yet, Bu was undeterred. He elongated his arms, a faint glow enveloping his pale pink skin. The moment his hands made contact with Boza's skin, a sound akin to a cutting machine resonated. "Oh, quite impressive is this white magic." Boza mused, a smirk gracing his lips as he discerned the nature of the energy emanating from Bu. Previously perplexed by the absence of energy fluctuations when his opponent vanished, he now comprehended that it was due to Bu's magical abilities. Defeat seems inevitable, but that matters little. This is an opportunity for Bu to grow. In Universe 7, the drowsy Reina barely lifted his eyelids, already aware without looking that Bu was destined to lose. Aside from him, both Whis and Beerus were well aware of the situation, yet they remained silent, constrained by the nature of their positions. Beerus, however, had ceased to maintain his stoic demeanor, having come to terms with the matter at hand. In Chapter 25, the confrontation with Belgamer unfolds. In their universe, magic exists, albeit in a different form, which initially eluded his perception. The energies of both parties clashed in a stalemate for several seconds. Suddenly, Bu's hands exploded, and Posa appeared before him, forming an energy orb that detonated upon contact with his chest. Both combatants were engulfed in the explosive haze of energy. "Splendid," Yarick exclaimed, disregarding decorum. As the smoke dissipated, Bu lay reduced to a puddle outside the ring, yet he still harbored thoughts of restoration. Unfortunately, the destructive energy within him hindered any chance of recovery. At that moment, the Grand Priest stepped forward to declare, in the first match of the royal contest, "The victor is Posa from the 5th universe." Upon the announcement, Posa bowed in the direction of the Omni King before returning to his universe's platform. Yarick smiled at him, then cast a provocative glance towards Beerus. "That insufferable wretch," Beerus muttered, his expression unchanging as he clenched his fist. With a swift motion, Goku and his son leaped onto the arena, retrieving the puddle that was Bu. "Bu, what happened to you? Don't scare me," Satan fretted, piecing Bu back together with his hands. He then crawled over to Beerus, pleading, "Lord Beerus, I implore you, save Bu." It was evident that Satan had fully embraced Bu as family, as demonstrated by his frantic actions. Beerus, bound by his position, paid him no heed, instead turning his gaze to Whis, only to fall silent at the sight of Whis's impassive expression. Rina, who had been dozing, rose and squatted beside Bu. With a wave of his hand, he neutralized the obstructive destructive force with his divine power, allowing Bu to begin his slow restoration. In no time, he regained a slender form, albeit with marked weakness, exclaiming, "I'm so tired. I need to sleep." Almost immediately, his head drooped, and he fell into a deep slumber. Satan stood, looking at Rina with concern, asking, "Is Bu going to be all right?" "Rest assured, he simply needs to recuperate," Rina replied, then turned his attention to the competitors in the arena. Among them was Belgamer, the leader of the dangerous trio from the 9th universe, whose power was considerable. If he refrained from utilizing his ability to transfer others' powers, his strength would be akin to that of a Super Saiyan 3 on Earth. In the anime, Goku had sought to discover the limits of Belgamer's abilities, which is why he resorted to using the blue transformation. Otherwise, It would have been unnecessary to employ such a complicated approach. Belgamore surveyed the arena, observing the warriors from the 11th universe and the 5th universe, before finally settling his gaze on the 7th universe. I believe he did not fully enjoy the previous battle. So this time I wish to select individuals from your 7th universe. Are you willing? His tone was remarkably affable as he spoke. On the platform, Virus' eyes flickered with a subtle glimmer. He understood that this was entirely an affront from the other 3 universes, or more precisely, a direct assault on him alone. These petty individuals still harbored resentment over past events, seizing this opportunity to exact their vengeance. They wished to humiliate me before Lord Zeno, and while their scheme appears astute, they likely did not anticipate that I possess a trump card. As he pondered, his peripheral vision caught sight of Reina. Just as he was deep in thought, Gohan leaped onto the stage. I am here to experience your esteemed techniques, Gohan politely declared, which took Belgamore by surprise. Very well. Let us see what you are capable of. With that, both combatants assumed their stances, and simultaneously the Grand Minister announced the commencement of the second match. In an instant, Belgamore vanished at an astonishing speed, reappearing before Gohan, delivering a powerful kick aimed at his abdomen. The forceful strike sliced through the air, producing a sharp sound of friction. Quick on his feet, Gohan retaliated with a kick of his own. The 2 feet collided, resulting in a resounding sonic boom. The clash propelled them from the arena into the sky, where they engaged in a frenetic aerial battle, occasionally converging and unleashing explosive force. The warm-up of the 7th universe should come to an end. Reveal your true prowess. Gohan nodded, feeling that the moment had arrived, as he had discerned his opponent's fundamental strength through their earlier skirmish. With a sudden surge, he unleashed a sharp silver aura, vanishing from sight only to reappear behind Belgamore, swiftly grappling him as though he were a wrestler, sending them plummeting through the air. With a thunderous crash, the arena shattered once more, creating a vast crater amidst the swirling smoke. Alas, this platform bore burdens it was never meant to endure. Suddenly, a figure burst forth from a mist. It was Gohan, maintaining his offensive posture, eyes keenly focused on the haze. Come fort. I know you were unscathed by that last attack. Belgamore, lying in the pit, gradually stood and stretched his limbs, calmly emerging from the smoke, standing 2 meters away from Gohan. You from the 7th universe are indeed formidable. I shall not retaliate. Unleash your assaults freely, he declared, leaving himself wide open and remaining perfectly still. On the 7th universe platform, Goku observed Belgamore's actions with a curious expression. Vegeta, what kind of ultimate technique do you think this individual will employ? Vegeta merely scoffed and rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Goku, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head. Meanwhile, on the arena, Gohan narrowed his eyes, refraining from rushing into action. He first took a moment to observe, then sensed his opponent's aura, repeating this several times without detecting anything unusual. With that, he decided to engage. On the platform of Universe 9, the second member of the dangerous trio, Lavanda, wore a sinister smile. To compel the leader to resort to such a move, it seems our opponent possesses some degree of strength. The third member, Bazel, nodded in agreement. Oh, so Belgamore has even more formidable techniques hidden away? I am eager to witness them. The god of destruction, Lord Zeno, watched with keen interest, convinced that this second match would undoubtedly result in victory for Universe 9, given the lackluster performance of the fighters from Universe 7 in the first round. Combined with what these 2 brothers had just stated, his confidence in their triumph grew. With a resounding thud, Gohan landed a punch on Belgamore's chest. Yet it inflicted no damage whatsoever, not even causing him to flinch. Belgamore raised an eyebrow, disdain evident in his voice. Is this truly your strength? Hardly impressive. Such a feeble attack is utterly ineffective. Gohan remained silent, gradually intensifying the force of his strikes. The sound of impact echoed as his fists left multiple, varying impressions on Belgamore's chest and abdomen. At that moment, Belgamore grinned, and the bruises on his body shimmered with a faint red glow before vanishing. Astonishingly, his physique visibly expanded, doubling in size. As he grew, he unleashed a punch towards Gohan. Taken by surprise, Gohan braced himself for the blow, which forced him to stagger backward, leaving a series of footprints in his wake, his arms tingling from the sheer force of the strike. How does it feel to realize your own attack is quite formidable? Belgamore laughed, his amusement growing bolder until Lord Zeno cleared his throat lightly, prompting him to rein in his mirth. Gohan steadied himself, shaking his slightly numbed hand. So this is your ability, is it? Yet, it is hardly something extraordinary. At this, Belgamore's forehead bulged with veins, his irritation palpable at the dismissal of his skills. I shall strike you down without the chance for retaliation. He then charged forward like a rampaging bull. Chapter 26. A victory and a defeat, as decreed by the Omni King. As he approached Gohan, he delivered a powerful punch. Gohan deftly sidestepped, evading the blow while swiftly delivering a sweeping kick aimed at his opponent's lower body. However, Belgamore's stance remained as unyielding as granite. Suddenly, Bergamo's tail swept towards him, striking Son Gohan back to his original position. In that fleeting moment, Bergamo launched a left hook. Bang! Son Gohan was sent soaring into the air, while Bergamo followed closely, leaping higher than him. Subsequently, he executed a 180-degree spinning high kick. The heel of his powerful kick struck Gohan's abdomen with tremendous force. Whoosh! Like a meteor plummeting at great speed. With a resounding crash. A crater even larger than before was created. Haha, how's that feel? This is what I call returning the favor in kind. Bergamo exclaimed triumphantly. From within the deep pit, Gohan slowly emerged, landing back on the intact arena. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his spirit undeterred as he looked at his opponent. You possess the remarkable ability to perfectly convert another's strength into your own and return it to them. That is indeed an impressive skill. However, I refuse to concede. Gohan declared resolutely. Since you can convert, I'll ensure you have more than enough to convert. With a low growl, he clenched his fists, and an aura of fighting spirit surged around him like howling winds. Buzz! His arms crossed, and the energy coalesced at the surface of his skin. This technique bore similarities to the perfect form of Super Saiyan Blue. When everything was prepared, he narrowed his eyes and, in an instant, shot forward like a bolt of lightning, appearing before Bergamo in a fraction of a second. What incredible speed! Bergamo's expression hardened, yet he remained unmoved, confident in his own abilities. Meanwhile, in Universe 11, what do you think? Kai inquired of a figure clad in a black robe standing behind him. The robed individual replied in a deep, resonant voice, though the fighter from Universe 7 is young, his strength is formidable, already half of my level. As for the contestant from Universe 9, I can only say their power is mediocre, relying on tricks. You hold such a high regard for the mortal from Universe 7? Kai expressed surprise. It's not so much an evaluation as it is a mere observation. Back on the arena, bang, bang, bang. Each punch Gohan landed on Bergamo was powerful. Every strike he delivered was absorbed by Bergamo, causing his physique to gradually grow. When his body expanded to about 10 zhong, a glint of determination flashed in Gohan's eyes. In a swift motion, he leaped back, his hands forming a blossom shape as he unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A cerulean beam struck Bergamo, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion, mingled with cries of surprise. Zzz, amidst the smoke, a sound akin to electric currents crackled, and after a few breaths, a figure staggered out from the haze, half kneeling on the ground. He gazed at Gohan with incredulity. What have you done to me? Why is this happening? In contrast, Gohan let out a deep sigh. At last, my new technique has succeeded, he declared with satisfaction, then turned to Bergamo. Your abilities are indeed formidable, yet I sense you may be overly reliant on this technique. With every strike, I leave a trace of my energy within your body. Once it reaches a certain threshold, I initiate an attack to detonate it, which has led to your current state. Rascal, you possess quite a skill, Bergamo retorted, his body convulsing before he slowly collapsed. After a tense silence of over 10 seconds, the Grand Priest announced Gohan from Universe 7 as the victor of this match. As soon as the announcement was made, the two brothers from Universe 9 rushed onto the stage to assist their fallen sibling. Gohan bowed to the spectators before returning to his platform, while the Grand Priest waved his hand, restoring the arena to its former state. Well done, Gohan, exclaimed Son Goku, patting him on the shoulder in praise. Gohan smiled shyly, while Beerus discreetly gave him a nod of approval. This victory had somewhat restored his dignity. The score now stood at 1 win and 1 loss, leaving uncertainty as to who would challenge next. The atmosphere in the arena felt tense and unusual, as the gods and Kaioshins were well aware of the implications of the previous matches. Who would step forward for the third round? Amidst this uneasy atmosphere, Zeno spoke up. I want to choose someone. A person named Son Goku. Is he here? The moment Zeno uttered these words, the ambience shifted to one of heightened anticipation. The great Zeno would personally select a contestant. What could this mean? Who knew? But who exactly was this Son Goku? As the gods murmured among themselves, a voice broke through. Huh? Me? Son Goku exclaimed, bewildered and loud. All eyes turned towards Universe 7. Yes, It's you. Hurry, I want to see your battle. Zeno clapped his hands excitedly. Beerus, feeling a surge of anxiety, bowed before Zeno and then gave Son Goku a firm pat on the back, urging him to take the stage. Son Goku, still in a daze, nodded and ascended the arena. The Grand Priest observed Goku on the stage. Since he has been designated by the great Zeno, he must possess exceptional qualities. So, who among you wishes to challenge Son Goku? Barely a few breaths had passed when a figure clad in a black robe from Universe 11 leapt forward. Let me give a try. He shed his dark robe, revealing his black and red team uniform. The figure before them was none other than Trappa, the captain of the Proud Warriors. He bowed deeply to the king of all and introduced himself. I am Trappa. You are formidable. I can sense your power, exclaimed Sun Wukong with great enthusiasm, every cell in his body tingling with excitement. The moment Trappa appeared, he felt the weight of his strength from the seventh universe. Show me what skills have drawn the attention of Lord Zeno. In an instant, Trappa vanished, reappearing behind Sun Wukong. Quick as lightning, Wukong turned and threw a punch, only for Trappa to catch it effortlessly. With a swift leap, he twisted and dislocated Wukong's arm. Wukong cried out in pain, swiftly rolling and delivering a powerful kick to Trappa's abdomen. However, Trappa did not evade. He absorbed the blow with his stomach. What? Wukong was momentarily taken aback, for the force of his kick was considerable. With a surge of energy, he transformed into Super Saiyan, breaking free from Trappa's grip and landing a short distance away. He placed his left hand on his dislocated right arm, skillfully maneuvering it back into place and testing its mobility. You're quite agile. It seems you excel in joint techniques. This only heightens my excitement, Trappa, Wukong declared, transforming into Super Saiyan 2 as crackling electricity danced around him. In the blink of an eye, he charged at Trappa, initiating a fierce melee. Chapter 27 concluded, and selections were made. The pace of their combat was breathtaking, a flurry of motion that dazzled the eyes. Bang, bang. When they reappeared, both had grasped each other's hands, engaged in a contest of strength. They stood locked in a stalemate, energy coalescing into two distinct auras, one red and one yellow. ZZZT. The clash of their energy produced arcs of red and yellow lightning that crisscrossed chaotically. In an instant, the arena lay in ruins, with the lightning threatening to consume everything in its vicinity. Crack! As the bolts made contact with the platform of the gods, they rebounded violently. Swish! In an instant, the two combatants vanished, flashing around the arena. Finally, Sun Wukong seized an opportunity, landing a kick that sent Trappa flying. Yet Trappa quickly regained his footing, reappearing before Wukong as their fierce battle resumed, each collision producing resounding sonic booms. Kakarot has fallen into his old habits again, Vegeta remarked with a hint of disdain. Uncle Vegeta, what about my father? Gohan inquired, puzzled. Vegeta scoffed. Kakarot always tests strong opponents first before revealing his true prowess. Gohan was at a loss for words. Bang, bang. The two individuals engaged in an intense and fervent battle, unleashing torrents of formidable energy. This mortal, named Sun Wukong, possesses considerable skill, managing to contend with Trappa in such a manner. He was somewhat astonished by Sun Wukong's performance. His strength is merely average. Trappa has yet to exert even half of his true power. The god of destruction, Wei Mei, remarked with a hint of disdain. Kei nodded in agreement. Had Vegeta overheard their conversation, he would undoubtedly reiterate his previous words. Whoosh! In the midst of their clash, Trappa attempted to employ a familiar joint technique once more. But Sun Wukong evaded it with a sudden instant transmission. Simultaneously, in that fleeting moment, he unleashed a wave of potent energy. Boom! The energy erupted, enveloping the area in a cloud of smoke, adhering to the principle of appearing unharmed amidst the haze. Impressive. You actually withstood my attack without a scratch. Sun Wukong grinned widely. With a flourish, Trappa waved his hand to disperse the smoke. Observing Sun Wukong, he pondered aloud. Are you planning to continue concealing your true strength? If you do not reveal your genuine abilities, you shall not triumph over me. You two are holding back your power. Sun Wukong chuckled. Oh, very well. Then let us engage with all our might. Buzz. A majestic red aura surged from Trappa. Sun Wukong narrowed his eyes and transformed into his super blue form. The energy that erupted from this transformation astonished the gods. Such energy rivaled that of the divine. This mortal possesses such remarkable prowess. Whoosh, whoosh. The two resumed their fierce skirmish, with a cacophony of sound resonating as they clashed. Zoom. Seizing an opportunity, Sun Wukong instantaneously appeared before Troppa, delivering a powerful strike that sent him flying, then used instant transmission to position himself precisely where Troppa would land. With unerring accuracy, he unleashed a devastating punch to Troppa's abdomen. Wow! Troppa spat out a mouthful of bile, hurtling sideways. Yet, after traversing a short distance, he stabilized himself with his energy. Not bad. Now it resembles a proper fight. Troppa wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. As he spoke, his gaze seemed to fixate on something, and his expression darkened swiftly. His imposing aura intensified dramatically, the resulting pressure causing Sun Wukong's skin to prickle painfully, even in his super blue form. You dare to tarnish my proud battle team's uniform? I will not let you off lightly. As he spoke, his aura surged even further. Your strength is indeed formidable. In that case, I shall not hold back any longer. Huh. Sun Wukong also activated the 20 times King's Fist, though he could increase it by another 10 times. He still recalled Reina's words. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the tension between the two individuals reached its zenith, poised for an imminent clash, a voice resounded, shattering the charged atmosphere. This match concludes here. The speaker was none other than the Grand Priest. Upon his pronouncement, the intensity of the two competitors dissipated. Just as I was getting into it, is it already over? Sun Wukong expressed his disappointment. The Grand Priest provided a reasoned explanation. Sun Wukong, you may engage in a contest of strength during the tournament. He then cast a glance towards the Omni King, who, surprisingly, was fast asleep at that moment. Sun Wukong nodded, preparing to return to his universe when he was stopped by Topo, who engaged him in conversation. The gist was that if Sun Wukong's strength were to be measured against Topo's, he should consider relinquishing the challenge. For within Topo's ranks stood a competitor even more formidable than he. Sun Wukong's response was unequivocal, asserting, I will not be defeated, before returning to the platform. Topo scoffed softly, muttering about his stubbornness as he too returned to the stage. At this juncture, the Grand Priest announced, the preliminary tournament concludes here. I hope you all return to prepare diligently for the upcoming melee. With that, he vanished alongside the Omni King and 2 attendants. The deities bowed towards the direction of their departure, and after a brief exchange of glances, the various destroyers instructed their angelic attendants to escort them away. On the expansive lawn of the Capsule Corporation on Earth, a streak of light descended from the heavens, heralding the return of Sun Wukong and his companions. Upon their arrival, Beerus promptly urged Vegeta to procure food without delay, simply as a means of alleviating his frustrations. After more than half an hour, a grand feast was laid out, and Beerus, disregarding all decorum, devoured the meal with unrestrained fervor, completely abandoning any semblance of dignity. A week from now, bring forth your true abilities and let them witness. Beerus mumbled through his mouthful. Except for Reina, Sun Wukong, and the others nodded vigorously in agreement. Once everyone had feasted to their fill, Gohan and Din took Bu home, while Beerus returned to the realm of the destroyers, leaving only 3 pure-blooded Saiyans present. Reina, aside from you, Vegeta, my son Gohan, and Bu, how shall we locate the remaining participants? Sun Wukong inquired. Reina pretended to ponder thoughtfully, stroking his chin before responding, I believe Bu will be unable to participate. What? Why is that? Isn't he merely asleep? We can awaken him. That would be futile. He will remain in slumber for an extended period. As for the others, I have already devised a plan, though one individual may prove somewhat troublesome for you to track down. That was quick. Wow. Reina, you are remarkably clever. Sun Wukong exclaimed, causing Reina to involuntarily twitch his lips in embarrassment, because the personnel he mentioned was identical in configuration, except that he replaced Frieza. After he briefly listed the personnel, both Goku and Vegeta nodded in acknowledgement. Goku remarked, I recall that number 17 is the brother of number 18. She should know his whereabouts. However, Krillin and number 18 have a daughter, which complicates matters. At this moment, Vegeta, as if he had anticipated this, suggested, it's simple. We can have Goten and Trunks entertain his daughter. It shouldn't take too long. His final statement bore a hint of uncertainty. All right, I will go find them. With that, he vanished in an instant. Only the 2 of them remained. Vegeta glanced at Reina, appearing as though he had something to say but hesitated. Reina stood up and said, let us go. I'll train with you and teach you something useful. Vegeta nodded and followed Reina out. Chapter 28. The Great Chaos of the Void begins. The 2 arrived at the gravity chamber, setting the gravity to approximately 650 times Earth's gravity, just within what he could endure. However, Vegeta found himself bent over, supporting his weight on his palms due to the intense pressure. Reina did not speak or intervene at that moment. He waited patiently. Once Vegeta adjusted slightly and ceased using his hands for support, Rina began to explain how to more adeptly manipulate power and energy techniques. In addition to this instruction, he intended to give Vegeta a vial of super serum from his system backpack, believing it would aid Vegeta in enhancing his abilities. Meanwhile, Goku arrived at the island where Master Roshi resided. Unfortunately, Krillin lacked the funds to build a house, so he had to reside at Master Roshi's place. Fortunately, the old turtle hermit had ample rooms, otherwise they would not have fit. "Krillin, are you there?" He called out a couple of times without receiving a response. Just as he was about to enter, the door swung open. A small head peeked out. It was Krillin's daughter, Marin. "Oh, it's Uncle Goku," she exclaimed, rushing out and reaching up for a hug. Goku readily lifted her, playfully teasing her until her laughter filled the air. "Where's your dad?" Goku inquired once more. Marin replied in her sweet, childlike voice, "Daddy seems to be in the bathroom." Goku nodded, and at that moment, number 18 emerged. "Ah, you're here, 18. I have something to discuss with you as well." Just as number 18 looked puzzled, Goku briefly recounted the situation. "I didn't expect this to happen. My husband and I will participate, but honestly, I don't know where number 17 is." Number 18 pondered for a moment before agreeing. As it was for the sake of her daughter, it was needless to say that Krillin would likely consent as well. Goku nodded and gently set Marin down. "Very well. Thank you, number 18. As for number 17, I shall seek out Tion shortly to see if he knows where he is." Having said this, he waved farewell to number 18 and took flight. As Sun Wukong departed, number 18 led Marlin back into their abode. Thus, a week slipped by like a fleeting shadow. On this day, Sun Wukong and his son, along with Vegeta and Reina, returned from the realm of the Kaioshin, leaving behind a world in disarray and a despondent Kaioshin. On the lawn of Capsule Corporation, Beerus, Whis, and 6 competitors have been waiting for quite some time. This time, apart from the 2 deities and the 10 contestants, there are no spectators present. "Hey, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, why is it always the 2 of you? What is going on? You are perpetually late," Beerus exclaimed sternly. Sun Wukong scratched his face with a finger, casting a sidelong glance at Reina. After all, it was Reina who had delayed their arrival due to a restroom break. "Now that everyone is gathered, let us set forth, Whis." Whis smiled gently, tapping his staff upon the ground. A radiant light enveloped them, propelling them skyward, a sight invisible to the naked eye of ordinary mortals. In the boundless void, within a unique realm, a colossal arena, akin to a floating mountain, was being assembled by the Grand Minister, who swung his arms to piece together the unfinished sections. Surrounding the arena were rows of interconnected seating. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several beams of light flashed, revealing an array of individuals seated, competitors and deities from their respective universes. "Is this the realm of nothingness? The air feels so dense here," Gabe from Universe 6 remarked. "Hey, Gabe, we're the Saiyans from Universe 7. You're not deceiving me, are you? Beware, or I shall give you a beating." A girl with spiky hair and clad in rebellious attire asked haughtily. "Calm down, Caulifla. They must not have arrived yet. They should be here shortly," Gabe explained. Caulifla placed her hands on her hips. "I hope so, otherwise you shall face my wrath." With that, she shot him a fierce glare. Amidst their exchange, several more beams of light appeared, signifying the arrival of other universes. "Hey, Gabe, Hit, it's good to see you again." Sun Wukong's voice resonated, prompting Hit to nod in acknowledgement. "Look, that is Sun Wukong from Universe 7. Gabe pointed towards him. "And me too," Caulifla interjected, striding confidently towards Sun Wukong with an air of arrogance. "I have heard you proclaim yourself the strongest Saiyan. You seem quite confident in your abilities. Through this match, I shall demonstrate that the title of the strongest Saiyan rightfully belongs to me." With a haughty huff, she turned and walked away, leaving Sun Wukong momentarily bewildered. "Hee, Wukong, it seems you are quite popular with the ladies." Krillin approached Goku, teasingly remarking. Amidst Krillin's banter, a formidable and authoritative aura suddenly enveloped the arena, compelling warriors from various universes to direct their gazes towards its source. It was none other than the prideful team from Universe 11. How astonishing that someone could exude such a powerful presence. It seems this fellow has concealed some hidden strength. The deities exchanged whispers among themselves. "Hey, Topo," Goku greeted. Topo scoffed. "What a stubborn creature. I never imagined you would actually show up. This battle is destined to lead to the annihilation of your universe." "How amusing your words are. How can one ascertain the outcome without testing it?" he retorted, casting a glance at the bald man standing beside him. "You must be Jiren. As Topo mentioned, indeed, you are quite formidable." Jiren, however, did not deign to acknowledge him. His attention fixed instead on Reina, where he vaguely sensed Reina's strength. Yet, it was merely a fleeting glance, and he paid it no further mind. Goku said nothing, merely squinting his eyes before returning to his team. Reina patted Goku's shoulder, to which Goku nodded in understanding. Now that everyone is gathered, I shall elucidate the rules of the competition. The Grand Priest's resonant voice filled the arena, instantly silencing the previously raucous crowd. The duration of the contest is 200 taka, which translates to 96 minutes in your mortal time. The stone pillar in the center of the arena serves as a timer. With each segment that descends, 3 minutes will be deducted. Furthermore, flying skills are prohibited on the arena, except for those equipped with wings. The use of restorative items for regaining energy is also forbidden, as is employing weapons outside of techniques, and opponents must not be killed. Additionally, being knocked out of the arena results in disqualification. During the Grand Priest's address, some individuals attempted to fly, only to discover that it was indeed impossible. This was to be a true test of strength. Yet, this was preferable, Goku contemplated. It would allow him to transcend his limits in this battle. Vegeta, with a fierce gaze, clenched his fists, silently vowing, I shall undoubtedly survive this contest and reach a new realm, showcasing the terrors of Saiyan. Naturally, apart from those from Universe 7, the majority of the mortals present shared similar aspirations, to survive or grow through this contest, save for a few exceptions. Well, I have completed the explanation of the rules. Now, let us invite Lord Zeno to speak. Zeno, seated in the highest seat, rose joyfully, spinning around and displaying a radiant smile. Now everyone, enjoy yourselves. With that, he embraced his divine iPad and sat back down. Thus, the martial arts tournament officially commenced. Chapter 29, A Shining Emergence. As soon as Zeno concluded his speech, a resounding cheer erupted from the colossal arena. The gods returned to the stands, leaving only the mortal competitors on the stage. As the inhabitants of the second universe exchanged glances, they dispersed to select their opponents for battle. In an instant, the arena erupted in a dazzling display of colors accompanied by a cacophony of sounds. How magnificent! I too felt a surge of excitement. Let us all rally together. With that, Sun Wukong dashed into the throng, vanishing amidst the explosive sounds. Father! Sun Wukong called out loudly, but alas, his voice was lost in the tumult. Vegeta stretched his limbs, donning an air of arrogance. Take care of yourselves, just don't get eliminated. Of course, his words did not extend to Reina. In a flash, he too charged into the crowd. Uncle Vegeta, Son Gohan's lips twitched. He was at a loss for words, as it seemed his authority as team leader had gone unheeded. Despite having outlined the battle strategy on their way here, it appeared to be in vain. Piccolo stepped forward and patted Gohan's shoulder in a comforting gesture. Don't take it to heart, Gohan. After all, your father and Vegeta are rather combative, but there is still one who hasn't he left. Piccolo's words brought a slight sense of balance to Gohan's mind as he turned to Reina. Reina shrugged. I must say, Gohan, those strategies you devise seem rather futile in my view. It is impossible to conserve energy in this battle. Moreover, strength is the ultimate strategy. Is it not? As he spoke, a crimson light shot towards them. Indeed, you are quite right. Strength is the best strategy, which is precisely why you lack it. A sharp and audacious voice echoed. Above them, a blue-skinned avian being soared through the air. With a gaping mouth, it unleashed a torrent of fiery energy balls, which rapidly divided into over a dozen projectiles hurtling toward them. With a resolute expression, Son Gohan raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Whoosh! Boom! 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 The series of explosions reverberated incessantly. However, some attacks still slipped through, but fortunately, a long arm reached out and deflected the assault. Thank you, Uncle Piccolo. Gohan expressed his gratitude. Piccolo nodded, leaping into action with his arm extending swiftly to grasp the flying avian creature. What on earth are you? The avian exclaimed. Dodging Piccolo esse onslaught. As it avoided the attack, a sudden whoosh resonated behind it. It turned just in time to see a massive foot crashing down upon its face. Whoosh! Like a cannonball, it was sent hurtling away, nearly flying off the arena, but with a desperate flap of its wings, it managed to regain stability. One impressive creature. It can hold itself like that, Krillin remarked, stroking his smooth, bald head, feeling somewhat disheartened. The force of that kick was tremendous. It failed to dislodge the avian from the arena. Darling, what are you doing? Engage earnestly in the competition. Do not overthink, for our daughter awaits us. The voice of number 18 revitalized the disheartened Klin, instantly lifting his spirits. Indeed, My daughter is waiting for me. I cannot simply concede. Doing so would tarnish my image in her eyes. With newfound determination, Clint charged towards the location of the Birdman. However, not more than 10 meters into his dash, he was intercepted by a figure who, without uttering a word, launched an attack on him. Is this individual a companion of that Birdman? Clint glanced at the circling avian adversary and then at the disheveled figure before him. Uncertain of its gender, and with a clenched jaw, he engaged the opponent in combat. Liduoya, you are quite the meddler. I could handle this bald head without your assistance. The Birdman retorted discontentedly. Meanwhile, Liduoya, locked in battle with Clint, scoffed. Stop boasting, sorry. Focus on dealing with that long-armed creature. The clash between the two factions was fierce and unrelenting. Liduoya, sorry, you both possess no shame. Choosing to bully the weaker representatives of Universe 7 without including us. That is rather inconsiderate. At that moment, a voice echoed as a group emerged from the smoke. 8 individuals, joining the 2 already engaged, forming a total of 10. Since you have arrived, let us annihilate them together. We shall eliminate Universe 7 first. The 8 nodded and encircled the remaining 6. With a thunderous roar, the leader, a one-eyed alien with azure skin, launched an assault on Sun Gohan. The others had already selected their opponents. Number 18 faced an alien with pink skin and 6 eyes. Master Roshi battled a slender, freckled extraterrestrial. No. 17 confronted a robust being with 2 mouths, and Tien Shinhan squared off against a shorter, yet muscular competitor. Thus, each found their adversary, leaving only Reina and 2 aliens in a standoff. In the audience, the God of Destruction from Universe 12 observed with a smirk as his universe's contestants systematically eliminated those from Universe 7, ensuring they experienced despair, helplessness, and powerlessness. Beside him, King Kai Agu could hardly bear Gold's words, prompting him to pat Gold's shoulder, only to be met with a dismissive glare. Among the many gods of destruction, he and Beerus shared a particularly strained relationship, a grudge stemming from events of years past. Had it not been for that incident, his universe might have achieved even greater heights. Hey, you from Universe 7 seem quite young. Has your universe no one else to send but a mere child like you? Quipped one of the aliens, whose webbed feet resembled those of a duck. The young lad bears not a single expression upon his face. Could it be that we have rendered him utterly speechless? How amusing. Another extraterrestrial scoffed. Just as their laughter echoed, a radiant light burgeoned within their pupils before vanishing in an instant, heralding the arrival of Reina behind them. Before they could fathom the situation, a series of crackling sounds erupted from their bodies, reminiscent of popping beans. They convulsed and collapsed to the ground in succession. This unforeseen turn of events startled the contestants from the 12 universes who were engaged in combat. The most astonished of all was the one-eyed alien battling Gohan. While not among the most formidable, he possessed a remarkable skill, keen eyesight. In a fleeting moment, he had discerned the actions of the seemingly youthful figure. Witnessing Reina as he deftly pinched each of the duo's shoulders, only to witness their subsequent convulsions as if their very bones had shattered. What transpired? What have you done? Exclaimed the Birdman, suddenly accelerating beyond Piccolo's grasp and appearing less than 2 meters from Reina. With a swift motion, he unleashed a formidable energy blast. Reina, without even a glance, countered with a swift clap, sending the energy blast hurtling back. The sheer velocity, coupled with the element of surprise, left the Birdman unable to evade, and he was struck by his own energy blast, tumbling out of the arena and returning to the ranks of the audience. The Grand Minister, holding his divine iPad, struck through the name of the eliminated contestant, exclaiming gleefully, "Oh my, how the numbers dwindle. Impressive indeed." The Grand Priest smiled, though his gaze held a deeper significance as it flitted between Reina, Goku, and Jiren. Could he be the hidden ace of Beerus? The speed he displayed just moments ago was truly astonishing. Moreover, there was an air of familiarity about him. Reina's recent display had captured the attention of many divine beings, as they sensed a resonance that was hard to ignore. Even some aloof angels took note of Reina's aura, casting sidelong glances at Whis and Beerus from Universe 7. Yet, the two, aware of the underlying reasons, feigned bewilderment, leaving the angels perplexed. Chapter 30. The first universe to be eliminated. Take your time to speculate. I assure you, Reina will present you with a surprise. Beerus mused contentedly. The trajectory of this battle remained uncertain. One could only hope no unforeseen events would arise. Whis, in contemplative silence, pondered the unfolding scenario. Meanwhile, on the side of Universe 11, the once proud team of 10 had dwindled to just Topo, Jiren, and Dispo. How do you view this, Tispo? He remarked confidently. Indeed, the speed is remarkable, yet it pales in comparison to my own. If Rena were to learn of this, he would undoubtedly understand the true essence of speed. And what about you, Jiren? Topper inquired of Jiren. Jiren merely nodded in tacit agreement with Tispo's assertion, his demeanor exuding an air of aloofness. However, Topper felt an inexplicable sense of oddity, though he could not pinpoint its source. Dismissing it, he glanced at Jiren, firmly believing that no one present could surpass him. Boom! Boom! The arena was alive with a cacophony of explosions and dazzling effects. Swoosh! The one-eyed alien, engaged in combat with Son Gohan, seized a fleeting opportunity to dart into Gohan's blind spot, gathering energy into a vibrant orange sphere and hurling it at him. In that moment of release, he swiftly darted towards Rena. Yet, after moving only a few meters, he was intercepted by Son Gohan, who regarded him with surprise. How is this possible? Weren't you just? Such trifles are futile against me. Reveal your true prowess. The one-eyed alien glanced at the motionless Rena in the distance, and then back at the obstructing youth before gritting his teeth. His entire demeanor shifting dramatically as a searing aura enveloped him. With a fierce shout, a tuft of fiery red hair sprouted atop his previously bald head. His limbs slightly shrinking in size, and bloodshot eyes glaring fiercely. He exhaled a torrent of scorching air. To elicit such a reaction from me, you are no ordinary child. His voice, gravelly and resonant, was a stark contrast to his earlier tone. Did he possess a dual persona? The transformation was astonishing. No, it seemed more akin to a latent power being unleashed. Indeed, he was formidable. Though Gohan contemplated this, he remained vigilant, instantly entering a mysterious form. Bang! Bang! Both combatants flickered into action, engaging in a fierce exchange of blows. Meanwhile, Piccolo had finally managed to seize the flailing Birdman after several failed attempts, dispatching him from the arena with a precise energy blast. As he turned to assist Gohan, he was halted by other combatants from the universe. Uncle Piccolo, do not worry. I can handle this. You should focus on the enemies before you. Upon hearing Gohan's reassurance, Piccolo felt a wave of relief and committed himself to confronting the adversary at hand. Elsewhere, Goku and Vegeta, having long since separated from their team, were locked in battle with fighters from the third and fourth universes. Boom! Boom! The vast arena is characterized by uneven terrain, with some areas deeply recessed and others prominently elevated. On Krillin's side, he exclaimed, "Solar Flare!" Utilizing the Solar Flare technique, he temporarily blinded the disheveled opponent before him, rendering him unable to focus. Swiftly, Krillin advanced towards him, delivering a powerful knee strike to his abdomen, the force penetrating deeply. Just as the alien spewed forth a mouthful of bile, his temporarily blinded eyes regained sight. Seizing the opportunity, Krillin leapt back and unleashed the Kamehameha wave. A brilliant azure beam expanded within the alien's pupils, engulfing him before he could mount a defense. An explosion reverberated as the alien was hurled from the arena, landing on the ground with a thud, gasping for breath. The entire sequence unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving Krillin slightly winded. Not bad, he certainly improved. Reina thought to himself. He felt a bit awkward. After eliminating two contenders, no one had dared to challenge him. He too wished to engage in battle. Yet every time he caught someone's gaze, they promptly withdrew. This left him at a standstill. Meanwhile, Jiren sat cross-legged, meditating, flanked by two formidable guardians warding off other competitors. As for the female Saiyan from Universe 6, who could transform into a Super Saiyan, Reina had little interest. He preferred to leave that to Goku. Thus, he found himself idly observing the battlefield. Despite his inactivity, he keenly monitored the dynamics of the arena. Through his perception, he noted that Universe 4 and Universe 3 had suffered the most eliminations, with 5 and 3 competitors respectively, a rather dismal tally. Should I target Universe 3 or Universe 4 first? Reina pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. After a brief contemplation, a smile crept onto his lips as he scanned his own universe's fighters, all of whom appeared to be holding their ground. With determined resolve, he stepped forward and vanished. Has this fellow, aside from his prior skirmish, merely been observing? Is he finally prepared to take action? I wonder whom he aims to confront, mused the Grand Priest. Hey! Grand Priest, who was that just now? He was incredible. The Omni King, holding his divine iPad, pointed at a member of Universe 7. The individual he indicated was none other than Reina. While playing with his iPad, the Omni King had been scanning the arena and had noticed Reina's sudden disappearance, intrigued by the unique aura surrounding him. Oh, that individual is named Reina, a scion like Goku, replied the Grand Priest. Isn't it fascinating that they are also Saiyans? The Omni King remarked, his eyes shimmering with intrigue, before quietly resuming his gaze upon the divine iPad. The Grand Priest smiled subtly, thinking to himself that the only truly interesting one among them was the Saiyan named Reina. On the arena, Reina swiftly traversed the boundaries of the fourth universe, declaring, "Let me eliminate you all first, since your numbers are rather lacking." As he murmured this, he seamlessly infiltrated the enemy ranks. "Everyone, be alert. Someone is approaching." The blind warrior Majira sniffed the air and cautioned. Just as he alerted the others, he was abruptly knocked back, his form flying out of the arena without any preamble, even before he could comprehend what had transpired. In the wake of his departure, Reina flowed through the fourth universe fighters like water, sending the remaining warriors spiraling out of the arena as if they were deflated balloons. Witnessing all the contestants from their universe being dispatched from the arena left the god of destruction of the fourth universe both astonished and frustrated. He was astounded to discover they were facing fighters from the seventh universe, and vexed that he had been engrossed in conversation with others, oblivious to the unfolding chaos. How infuriating! I refused to vanish. Katra clenched his fists, seething with rage, just as he was about to plead for mercy from the Omni King. The Omni King cast a fleeting glance in his direction, instantly silencing his words. He then raised a small hand and gently clenched it. With a swift motion, the god of destruction, Supreme Kai, and the contestants of the fourth universe were wiped out in one fell swoop. In that moment, the atmosphere in the arena turned palpably somber and silent. The stone pillar in the center had only descended 3 notches, yet the first universe had already vanished. What are the others that would follow? This sentiment echoed among many. Even Jiren, who had been meditating, opened his eyes and turned towards the spectator stands, his resolve deepening. Is this the power of the supreme rulers of the universe to erase existence? It resembles an eraser. Indeed, Reina mused, contemplating the prospect of mastering such an ability to obliterate anything he found disagreeable with a mere thought. However, he shook his head, recognizing the impracticality of such aspirations. It was merely an idle fantasy. Dusting off non-existent particles from his attire, he leisurely returned to his own universe. As he moved, the previously silent arena erupted once more, returning to its former state. Chapter 31, Eliminating One. As Reina ambled along, humming an unfamiliar tune, no one hindered his path. Upon returning to his designated cosmic realm, he settled cross-legged and began to meditate. Truly, Reina is remarkable, capable of dispatching several foes in the blink of an eye. Goku, standing atop a massive boulder, marveled at this feat just as he was lost in admiration. A sudden whoosh sliced through the air beside him. He swiftly pivoted and unleashed a punch, sending a figure hurtling several meters away before coming to a halt. "Hit, have you come to challenge me?" Indeed, the visitor was none other than Hit, the strongest assassin of the sixth universe. "Goku, we did not reach a conclusion last time. Let's settle this now. You shall witness how formidable I have become during this time." "Very well, let us do this." In an instant, Goku transformed into his Super Saiyan Blue form and charged a Hit. Meanwhile, Vegeta emerged from a pile of rubble, appearing somewhat disheveled. "TCH, that Reina fellow resolved them all in a heartbeat, utterly disregarding my presence." Vegeta muttered with a hint of resentment. As he grumbled, his gaze fell upon a shadow emerging from the smoke in the right foreground. Sensing the familiar aura, he recognized the individual. Stepping forth from the haze was none other than Topo, the captain of the Pride Troopers from the 11th universe. "You are from the 7th universe. A Saiyan known as Vegeta, correct?" "Oh, you actually recognize me. I thought your world revolved solely around Kakarot." Vegeta's words dripped with a tinge of bitterness. Topo snorted disdainfully and proceeded forward, showing no intention of engaging Vegeta. However, Vegeta harbored different thoughts. He unleashed his energy, transforming into his Super Saiyan Blue form, and struck at Topo with a powerful punch. Topo retaliated with a fist of his own. A deafening explosion ensued, causing the ground to collapse in layers. Vegeta sought to prove that he, too, was exceedingly powerful. The scene shifted to the 4th universe, where Pepperoni, the scientist from the 3rd universe with white hair and purple skin, scanned the surroundings until his gaze fixed upon Reina. He gently touched his staff and whispered, "Kaiska, Panji, Borita, combine." As if responding to his command, the 3 robots swiftly merged. In a flash of light, they formed a new warrior named Kaiskirita, a fusion that amalgamated their strengths and significantly enhanced their abilities. Pepperoni nodded in satisfaction and gestured towards Reina, indicating that Kaisukirita had vanished in a burst of high-speed movement. Unbeknownst to them, the dangerous trio from the Ninth Universe, alongside the remaining Sisop and Oregon, charged headlong towards Reina, disregarding their surroundings entirely. In the audience, the spectators observed the unfolding situation, and a subtle smile crept onto Beerus's lips, though he restrained himself, musing, "Moscow and Sidra, you are in for a rough time." On the stage, Reina opened his eyes, a faint smile gracing his features as he slowly rose to his feet. "Ah, so they have come to challenge me. Alas, it seems they have yet to grasp the disparity in strength. Thus, I cannot be held accountable." He awaited their advance in silence. And after what felt like more than 10 breaths, Kyuki Eldar appeared before him, launching a massive fist. Reina deftly evaded the rapid punch with a slight shift, retaliating with a kick. The opponent's reflexes were swift. Although they managed to block the kick, they were forced back several meters, leaving deep impressions in the ground. Activating calculation mode, Kyuki Eldar's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light as he charged forward once more. At that moment, the trio of danger arrived, forming a triangular formation that ensnared both combatants. "You from the Third Universe shall keep company with those from the Seventh," Lavanda declared with a sinister smile. However, in the very next instant, a streak of light flashed past them, appearing before the two latecomers from the Third Universe. Reina flashed a grin at them, and in their wide-eyed astonishment, a hand loomed larger in their vision. The hand grasped their faces, lifting them effortlessly, and with a swift motion, he delivered 2 precise kicks to their abdomens, sending them plummeting from the stage in a perfectly executed fall. What just happened? The three brothers wore perplexed expressions. Their encirclement had seemed flawless, yet the opponent had escaped. "Quickly disperse!" Belgamer, the eldest brother, shouted, swiftly moving aside, thereby dissolving the triangular formation. The other 2 brothers, albeit a fraction slower, also managed to evade. Kyuki Eldar, spinning like a whirlwind, charged toward the trio. Bang! 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 3 resounding impacts sent the brothers flying over Tenjong, and as they were propelled away, he darted towards his own universe at an astonishing speed. Witnessing this, the 3 brothers exchanged glances and rushed back toward their universe. Even though they were outnumbered, they were determined to remain. "Oh dear, do you not think it is too late to retreat?" Reina's voice, laced with mirth, echoed ominously in the ears of the 3 brothers. They halted, then back to back. They erupted with energy, spinning and unleashing energy blasts in all directions. Waves of dazzling light accompanied by violent explosions illuminated the arena. In the audience, the Kaioshin and God of Destruction from the Ninth Universe were now sweating profusely. "No matter what, you must hold your ground." The Kaioshin clenched his teeth and spoke. His voice not particularly loud, yet the 3 brothers distinctly heard him. Belgemore felt an urge to roll her eyes. They too wished to persevere, but as it stood, they had not even glimpsed the opponent's shadow. How could they endure? Fear had taken hold of them. "Brother, what shall we do now?" Bazel inquired. "What else can we do but unleash our strongest combination attack? I refuse to believe he can evade indefinitely." Upon hearing their leader's words, the other 2 brothers exchanged glances. Placing their hands on his shoulders, channeling their energy as they shouted in unison, "Super Death Triangle Ray." A colossal beam of energy coalesced and erupted outward, devastating everything in its path. As the beam swept around them, their energy began to wane, and with each passing moment, the brilliance of the energy ray diminished. A few breaths later, with a swift motion, Reina appeared behind the trio, unleashing a powerful gust that sent them soaring, interrupting the last remnants of their energy. Simultaneously, Reina gathered energy in the palm of his hand, releasing a sphere of white energy the size of a basketball. With a resounding boom, a blinding white light illuminated the surroundings, propelling the 3 brothers off the stage with Reina's 2 strikes. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving Keiki and Aurita momentarily stunned. However, he quickly regained his composure, partially thanks to Dr. Paparoni's earlier reminder. Otherwise, he might still be in shock. "Damn it. We have become the first universe to be erased. This is utterly infuriating. I shall remember this. Universe 7, thought Laura, filled with rage. Though he could do little more than contemplate, as there was no action he could take. The Grand Minister cast a glance at Universe 9 and proclaimed, "All participants from Universe 9 have been eliminated." Just as he finished speaking, the Omni King raised his tiny hand and clenched it, invoking yet another iconic scene of erasure. "What on earth is happening? I feel no difference. How could they eliminate 2 universes in succession? What is going on?" Questioned Tiz of Universe 11. Confusion etched across his face. Even the typically proud Jiren could not help but glance at Reina with newfound respect. Now it is your turn, Universe 3. Reina smiled slightly, his gaze shifting toward Universe 3, coincidentally locking eyes with Dr. Pepperoni. The doctor was startled, hastily grasping his staff, examining the switch embedded at its tip, and with a determined grit of his teeth, he pressed it down. Chapter 32. Mediocre, Rampaging Kale. Buzzing. The moment he pressed the button, a burst of light enveloped him, charging directly toward Keiki and Aurita. After a dazzling display, a colossal figure nearly 10 zhang tall emerged from the radiance. Roar! His powerful sonic wave instantly sent surrounding stones flying. This is what Dr. Pepperoni referred to as Oniraza. Indeed, he is a formidable warrior. The god of destruction, Mosco, emitted a peculiar sound wave in response to L's cheerful remark, which was subsequently translated by an angel. Indeed, it seems that the unfortunate fate of the little brat from Universe 7 is imminent. Oniraza's gaze shifted towards Reina. With a swift motion, he unleashed a punch into the air, which inexplicably vanished. In an instant, a mirror-like portal appeared before Reina, and his fist erupted from within it. Unperturbed, Reina retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! The deafening sound of their clash resonated throughout the arena as he forcefully knocked Oniraza's fist back. Oniraza staggered several steps before regaining his balance. Undeterred, he unleashed a flurry of punches, each distorting the space around them, making their trajectory unpredictable. Reina merely shook his head, slightly narrowing his eyes, and released a surge of energy, enveloping himself in a delicate shield within a 5-meter radius. Thud, thud, thud. Oniraza's relentless barrage of over 10 punches was effortlessly thwarted by this protective barrier, failing to even create a ripple, demonstrating its formidable strength. How could this be possible? Oniraza murmured in disbelief. Despite his astonishment, the thought of defeat never crossed his mind. He opened his mouth wide, gathering a tremendous amount of energy. Whoosh! A massive beam of crimson energy shot forth. Bang! Crack! At the moment of impact with the protective shield, it shattered, striking him with tremendous force. A thunderous roar erupted, accompanied by a blinding light that illuminated the arena, causing it to tremble incessantly. Is this how I am to be eliminated? I had assumed he was far more formidable. It appears that his previous actions were mere coincidences. Wings sprouted from Oniraza's back as he soared into the air, scanning the ground below, where he spotted Goku and Vegeta just about to dive in when a voice interrupted. So, you're already leaving? I haven't even had my fill of fun yet. Is this really all you can do? He turned towards the source of the voice and beheld Reina, standing unscathed amidst the dissipating dust, with only the sunken ground attesting to the immense explosion that had just occurred. Did I miscalculate my attack? That's impossible. What did you just do? Oniraza demanded, his voice laced with incredulity. Reina raised an eyebrow and smiled. With a swift motion, he surged forward like an arrow released from a bow, moving with a speed that surpassed even that of super speed. In an instant, he appeared beneath his opponent, glancing upward at the adversary soaring above. In a flash, he transformed into a state of explosive energy, raising one hand, channeling his essence into a colossal, translucent hand that grasped his opponent's leg and yanked downward. Meanwhile, his other hand was equally engaged, materializing another transparent palm that seized the opponent's wings and pulled back. A sharp tearing sound echoed, accompanied by a pained roar and a spray of an unknown violet liquid, as the opponent's wings were torn away by Reina. After the severance, his translucent hand morphed into a fist, delivering a powerful blow that sent the opponent crashing into the ground, followed by a relentless barrage of fists descending like raindrops. The air was filled with anguished cries, a mournful symphony that brought tears to the eyes of listeners. Suddenly, a brilliant light flashed in the distance, and an overwhelmingly fierce aura erupted, creating ripples in the atmosphere. Boom! 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 A figure charged through, demolishing large boulders and eliminating several competitors from different universes. Roar! Kill! 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 The figure bellowed, unleashing energy blasts with fervor. Oh no! Kale has gone berserk! Gabe exclaimed, slapping his forehead in exasperation and concern. What has happened to Kale? Asked Hit. Gabe shook his head, saying, I have no idea what triggers this transformation in Kale, but once she changes, she enters a rampage state that is difficult to control. No, that's not what I'm referring to. I'm saying she mustn't kill. Upon Hit's reminder, Gabe recalled the tournament's rules and called out Kale's name. However, at that moment, Kale was locked in confrontation with Son Goku. Wow, your transformation is fierce and impressive, Goku exclaimed with excitement. From a distance, Vegeta's voice rang out, "Kakarot, be careful." That transformation might be the legendary Super Saiyan, which appears once in a millennium. Unlike our more common forms. "Don't worry. Kill." Kale roared, charging forward with the ferocity of a bull. "How dare you come at me like that? You truly have guts," Goku said as he entered his Super Saiyan blue form. Bang! Bang! The two collided instantly. However, Goku was sent flying, crashing through several large stones before finally coming to a halt. With a hum, the brilliant light shattered the debris into dust. Goku, with his clothes completely torn, emerged, shaking his numbed arm in astonishment. "You are incredibly strong. I'm starting to get excited," he declared, unleashing a boiling blue aura, swiftly retracting it into his body to achieve a flawless Super Saiyan blue form as he charged forward. Bang! In the instant of collision, a fierce spark of electricity erupted, as the formidable energies of both combatants clashed, causing a slight distortion in the surrounding space. This scene momentarily astonished the High Priest, for this arena had been reinforced by him. Without such enhancements, it could scarcely withstand the intensity of such a confrontation. Yet, these two individuals had managed to reach this level, indicating the strength of their attacks. Conversely, it could be said that Rena, having effortlessly subdued Oniraza, withdrew his transparent fists, a smug smile adorning his face as he gazed at the disheveled opponent before him. The disparity in power was evident. In comparison to those he had previously eliminated, Oniraza's strength was scarcely superior, merely marginal at best. His words were delivered with a dismissive nonchalance, accompanied by a casual gesture. Oniraza, filled with a mix of anger and helplessness, found himself immobilized. If he were able to move, he would undoubtedly unleash all his energy. After offering a slight smile, he extended a finger, gathering a highly dense point of energy comparable in size to a glass marble, and flicked it into the pit. The moment the point of light descended into the pit, it detonated with the force of an atomic explosion, causing the arena to tremble once more, while some of the more fragile areas collapsed, resulting in a significant reduction in the size of the platform. Rena did not spare a glance, turning away amidst the chaos, for a true man never looks back at an explosion. The ensuing explosion sent Oniraza and his three companions hurtling through the air, while their remaining two allies attempted to rescue them. However, the force of the blast was overwhelming, swiftly hurling them off the stage. By the time they returned to the audience area, they were unconscious. How could these beings from Universe 7 be so powerful? Who is he? The angel translated the words of the god of destruction, Maska. Simultaneously, the angel was filled with confusion. Shifting his gaze towards Universe 7, he observed Whis and the other angel. Their expressions remained remarkably calm, yet this was highly unusual. The more he watched, the more familiar the aura of the beings from Universe 7 seemed to him, evoking a sensation that was just out of reach, as if it were on the verge of revelation but abruptly severed. At that moment, Jiren, who had resumed his meditative state, opened his eyes and stood, striding towards Rena. Chapter 33, A Clash of Titans, Part 1. Meanwhile, the god of destruction, Vermaud, communicated telepathically with Jiren, urging him, "Do not act rashly. We have yet to ascertain his true nature. If you must engage, first eliminate Son Goku and that greasy-haired fellow." However, Jiren paid no heed, resolutely advancing towards Rena. The audience observed the indifferent expression on Jiren's face, prompting a sigh, though no further words were spoken. If he wished to depart, so be it. Meanwhile, Sun Wukong, engaged in a fierce battle with Kale, suddenly halted, turning towards the direction where he noticed Jiren in motion. A glimmer of light flashed in his gaze. Yet he refrained from advancing, as he had yet to contend with the formidable opponent before him. With a rapid succession, energy orbs erupted from Kale like a torrential downpour. Sun Wukong deftly evaded while searching for a weakness in her onslaught, but after dodging over 10 times, he still failed to discern any vulnerability. At that moment, Kale's sister, Caulifla, leaped forth, positioning herself in front of the rampaging Kale, grasping her hand with an urgent plea. "Wake up, Kale. Look closely. I am your sister," she exclaimed. As Caulifla's calls resonated, Kale's aura shifted dramatically. Sun Wukong focused intently on the fluctuating energy surrounding Kale, and suddenly, an unusual light flickered in his eyes. Before him, Kale's violent energy subsided, and her massive form reverted to its normal size, her hair shifting from yellow-green to a soft green hue. Her aura significantly enhanced compared to her previous state. "Sister," Kale responded softly, tears streaming down her face, fearful of losing her true self. Caulifla firmly grasped Kale's hand and earnestly declared, "Well done, Kale. You have learned to control your strength. Together, we form the most powerful duo in the universe. Indeed, sister, we shall pursue the path of ultimate strength, and regardless of our adversary, we will strive to defeat them with all our might," Kale asserted with utmost seriousness. The two sisters exchanged smiles before turning their attention to Sun Wukong. "Sun Wukong, we sisters will triumph over you and seize the title of the strongest Saiyan." Sun Wukong offered no further commentary. He held no interest in titles, his sole desire being to engage in battle with formidable opponents. In a swift motion, he charged towards the sisters, who met his advance with equal vigor. The three became entwined in a fierce struggle. During this tumultuous period, Krillin and Tien were successively eliminated. Yet the loss was not catastrophic, as 8 contenders remained, marking the highest number of participants aside from Universe 11. Meanwhile, Jiren faced off against Reina. "What's this? Jiren, have you rested enough? I thought you would seek out either Sun Wukong or Vegeta first. I did not expect you to come for me," Reina remarked with a broad smile. "You seem to know quite a bit," Jiren replied, his expression stoic, his tone devoid of emotion. "As a being whose power surpasses that of a destroyer, do you truly participate in this contest merely to acquire the Super Dragon Balls to resurrect your master?" However, as Reina uttered these words, the expressionless visage of Jiren revealed a subtle shift. "Who are you? How do you know of this?" The tone of his voice had lost its initial flatness. "I am merely a Saiyan, albeit one slightly more formidable than Sun Wukong and Vegeta." "Very well, Jiren. Let us dispense with idle chatter and allow me to witness your true strength." Upon hearing this, Jiren narrowed his eyes slightly, and in an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from him, causing the entire void to tremble. This surge of power instantly captured the attention and astonishment of numerous warriors. In the audience, aside from the deity named Beerus, the remaining 9 destroyers displayed expressions of sheer shock. Is this fellow truly immortal? His power exceeds our own. Could it be that the legends circulating across the various universes are indeed true, that there exist mortals more powerful than deities? From Universe 11, Beerus gazed at the poised Jiren, murmuring, "Let the gods witness your prowess and fulfill your own aspirations." Meanwhile, Sun Wukong and the two sisters had temporarily ceased their combat, though none had gained the upper hand. Although Sun Wukong had yet to employ the Kaioken technique, he sensed a slight advancement in his own abilities. Is this the formidable presence that Toppo spoke of? Such power is truly beyond imagination. How has he cultivated such strength? I wonder if Reina stand a chance against him. As Sun Wukong marveled at Jiren's might, he pondered the possibility of Reina's victory. In another battleground, Toppo, empowered by divine energy, faced off against Super Saiyan Blue Vegeta, and they two had momentarily halted their clash. Is this your ally? What a monster! Mind your words, Saiyan. Jiren's strength is far more than what you see. Mark my words, the ultimate victor will undoubtedly be Jiren. Oof. That remains to be seen, Vegeta retorted, casting a glance at Reina, a fact not lost on Toppo. Yet Reina remained unfazed by the overwhelming aura, casually brushing off the dust from his attire. All this flair is amusing. Perhaps I shall indulge in a bit of spectacle myself. With that, an intangible force erupted from him, countering Jiren's might. The clash of their energies reverberated through the void like rolling thunder. In an instant, both warriors vanished in unison. At the moment of their engagement, a cataclysmic explosion of energy ensued, shattering the spatial barriers of the void like glass, while their powerful collision forged a vacuum zone. Ascending into the air, they unleashed a series of intense strikes, and as their attacks intensified, the entire void quaked with their ferocity. That fellow actually managed to engage in such a fierce battle with Jiren. Could he possibly be a mortal who transcends divinity? Kay was astounded. It had been several years since he first encountered Jiren, and in all that time, he had never seen anyone capable of battling him with such fervor, not even the likes of Whis. Whis maintained a composed demeanor, as a sudden possibility dawned upon him, prompting him to glance towards Beerus. He then uttered a statement that left all the gods in shock, one that excluded Beerus. This mortal has attained the stage of ultra instinct. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. This is a realm that even gods struggle to reach. How could an ordinary mortal possibly achieve it? Indeed, this seemed far too fantastical. The remaining deities began to murmur among themselves, while the angels wore expressions of dawning realization. They finally understood why the opponent exuded such a familiar aura. It was because he, like them, had reached this level. Although the gods found it hard to believe, Beerus's subsequent words confirmed Wiss's assertion. Reyna had indeed reached the level of ultra instinct and had mastered that realm. The gods were momentarily rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. However, one thing piqued their curiosity. In Wiss's universe, it was understandable for a being with power surpassing that of a destroyer god to emerge, given the abundant resources available in the past. Yet, with Beerus's comparatively lower power level, how could such a figure arise? So it seems you have achieved a state that even we gods find difficult to attain. Nevertheless, regardless of the realm, you cannot possibly defeat me. You should surrender, Jiren declared haughtily after a cordial exchange with Reyna. Reyna stretched languidly and remarked with a hint of pleasure. Hey, how can you be so inconsiderate? We were merely exchanging pleasantries earlier, and we haven't even unleashed our true abilities yet. If you expect me to surrender just like that, you truly underestimate me. And I might just take offense. As he spoke, his previously relaxed expression shifted to one of solemnity, and the aura that had just dissipated reemerged, even more potent than before. Very well. Since you are seeking your own demise, I shall oblige. With that, he concentrated a fiery red energy sphere in his hand. Chapter 34, Clash of Titans, Part 2. He hurled the energy sphere, which swelled to a massive size of approximately 10 zhong as it flew forth. Just as the energy sphere neared his face by mere centimeters, Reyna sliced downward with his hand, instantly splitting the sphere in two and causing a tremendous explosion that sent smoke billowing into the air. Amidst the smoke, Reyna extended his hand towards him, unleashing a beam of energy laser. However, as this laser reached him, it astonishingly divided into two, obliterating the two great mountains behind him. Reyna's explosive aura instantaneously detonated the surrounding ground, while Jillian mirrored this action, his energy radiating an exceptionally searing heat. The collision of their formidable auras generated such immense pressure that it caused subtle fissures to appear in the spectator stands. In the next moment, both combatants launched their assaults simultaneously, the violent clash of energy reigniting the previously subdued realm of nothingness. At that very instant, half of the arena crumbled, leaving only a remnant, while several inattentive competitors plummeted from the stage. Consequently, fewer than 60 contenders remained atop the battleground. The two engaged in a relentless exchange of punches, the explosive force generated by their collisions potent enough to obliterate the cosmos. Yet here, it merely transformed the arena into a colossal abyss. Unable to discern a victor in their close-quarters skirmish, they retreated and initiated ranged attacks. A dazzling display of energy projectiles erupted, marking the commencement of the Prince's battle technique. However, at this juncture, both warriors remained in a phase of mutual probing, rendering the technique somewhat ineffective. Suddenly, a fleeting glimmer flashed, prompting Reyna to swiftly adopt a defensive stance. With a resounding impact, Jillian's powerful fist sent Reyna staggering backward several steps, leaving deep impressions in the ground from his retreat. Is that all you've got? Reyna, in an instant, appeared before Jillian and retaliated with a punch of his own. The force of his strike radiated a robust energy, yet it scarcely inflicted substantial damage. In a swift motion, Reyna executed a technique akin to the Phantom Fist, leaving behind a tangible afterimage while he circled behind Jillian to unleash another blow. This strike was devoid of any discernible energy fluctuations. However, as if guided by instinct, Jillian adeptly shifted to the left, narrowly evading the attack. Yet Reyna's offensive did not cease there. He withdrew momentarily, raising one hand aloft while murmuring, "The five fingers of the great wilderness prison unleash the cosmos." With a resounding hum, the void fractured, emanating a tremendous surge of energy as five colossal fingers descended. This spectacle left even the god of destruction, and indeed the high priest, momentarily awestruck. What is this? They wonder aloud. Nevertheless, a crimson aura envelopped Jillian, expanding into a protective barrier. With a crackling sound, the five fingers collided with the searing red shield, generating visible shockwave ripples. Yet the barrier succumbed under the pressure, shattering with a thunderous roar as the fingers struck down, creating an echo that reverberated throughout the universe and unleashing towering clouds of smoke. Observing the ensuing haze, Reyna couldn't help but smirk, his expression betraying a hint of displeasure. Truly deserving of the title of the pinnacle of combat among mortals, he seems unfazed by my attacks. It appears I must reveal my true prowess. As Reiner stretches and moves, his aura shifts dramatically. His once jet black hair gradually takes on a silver sheen, albeit subtly. and this transformation instantly captivates the attention of the gods of destruction. Indeed, it is the ultimate state of freedom. Only now do these gods dare to acknowledge it. In the midst of the swirling smoke, Jiren's eyes widened as he dispersed the mist with his energy, observing the transformed Reiner with a glimmer of light in his gaze. He refrained from attacking, for his pride would not allow such an act. This was evident from the initial animation when Son Goku gathered his spirit bomb. He had the opportunity to strike, but chose not to, wishing instead to see Goku unleash his full potential before being overwhelmed by it. His pride simply would not permit otherwise. Buzzing, a column of energy, entirely composed of aura, soared skyward, piercing the heavens. As Jiren's gaze sharpened, a radiant light illuminated the scene, revealing the fully transformed Reiner with his silver hair. The remaining gods of destruction in the audience rose to their feet, paying homage to a form they had yet to attain themselves. Witnessing this form never fails to evoke a sense of the sacred. Excitement filled Son Goku's eyes. He had been curious about this form since the future world. Yet, beneath that excitement lay a tinge of frustration, for as his strength grew, he could distinctly sense that this form was beyond his grasp. Although discontent simmered within him, he remained undeterred, believing that one day he too would reach such heights. Until then, he resolved to survive this battle. His gaze shifted to the new warrior born from the fusion of the two sisters. Empowered by the terrifying aura emitted during Reiner's recent five-finger attack. Open Fura. At last, Reiner has unleashed his true abilities. I wonder what Jiren will employ in response. Vegeta, too, harbored sentiments not far removed from Goku's. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he already felt overshadowed by Goku, and now, with Reiner's emergence, he wrestled with his own sense of pride. Where could he find solace? Yet, perhaps it is a common trait among Saiyans that the stronger their rivals, the greater their motivation to surpass them becomes. Toppo, unleash your true strength. I suspect you possess more than what you have shown so far. I, too, shall reveal my true power to defeat you. Toppo narrowed his eyes, but did not respond, opting instead for immediate action. What an intriguing little fellow. I hadn't expected him to reach such heights at this level. The Grand Priest's perspective was far more profound than the superficial understanding of the gods of destruction. As an innate being who has always existed within this realm, he possesses a profound understanding of the challenges inherent in attaining such a level of mastery. Reflecting upon historical figures, the number who have achieved his level can be counted on one hand. Yet now, another has emerged, bringing him a sense of solace. Come forth. Jiren, do not conceal your prowess any longer. I doubt you desire to hear any sordid words from me to provoke your spirit. The voice of Reina emanated a remarkably sacred aura, though his words seemed somewhat incongruous, lacking the gravitas they warranted. Very well, since you insist on witnessing my true capabilities, I shall oblige. With a fierce shout, Jiren clenched his fists, a surge of energy emanating from his being. The crimson aura of his fighting spirit swiftly enveloped him, exerting a formidable pressure upon the arena. Boom! Boom! The arena, unable to withstand such a tempestuous force, erupted in a series of explosions, flames cascading throughout the space. Amidst this inferno, several prominent competitors were eliminated, their departures occurring in an orderly fashion, thus sparing the universe from annihilation. A similar effect to that which Reina exhibited flickered forth, revealing the unleashed might of Jiren. At last, you have unleashed your full potential. Let us engage in a truly exhilarating battle. The clash of red and silver energies collided, producing a resounding crack. The spatial barrier of the void realm shattered instantly, unleashing a vortex of energy that began to consume everything in its vicinity. Fortunately, the High Priest acted swiftly, restoring the fragmented barrier with divine power and reinforcing it, averting an unimaginable catastrophe. What was that just now? In the audience, Klin spoke with a look of lingering trepidation, the earlier sensation having been profoundly terrifying. Tianjin Fan nodded in agreement. Aside from the two of them, 4 competitors had been eliminated, including Master Roshi and Piccolo. Piccolo's elimination occurred as he sacrificed himself to shield Gohan from Jiren's energy shockwave, pinning him to the ground while the shockwave sent him tumbling from the arena. Had Reina known, he would undoubtedly have given a thumbs up, praising the action of his surrogate son. That was a spatial barrier. If it had expanded, the consequences would have been catastrophic, Beerus remarked gravely. Although they were unfamiliar with the concept of spatial barrier, Beerus's expression alone indicated the severity of the situation. At this moment, Reina and Jiren had elevated the battlefield into the air. They were not flying, but rather hovering, buoyed by their own energy's levitation capabilities. With a swift motion, Reina unleashed a barrage of energy blasts. Though this maneuver appeared deceptively simple, its potency was undeniable. Jiren, equally unyielding, launched his own assault. The air crackled with energy as their powerful attacks unleashed a barrage of ferocious winds that reverberated throughout the arena. Suddenly, Jiren moved with astonishing speed, appearing right before Reina and delivering a straightforward yet formidable punch. The impact resonated with a thunderous clap as Reina intercepted with an open palm, the violent gusts generated by their clash obliterating the stones beneath them. Seizing Jiren's hand, Reina pulled him toward himself and threw a punch at his face. The blow landed squarely on Jiren's right cheek, sending him crashing onto a portion of the arena while simultaneously unleashing a potent Kamehameha wave. This explosive energy surged through the arena, resulting in a dazzling detonation beyond its confines. However, Reina furrowed his brow, swiftly dodging just as a fiery energy sphere erupted at the spot he had vacated. Amidst the chaos, a shadow darted past in the explosion. As the dust settled, both combatants found themselves locked in combat once more. On the remaining part of the arena, two battlegrounds unfolded, one featuring Son Goku and Caulifla, and the other showcasing the Deep Blue Vegeta and the God of Destruction mode-activated Topo. Despite the limited space, a handful of fighters remained engaged in battle, while others had been eliminated in the fray, resulting in the erasure of several universes by the Omni King. The survivors now comprised contestants from Universe 11, Universe 7, Universe 2, and Universe 8. Universe 7 boasted Son Gohan, Android 17, and Son Goku, totaling 5 fighters. Meanwhile, Universe 2 and Universe 8 retained 1 fighter each, and Universe 11 had a lone speedster, Dispo, still in the fight. With a swift motion, Caulifla unleashed several light green energy blasts. Goku, in his super blue form, felt his stamina rapidly depleting. After taking a few breaths, he concentrated his energy into his arms, deflecting the incoming blasts. Son Goku still refuses to concede? How long can your stamina hold out? Caulifla exclaimed, reveling in her power. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Goku smiled and replied, "In my life, the word surrender does not exist. Besides, I haven't even tapped into my true strength yet." "Oh, then let's see you try. I can surpass any form you possess." As she spoke, her aura erupted in a vibrant green flame. Goku grinned, muscles taut, as blue energy surged forth, declaring 30 times Kaioken. The raging red-blue aura clashed against Caulifla's super green energy. At this point in the match, Goku finally unleashed the full might of his 30 times Kaioken, having previously relied solely on his perfect super blue form. In an instant, the two were entwined in a fierce exchange, the intensity rivaling that of the battle on Reina's side. Meanwhile, on Vegeta's front in the depths of his deep blue enhanced form, Vegeta gazed at the God of Destruction candidate, Topo, with a mocking expression. "I never imagined you concealed your true self so well, revealing yourself as a contender for the title of God of Destruction. However, the fact that you, who upholds justice, would choose to be a candidate for destruction is truly laughable." This deep blue enhanced form was a result of his rigorous training with Reina in the gravity chamber, made possible by the serum that Reina had provided. Vegeta, I believe you are mistaken. A candidate for destruction? Do not conflate me with those half-hearted individuals. I am the legitimate heir to the God of Destruction, Topo retorted with a cold scoff. "TCH, that hardly makes a difference," Vegeta scoffed dismissively. Topo narrowed his eyes and raised his hand, unleashing a sphere of destructive energy. Vegeta showed no intention of evading. His blue aura enveloped his fist as he struck the energy sphere with a powerful punch. Boom! The energy sphere trembled before erupting, engulfing Vegeta in a cloud of thick smoke. "Daddy, Uncle Vegeta and Reina are battling formidable foes. I cannot afford to lose." Gohan and Android 17 faced the speedster, Dispo, without the slightest hint of slackening. Gohan, brimming with energy, focused his gaze ahead, faintly catching a glimpse of Dispo's fleeting form, whispering to Android 17, "I will find a way to hold him off. Then you unleash your strongest attack to eliminate both him and me." Android 17 nodded in agreement. A glint of determination sparked in Gohan's eyes as he concentrated, finally capturing the opponent's movement, propelling himself forward. In midair, Reina and Jiren endured varying degrees of injury. Goku and Vegeta finally showcased their true abilities. Reina hoped they would find the opportunity to transcend their limits in this battle. "What? Even at this moment, you still wish to concern yourself with others? Jiren's voice carried a hint of anger. Reina shook his head. I am merely contemplating that this battle has reached a critical juncture. It is almost time to conclude. By your reasoning, you still possess untapped abilities. Are you jesting with me? Above, the Grand Zeno's eyes widened like copper bells. Hey, Grand Priest, who do you think will emerge victorious? The Grand Priest stroked his chin and uttered ambiguous words. These two have already transcended the realm of mortals. It now depends on who can endure the longest. As he spoke, a peculiar sensation nagged at him, as though he had overlooked something, but it was fleeting. Grand Zeno nodded, albeit with a puzzled expression, as his fingers incessantly swiped the screen of his divine iPad, observing the remaining contenders. Unbeknownst to these deities, a fissure had split open in the deepest reaches of the void, revealing a visage that emanated an exceedingly faint breath, taking root within. This breath, akin to a seed buried deep beneath the earth, absorbed the diverse energies wrought from the battles of these beings in the void, nurturing its growth. O lofty deities, relish the dwindling moments you have left, for this world shall ultimately be reset by us. Ha ha ha. A faint and obscure language echoed from the chasm. Chapter 36, Victory. We return to the arena surface. Vegeta seized Toppo's hand, executing a whirlwind maneuver that flung him away, propelling himself towards the point where Toppo was destined to descend. He struck with a blow to Toppo's back, sending him hurtling once more. This time, Vegeta landed before him, delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. Boom! Toppo's back arched as he expelled a bitter bile, staggering backward in disbelief as he beheld Vegeta. How is this possible? You, he stammered, unable to fathom the reality that he was being overwhelmed. Such an absurd jest could not possibly exist. It was hardly surprising that he found it difficult to believe. After all, he had yet to grasp the nuances of the Saiyans' nature. As the battle progressed, Saiyans could thrive and grow stronger. And with the potion given to him by Rina, his body had been rejuvenated, while his spirit lacked the purity of Goku. His physical prowess was markedly transformed compared to before, enhanced further by a form comparable to Goku's 30-fold Kaioken. In this moment, Goku employing the 30-fold Kaioken was on par with Super Saiyan 2 Caulifla, showcasing the formidable strength of their energies. Though Caulifla lacked the divine aura, she was empowered by her Saiyan lineage, allowing her to unleash an intensity that rivaled Toppo's god of destruction form. There is nothing impossible, Toppo. This match is yours to lose. As Vegeta spoke, he brought his hands together, gathering an immense amount of energy. Sensing this, Toppo, unyielding, raised one hand to coalesce destructive energy. Ultimate explosion. Destruction. Whoosh. Whoosh. In the instant the dual energies collided, a powerful energy storm erupted, obliterating all organic matter in the vicinity. The two independent fighters from Universe 2 and Universe 8, along with Gohan, Android 17, and Dispo, could not withstand the might of this energy storm and were thus eliminated. In this dramatic turn of events, Universes 2 and 8 were eradicated by the Omni King. On the arena, only Universes 11 and 7 remained. Amidst their fervent roars, the two energies continued to clash vehemently. Suddenly, at the very epicenter of the clash between these two formidable forces, the energy contracted sharply, and in an instant a beam of light erupted, seemingly capable of piercing the heavens. However, this radiant beam vanished as swiftly as it had appeared. A resounding explosion echoed through the air. Ultimately, Vegeta's assault triumphed over Toppo's destruction. Amidst the cacophony of the explosion, his silhouette faded, marking the loss of yet another warrior from Universe 11. In that moment, Vegeta reverted to his normal state, exhaling a deep breath of fatigue, collapsing onto the ground in a starfish position, utterly exhausted and unwilling to move further. Well done, Vegeta! Beerus praised him with rare enthusiasm. Vegeta smiled faintly, his eyes gradually closing as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Vegeta has indeed grown stronger. I must redouble my efforts as well. My stamina 1T lasts much longer. Caulifla, let us engage in a decisive battle. Caulifla nodded in agreement. As you wish. The two retreated a short distance before unleashing their energy, once more unsettling the arena. Their intense fighting spirit surged like tumultuous waves. They both gathered energy simultaneously, powerful currents flowing into their hands. I must hold on, Goku murmured, knowing he needed to amplify his strength further. Yet, he was uncertain whether his body could withstand the strain, as Reina had once warned him that his physical limits could only reach 30 times. Goku was indeed recklessly pushing himself, In the audience, Krillin's expression was grave. Dad! Gohan's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but he could not afford to cry. Even though he sensed something was amiss with his father, tears would not alter the situation. All he could do was clench his fists in frustration. The intense energy continued to accumulate, causing the entire arena to tremble and fracture. 40 times Kamehameha. Shattering cannon. Boom! A colossal clash erupted between the Azure energy wave and the red-green energy wave, producing a thunderous roar. The void trembled violently, and the arena crumbled into countless fragments. Goku and Caulifla stood on the last remaining shard of ground, relentlessly pouring out their energy. As time progressed, Goku's hands became drenched in blood, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. With a fierce roar, he amplified his strength by another 5 times. However, a sharp crack echoed as the joints in Goku's hand shattered, causing him excruciating pain that filled his eyes with blood, yet he remained silent, continuing to channel his energy. The overwhelming force of energy relentlessly battered against Caulifla's wave, gradually pushing it back. Damn it, she exclaimed, summoning all her strength to respond. Yet at that moment, her energy aura abruptly weakened and split in two, engulfed by the immense wave. Thunderous roars filled the air. The explosive energy, reminiscent of a planetary detonation, shook the very fabric of the Void Realm. Even celestial bodies beyond its confines felt the repercussions, illustrating the immense force unleashed by this cataclysm. Yet, amidst such tumultuous energy fluctuations, a certain essence deep within the Void Realm gorged itself to its heart's content. Following the explosion, Sun Wukong lay gravely injured, devoid of any capacity for movement, thereby unable to reach a suitably sized arena. Likewise, the unconscious Vegeta found himself in a comparable predicament, and both plummeted beyond the arena's boundaries, landing amongst the spectators. In a state of urgency, Krillin swiftly produced a Senzu Bean and administered it to Wukong. Now, only Jiren and Reina remained. Meanwhile, the 6th universe had been eradicated by the Omni King during Wukong and Vegeta's descent. Look, weren't they performing admirably? Right, Jiren? What do you wish to convey? Alas, it implies that we must settle this with a singular decisive move. I have thoroughly discerned your strength. You stand no chance against my full power, thus a single move to determine victory is naught but a jest. Upon hearing this, Reina broke into a radiant smile. If that is the case, allow me to unveil the true power of Ultra Instinct. No sooner had he uttered these words than the sacred, inviolable, and searing aura surrounding him dissipated entirely. The Grand Priest, having grasped the nature of the sensation earlier, understood that it stemmed from Reina's unleashed aura. Although he, as a being of innate nature, had achieved the realm of Ultra Instinct through lengthy cultivation, the path to higher mastery is fraught with time and effort. He too had traversed this arduous journey. Thus, he had momentarily forgotten the essence of Ultra Instinct's initial state. Indeed, he had previously asserted that Reina's realm had reached parity with his own, yet, to now utter such claims appears contradictory. In truth, he had been misled by Reina's superficial facade from the outset. From the moment Reina exhibited the flawless form of Ultra Instinct and radiated an aura of utmost sanctity, the deception had begun. This young lad is quite intriguing. At this juncture, he could foresee the ultimate outcome of this contest. Once the divine aura waned, apart from retaining his silver-white hair, he exhibited no further alterations, exuding an air of harmlessness. He barely uttered a word before a massive fist struck his visage with astonishing speed. Whoosh! Jiren suddenly materialized at a distance, only to feel a warm sensation on his back as he halted. He swiftly pivoted and unleashed a punch, yet met with empty air. Jiren scanned his surroundings, but the opponent's figure eluded his sight. Are you searching for me? A voice resonated, prompting him to swiftly turn around. In that very instant, Reiner struck him on the forehead with a decisive blow, sending him hurtling backwards. Simultaneously, Reiner conjured a pure silver energy sphere in his hand and hurled it towards Jiren, who was still in mid-flight, showing no signs of deceleration. This attack is futile against me, Jiren roared, his aura swelling as he gathered energy in his hands, forming a colossal energy ball to counter. Yet it proved utterly ineffective. As Jiren's energy sphere made contact with a silver energy orb, it dissipated without a trace. No! Amidst a chorus of frustrated roars, a blinding brilliance erupted, illuminating the arena like daylight. There was no explosion or shockwave, merely the flicker of light remained. Thus, Jiren was eliminated. Upon returning to the audience, Jiren wore a look of despondency, utterly bewildered by his defeat. Despite his belief that his strength was among the most formidable across the universes, he could not fathom why he had lost. Was it due to his opponent's ability, known as the Ultra Instinct? The confusion gnawed at him. In that moment, a voice reached his ears, but as he glanced around, he realized no one else seemed to hear it. After absorbing the words spoken, he smiled, a childlike innocence radiating from him, before the 11th universe faded away. Sighing, Reiner hoped silently that Jiren would find his way back. At that moment, the Grand Priest stepped forward to announce, the 7th universe has emerged victorious. Yet, upon his declaration, no one celebrated. Chapter 37, The Rift of Time. Can a Grand Priest utilize the Super Dragon Balls now? The Grand Priest nodded, gesturing with his hand as enormous Super Dragon Balls, comparable to planets, materialized in the void. What wish will you make? Approached the Omni King and his 2 attendants. Restore all universes that had vanished. The Omni King nodded, looking at the Grand Priest. The Grand Priest's lips moved as he uttered a series of divine incantations. All Super Dragon Balls radiated an intense brilliance, and soon a magnificent dragon, vast enough to encompass multiple universes, emerged in a burst of light. The Grand Priest then conveyed the wish to the dragon in the divine tongue, and the dragon's eyes, as large as planets, glimmered with a crimson hue. Once the wish was granted, the dragon transformed into a streak of light and vanished, while the 7 Dragon Balls scattered once more across the 2 universes. All universes have been revived. What are your plans now? The Grand Priest inquired. I intend to continue striving towards a higher realm. The Grand Priest smiled knowingly, casting him a meaningful glance. As they conversed, a sudden thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the void. The Grand Priest exchanged a glance with Reiner. Send them back to recuperate, the Grand Priest instructed Whis. As if foreseeing the impending events, Weiss nodded, and with a wave of his staff, a radiant glow enveloped him, transforming into a fleeting shimmer that vanished into thin air. Meanwhile, the King of All had already departed during the High Priest's prior wish. It was unexpected for him to manifest here. Despite the passage of eons, you all remained so indefatigable. The High Priest seemed to be conversing with himself. Reiner furrowed his brow, sensing that the High Priest's words were not mere soliloquy, but rather directed toward another presence. At that moment, a hoarse and intermittent voice resonated from the depths of the void. High Priest, countless ages have elapsed, yet you remain unchanged. The High Priest's eyes flickered, as if recalling a memory, and after a few breaths, he exclaimed, Ah, it is you. No wonder that voice sounded so familiar. Alas, you people are always indulging in petty schemes. It is precisely because of your kind that the order remains unbalanced. This time, the indistinct voice did not respond, but a series of explosive sounds erupted from the depths. Subsequently, a dark, smoky energy drifted forth, floating within mere meters of the 2, expanding into a curtain. With a tearing sound, the curtain shattered as if ripped apart, revealing a figure. Upon catching sight of this individual, Reiner instinctively uttered a name, Evil Thought Wave. Indeed, the person before him bore an uncanny resemblance to Evil Thought Wave. Is it the name you bestowed upon me? Quite fitting, I must say. I like it. As he spoke, a surge of malevolence erupted from him, exploding like ignited gunpowder. Reiner raised an eyebrow, noting that this entity was not the Evil Thought Wave from the underworld, but perhaps from an alternate dimension. Your energy is quite delectable. Relinquish it to me. With that, he charged forward. However, Reiner's expression darkened in suspicion. Something was amiss. Suddenly, the Evil Thought Wave, having advanced less than half a meter, halted, his body swelling rapidly before exploding with a tremendous force. Though the blast was powerful, it posed little threat to the 2 of them. Is this the extent of your attacks? You truly are growing weaker. I am well aware that you regard such assaults with disdain, but what if they come in numbers? As the voice spoke, a multitude of Evil Thought Waves emerged from the void. Go forth, my warriors. This horde surged toward them. The High Priest merely waved his hand, conjuring a barrier. The ground shook violently amidst the fierce explosions. At that moment, the energy generated by the blast was inexplicably absorbed by other Evil Thought Waves. The enhanced evil thoughts charged once more, unleashing a series of increasingly powerful explosions. Oh, esteemed High Priest, this predicament cannot persist. We must locate him at once. Understood. The High Priest dismantled the barrier and vanished, a maneuver that instantaneously incited the malevolent waves of energy into a frenzy. With a decisive stride, Reiner surged toward the adversary, his hands deftly conjuring energy orbs that shot forth like bullets. Yet, these assaults inflicted minimal damage, for the fiends absorbed the explosive energy, thereby fortifying themselves. What manner of beings are these? Why does an unsettling sensation continue to intensify within me? The feeling of disquiet within Reiner became increasingly palpable. As he divided his focus, a colossal rift in the void materialized, its black hole-like gravity swiftly drawing in the malevolent waves. At that moment, a warning blared from the system. Warning, warning. A rift in time has appeared. A rift in time has appeared. Please, host, evacuate immediately. Though he was unfamiliar with the nature of this rift, the urgency in the system's alert compelled him to prioritize his survival. In an instant, he propelled himself away, but alas, he underestimated the potency of this rift. Virum. The gravitational force surged, pulling him irresistibly toward it. How is this possible? Reiner gasped, having just unleashed his full speed. Ha ha ha. You are far too troublesome. Vanish into the endless void. A shadowy voice echoed in his ears. Cursed fiend, who are you? The voice offered no reply. Only a cacophony of maniacal laughter in return. Beep, beep, beep. Warning. The system has activated a random teleportation opportunity. Will you utilize it? Yes, employ it now. Ding. Teleportation initiated successfully. Whoosh. In the mere moments before Reiner was engulfed by the rift, a radiant light enveloped him, and he vanished without a trace, unnoticed by all. That bothersome brat has disappeared. Though his identity remains unknown, an additional being of divine power would certainly thwart the execution of my plans. Beside the rift, a pair of eyes and a mouth materialized. The mouth moved, and the previously tumultuous rift gradually calmed and began to heal. Time King, await my return. It shall not be long before I present my masterpiece. In the midst of laughter, tranquility returned as if nothing had transpired. Yet the residual energy fluctuations in the void bore witness to the events that had indeed unfolded. After a whirlwind of chaos, Reiner abruptly opened his eyes, gasping for breath. It took a minute or two for his breathing to stabilize, after which he glanced down at his limbs, relieved to find them intact. System, elucidate what transpired earlier. Ding. What you encountered was the rift in time, a manifestation of the power of rules. At your current state, you are incapable of contending with it. Is it possible that even with the complete form of the free ultimate skill, I cannot succeed? Ding. It is essential to remind the host that the free ultimate skill is a divine ability reserved for deities, akin to a martial arts technique, and thus, it is not omnipotent. In an instant, Reiner fell silent, remaining so for approximately 30 seconds before inquiring again. Then where has this teleportation brought me? During his moment of silence, he sensed the peculiar and intriguing nature of this world. Ding. Location query in progress. Please hold on. Reiner's lips twitched. Ding. Query successful. You are currently in an alternate parallel universe. Further details must be investigated by the host. Is this true? System. How could you do this? This is rather unkind. This time, the system offered no response. You must at least tell me how to return. Yet again, the system remained silent. With a slight shake of his head in resignation, Reiner retrieved a set of clothing from the system's inventory and changed. Once dressed, he sensed the presence of individuals in a certain direction and flew toward it. Chapter 38. The Enchanted Hero. He glided through the air for over an hour before finally spotting a city. Initially, he intended to fly at full speed, but the thought of creating a sonic boom deterred him. After all, he had yet to grasp the state of this world, and drawing too much attention could lead to dire consequences. He gradually descended into a dimly lit alleyway devoid of people. As he walked along the bustling street, he experienced the sensation of being in a different era. Soon, he arrived at the central square and beheld a statue, eliciting a smile from him. So this is Satan's city. Indeed, the colossal statue represented his father-in-law, Satan. As he gazed at the statue, a cacophony of noise suddenly erupted from afar. A crowd was gathering, accompanied by the blaring sirens of police cars. He turned his gaze toward the source of the commotion and exclaimed in surprise upon noticing an elderly figure on the towering structure. An alien elder whom he found vaguely familiar. Reiner squeezed through the crowd, listening to the conversations of passers-by. I heard this old man is buried under a mountain of debt, and rumor has it his child isn't biologically his, which drove him to contemplate jumping off. How tragic. No way. I heard he was an inveterate gambler, and his wife couldn't bear it anymore. He sold everything of value in their home, and in a fit of rage, she revealed that their son was not his biological child, leading him to consider such drastic measures. Reiner's lips twitched in disbelief. What a disastrous turn of events for this old fellow. Without a doubt, This was a deliberate leak orchestrated by that old man. Although he was still uncertain of the individual's identity, he could instinctively sense that trouble was imminent. Some individuals possess a rather malevolent disposition, incapable of believing others would leap, and thus they begin to incite, with some even resorting to capturing the moment on their smartphones. Reyna could only shake his head in dismay. Such is human nature. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze toward the heavens, where two figures descended from afar. It was the Saiyan Supermen 1 and 2. This elderly gentleman is indeed saved, a young girl exclaimed, clapping her hands. The appearance of Saiyan Supermen 1 and 2 felt increasingly familiar. Suddenly, a spark of realization ignited in his mind. He discerned the parallel world in which he found himself. To his astonishment, this parallel universe truly existed. How intriguing indeed. As he spoke, he distanced himself from the crowd and settled onto a nearby bench, observing in silence. Above the tower, after a brief struggle, the old man leapt down, only to be caught and whisked away into the distance, while Reyna vanished from the bench. Saiyan Superman 1 placed the old man near a fountain, preparing to converse with him, when the old man glanced furtively around and stealthily produced a box from his bosom. With an air of mystery, he proclaimed, "Do you know the hero Tapiu, who saved the southern galaxy? A hero? Could you elaborate, dear grandfather?" Gohan's interest was piqued instantly. This was precisely what the old man desired. Clearing his throat, he gazed at the music box in his hand. The hero Tapiu, who saved the southern galaxy, has been sealed within this music box for reasons unknown to me. I too wish to unravel this mystery. Come, let me see if I can open it. The old man handed the music box to Gohan, who, despite his best efforts, could not pry it open. Just as he scratched his head in frustration, Reyna approached. "May I have a look?" The trio turned to see a young man speaking. Gohan hesitated, as it was not his possession, but the old man seemed unconcerned. Thus, Gohan relinquished the music box to Reyna, entirely untroubled by the possibility of him being a nefarious character. The moment Reyna grasped it, he sensed a malevolent aura coursing through it. Quietly, he released a hint of divine power, and in an instant, the music box trembled violently before abruptly halting. Indeed, it bore the essence of the demonic. It repelled my divine energy with such intensity. It seems its level is not to be underestimated. Were it not for the constraints of the storyline, it could potentially annihilate this universe. Contemplating this, he returned the music box, remarking, "I have an idea. I once read in an ancient tome about a wish-granting orb. Perhaps we could seek it out to wish open this box." Gohan looked at Reyna in surprise. "Are you referring to the Dragon Balls?" "Yes, we could enlist the dragon's assistance." As Gohan clapped his hands, a sudden realization dawned upon him. He glanced at Saiyan Superman number 2 beside him and discreetly pulled her aside to whisper a few words. Reluctantly, she took to the skies. "Grandpa, I shall lead you to the Dragon Balls," he exclaimed, then, noticing Reiner's somewhat awkward demeanor, scratched his head and added, "Would you like to join us? If so, I cannot carry two individuals at once." "Not to worry, I can fly." Reiner revealed a hint of his flying prowess, leaving Gohan somewhat astonished. With that, Gohan, accompanied by the elderly man and followed closely by Reiner, made their way to Capsule Corporation to request the Dragon Radar from Bulma. Although this world diverged from the original, Bulma's age appeared relatively unchanged. Indeed, a woman's age remains an enigma. After a fruitful afternoon of searching, they finally gathered all 7 Dragon Balls. This event soon reached the ears of Goku and his companions, who were quite intrigued to learn about this so-called hero. Notably, Gohan observed that in this world, Goku's group was evolving towards pure physical strength. After exchanging pleasantries, Goku approached and said, "You're also a Saiyan, aren't you?" "Oh, a Saiyan?" Gohan replied, "Indeed. There's an oddly familiar aura about you, reminiscent of Vegeta. Perhaps it's a common trait among Saiyans. I can sense your strength." The two exchanged knowing smiles, a silent understanding passing between them. Subsequently, Gohan summoned the Eternal Dragon, who made his entrance amidst the dramatic, dark effects. "State your wish," he commanded. Gohan promptly articulated his desire, and the dragon's eyes gleamed with a brilliant light as the music box on the ground emitted a series of clicks. "Your wish has been granted. Farewell." With that, the dragon shot into the sky, dispersing into 7 luminous points. At that moment, the elderly man picked up the music box. Winding it a few times, a series of clicks resonated as the box slowly opened. A wisp of smoke billowed forth, momentarily choking them, yet nothing else transpired, leaving them somewhat bewildered, except for the old man and Reiner, whose eyes sparkled with intrigue. "Grandpa, nothing seems to have happened." Gohan remarked, his tone tinged with disappointment. The old man wore a rather embarrassed expression. Just then, Goku glanced into the distance as a figure materialized out of thin air. Why have you released me? The figure demanded, drawing a sword and pointing at them. You have been confined within that music box for millennia. Do you not find it burdensome? Gohan responded. It was you who set me free. Quickly, put me back. Tapiyu exclaimed, his face a mask of urgency and anxiety. The old man merely shook his head and gestured towards the now useless music box. Curse it, Tapiyu retorted, sheathing his sword and departing with a final remark. You shall undoubtedly come to regret your actions. In the end, with a final leap, they vanished, and so did Reina. The warriors exchanged bewildered glances. Perplexed by the unfolding events, they had been liberated, a cause for celebration, yet their demeanor was steeped in anger. As Tapiyu walked, he gazed at the enchanted flute in his hands, a hint of melancholy flickering in his eyes. Chapter 39, Be My Pet. Might I behold the sword you carry on your back? A voice interrupted his sorrowful reverie. He turned to see a young man grinning at him, prompting him to immediately draw his sword and point it threateningly. Do not approach me. In a swift motion, he instinctively checked his hands, only to find his weapon had vanished. An impressive weapon, yet time has diminished its power, the stranger remarked, unfazed. Tapiyu regarded the man before him with utmost caution, for he had not witnessed the earlier display of prowess and remained uncertain of his intentions. Rest assured, I harbor no ill will towards you, though I am quite intrigued by the entity within you. Reina seemed to perceive his thoughts. Instinctively, Tapiyu took a few steps back. Enough with the fear. I shall accompany you. As he spoke, he tossed the sword back to him, attempting to engage in a brotherly embrace. Tapiyu, however, remained wary and did not allow him to succeed. Reina shrugged and continued on his way. After surveying his surroundings for a moment, Tapiyu ultimately decided to follow. As night gradually descended, the city's nocturnal activities commenced. Pedestrians flowed incessantly along the streets. At an intersection, a traffic jam ensued, and, as drivers honked their horns, urging pedestrians to clear the way, an explosion suddenly erupted from a distance, billowing smoke into the air. Some timid souls fled, while the bolder ones ventured toward the source of the smoke. At that moment, a colossal foot descended from the heavens, crushing numerous buildings beneath its weight. The courageous souls were now filled with terror. Amidst the chaos of the city, Saiyan Superman 1 and 2 arrived at the scene. Witnessing the buildings collapse one after another, they exchanged glances. What is that? Babidi, can you discern what it is? Babidi shook his head just as a massive tail swept through, sending both of them hurtling away. Babidi was knocked unconscious. What on earth is happening? Darn it, I can't worry about that now. Gohan erupted in rage, transforming into Super Saiyan, and charged toward the creature that possessed only a lower half. He unleashed his royal technique, yet proved ineffective. Despite enduring numerous energy attacks from Gohan, the monster remained largely unscathed, its tail sweeping him away with ease. His tail swept relentlessly, obliterating a significant portion of the city. Just then, a beam of energy surged from the distance, striking the tail and momentarily halting its movements. Gohan, are you alright? What on earth is that creature? Dad, me fine. But I have no idea what it is. It appeared suddenly and began its assault on the city, resulting in countless casualties. Gohan emerged from the ruins. As Goku prepared to launch another attack, a haunting melody wafted through the air. The sound was both enchanting and sorrowful. The creature, now with only half a body, retreated a few steps, exuding an aura of fear. The father and son turned towards the source of the melody and beheld Tapion emerging from the smoke, along with Reina. The melody intensified, and with it, the half-bodied monster transformed into a wisp, merging into Tapion's form. Instantly, Tapion's face contorted in pain as he knelt on one knee. But he quickly composed himself, suppressing the agony. Just as he rose, a wave of energy struck him, forcing him back a few steps. Tapion, you cannot contain it. You must release it to spare yourself this torment. An elderly figure cloaked in a cape proclaimed from above. You, who are you? They recognized him as the elder who had initially been rescued. I am the Dark Sorcerer Hei. Impossible. The Dark Sorcerer was vanquished by the High Priest. Indeed, he was. But I am the last of the Dark Sorcerers, and this time, you shall not seal Hildred again. As he spoke, he made a peculiar gesture. Suddenly, Tapion collapsed to the ground, energy erupting from him as tendrils of black smoke separated from his being. In agony, he drew the sword from his back and, with a pained expression, handed it to Reina. Hurry, in my life. We cannot let Hildegard emerge, or this galaxy will face utter annihilation. Reyna shook his head and murmured, "There is no time." Just then, a colossal figure emerged from the ruins. Upon its entrance, it let out a deafening roar, the shockwave demolishing buildings in its path, resulting in severe casualties. At that moment, Goten and Trunks soared onto the scene. They gazed at the gigantic monster and launched a few attacks, but to no avail. "Goten, let us fuse," Trunks suggested. Goten nodded, and the two executed the fusion dance in midair. After a flash of light, Gotenks appeared, transformed into Super Saiyan 3. A formidable energy surged, stirring up fierce winds. "Prepare yourself, villain." Just as Gotenks was about to charge, a figure blocked his path. "What are you doing? This monster is destroying the city. Step aside." Reyna paid no heed to him, instead gracefully soaring closer to Hildegard, uttering a phrase that rendered everyone present utterly speechless. "Hey, big guy, be my pet." What did they just hear? Surely, they must have misheard. This young man was calling that monstrous being his pet. Had he lost his mind? Or perhaps succumbed to madness? If not, how could he utter such nonsensical words? "Ha ha, though I know not who you are, to dare speak such words is audacious. Do you truly believe Hildegard is a pushover? Kill him," he declared with a brazen grin. Hildegard let out a roar, energy coalescing within his mouth. "Alas, you have been given a chance. If you do not cherish it, I shall have no recourse." In a blink, he appeared before Hildegard, delivering a swift kick that forced his mouth shut. Boom! The energy he had just gathered erupted within his mouth, sending him staggering back several steps. "Nanny!" The warriors were astonished. Even Vegeta, who had just arrived, was taken aback. Gotenks rubbed his eyes, unable to comprehend that he had not witnessed the adversary's attack. "Gohan, did you see how he struck?" Gohan shook his head, unable to discern the details. "This fellow is indeed formidable," Sun Wukong murmured to himself. Vegeta flew over, his expression grave as he regarded Sun Wukong. What manner of monster is this? And who is that individual? Subsequently, Sun Wukong elucidated the circumstances. "To think such a thing could occur. You two truly are identical," Vegeta remarked, first chastising Sun Wukong and Gohan, then continuing, "As far as I know, apart from us two and my brother, there are no other pure-blooded Saiyans left. Well, let us set that aside for now. If he can indeed defeat this monster, that would be quite splendid, wouldn't it?" With no other option, Vegeta could only snort in resignation. "Roar!" Hildegard steadied himself, his tail sweeping towards them. Bang! He merely extended a hand, effortlessly blocking the attack, the tremendous force failing to budge him in the slightest. Even the Dark Sorcerer, he could scarcely believe his eyes. Impossible. Hildegard is invincible. Yet, no sooner had he uttered these words than a colossal foot crushed him flat. Such a demise is too lenient for you. He then turned once more to Hildegard. "I trust you can sense the chasm between us. Will you choose to submit to me, or shall you vanish from this world?" His bell-like eyes surveyed Reyna, and after a minute or two, his form gradually shrank, eventually alighting on Reyna's shoulder, looking rather adorable. This situation is simply unbelievable. After exchanging a few blows with the creature, a mere handful of words transformed it into a pet. How utterly remarkable this is. The valiant Tapio, though taken aback, understood the formidable nature of this phantom being. Otherwise, he would not have sacrificed his life alongside his brother to seal it away. See, has this not resolved the issue? Why complicate matters further? As for the restoration of this city, that task shall be entrusted to the divine dragon. Supporting Tapio, they ventured forth, while Sun Wukong and his two sons accompanied the unconscious Belidi and Vegeta. Chapter 40, Time Patrol Officer Vegeto. In the evening twilight, Sun Wukong and his companions followed Reyna to an abandoned factory. He set Tapio aside and addressed the group. "I overheard your earlier conversation. I am a Saiyan, but not of your timeline. The theory of parallel universes truly exists." Vegeta was somewhat astonished. Reyna shot him a couple of glances, causing Vegeta to feel a tad embarrassed. He cleared his throat awkwardly and explained, "Bulma often shares peculiar knowledge with me, so I've picked up a thing or two." Sun Wukong, indifferent to this, inquired, "In your timeline, who is stronger, Vegeta or I?" Upon this question, the atmosphere fell silent. "Overall, both of you possess unique strengths, and you are significantly stronger than your current selves. Is that so? I would love to meet them and test my skills." Reyna smiled, realizing that no matter the timeline, Sun Wukong's essence remained unchanged. "What are your plans now?" Vegeta asked. Reyna, while playfully engaging with the creature perched on his shoulder, responded, "Well, I intend to find your wife, Bulma, and ask her to construct a spaceship for me. At this moment, the horizon brightened with a hint of dawn, revealing that an entire night had passed unnoticed. The creature on Reyna's shoulder, Hildegan, felt quite beleaguered. Had he not been outmatched, he would have relished the chance to bite him. Tapio gradually regained consciousness, struggling to lean against the wall as he rose, and he approached Reyna, bowing deeply. "Thank you." Reyna patted his shoulder. The group arrived at Capsule Corp, where Sun Wukong recounted the events to Bulma. She glanced at Vegeta, who nodded in affirmation. "I never anticipated so many occurrences, but indeed, I am quite remarkable. Parallel universes truly exist." Bulma beamed with pride. When she had initially mentioned this to her father, he had been skeptical, but now, with witnesses, she felt assured. "Leave the spaceship and time machine to me. Although I haven't crafted one in quite some time, rest assured, I will complete it swiftly." In a hurried manner, he dashed into the laboratory, seated himself, and initiated a check-in with the system in his mind. Ding! Check-in successful. Congratulations on receiving a spaceship pilot's license, a time reversal crystal, a no-side-effect King's Fist, the 8 gates of the Heavenly Passage, and the laws of space. How splendid. This time, the rewards are quite remarkable. Aside from the pilot's license, the other items are exceptionally beneficial to him. Meanwhile, at the opposite end of the Earth, atop a towering mountain in the Arctic, a flicker of light emerged from the void. A figure stepped forth from the shimmering brilliance. With long crimson hair and dark red fur adorned a short vest, he possessed a swaying tail. Is this the time-space anomaly? This energy. Suddenly, he sensed an extraordinarily potent force. Not only did he feel the energy of others, but Raynor also sensed his presence. Slowly rising, Raynor remarked that he would take a stroll and departed. The moment he stepped out of the capsule company's entrance, he vanished. Such incredible speed. Although the identity of the individual remained unknown, this velocity was certainly beyond the capabilities of anyone from this time-space. In the midst of their conversation, he instantaneously disappeared from the mountaintop. On a desolate highland, the rapidly moving Raynor came to a halt. "Since I am here, let us reveal ourselves." With a swish, a figure materialized. "You are Gogeta," Raynor exclaimed, somewhat astonished. You recognize me? That should not be the case. From this, it seems you are not from this time-space." Hearing Gogeta's words, he began to comprehend the other's identity. "I never anticipated you would become a time-space patrolman. How intriguing." Upon hearing this, Gogeta's expression shifted, and he scrutinized Raynor before inquiring once more, "Who exactly are you?" "Rest assured, I am not your adversary. On the contrary, we are quite the friends. What piques my curiosity is how you arrived here." Gogeta furrowed his brow, realizing that this individual harbored no ill intentions at present. "While on patrol, the Kaishin of Time informed me that a historical trajectory was amiss, and thus I arrived here. It appears that the one responsible for this historical disruption is you. Since you are aware of my role in the Time Patrol, you should understand how significant it is when history is altered. So what exactly have you done?" Raynor shrugged, gesturing towards the figure on his shoulder, Hilderd. "This creature is the harbinger of destruction, originally destined to be vanquished by Son Goku, but I have subdued it." At this point, he refrained from elaborating further. Yet Gogeta grasped the implication. "In light of this, I must request that you relinquish this creature to me. I intend to restore this time-space to its original historical course." Raynor shook his head. Observing this, Gogeta slightly narrowed his eyes, and just as he prepared to launch an attack, a woman's voice resonated out of thin air. "As I delved into the historical trajectory of this timeline, I discerned no significant issues. Since this gentleman desires it, let us grant his wish. Furthermore, you shall accompany him to the realm of time." "Very well, my lord, the god of time." He then raised his hand, revealing an object resembling a watch, and pressed it against the void, summoning a sphere of light. "Let's proceed." Goku gestured invitingly, yet Raynor remained unresponsive, merely stating, "Wait a moment," before vanishing. Approximately 15 minutes later, he reappeared and entered directly, leaving Goku momentarily taken aback. However, he did not dwell on it and followed suit, causing the sphere of light to dissipate. Within the realm of time, where numerous historical narratives converge, the god of time, Kranoa, observed the vanishing scene and murmured, "This individual exudes a rather sacred, yet peculiar aura. I wonder whence he hails. Moreover, he seems strikingly familiar with the Time Patrol. Alas, with the demon race stirring restlessly. The emergence of such a person raises both hope and concern." As she spoke, a radiant light materialized nearby, revealing Reina and Goku stepping forth. Reina surveyed the surroundings and noted that it resembled precisely what he had seen in his previous gaming experiences. Greetings. Welcome to the realm of time. Cronoa offered a gentle smile to Reina. I have long heard tales from the High Priest. Thus, I was eager to witness this place for myself. Reina responded with a soft smile. You know the High Priest? Ah, I see. You hail from another dimensional world. No wonder your aura is so peculiar. Her earlier apprehensions now faded away. How did you arrive here? Reina sighed. Due to certain insurmountable circumstances, I found myself in this world. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his eyes gleamed with hope. Might you possess any means to help me return my world? Regrettably, the god of time bore a look of remorse. Currently, I'm facing some issues on my end, and I am unable to assist you at this time. Chapter 41, GT World Experiment. What has transpired? The god of time refrained from answering. Instead, Goku interjected. The time bird and its egg have gone missing. You refer to the time bird, crucial to all dimensions, and the egg containing myriad timelines. Indeed, I have dispatched several individuals to search for them. Yet, until now, there has been no word. The atmosphere grew heavy with silence, for the situation was indeed dire, as they were unaware of who had stolen the time bird and its egg. A sudden buzzing filled the air as a burst of light flickered. Trunks, with his crimson hair, emerged from the radiance. Trunks, you have returned. What discoveries have you made? I have uncovered some findings, However, he ceased speaking abruptly upon noticing an unfamiliar individual. I am Rena. Yes, he is named Rena, and he is one of us. The Kai of Time nodded affirmatively. Trunks acknowledged with a slight nod. I have discovered a clue. The time birds and the egg are in Myra's possession. As for Mira, they were no strangers to that name. Indeed, it was one they were all too familiar with. If he were the thief, then surely it must be Tawa orchestrating events from behind the scenes. According to Rena, Tawa is the sister of the Demon Realm King, Dabura, and Mira is the ultimate android developed by Tawa. But why would she wish to steal the time birds and their esteemed companion? Could it truly mirror the narrative of past gaming storylines? Regardless of Tawa's ulterior motives, the time birds must be reclaimed. Otherwise, the entire dimension will suffer dire consequences. Trunks, where are they now? Goku questioned. Trunks retrieved a scroll from his pocket, unfurling it to reveal a vivid image. The image depicted Goku and baby Vegeta engaged in battle. Rena pondered aloud. This is the 18th dimension. According to historical trajectory, Uncle Goku should defeat his opponent. However, the issue lies in Tawa's interference. It is evident they are present within this realm. Rena nodded in agreement, as the Kai of Time interjected. Mr. Rena, I have a favor to ask of you. Rena waved his hand dismissively, causing the Kai's expression to momentarily dim before it quickly lifted. I understand. I will accompany you. Cronoa expressed her gratitude, and with a flourish of her hand, the time scroll began to levitate. A radiant light emerged, forming a portal. Trunks stepped through first, followed by Goku. Just as Rena was about to enter, Cronoa presented him with a ring. Rena smiled slightly as he accepted it. He understood the significance of the ring, having noticed that both Trunks and Goku possessed one. Henceforth, he too belonged to the Time Patrol. As he stepped through the luminous portal, it vanished. Alas, I hope nothing unforeseen transpires. For reasons unknown, she had an unsettling premonition of impending calamity. Thunderous booms resonated as explosive energy erupted, casting a vibrant, destructive light that obliterated the entire city. Baby Vegeta gasped, his body marred with numerous wounds. Damn it, how can you still possess such power? Baby glared at Super Saiyan 4 Goku with a grim expression. Baby, concede while you still can. You cannot defeat me. Goku's countenance remained stoic, his voice devoid of emotion. You expect me to surrender? Impossible. You Saiyans deserve to perish. Bulma, he shouted, just as a distant laser struck him. A surge of purple energy enveloped him. Son Wukong, since you could transform into a Super Saiyan, I too can. Bathed in radiant light, he slowly morphed into a colossal ape. Meanwhile, Reina and his companions materialized within the crumbling corridor of a dilapidated building. Mr. Gogeta, Mr. Reina, would you care to join me in the pursuit of Tawa? I shall accompany you. The more, the merrier, Gogeta proposed. Reina shook his head, replying, I will roam around here for a bit. Neither party objected to this, and they subsequently took flight. Reina leaped to a higher vantage point, observing the fierce clash between Son Wukong and Baby. Vengeful Death Ball, tenfold Kamehameha, dark energy spheres collided with crimson energy waves. The earth-shattering energy blast caused the very planet to tremble. As time progressed, Sun Wukong's energy wave began to suppress his opponent. Pure primal energy, indeed. This is the innate power residing within a Saiyan. Fascinating. The energy system of this world starkly contrasts with that of his own, resembling the raw physicality of the realm he had just arrived in. With a thunderous explosion, his energy sphere detonated. Baby was gravely injured by both his own energy sphere and Sun Wukong's Kamehameha. Cursed be this fate. Baby struggled with all his might, but his injuries were too severe for him to rise. Sun Wukong approached him, preparing to sever his tail, when suddenly a wave of pitch-black energy erupted from Baby, propelling him backward. In the distance, Reina smirked slightly. Just as I thought. His reason for remaining here was not only to witness their battle, but also due to this very reason. Having played similar games in the past, he was aware of the general trajectory. Although uncertain at first, he now felt assured. Roar! Baby rose, letting out a furious roar and striking out with a hand. The swift Sun Wukong was caught off guard and plunged into the earth. Simultaneously, Baby began to gather energy in his mouth, unleashing a flurry of energy waves. At the edge of a canyon, Tawa and Mira silently observed the now enraged Baby. The experiment has commenced, and those beings have arrived, Mira remarked. Excellent. This experiment must not allow for any missteps. We shall hatch the energy we have collected into the egg of the time bird. Once we hatch the egg, those sounds will cease, and this world will fall into our hands. Tawa spoke calmly, his demeanor serene, yet a gentle glimmer flickered in his eyes. Emerging from the ruins, Sun Wukong, having sustained significant injuries from the recent explosions, pondered, what is happening? How has this creature's energy surged so dramatically? And why does it feel so malevolent? As his thoughts spiraled, a voice suddenly reached his ears. Instinctively, he glanced around, but discerned nothing. You cannot find me. I am merely a passerby. And this is a secret known only to you. Sun Wukong nodded. A surge of golden energy enveloped him, and a searing force erupted from his being. He concentrated all his power in his hands and unleashed the most potent Kamehameha wave. The destructive Baby turned around and uttered, "You seek death." He expelled a torrent of fiery energy. Chapter 42, Interference. Boom! The earth-shattering explosion resonated throughout the heavens and the earth. What is happening? This diverges from the historical timeline. Tawa furrowed her brows, utterly unprepared for such unforeseen events. Should I intervene? Mira inquired. Tawa waved her hand dismissively, flipping it over to reveal a sphere that she squeezed and cast to the ground. With a hum, a radiant seedling took root in the soil. What is this? This is called a spirit tree, a type of tree that thrives on the essence of planets. Mortals who consume its fruit can enhance their combat prowess, while gods or demons can amplify their divine or demonic powers. In the distance, Rena's eyes gleamed. The spirit tree. This is becoming increasingly intriguing. He recalled that this fruit was often consumed by dares, leading to the evolution into the evil Saiyan, whose strength rivaled that of the Super Saiyan Blue. Previously, he had researched this, but found scant information regarding such trees. Let me observe how you proceed, Tawa. Boom! The explosive energy radiated outward, forcing both combatants to stagger back several paces. My entire energy can only match him evenly. How is that possible? Sun Wukong's expression turned grave, astonished by the emergence of such anomalies. The voice he heard earlier had guided him, yet he could not suppress his opponent. In the Kaioshin realm, the elder Kaioshin and Kibito looked upon the scene within the crystal ball, their expressions reflecting grave concern. What has happened to Sun Wukong? Had he not already been defeated? You are too superficial in your observations. The elder Kaioshin's eyes sparkled with insight as he sensed something amiss. He scrutinized every detail within the crystal ball before suddenly pointing to a specific area. Look there. Can you discern anything unusual? The elder Kaioshin indicated a gorge within the crystal ball. However, Kibito awkwardly scratched his head, unable to see anything. The elder Kaioshin could only shake his head in resignation. Remarking on Kibito's youthfulness, you should go and investigate what has transpired. I have an unsettling feeling about this. The elder Kaioshin spoke with gravity. Kibito nodded and vanished in a flash. On the planet Zypher, in Sun Wukong's mind, thoughts raced at an astonishing speed as he sought a solution to the predicament before him. Suddenly, he sensed the presence of Gohan, Goten, Fanfan, and Trunks, and an idea sparked his mind. In an instant, he appeared before Baby, placing his hands on his forehead to unleash Tien Shinhan's solar flare technique. Instantly, a blinding light dazzled his eyes, and as he shielded them, he seized the moment to teleport to Goten and the others, urging them, "Hurry, Focus your energy onto me. I must harness it to transcend to Super Saiyan 4. Only then can we defeat this foe. Gohan and the others grasped his intent. They transformed into their Super Saiyan forms, although Fan merely released a surge of energy. Just as they prepared, a sweeping tail struck with ferocity. What? They were taken aback, unable to mount any defense, and were brutally slammed into the ground, raising a tumult of dust and debris. Do you think I can be easily deceived, Sun Wukong? Baby declared as waves of energy surged forth, spawning miniature mushroom clouds. At that moment, an almost imperceptible object entered Baby's mouth without his awareness, fully merging within him. Let us go, Tao nodded. This planet can no longer endure. Its core has been drained by the Tree of Might and is on the brink of destruction. Just then, the earth trembled, and they gazed into the distance, witnessing a surge of intense, black energy spreading forth. This feeling is simply exhilarating. Sun Wukong, this time you are doomed. Despite the rampant energy coursing through him, Baby's mind remained remarkably lucid. He raised his hands, gathering strands of black and red energy until they coalesced into a sphere approximately 2 meters in diameter. Super Ultra Death Ball. The colossal energy orb descended with devastating force. Sun Wukong and his companions were gravely injured and could not muster any defensive maneuvers. As they felt the howling wind approach, a single thought lingered. All hope was lost. Just then, a sudden hum resonated, and the attack vanished into thin air. This unexpected turn left Baby stunned, and not just him. Sun Wukong and his companions, as well as Mira and the newly arrived Jebbit, shared the same bewilderment, having witnessed the energy sphere's disappearance. Vegeta, as the Prince of the Saiyans, how could you allow yourself to be possessed by such a being? What have you done with the pride of our race? A voice echoed closer. They beheld a young man, unfamiliar to them, yet Sun Wukong recognized the voice. Who are you? Baby's expression darkened. Who I am is of little importance. What matters is that you promptly release me from Vegeta's body. Regardless of who you are, anyone who dares to impede me must face dire consequences. With that proclamation, I charged toward my adversary. Reina's demeanor was bold, but the current Vegeta was reckless. In the distance, Tao's expression darkened. We must leave at once. This individual is formidable. Just as she was about to cast her teleportation spell, Reina materialized before them. What? How could this be? Both were taken aback, for he had been far away moments prior. Where do you two think you're going? Is the destruction you've wrought not sufficient? I am well aware of your intentions, to create multiple timelines from the Dragon Balls, extracting immense energy and information to forge a Frieza. Only you could conceive such a plan. Others were bewildered by Reina's words, yet Tawa was engulfed in shock. Tawa, you go first. Myra's sentence was cut short as she was violently propelled backward, blood spewing from her mouth. The onlookers were stunned. Even the Elder Kai in the other world wore a grave expression as he observed this ambiguous figure. Even from his far-off place, he could sense an energy from Reina, one that even Super Saiyan 4 Goku could not rival. Yet amidst that power, he also detected a familiar aura. I did not permit you to act. Let's deal with him first. With a raised hand, the already ominous sky grew even darker, and a colossal hand materialized, descending upon Baby. What is this? Baby gazed in astonishment at the immense hand descending toward him, a profound fear enveloping him, akin to confronting an omnipotent deity, instilling terror in his heart. No, I cannot perish here. In his great ape form, Baby trembled, and then the markings on his face vanished. A silver globule leaped from his shoulder, morphing into a humanoid figure that fled into the distance. But how could one escape a fate so inexorable? The hand in the sky rapidly condensed into a diminutive palm, approximately 5 meters in size, and struck with explosive velocity. At the moment of impact, the very fabric of space seemed to still, followed by a minute point of light that suddenly expanded into a tremendous fireball. A blinding flash and a cataclysmic explosion reverberated across half the planet. A mushroom cloud soared to heights of 1,000 feet, and a ferocious wind swept through, obliterating everything in its path. Simultaneously, the planet began to undergo chaotic transformations. Magma erupted from the ground, rivers flowed backward, and fierce winds ravaged the landscape. This is bad. The planet is on the verge of destruction. Without a second thought, Goku instructed Gohan and the others to hold on to him and instantly teleported to Vegeta's side. Trunks carried Vegeta while grasping Goten's hand, and then he too teleported to Reina's side. You all must leave at once. Do not worry. Jebbit, please take them to the Kaioshin realm. He first addressed Son Goku, then turned to Jebbit, whose expression was one of profound astonishment. Jebbit swallowed hard and vanished with Son Goku and his companions. Shortly thereafter, Gogeta and Trunks instantaneously arrived at the scene. What transpired? How has this planet come to be in such a state? Trunks inquired, but Reina remained silent, merely gesturing towards Tawa, who was not far away. Tawa! Trunks gritted his teeth, realizing that she was a member of the Time Patrol. I have achieved the outcome I desired, and you shall not be able to impede my departure. Suddenly, Mira materialized before her, casting a glance at Tawa. Understanding his intent, Tawa produced a crystalline object in her hand. In a swift motion, Mira seized the crystal and consumed it. Chapter 43. Insufficient Power, Super Saiyan 4 Broly. In an instant, a surge of immense energy erupted from him. On this planet, which was on the brink of annihilation, his unleashed energy hastened the countdown to destruction. Tawa, you have even stolen the time crystal. Trunks' tone faltered, betraying his agitation. However, he quickly sensed something amiss. Wait, what exactly is that? What it is of no concern to you. Besides, as I mentioned earlier, none shall stop me today. A flash of black energy streaked by, and Mira transformed, altering the color of his hair and skin. His white hair was accompanied by a similar hue of fur, and two crescent moon-like symbols appeared on his chest. Gogeta stretched and stood up, declaring, "Let's engage in a little spar." With a swift motion, the two ascended to the sky to commence their battle. Trunks drew his sword, pointing it at Tawa, while Reina merely gazed upward, observing the tumult above. Kaishin Realm. I believe I have unraveled the mystery. It is as I suspected. The old Kaishin wore a smile, albeit one marked by wrinkles. He had heard Jebbit's account, and then Son Goku's, leading him to deduce their identities. Ancestor, who are they? Jebbit inquired, with Son Goku and his companions equally curious about the old Kaishin's revelations. They are. The old Kaishin then recounted their origins. Upon hearing his narrative, Son Goku and his friends were left in astonishment. Yet Jebbit appeared perplexed. Ancestor, why have I never heard the title of Time Kaishin before? At this, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in the old Kaishin's eyes, though he refrained from elaborating further. Observing his ancestor's reluctance to disclose more, Jebbit chose not to press the matter and turned his gaze towards the crystal ball. Although it is said that you will not disband, continuing down this path is indeed rather unwise. Reina wore a look of exasperation, seemingly oblivious to the limited time remaining for this planet. Frankly speaking, while the strength of Super Saiyan Vegito is formidable, his temperament leaves much to be desired. Among the adversaries I have encountered, your prowess ranks among the very best. Vegito bore an expression of sheer enjoyment, reveling in the thrill of battle. Super Mira remained silent, leaping into the distance, and upon reaching a certain point, he assumed a stance to unleash a dark red energy wave. Vegito, undeterred, countered with a super Big Bang attack. Boom! Crack! The void split open under the collision of the two immense energy waves. Tawa, observing the fissure in the void, slowly smirked, channeling her demon god powers to transform into her demonic form, while a crooked wand materialized in her hand. With a flick of her wand and a whispered incantation, Demon Prison, a surge of demonic energy erupted, enveloping both Reina and Trunks, while more of it surged toward the rift in the void. Enveloped by the dark energy, Trunks wielded his sword, attempting to dispel the malevolent force, while Reina remained remarkably calm, scratching his cheek. He glanced at the figure of Hildegarn emerging from his shoulder. It's up to you. Hildegarn affectionately nudged Reina's cheek, then opened wide his mouth to voraciously absorb the demonic energy. Trunks, attacking the dark energy, noticed its dwindling presence and turned to see Hildegarn consuming the energy and Reina's tranquil demeanor. Don't look at me. Tao's strength is lacking and relies solely on these external forces, so I too must depend on external means. At this remark, Trunks' lips twitched. Your strength is insufficient, yet you criticize Tao's capabilities? Please, I am currently in a divine state and still may not be a match for these dark energies. Reina, seemingly aware of his thoughts, smiled gently. In my timeline, your divine state is merely the beginning. Your father, Vegeta, and Goku have both surpassed the divine realm. Surpassed the divine realm. Indeed. In that timeline, it is referred to as Super Saiyan Blue, fully known as Super Saiyan God Super Saiyan. Trunks nodded, astonished by the potential of the Saiyans. Yet he looked at Reina with curiosity. Then what realm do you belong to? Buzzing. Tawa furrowed her brow, sensing something amiss. What is happening? Although she did not comprehend the situation, her expression revealed no hint of concern. Instead, she gazed into the void as if anticipating the emergence of something. Burp! Hildegarn let out a hearty belch, his belly now round and full. Reyna gently caressed it, observing the dwindling magical aura. With a subtle flick of his finger, a streak of light shot forth, colliding with the magical barrier with a resounding crack. The barrier shattered instantly. What an astonishing sight! Trunks widened his eyes in disbelief. Merely a flick of the finger had obliterated the magical shield. Although the magical energy was scarce, even with all his might, he doubted he could achieve such a feat. Boom! The fragmented magical barrier unleashed a fierce gust of wind, propelling Tawa several miles away, demonstrating the ferocity of the force. What on earth have you two done? Yet, neither responded. At that moment, an extraordinarily violent energy surged forth from the void. Gogeta and Mira ceased their battle, gazing towards the rift, while Tawa chuckled. The culmination of her machinations had finally arrived. Huh! A voice filled with fury erupted, and the rift shattered, releasing a figure who charged forth, delivering a punch and a kick to Mira and Gogeta, sending them crashing into the ground. What? Trunks was momentarily taken aback. What has transpired? Kakarot, Vegeta. He repeated those names in a fit of rage. The figure before him was a Saiyan with a bare upper body, muscular chest, towering stature, and green hair. It was none other than Broly, the original first-generation Broly. He unleashed a green aura, charging toward Gogeta. Meanwhile, Mira, having received Tawa's command, swiftly appeared before her, while Trunks and Reyna did nothing to impede her. This left Tawa somewhat perplexed. I know what you're thinking, but let us see if you can escape. As she spoke, an extraordinarily menacing aura emanated from Reyna. In an instant, both individuals stiffened. This was a primal instinct reacting to imminent danger. Danger, exceedingly perilous danger. With a cold snort, Reyna darted forward, blocking Broly's path. He beckoned with a finger, and Broly, veins bulging on his forehead, roared as he charged at Reyna, unleashing a frenzied assault. Yet, how could such chaotic strikes ever land on Reyna? He effortlessly evaded them all. Roar! With a fierce cry, wild energy coalesced around him, arcs of lightning crackling. Soon, red hair sprouted from his form, gradually darkening to black. The violent energy generated a wall of wind that surged outward. Is this a response to stress? The transformation of the Saiyan bloodline is indeed extraordinary. Reyna smiled slightly. Perhaps this transformation would enhance his strength even further. With a swift motion, he appeared before Broly, delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A fierce gale swept through, ravaging the ground and carving a profound chasm. In that very moment, molten lava erupted from the crevice, severing the two individuals. I can't hold on much longer, he murmured, turning to look at Vegeta and Trunks. Vegeta paused briefly before comprehending the intent behind his gaze. With a deft adjustment of his wristwatch, a protective barrier enveloped both him and Mira, as well as Tawa, and in an instant, they vanished. Reyna surged explosively into the cosmos, with Broly closely in pursuit. Chapter 44, The Backup Plan, Investigating the Bloodline. As the two departed from the planet, it convulsed with a thunderous roar, emitting a radiance akin to that of a divine apparition. Yet, it remained silent, dissipating into nothingness. In the realm of the time gods, Vegeta and Trunks materialized, accompanied by Tawa and Mira, who were confined within a time barrier. This barrier, a creation of the former Supreme Kai of Time, could isolate and seal away all forms of energy, though its frequent use came at a steep price. Vegeta and Trunks entrusted the two to the Supreme Kai of Time before departing, intent on aiding Reyna, despite their uncertainty regarding his capabilities. After all, he was their ally. Tawa, swiftly hand over the Time Bird and the Time Egg. Kranoa implored anxiously. Tawa, witnessing her distress, couldn't help but feel a surge of delight. You're begging me now, aren't you? Ha. Kranoa's expression darkened. What do you truly desire? Tawa feigned contemplation, wearing a sinister grin. I want the genes of the one who aided you. Not a chance. Kranoa retorted without hesitation. Don't be so hasty in your refusal. Think it through thoroughly, or I cannot guarantee what actions I might take. A threat, stark and unadorned. Yet, faced with this menace, what recourse did she have? Although Tawa was unaware of the identity of the individual who assisted the Supreme Kai of Time, she was convinced that acquiring his genes would empower Mira significantly. As she grappled with her dilemma, a radiant light appeared. What is this? Encountering a conundrum? A voice, slightly aged, resonated. Greetings, Elderkei. She acknowledged before nodding. Indeed, the newly arrived entity was none other than the Elder Kai. Their dialogue revealed a familiarity between them. She nodded, albeit with a hint of resignation. Do share with me what transpired. I shall lend you my counsel. The Supreme Kai of Time nodded and recounted the events. So that is how it unfolded. It's no wonder such circumstances arose. Although he had previously heard from Goku and Jebbit about the situation while in the Kai realm, he was unaware of the enemy's identity. Thus, he had come in person to investigate. Do you know the origins of that individual? I can't shake the feeling that there is something both familiar and strange about him. She pulled the old Supreme Kai away from his place. Once the two had departed, Tao's wand shimmered with light, and a fist-sized egg materialized in her hand. In the direst of circumstances, I shall have to rely on you. She glanced at the egg and then looked at Mira, who had succumbed to unconsciousness due to the earlier use of the crystal. Her energy sealed and unable to bear any more strain. A shadowy planet echoed with earth-shattering explosions, vanishing numerous creatures in their wake. The violent energy swirled like a tempest. Bang, bang, bang. Rena effortlessly blocked or dodged Broly's relentless assaults. Kill. He conjured a densely packed green energy sphere and hurled it forth. With a mere flick of his hand, Rena deflected it, swiftly appearing before Broly, delivering a crushing blow to his forehead. Broly, as if severely injured, was propelled nearly 10 miles away, crashing into a mountain and reducing it to rubble. Roar! With blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, Broly became even more ferocious, his unleashed aura shattering the debris around him. Oh dear, this simply won't do. In the midst of his speech, he darted forward, delivering a simple punch to Broly's abdomen. Wow! Broly spat out a mouthful of blood, and astonishingly, he knelt down. His expression was one of disbelief as he regarded this individual. Although his mind was consumed with a frenzy of violence, he instinctively sensed that this person was not to be trifled with. Who are you? He spoke as if he had just learned to articulate, each word meticulously pronounced. Oh, he still possesses his consciousness. That saves me the trouble of checking later. One hand rested upon his shoulder, divine power coursing into his veins. Initially, Broly offered a token resistance, but gradually he succumbed, his expression remaining grotesquely fierce. Meanwhile, in the time realm, so this is how it is. What are your plans now? The old Supreme Kai leisurely savored his tea in a pavilion. Need it even be said? Naturally, I shall not grant her wishes. The Time Supreme Kai declared with unwavering resolve. However, the old Supreme Kai's next words shattered her conviction. Do you have any other alternatives? This, indeed, poses a dilemma, as she presently had no solutions. I have returned. The Time Supreme Kai furrowed her brow in confusion. Did you not go to assist Rena? How could you return so swiftly? Trunks shook his head. I sense no energy from him, so I cannot locate him. Oh, has Gogeta not returned either? Just as he finished speaking, Chow Chow arrived. Like you, I have been unable to locate him. It feels as though he has vanished entirely, not even a trace of Broly's energy to be sensed. Gogeta, with a look of helplessness, remarked, in that case, let us set him aside for now. His strength should be indisputable. Our primary concern now is to deliberate on how to persuade Tawa to relinquish the items. Subsequently, the four of them settled in the pavilion to commence their discussion. Meanwhile, Rainer had utilized divine power to penetrate Broly's bloodline, glimpsing fragmented images. Fascinating, it appears that divine energy possesses such capabilities. This operation had not crossed his mind. He merely sought to investigate whether Broly's Super Saiyan bloodline bore any unique traits. Suddenly, an uncontrollable surge of energy erupted from Broly, seemingly resisting Rainer's efforts. To his surprise, this bloodline exhibited such a function. Rainer intensified the output of his divine energy, swiftly suppressing the bloodline's resistance. At which point, the genetic factors of the Super Saiyan lineage emitted a message. What? Unexpectedly, the origin of the Super Saiyan bloodline was revealed in this manner. Ah, Moya, your other side is indeed quite cunning. Even if one were to confront him with death, he would never suspect that such secrets lay hidden within the Super Saiyan bloodline. It had always been a mere conspiracy, a reservoir of energy prepared for the resurrection of his other self. Suddenly, Broly let out a piercing scream, springing to his feet, his eyes bloodshot, and unleashing a powerful energy blast from his mouth. Rainer raised an eyebrow, swiftly countering with a palm strike that dispersed the energy blast. In that instant, Broly closed the distance and delivered a kick to Rainer's abdomen with blinding speed, the air cracking with the force of the impact. Trouble indeed. I despise complications. As he spoke, he condensed a silver energy orb and hurled it toward Broly. With a resounding explosion, Broly was sent flying, howling in agony. At that moment, a rift appeared in the distance, pulling Broly within. Although it lasted only a fleeting moment, he had indeed glimpsed a dragon. Chapter 45. Cooperation? The mysterious masked figure. This cannot be mistaken. Has it occurred prematurely? What he witnessed was a dragon shrouded in black smoke. And the only one that fits this description is that dragon. It seems the trajectory of this timeline has dramatically deviated from its original course. Is this the outcome Tawa desired? Rainer pondered, narrowing his eyes. In a distant realm of darkness, a dark dragon inhaled smoke, observing the unconscious Broly before him. Its black eyes glowing with crimson light. You are of great significance. You cannot perish just yet. Your energy must continue to amplify. As it spoke, the dark smoke surrounding it surged into Broly's being, and soon the sound of a heartbeat resonated from within him. Who, pray tell, is that individual? Though I merely caught a fleeting glimpse of him, I sensed an unfathomable power emanating from his being. Regardless of your identity, as long as you do not disrupt the plan, all shall be well. As soon as the words left my lips, I transformed into a wisp of smoke, enveloping Broly and vanishing. In the realm of time, Trunks lamented, "This is truly a dilemma." After nearly 2 hours of discussion, they had yet to arrive at a satisfactory conclusion, for the object of their concern remained in another's possession. "What troubles you?" Reina inquired as she approached from a distance. "You have returned. Where's Broly?" Vegeta asked. Reina merely shrugged, offering no reply. "We are deliberating on what Tawa desires." The Supreme Kai of Time recounted what Tawa sought. "Come, take me to see her. I wish to have a word," Reina said with a smile, particularly emphasizing the latter part of her statement. The group departed from the pavilion, only to discover that Tawa had vanished from her temporary confinement. "What has transpired?" "She has disappeared." The Supreme Kai of Time furrowed his brow, pondering what may have occurred during their deliberations. What is this?" A large black circle marred the ground, as if scorched by some malevolent force. "This matter is undoubtedly complex. It suggests that others have intervened. We must uncover the truth." "Search? How do you propose we do that? We lack information, and yet you wish to pursue this? To my mind, maintaining the current state of affairs may not be so bad after all." Reina feigned a yawn, expressing a desire to rest. "Very well, Trunks. You and your companion may accompany her to rest. I shall ponder further on potential solutions." Kuranoya frowned as she departed with the Elder Kai. In the resting chamber, as she sat upon the bed, she regarded Hildegard, who perched upon her shoulder. "Are you certain you did not misinterpret the sensations earlier?" He nuzzled Reina's cheek, affirming his accuracy. "It appears these individuals are quite restless." Upon witnessing the black circle, Hildegard had remarked that it was a technique of the Dark Sorcerer. The Dark Sorcerer and the Sorcerer of Darkness are not of the same ilk. Although summoned by the latter, the creation itself was the work of the former. He did not dwell on this further, lying back on the bed and closing his eyes in slumber. In a shadowy expanse, 2 pairs of eyes glimmered. "Where is this?" "Tawa, you have awakened." Following the sound, Tawa beheld a figure emerging from the darkness, illuminating the shadowy realm akin to a moon in the night sky. "Who are you? How is it that after such a brief time you fail to recognize me?" When Tova finally discerned his face, her pupils constricted momentarily. "Guy, you're still alive. Ha! Surprised, are we? I was nearly at death's door." As he spoke, his eyes bore into Tova, filled with animosity and resentment, a palpable aura of malice surrounding him. "But who can blame us? After all, you were the one who foolishly dared to challenge my brother." Although she was initially taken aback, Tova quickly regained her composure. Clap, clap, clap. Gype suddenly began to applaud, the hatred and bitterness in his eyes dissipating, along with the malevolence that cloaked him. "Very good, Tova. You remain unchanged, just as I remembered. What do you truly desire?" He. "Tova, would you be interested in collaborating with me?" Upon hearing this, Tova fell silent, her bright eyes scrutinizing the man before her mind racing with thoughts. What kind of collaboration? In merely a fraction of a second, she reached a decision. "Very well. A wise person knows how to seize the moment. You assist me in ascending to the throne of the demon realm, and I shall help you fulfill your desires. How's that sound? Quite a lucrative deal. Wouldn't you agree?" "Lucrative? What nonsense!" Tova exclaimed suddenly, cursing out loud. Though she wished to maintain her dignity, she could no longer contain herself. "You think I would betray my own? Dream on. This is not betrayal. It is merely a wise choice in selecting the right tree to rest upon. Give it some thought. After all, time is still on our side." As he spoke, he chuckled, his form gradually fading away. How infuriating! Tova clenched her teeth in frustration. She had initially hoped that the person who came to her aid was an ally, only to find it was this man. Who was he? Tova recalled how he had once conspired against her brother during their battle for the throne of the demon realm, employing underhanded tactics. Her brother had uncovered his treachery and killed him. It was astonishing that he had survived. What will you do now? Tova shook her head, uncertain of her next steps. In a vacant area of this space, Gype regarded a figure before him, adorned with a black mask, a red dot upon it, emanating a dark crimson aura. Just as you envisioned, Gype remarked. That is splendid. The bird and its egg are firmly in her grasp. He nodded in agreement. Find a way to make that Mira swallow the time egg. Why is that? Gype was somewhat perplexed. No reason. Just do as I instruct, and also, locate Broly for me. Understood. Gype turned and departed. Everything is proceeding according to my plan. Once successful, this timeline will vanish completely, bringing me one step closer to resurrection. Meanwhile, Rina, who had dozed off for a brief moment, awoke. Have you woken already? Aren't you going to sleep a little longer? Trunks' voice echoed. What has transpired here? Trunks shook his head in response. It is nothing of great significance. I merely wish for you to assist me in reviewing something. As I rummaged through the archives, I stumbled upon some information regarding Dabra. Reina's eyes sparkled momentarily, for was not Dabra the brother of Tawa? Trunks unfurled a scroll, upon which an image emerged. Chapter 46, The Ultimate Mira 20. The scene depicted the demon realm, where a peculiar assortment of beings encircled two individuals. Of these, Reina recognized only one, Dabra, while the identity of the other remained a mystery. It appeared that the two were engaged in a fierce struggle over something. According to the hints provided by the scroll, Dabra and this individual were contending for the position of Demon King. Reina nodded, comprehension dawning upon him. As the imagery progressed, the battle between the two neared its conclusion. The adversary, feeling overmatched, resorted to underhanded tactics. However, Dabra, astute as ever, detected the ruse and ultimately vanquished his opponent. Yet, with keen eyes, Reina noticed that the foe was not entirely deceased. After ascending the throne of the Demon King, Dabra commanded that the rival's corpse be discarded in a place reminiscent of a mass grave, after which the image faded. At this revelation, a glimmer of insight flashed within Reina's eyes. He might have surmised something significant. What have you discovered? He inquired. Trunks shook his head in response. Sighing, he remarked, For some reason, I have an unsettling feeling that if we do not swiftly retrieve the time bird, dire consequences may ensue. Reina placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Sometimes it is prudent not to dwell excessively on worry, as it may yield counterproductive results. He understood this principle, yet what could be done? To claim he was unconcerned would be disingenuous, for it pertained to the safety of the entire multiverse. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, a sound emanated from the watch on Reina's wrist. You must hurry to Earth. A grave situation has arisen. The voice of the Supreme Kai of Time urged urgently. Additionally, Trunks is with you. Send him to the 14th timeline, as there are complications with its history. Understood. I shall depart immediately. Trunks glanced at Reina before turning to leave. On Earth, a massive vortex of dark clouds loomed in the sky. From this whirlpool surged a host of bizarre creatures, wreaking havoc upon the ground. Gohan, Goten, and Krillin, along with their comrades, mobilized to eradicate these invaders. Someone has managed to open the gates of hell, exclaimed Tian, gazing at the swirling sky with a grave expression. I must trouble you once more, Mr. Goku. You are being too formal. Tian, protecting Earth is a shared responsibility. With that, Goku unleashed a surge of energy and charged towards the vortex. In the depths of hell, Dr. Liao and Dr. Gero stood atop a massive rock, observing the tumultuous whirlpool below, when a voice echoed through the air. You two have performed admirably, managing to utilize science to bridge the realms of Yin and Yang. The two doctors did not exhibit excessive astonishment at the sudden emergence of the voice. Gype, you previously mentioned that as long as Dr. Glow and I could open the portal, you would send someone to assist us. Can we take your words at face value? Inquired Dr. Liao. Of course you can. Gype replied with a slight smile, waving his hand, causing a surge of magic to manifest a black curtain. From behind this curtain emerged a man with hollow eyes. His skin and hair were a shade of gray, and he wore form-fitting blue attire akin to leggings, perfectly accentuating his tall physique. The two doctors employed their investigative techniques to scrutinize this figure, yet after several minutes, they discerned no energy fluctuations emanating from him, which inevitably sparked their skepticism. Are you certain he will be of assistance to us? Gype nodded affirmatively. After exchanging glances, the two doctors, along with the hollow-eyed man, leaped into the vortex. Observing the trio's descent into the swirling depths, Gype's lips curled into a smirk as he murmured, Do perform well. Do not let me down. He then vanished into the darkness. In a city, Reina materialized atop a building, gazing at the swirling clouds overhead with a smile. Upon receiving notification from the Kai of Time, he had harbored a vague suspicion, which now seemed to be confirmed. As he scrutinized the vortex, he noticed 3 figures emerging, standing out conspicuously from the rest. Is that Mira? He blinked and disappeared in an instant. Nearby the coast, Son Gohan had just vanquished a horde of minions. Just as he was about to seek out his companions, a ki blast hurtled toward him. With a swift motion, he deflected the blast, but before he could ascertain the identity of the attacker, his pupils dilated in shock, causing him to clutch his abdomen and drop to one knee. With a thud, he collapsed unconscious. I have no interest in you. I seek Son Goku. With that, the assailant vanished in a flash. Concurrently, similar incidents transpired among the other warriors, each falling victim to a singular adversary. Has Super 17 not yet located Son Goku? Super 17 shook his head. Indeed, the one who had incapacitated the warriors was none other than Super 17. Standing behind him were Dr. Liao and Mira, while Dr. Glow remained preoccupied in the depths of hell. I shall entertain you for a while. Suddenly, a voice interrupted their gathering. A young man appeared less than 2 meters away from them. You claim Son Goku resides in hell. Who are you, and how do you know such things? My identity is of little consequence. Dr. Liao has requested the individual behind you to engage with me. As your creation, Super 17 falls short of my expectations. Reina replied with a smile. Dr. Liao furrowed his brow and commanded in a deep voice, Super 17, eliminate him. With a swift motion, Super 17 vanished and appeared behind him, delivering a powerful punch aimed at his head. Renner, without even glancing back, slightly tilted his head to evade the attack and retaliated with a slap. The sound echoed as Super 17 was sent flying hundreds of meters away. What? Dr. Liao was astounded, bewildered by the simplicity of the slap that had sent his Super 17 reeling. However, he quickly regained his composure, for Super 17 had yet to reveal his true power. Ascending high into the sky, Super 17 released energy from his arm joints, unleashing a massive energy beam that swept across the landscape. I've already told you I'm not interested in you. Do not force my hand. With just a step forward, Renner vanished once more. A thunderous sound erupted, followed by a splatter of liquid as Renner's hand pierced through Super 17. Dr. Liao trembled in disbelief. How could his Super 17 be annihilated so swiftly? Yet, despite being impaled, Super 17 did not succumb. Instead, he seized Renner's hand, gathering a torrent of energy. In an instant, a tremendous explosion erupted, unleashing a terrifying energy storm that formed a nearly 2-meter-high, semicircular energy shield. Well done. I shall resurrect you, Super 17. Dr. Liao felt elated. Despite being initially shocked by Renner's prowess, his weapon ultimately prevailed. Turning to the hollow-eyed Mira with a cold snort, he deemed her nothing more than a decorative figure, noting that she had not intervened even once. I told you to let that fellow behind you entertain me, but you refused. Look, you've wasted a fine weapon. Before Dr. Liao could leave, Renner's teasing voice emerged from the smoke. Impossible. The self-destruct mechanism of Super 17 can obliterate a planet. How could you possibly be unharmed? Dr. Liao, feeling a twinge of anxiety, retreated a few steps until he collided with Mira. His eyes glinted as he pointed towards the smoke, commanding go kill that man. However, Mira remained utterly unmoved. Did you not hear my command? Eliminate him. Dr. Liao shouted at her. Suddenly, Mira raised her hand and casually waved it at Dr. Liao. With a crisp sound, his head fell, accompanied by a cascade of electrical sparks. You dare treat me this way? Dr. Liao's disembodied voice faltered, unable to sustain itself for long before it ceased altogether. He had been vanquished. Goodness, Mira, you are rather ruthless with your friends. Yet, Mira remained silent, gazing at Reiner, still attempting to maintain an aloof demeanor. Very well, let me witness how formidable this new version of you truly is. Chapter 47. Perfect Freedom of Intent versus the Power of Time. As the words fell, the two vanished simultaneously, as precise as a whisper. Bang, bang, bang. Their fists collided with bone-crushing force, sending waves of terrifying sonic booms echoing through the city sky. Some curious onlookers, intrigued by the source of the battle, paused to investigate, only to be obliterated by the shock waves generated from the clash. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, Sun Wukong had vanquished 2 old adversaries and, with the assistance of Piccolo and Tian Tian, returned to the earthly realm. Upon his arrival, he received a message from Tian Tian. Mr. Sun Wukong, Allow me to recount the recent events. Tian then relayed the occurrences he had witnessed from the temple. Just as Sun Wukong was about to respond, a sudden whoosh resonated above him, less than 100 meters away. He looked up to see the young man who had previously aided him engaged in a fierce brawl with another. The energy between Reiner and Mira surged, clashing violently and igniting fierce sparks like electric serpents. The ferocious energy swept through everything in its vicinity, causing Sun Wukong to retreat several hundred meters. How powerful! Both of these individuals are incredibly formidable. Sun Wukong's eyes shone with intensity, his combative instincts flaring to life. Boom! Boom! Abruptly, the two shifted their stances, ready for a show of strength. Myra's form flickered as she stepped back, then unleashed another punch, mirrored by Reiner's own strike. Rumble. The explosive force of their punches created a vacuum in the air. In an instant, Mira was propelled nearly 1,000 meters backward before regaining her balance. At that very moment, Reiner appeared before her, gripping her neck, a slight pressure causing a crackling sound. Despite this, Myra's gaze remained eerily vacant. Buzz. In a flash, Mira erupted with a surge of unique power, forming a faint protective shield to counter Reiner's grip. What is this? Reiner released his hold and leaped back. And in that fleeting moment, Mira unleashed a tremendous wave of energy that shook the heavens. Suddenly, an overwhelming torrent of energy spread outward, conjuring several tornadoes that swept across the desolate landscape. Roar! In a fit of primal rage, he bellowed, patterns resembling clockwork emerging upon his body. As these patterns took shape, a colossal wave of energy surged forth, indiscriminately wreaking havoc upon the surroundings. The air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, and in mere moments, the earth lay in ruins. You wretch! Sun Wukong observed the apocalyptic scene, veins throbbing on his forehead, and instantly entered his Super Saiyan 4 state, charging towards Mira. Mira did not even cast a glance at Sun Wukong. Instead, with a mere wave of his hand, Sun Wukong's form abruptly halted, and then he was propelled forward like a cannonball. With a thunderous crash, he collided with the ground, creating a massive crater spanning 100 meters, illustrating the sheer power behind Myra's casual gesture. With a rustle, Sun Wukong emerged from the enormous pit, eager to engage again, but was swiftly halted by Reina. You are no match for him. While you have yet to sustain significant injury, hurry and save the others. At this, Sun Wukong clenched his fists, glanced at Reina and the enigmatic foe, and, albeit reluctantly, nodded before departing. Meanwhile, in the depths of hell, Ji-Pei regarded the void with a sinister smile. Has he already invoked the power of time? It seems this timeline is on the brink of destruction. With a wave of his hand, the image vanished, and he leapt into the darkness. Ah, fascinating. So this is the so-called power of time. It truly is an extraordinary force. Reina grinned widely, gradually closing the distance to within a meter of him. Suddenly, a divine aura, starkly contrasting with Myra's, erupted from Reina. The sanctified energy soared skyward, piercing the heavens. Mira was propelled back several dozen meters by this divine presence, and a flicker of response finally appeared in his previously vacant gaze. Simultaneously, in the realm of time, the deities and the King of Worlds sensed this exceedingly sacred energy, causing them to gasp in astonishment. Buzzing sounds filled the air as Reina's ebony hair transformed into a shimmering silver. The divine aura dissipated, presenting him as harmless. Reina stretched his limbs and provocatively gestured towards Mira. In an instant, Mira materialized before him, delivering a swift chop. With a sharp sound, sparks flew as a tremendous energy wave erupted, cleaving a crescent-shaped fissure from above. The intensity of this energy caused minute cracks to form within the Earth's core. Remarkably, Reina intercepted Myra's strike with a single finger, while his other hand pressed against Myra's abdomen, unleashing energy that penetrated his body. Yet, Mira was no novice. He seized Reina's hand and retaliated with a knee strike. With a resounding thud, Reina blocked the attack, and a fierce gust of wind erupted from their clash, causing the very earth to tremble. What formidable strength! Amidst the ruins, Sun Wukong supported his son, Gohan, as they observed the battle above. A glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes, pondering deeply. It seemed that even if he and Vegeta fused into Gogeta, they might not exhibit such power. These adversaries are truly formidable. Though he felt a pang of reluctance, he realized there was little he could do. For now, all he could rely on was Reina. To elevate the physical form to such a degree, impressive. Reina's lips curled into a smirk as he swiftly dispatched his opponent with a powerful kick. simultaneously unleashing a shimmering silver energy orb. Yet, a peculiar phenomenon unfolded. The energy orb abruptly halted mid-flight. Behind Mira, a clock-like disc materialized, emitting a series of peculiar ticking sounds. In an instant, Reyna felt himself enveloped by an energy that began to gnaw at his own vitality. Reyna narrowed his eyes, his body trembling as he unleashed a surge of energy that shattered the encroaching force. Truly formidable. It's exhilarating to witness such power. Mira. With a sudden flourish, Reyna vanished, followed by a tremendous roar that echoed through the air. However, he did not immediately capitalize on his advantage. For a protective barrier had formed before Mira, albeit one that was visibly fracturing. At that moment, the disc behind him shifted, the ruptured barrier miraculously restoring itself. "Huh," Reyna called out, intensifying his energy output. A resonating hum erupted as their energies collided, producing a dazzling display of silver lightning. As time progressed, Reyna discerned a minor flaw in the device behind Mira. "So, it appears this power is not entirely under your control. After all, you are merely a puppet. They would never allow you to wield such might, would they?" Reyna mused aloud. Simultaneously, his divine energy surged once more, forming a sacred protective shield that enveloped both combatants, emanating an aura that resembled a colossal figure towering 100 feet high. Bang! This nearly corporeal giant grasped the disc, pulling it apart. As the tension escalated, Myra's vacant gaze flickered back to life for a fleeting moment. "Save, Tova," she stammered, only for her eyes to revert to their hollow state once more. "Ah, you truly are a loyal hound, still concerned for your master at this juncture. Perhaps in your heart, she is akin to a mother," Reyna remarked. Perhaps in response to Mira's plight. Chapter 48. The Evil God Demigula and the Fusion of Time's Power. Crack, crack. The disc appeared riddled with fissures. And at that moment, Mira began to bleed from her orifices, her body convulsing. "Break." With this command, the disc tore apart like fabric, splitting into two. "Thank you." Subsequently, Mira was cleaved in half, a peculiar liquid cascading through the sky. Yet, Reyna did not relent, for the power of time surged into his being. At the instant of Myra's disintegration, this force rampaged within him, causing blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. Gasping, he retracted his divine fighting spirit, sealing his body and confining the power of time within himself. The unbridled power of time is astonishingly formidable and ferocious. He could distinctly perceive that the force of time was an exceptionally potent energy. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, as the divine energy within him clashed with the temporal force. A series of crackling sounds erupted from his body, reminiscent of bones fracturing, and soon, sweat poured down like raindrops. After approximately half a minute, he suddenly spewed forth a mouthful of blood and knelt on one knee. How embarrassing to be reduced to this by a mere energy. He settled into a cross-legged position, exerting control over the divine energy to encircle the force of time, which rampaged within the confines of this barrier, seeking an escape. As time progressed, the tension in Reyna's furrowed brow gradually eased. He discerned the intermittent fluctuations of the temporal force. Though the changes were not particularly pronounced, he nonetheless detected them. "Since I have noticed it, let it now become a part of my power." He engaged in a war of attrition with the divine energy against it. In the dimly lit space imprisoning Tova, Jipe suddenly expelled a jet of inky liquid, his eyes wide with astonishment. What is happening? Someone has obliterated Mira. Could it be those deities? No, that seems unlikely. They would not act so readily. After pondering for a mere 10 seconds, he dismissed the thought. Although it was somewhat regrettable to lose that temporal energy, he could always seek it from the masked man later. The force of time emanating from Mira was originally bestowed upon him by that masked figure, who intended for him to acquire the time egg. However, Tova's obstinacy left him with no choice but to beseech the masked man for temporal energy. After cleansing the blood from his lips and adjusting his attire, he approached the place where Tova was confined. Observing her disheveled appearance, he smiled and spoke. Yet before he could articulate his words, Tova interjected. "What have you done to Mira?" Jipe, witnessing Tova's anxious demeanor, merely shrugged. "He is dead." Though it was a simple 3-word statement, it reverberated in Tova's ears like thunder. "Do not look at me with such eyes. It was not my doing. Besides, even if it were, what could you possibly do about it? Enough of this banter. Tell me, what will it be? Will you agree or not? My patience is wearing thin. Do you understand?" Tova fixed her gaze upon Jipe, gritting her teeth as she uttered 3 words. Impossible. Well, that seems to be your answer. Quite commendable. As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of malevolence surged forth, engulfing Tova. Suddenly, the dark space trembled. Crack! Abruptly, a fissure appeared, from which a terrifying darkness emanated, causing Jinpei to become instantly alert. At that moment, a figure emerged from the crevice. He possessed a mane of fluffy red hair, skin pale as ash, adorned in azure garments, and in his left hand, he grasped a staff resembling a bone. Upon sighting this figure, Tova could not help but exclaim, "Demigula, how is it that you are here?" Indeed, this individual was none other than the formidable demon Lord Demigula, sealed within the rift of time and space by the god of time. Even Gype, who stood nearby, instinctively took a few steps back upon hearing that name, illustrating the profound dread it instilled. Demigula regarded Tova with a hint of perplexity before his eyes gleamed with recognition. "Ah, how time has flown! It is indeed you, Tova. It has been such a long while. But what brings you here?" The two had once served under the demon king, Mechikapura. "How did you escape from the temporal rift?" Tova inquired, her curiosity piqued. Demigula grinned wickedly, a smile that instantly chilled the atmosphere of the darkened space. "I owe my escape to you, Tova. Thanks to you and your subordinates frequently altering the fabric of time and space, I was granted my freedom, though I encountered a minor inconvenience along the way." He then turned his gaze towards Gype, narrowing his eyes. I never anticipated my fortune would favor me, for I have stumbled upon such a delightful prey. The dark energy you possess shall be mine." As he spoke, he tapped his staff, and a wave of malevolent energy emanated from the gem atop it, enveloping the entire space. Gype, who had intended to flee, found himself ensnared by this energy, feeling the essence within him rapidly dissipating. "No, spare me, I can't," he implored, only to be reduced to mere dust in an instant. Having absorbed Gype's dark power, Demigula wore an expression of sheer ecstasy. "It has been ages since I have tasted such pure dark energy. It is truly exhilarating." "What have you just done?" Tova gazed at Demigula with a serious countenance, convinced that he had not employed magic. "Your perception remains as sharp as ever." "Indeed, I did not utilize magic. You may refer to it as the power of the evil god. Henceforth, do not address me as the demon lord, but as the evil god." With a flourish of his staff, he dismantled the confines surrounding Tova. "Evil god, you say?" she murmured, sensing the aura radiating from him. "Hey, Tova, I have discovered something rather intriguing. I had not anticipated that this fellow concealed another being behind him." Demigula chuckled, stroking his chin. "Who is it?" Tova pressed, but Demigula offered no response. Instead, with a wave of his staff, a dark radiance engulfed them both, and they vanished. On Earth, Rena, seated cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes, unleashing a torrent of overwhelming and vast energy. In an instant, the Earth ceased its rotation, time itself seemingly frozen. Everything came to a standstill, though this state endured for only 10 seconds before resuming its normal course, during which Rena coughed up a mouthful of blood. "I have finally mastered it. Although it only took a mere 10 seconds, I shall continue to strengthen my abilities. Surely there will come a day when I can halt the very fabric of time and space." He extended his hand, conjuring a silvery sphere of energy, within which a circular object flickered in and out of visibility upon closer inspection. Dispelling the energy, he rose to his feet and brushed off the dust from his attire, feeling exceptionally elated. While such abilities could be acquired through a random sign-in process, the uncertainty of when one might receive them was troubling. Thus, when an opportunity presented itself, it was far more prudent to take matters into one's own hands. In high spirits, Reyna departed, heading toward the Capsule Corporation, having noticed that many warriors had congregated there during his previous merging of the Stone S power. This teleportation is indeed quite convenient. As he soared through the air, he pondered when he might sign in to obtain a form of teleportation akin to that of the Supreme Kai, one that did not require sensing energy. Chapter 49, A First Encounter. On the open terrace of the Capsule Corporation, the warriors, save for Piccolo who was in the underworld, gathered together, partaking in a meal while discussing recent events. Suddenly, amidst their conversation, an urgent phone rang. Bulma smiled gently at everyone, stepped away from the table, and answered her phone. "Hello, is this Miss Bulma?" "Yes. May I ask who is calling?" Bulma inquired, her expression filled with confusion at the unfamiliar voice. "I am Jack, a Galactic Patrol officer. Is there something I can assist you with?" Upon hearing this, Bulma was met with a brief silence before the voice continued. "Your sister, Tais, has been captured by a galactic prisoner. What? Bulma exclaimed, her shout drawing the attention of Vegeta and the others. Vegeta set down his food and approached slowly. What is happening? You must clarify this. What has happened to my sister? Bulma asked urgently. What do you mean? Vegeta questioned. Seeing her husband approach, Bulma switched to speaker mode. Recently, an immense energy surge severely disrupted the Galactic Prison's operations, resulting in chaos. At that moment, your sister was conducting an interview within the prison, and some inmates seized the opportunity to take her hostage and escape. Our Galactic Patrol has dispatched officers to pursue them, and we expect to have news shortly. Additionally, if you receive any communication from the prisoners or your sister, you must inform us immediately. Bulma nodded repeatedly, and the call ended. Vegeta, observing Bulma's worried expression, inquired, What did he just say? I can barely comprehend it. Putting away her phone, the couple returned to the table, where Bulma addressed her husband and Goku in a serious tone. The individual who just called was from the Galactic Patrol, and he informed me that my sister, Tais, has been abducted by a galactic criminal. Sister? After a moment of contemplation, Vegeta relaxed his furrowed brow, recalling indeed that he had a sister. Although their last encounter was during Trunks' full moon. Villains of the cosmos. Let us embark on a quest to rescue your sister. Sun Wukong immediately set aside his food, excitement radiating from his expression. Vegeta shot a disapproving glare at Sun Wukong, questioning, How shall we travel? Can you even survive in the cosmos? Sun Wukong grinned sheepishly, scratching his head. What is the matter with you? Sun Wukong inquired, his gaze drawn to a familiar voice. The young man who had previously aided him descended slowly. When Rina had flown above Capsule Corporation, he sensed the atmosphere was quite tense. By the way, I still don't know your name. Thank you for what you did earlier, Sun Wukong expressed. Rina smiled and introduced himself. Vegeta briefly recounted the recent events. Upon hearing this, Rina couldn't help but curse inwardly. It seemed trouble was never ending. Just as one issue was unresolved, another emerged. However, the Galactic Patrol in this timeline differed from the primary one. It was a private organization, with all members participating voluntarily. He pondered for a moment and stated, Leave this matter to me. After all, you and Vegeta cannot operate in space. You should focus on collecting the Dragon Balls to restore the city. With the power of the gods, he could manage to survive for a while in the vacuum of space. The group exchanged glances. It wasn't disbelief in Rina's capabilities, but rather a sense of wariness towards his overly eager offer. I know what you're thinking. I merely wish to understand the situation, Bulma remarked, gazing at Rina. Since my counterpart from another timeline entrusted you with his phone number, it indicates his trust in you. And thus, I shall trust you as well. With Bulma's endorsement, the others agreed. Rina nodded and vanished in an instant. As for whether he recognized her sister, it was a jest. He had the photographs in hand, and using divine power to locate someone was indeed effective. In the cosmos, a moderately sized elliptical spacecraft soared swiftly. Inside, four aliens clad in prison attire accompanied a woman in a dress with flowing golden hair, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. You have all escaped, yet why bring me along? I am merely a burden to you. The golden-haired woman spoke with a melodious voice, akin to a lark. She was none other than Bulma's sister, Tais. Silence. One of the aliens, sporting a pair of half-horns on his forehead, barked menacingly. Where are you taking us, Luyasi? Inquired an extraterrestrial being with scaly skin resembling that of a crocodile. Luyasi, controlling the spacecraft, smirked slightly. I've heard whispers in the galactic prison about wish-granting orbs on Namek. So we are headed there? Oh, how intriguing. What wishes should the four of us make? The cat-like creature beside Tai C queried, tilting its head in curiosity. We'll decide when the time comes, replied Luyasi, though a glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of beeping sounds erupted, followed by a blinding red light, causing the entire ship to tremble violently. Hey, Luyasi, can you drive properly? Steady it. The crocodilian alien shouted. Aye. His words were abruptly cut off as everything inside the spacecraft froze in place, before quickly returning to normal. However, the brief return to normalcy was short-lived. With a deafening roar, flames erupted and the spacecraft exploded. On a brown-hued planet, a man and a woman appeared. I expected formidable beings, but they turned out to be mere minnows, Reyna remarked with a hint of disappointment. Hey, can you let me go now? A melodious female voice chimed in his ear. He released her, scratching his head awkwardly, having been lost in thought. Upon letting her go, Reyna couldn't help but admire Tai Si. With her striking features and figure, she could easily be a superstar on Earth. Who are you? Reyna asked with a slight smile. I come from Earth. I'm a friend of Bulma, Tai Si replied, adjusting her gold-rimmed glasses to signify her understanding. Her gesture left Reina momentarily speechless. As the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, yet, being a man, he cleared his throat and spoke up. All right, let me take you back to Earth. However, Tai Si shook her head. I don't want to go back. Earth is far too mundane, and my interview isn't finished yet. Once I complete my interview, I plan to write my novel, which I believe will be a great success this time. Reina's lips twitched at her enthusiasm. So, are you planning to return to the Galactic Police headquarters? It's rather unsafe there now. She nodded, her gaze fixed on Reina, causing his cheeks to redden slightly. Coughing to mask his embarrassment, he said, Fine, since I'm Bulma's friend and your sister, I'll take you back. No one will dare to harm you. With that, he waved his hand, unleashing divine energy to envelop her, propelling them both toward the Galactic Police headquarters. Chapter 50 Optimization complete, hidden mission activated. At the very heart of the cosmos stands a building as sharp as a rocket, expansive in both volume and area. Within this edifice, Jack is seated in his spaceship, meticulously calibrating the route for the impending search. Previously, 6 teams comprising a total of 60 individuals have been dispatched, yet no news has surfaced thus far, compelling him to prepare his own team for departure. Dice, we shall surely find you. You must not come to harm. Jack murmurs softly. Before long, he completes his preparations and activates the spaceship, but before he can take flight, an alarm blares throughout the base. What now? He exclaims, gazing at the incessantly flashing red lights, feeling overwhelmed by the string of unforeseen events. Exiting the ship, he surveys his surroundings and suddenly halts upon noticing a man and a woman at the entrance. The woman is none other than Ty's. He rushes toward her, his face a mixture of astonishment and curiosity. You actually returned. How did you manage that? Ty's gestures toward her companion, Rena. It was my sister's friend who rescued me. Jack finally acknowledges Rena, realizing in his excitement that he had momentarily overlooked her presence. The Jack before him appears slightly different from the one he had met previously, exhibiting a newfound maturity. I am Rena. Perhaps the Galactic Patrol could benefit from a reinforcement of its manpower, she remarks, somewhat awkwardly, given the abrupt turn of events. I will report this to the chief. Jack responds, Well, my mission is complete. Farewell. With that, he turns and leaps into the skies. As Rena departs, Ty's is struck with a fresh inspiration for her creative endeavors. Meanwhile, at the Capsule Corporation on Earth, the Dragon Balls have been gathered. Glowing faintly, Goku stands before them and proclaims, Come forth, Shenron. With a hum, the Dragon Balls shimmer momentarily, yet no transformation occurs. Hey, what is going on? Are the Dragon Balls broken? Just as the warriors ponder this mystery, a faint crack resounds, unnoticed by them, as the Dragon Balls split open. Tendrils of black smoke emerge, coalescing into a dark dragon, exhaling smoke rings. You summon me to make a wish. I can grant any desire, the ebony dragon declares. The warriors exchange glances, bewildered. Is this truly a dragon? Why does it seem different? Unperturbed by their thoughts, the dark dragon releases another smoke ring. If no wishes are made, I shall take my leave. Bulma, quick to react, exclaims, Please resurrect all those who have died in the past 2 days. The black dragon nods, inhaling deeply before expelling a colossal smoke ring. Your wish has been granted. Now, I must depart. Before our eyes, the colossal form of the black dragon instantaneously divided into 7 segments of dark smoke, dispersing across the globe, leaving behind only the dull Dragon Balls. Vegeta, did you sense that the dragon seemed to cast a glance towards us before it separated? Gaze heavy with gravity, Vegeta nodded, acknowledging the malevolence he perceived, drawing from his past experiences as a villain. Kakarot, perhaps we have encountered an adversary once more. Goku, filled with confusion, looked at Vegeta, perplexed by his assertion. Just as he was about to inquire further, an exceedingly loud explosion reverberated through the air as a colossal mushroom cloud ascended in the distance. It appears I was correct. That dragon is no benevolent deity, but rather an evil dragon. Vegeta's expression was inscrutable, leaving Kakarot bewildered. What on earth is going on? Vegeta, exasperated, recounted his previous experiences as a villain. Surely, this explosion must be the work of the evil dragon. At this moment, Krillin interjected without a doubt. A frantic voice echoed in their ears. This is dire. Across the world, similar explosions have caused catastrophic casualties. Damn it, Vegeta! Goku glanced at him, to which Vegeta responded with a dismissive scoff. Do not command me. Just as they were about to take flight, the urgent voice returned. I have another grave piece of news. Summoning the dragon is impossible now. My incantation has ceased to function, which means this situation could spiral out of control. He trailed off, leaving an unspoken understanding among them. Ah, fear not. Thank you for your warning. I shall swiftly conclude this battle with Vegeta, Goku assured. Before they both soared into the sky, Krillin, Gohan, and the other warriors followed suit, aware of their limitations but eager to assist in any capacity. At the temple, the Elder had previously warned against the frequent use of Dragon Balls, cautioning that it could lead to unforeseen consequences. It appears those warnings were indeed founded. Tian wore a troubled expression, initially skeptical, but now faced with undeniable evidence of calamity. Do not worry, dear deity. I believe Goku and his companions will navigate this crisis, Bobo consoled. Tian nodded at Bobo, uttering a hopeful sentiment. On an island several hundred kilometers away, the entire landmass lay reduced to rubble. TSK. A creature resembling a grotesque pig, adorned with a jewel on its forehead containing 7 stars, gazed with a sinister smile upon its handiwork. The music born from the earthquake is simply exquisite, lost in self-indulgence. Its reverie was abruptly shattered by a voice. I presume you are the 7-star dragon? Quite the unfortunate appearance you possess. In an instant, the expression of the 7-star dragon darkened. He despised being called ugly more than anything else. Casting his gaze toward the source of the voice, he spotted a young man standing there leisurely. How dare you call me ugly? Do you have any idea how much I loathe being called that? As he spoke, he plunged his hands into the ground. A thunderous shockwave erupted, causing the very ground beneath Reina to collapse, and the wave seemed to seize his feet, pulling him downward. Ah, such audacity! I thought you would possess more finesse. He scoffed, but alas, such trivial tricks are of no consequence to me. With a swift motion, Reina shook off the force, shattering the shockwave with immense power. The 7-star dragon, taken aback, felt an ominous premonition creep into his heart. He glanced left and right, and when Reina's gaze wandered elsewhere, he seized the opportunity to burrow into the earth. Ha! No matter who you are, as long as I remain underground, you will never find me. However, since you dared to insult me, prepare for my vengeance. The 7-star dragon chuckled darkly. Oh, is that so? Unfortunately for you, that opportunity has slipped away. The sudden voice of the young man echoed in his ears, startling him. Then he felt an immense force pulling him from behind. Struggling with all his might, it was futile. With a resounding crash, he was yanked out. The soil upheaved as if a mole had burrowed through. What on earth are you? He stammered, shock and confusion flooding his mind. Was there truly someone as powerful as this, aside from the legendary son, Yukong? Yet, Reina offered no reply. With one hand resting on the 7-star dragon's forehead, he exerted pressure, forcibly dislodging the black Dragon Ball. The 7-star dragon let out a pained wail as his form gradually disintegrated. Is it over so soon? I had thought you could last a bit longer. Reina sighed, a hint of disappointment creeping into his demeanor. Just as he was about to store the black Dragon Ball in the system's space, the system's voice chimed in. Beep. System optimization complete. Congratulations on unlocking a hidden mission. Eliminate or seal the descending demon god. Huh? What nonsense is this? Optimization complete? A hidden mission? Hey, system. Explain this to me properly. Beep. The system was previously undergoing an optimization phase, which is now complete. The following features will be unlocked. A panel materialized, displaying the newly available functions, including tasks, a marketplace, and even lotteries, along with options for selling and recycling. Is this what you mean by getting on the bus before buying a ticket? He had always found it peculiar that his system differed from those he had read about in novels, which were typically more dynamic. Little did he know it was for this very reason. Yet the system paid him no heed, leaving him to shrug in resignation before perusing the hidden mission. Eliminate or seal the descending demon god. Completing the task will allow for an upgrade of the free sovereign intent, grant 3 chances for a lottery, and provide 5,000 points for the shop. Reina gazed at the rewards with sparkling eyes. How could one resist such an opportunity? Especially the upgrade to free sovereign intent and the lottery. He certainly could not. Chapter 51. The Descent of the Corrupted 1-Star Dragon. A demon god. However, the system mentioned elimination or sealing, indicating that this demon god would not be easily dealt with. Although Reina thought this, he did not dwell on it for too long. Having fused with the power of time, he had yet to engage in genuine combat with others. Moreover, he had not utilized the 8 Gates Duanjia formation skill. So this would serve as an excellent opportunity to hone his skills. In a desolate area, plumes of smoke began to rise. Whoosh! 2 figures descended from the sky in rapid succession. With a resounding boom, they crashed into the ground, creating a massive crater spanning 100 meters. Sun Wukong, you are quite formidable, praised the 5-star dragon, which bore a resemblance to a penguin, adorned with a 5-star ball embedded in its chest. Sun Wukong chuckled, scratching his nose. 5-star dragon, you haven't yet unleashed your true power, have you? All right, Sun Wukong, let me show you my true strength. As he spoke, his body melted like wax and spread underground, swiftly drawing electrical energy from a power plant several kilometers away. Zzz. Within moments, the wax-like substance converged, rapidly augmenting his previously frail form, his combat power soaring as a torrent of frenzied, lightning energy surged forth, instantly scorching the ground. Wow, is this your true power? Quite impressive. Of course, Sun Wukong was not to be outdone, transforming into his Super Saiyan 3 form. The eruption of golden energy dispersed the lightning. Yet at that moment, the 5-star dragon unleashed its wave of lightning energy. Buzz. Zzz. The violent energy coalesced into a laser that struck Sun Wukong, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. Oomph. Now you understand my prowess, don't you? The legendary Sun Wukong is not so formidable. Instead, admire my masterpiece. Before he could turn away, a voice emerged from the smoke. Kamehameha. The blue energy wave pierced through the fog, directly penetrating the 5-star dragon. What? The 5-star dragon stared blankly at the gaping hole in its abdomen, then merely smiled as the liquid surrounding it instantly mended the wound. Your attack is futile. As long as I have electricity, I can continuously regenerate. Sun Wukong, avoiding further banter, concentrated all his energy into his palm, releasing the mightiest Kamehameha wave. The colossal energy wave obliterated him into fragments. Immediately, Sun Wukong employed his instant transmission to seize the 5-star Dragon Ball, thus concluding the battle. Meanwhile, Vegeta was engaged in a similarly intense skirmish, albeit with a more ferocious demeanor. On a towering mountain, the 1-star dragon sensed the disappearance of his brethren, his expression darkening with discontent. These inept fools, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. With a swift motion, he vanished, leaving behind scorched earth. As time progressed, Sun Wukong, Vegeta, and their companions had successfully gathered 5 of the Black Dragon Balls, leaving only 3 remaining. Of course, aside from the one in Reina's possession, there were truly only 2 left. In a desolate city, the 1-star dragon found himself encircled by numerous warriors. Although surrounded, only Sun Wukong and Vegeta stood resolutely at the forefront, while the others watched from a distance. Confronting the Super Saiyan 4 forms of Sun Wukong and Vegeta, the 1-star dragon maintained an air of indifference. You possess some strength, I see, having dispatched my brethren so swiftly. Oomph. Do not delude yourself with bravado, 1-star dragon. The might of Super Saiyan 4 is beyond your comprehension. I advise you to surrender, lest you endure a world of pain. Vegeta retorted with a cold scoff, arms crossed. Ha ha ha. The 1-star dragon cackled, his laughter grating on the ears. Your power is utterly insignificant in my eyes. With a wave of his hand, a tempest erupted, stirring clouds of dust. What now? Do you comprehend my might? Such posturing. Vegeta unleashed the prince's technique, a barrage of energy blasts erupting from his hands. Explosions rocked the city, filling the air with smoke. Yet, under the relentless assault of the prince's technique, the 1-star dragon sustained only minor injuries, protected by a thin shield that deflected the energy waves. Vegeta, you are courting death. In an instant, the 1-star dragon vanished, too swift for Sun Wukong and Vegeta to perceive. A deafening thud resonated as Sun Wukong and Vegeta staggered back, spitting out bile and clutching their stomachs. Sun Wukong, Vegeta, your so-called Super Saiyan 4 forms are nothing to me. Return my brethren, and perhaps I shall spare your lives. Bah! Vegeta spat on the ground, wiping his mouth. His fists clenched as he unleashed his golden battle aura and charged forward. However, halfway into his advance, a resounding boom echoed as a thick beam of black light descended from the heavens, forcing both warriors to retreat several steps. Such a dense aura of darkness. Who goes there? The 1-star dragon furrowed his brow, observing the beam. Despite his considerable dark energy, it paled in comparison to the imposing radiance before him. I did not anticipate such profound dark energy existing on this planet. Demigula slowly emerged from the obsidian pillar, his wand pointed menacingly at the 1-star dragon. You seek death. Although the dark energy he had just unleashed was immensely powerful, he felt no aura emanating from this individual. coupled with the disdainful tone and demeanor of his opponent. Demigula was incensed and charged forward. Gathering a sphere of highly concentrated black energy in his palm, he hurled it directly at the one-star dragon's face. Demigula merely squinted slightly, and the energy sphere in the one-star dragon's hand vanished as if it had never existed. What? The trio of one-star dragon, Sun Wukong, and Vegeta were taken aback by the inexplicable event. Had he truly dispelled the energy with just a glance? Such disobedience. In that case, I shall use you to my advantage. With a flick of his wand, the one-star dragon was rendered immobile, enveloped in a colossal crimson energy. Not good. We must stop him, Sun Wukong exclaimed, instantly teleporting in front of the one-star dragon and delivering a powerful punch. The impact resonated like thunder, unleashing a formidable ripple. Yet the one-star dragon remained unmoved. What? Sun Wukong's eyes widened in disbelief. This punch contained all his strength, and yet it failed to breach his opponent's defenses. The one-star dragon cried out, suddenly unleashing a wave of sanguine energy that propelled both Sun Wukong and Vegeta thousands of meters away. Not bad, you possess some talent, Demigula remarked with a slight smile, though his expression quickly shifted as he gazed into the distance. A young man was approaching, carrying Sun Wukong and Vegeta. This aura. Upon sensing the energy emanating from Reina, Demigula's brow furrowed. It felt oddly familiar. As the three descended, Sun Wukong nodded in gratitude to Reina, who simply waved his hand dismissively, then turned to Demigula with a smile. Demigula, it must be quite unpleasant to have been sealed by the Kaishin of time for over 75 million years. Kid, though I know not who you are fortunate to have provoked me. I shall ensure your demise is most gruesome. With a flick of his wand, he directed the one-star dragon to charge at Reina. Reina smiled slightly and extended his hand, unleashing a divine power imbued with temporal energy. In an instant, it bound the one-star dragon. This is the power of time. You are an accomplice of that wretched Kurinoa. As he spoke, Reina could sense the fury radiating from Demigula. Reina did not indulge in lengthy explanations. Having restrained the one-star dragon, he tossed the seven-star Dragon Ball to Sun Wukong and declared, I leave the one-star dragon to you, before eagerly charging toward Demigula. Chapter 52, Divine Power. 8 Gates of Duinjia versus Evil Enhancement. He has escaped. How did he manage to do that? The Time Realm's King God gazed at the scene depicted on the scroll, her delicate brows furrowing as she murmured to herself. The sealing energy she had once unleashed was capable of imprisoning Demigula for a century, yet now, so much had transpired recently, and the ultimate outcome remained uncertain. It was imperative to locate Shur without delay. Regrettably, a considerable amount of time had elapsed without any news regarding Shur Niao. I hope you can seal him away. She held no illusions that Reina could vanquish Demigula. Despite Reina's formidable power, Demigula was no mere pushover. Therefore, she could only hope that the other party would succeed in resealing him. A thunderous rumble echoed as 2 streams of silver and black light collided incessantly in the sky. The deafening sound of their clash resonated throughout the heavens. In an instant, Reina darted behind his opponent, unleashing an energy blast that detonated in close proximity. With a brilliant flash, both emerged from the swirling smoke, each bearing minor yet discernible wounds. Demigula glanced at the broken wand, then disdainfully tossed it aside with a snort. Your business seems to be thriving. I shall grant you an opportunity. Become my servant, and I shall spare you. Reina narrowed his eyes and smirked. I choose the second option. The second option? It seems you truly seek your demise. With a wave of his hand, energy erupted, casting a shadow over the entire earth. A biting, frigid wind howled as dark clouds crackled with lightning, thunder booming ominously. Insects, witness the full extent of my power. He commanded the thunder to take the form of a colossal serpent that plummeted downwards. With a resounding crack, a terrifying storm of lightning erupted, obliterating everything in its path with unparalleled ferocity. A gigantic mushroom cloud ascended, illuminating half the earth with its radiant glow. Nearly 100 miles of land turned to scorched earth, with tendrils of electricity dancing across its surface. Is this what they call magic? Quite intriguing. A curious voice emerged from the haze. You certainly possess a remarkable skill, able to withstand such a strike. The attack he unleashed could have penetrated the earth. Yet the fact that Reina endured it left him somewhat impressed. Demigula, cease these trivial tricks. If this is your true strength, it is rather disappointing. Ha ha ha, how amusing. Truly fascinating. Amidst their banter, A surge of energy enveloped him, as malevolent crimson energy burst forth, instantly shrouding the earth beneath darkened clouds. Under the influence of this sinister energy, even the flora and fauna that had managed to endure began to perish. Their death throes releasing a miasma that was absorbed by the blood-red energy. Simultaneously, the cosmos began to undergo a transformation under this potent force. The rich aroma transformed him. His originally robust figure gradually diminished, sprouting a tail behind him. His gray skin morphed into a deep crimson hue, and a red gem appeared upon his chest. Compared to his former visage, he now appeared significantly younger. As he stretched his limbs, a cacophony erupted, reminiscent of beans sizzling in a pan. With a casual grip, a formidable aura surged forth, instantaneously creating a vast area devoid of wind. At this sight, Reyna's eyes sparkled with realization. He sensed that Demigula's energy now rivaled that of an angel, and he was certainly among the more formidable of them. Insect, you are the first to witness this form of mine, but also the last. Demigula spoke with an air of haughty arrogance, reflecting his unwavering confidence in his own prowess. Ha ha ha. Reyna placed his hand on his forehead, laughing heartily. This is precisely what I've been waiting for, Demigula. Let us engage in an unreserved battle. As he spoke, a surge of crimson energy enveloped him, interspersed with glimmers of white starlight. The 8 gates of Duanjia open. Boom! The immense crimson energy rippled through the earth, dispersing most of the malevolent forces. A flicker of brilliance flashed in Demigula's eyes. How powerful! These two are astonishingly strong, Vegeta's expression shifted slightly as he silently nodded, though he was filled with a sense of reluctance. Despite both recognizing their formidable strengths, neither was harmed by Reyna and Demigula's energies. At that moment, the sealed 1-star dragon emitted a strange sound. This is bad. Vegeta, we must fuse. Only then can we hope to defeat this foe. Goku exclaimed. Vegeta's expression tightened. The thought of that particular maneuver left him somewhat unwilling. However, considering the two distant figures, he suppressed his reluctance and nodded in agreement. The two then commenced their fusion dance. A whirlwind erupted, and a golden light illuminated the entire city as a wave of golden energy rippled outward, penetrating the sky. As the fusion completed, the power sealing the 1-star dragon dissipated. The enhanced 1-star dragon roared and charged towards the still embellished Goku and Vegeta. Huh! A flash of crimson light flickered, and energy coalesced behind him, forming a fearsome dragon, while his hair and pupils turned a deep red. Is this the 8 gates of Duanjia, empowered by divine strength? The 8 doors of Duanjia, originally an exceptionally formidable martial skill, has now undergone a qualitative transformation through the augmentation of divine power. Unlike the evaporation of one's own blood, this divine influence has perfectly eradicated that drawback. What a curious energy! Just as Demigura pondered this strange force, Reyna had no time to indulge his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, utilizing sheer physical strength, Reyna appeared before him, causing a subtle distortion in the void as he moved. Demigura's pupils constricted as he swiftly raised his hand and threw a punch. Bang! In an instant, the energy wave generated by the collision swept out with overwhelming force, engulfing the surrounding area for miles, even impacting the battlefield where Gogeta fought. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two transformed into streaks of light, incessantly colliding in the sky. Meanwhile, in a laboratory within the demon realm, Tawa was operating a machine resembling a biological pod. Crafting something. Where has that fellow Demigura run off to? He promised to assist me. Could he be going back on his word? As she manipulated the machine, her mind wandered. It had been some time since she returned to the demon realm following the recent events. Demigura had initially intended to introduce her to the mastermind behind everything, but upon their arrival, that so-called mastermind had vanished, leading to her return to the demon realm while he disappeared. I hope you keep your promise, otherwise. Though she knew she could not compete with Demigura, even in her transformed state, she still possessed the time bird. With that trump card in hand, she could confidently claim she feared no one. Beep, beep, beep. At that moment, the machine emitted a series of sounds, and Tawa's eyes lit up. Mira, you must remember well the new life I have bestowed upon you. Click. The biological pod opened, releasing a cloud of white smoke, from which a bear man emerged. Chapter 53. The seal fails, events of the past. Thank you. Mira nodded at Tawa, because he had stored all his data and memories before his death. He did not experience any confusion. After donning his clothes, he approached a mirror and gazed at his reflection, noting that his appearance had changed. He appeared considerably leaner than before and felt a significant surge in strength within him, several times greater than previously. Seated across from each other, Tawa urged, "Tell me in detail what transpired during my absence." Mira pondered for a moment before recounting the events that unfolded during his abduction. Upon hearing Myra's account, Tawa couldn't help but support her forehead, sinking into silence. After a while, she spoke. "It seems this matter involves numerous individuals. What exactly is going on now?" She finds herself increasingly bewildered by the unfolding events. It was said to be a contest for the time bird, yet the current circumstances remain enigmatic. Unable to fathom the situation, she resolves to cease her contemplation, believing that possessing the time bird is sufficient. "Let us rest for a while before we proceed." Mira remained silent, merely nodding in agreement. The time realm god gazed at the scroll as the imagery began to blur, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. The energy was overwhelming, even disrupting her own senses. She endeavored to maintain the stability of the image, yet her abilities fell short. With a crack, the scroll split in two, forcing her to retreat several paces before coming to a halt. "Are you all right, time realm god?" asked Gogeta with concern. She shook her head and wiped the sweat from her brow. "Their energy is simply too formidable. I can no longer perceive it." Exchanging glances, Gogeta and Trunks could feel the extraordinary energy fluctuations emanating from Earth, despite being situated in the time realm. They assisted the time realm god to a nearby seat while they engaged in casual conversation. "Mr. Gogeta, you were born at this very moment, weren't you?" Gogeta nodded, a smile gracing his face. "Indeed, I was born at the instant of that fusion. Do you think that the newly fused you can triumph over the enhanced one-star dragon?" He chuckled softly. "I am certain I will emerge victorious. Although I witnessed the one-star dragon's enhancement from the earlier imagery, I still believe in my strength." Trunks, having ascended to a divine realm, remained unaware of Gogeta's true prowess, prompting his inquiry. He patted Trunks on the shoulder, looking at him with pride. Though born in another timeline, he must not forget that he is, after all, his son. Meanwhile on Earth, Reyna and Demigra had shifted their battleground to the frigid expanse of Antarctica. Whoosh! The two moved swiftly, their intense energies creating sparks as they collided. Suddenly, Reyna appeared before Demigra, delivering a powerful punch that distorted the very fabric of space. Demigra narrowly evaded the attack, but was unable to escape the follow-up. A searing energy laser pierced through his arm. He furrowed his brow, then relaxed it with a cold snort. "You are quite suited for battle," Reyna retorted with a teasing shake of his head. "It's not that I'm suited for battle. Rather, you have grown old, Demigra." Demigra narrowed his eyes, extending his hands to conjure two energy-forged spears, which he hurled forward. The energy spears sliced through the air, trailing fiery tails as they surged toward Reyna. Moreover, in the face of this strike, Reyna made no attempt to evade. Instead, he crouched low, adopting a starting position, and as the attack was unleashed, he surged forward. Night Kai of the Eight Gates. Behind him, the Crimson Dragon roared, causing a subtle distortion in the fabric of space. Bang! A flying kick disintegrated the energy lance with a decisive blow. Quick-witted and agile, Demigula swiftly raised his hands, forming a protective energy wall. Boom! The clash of spear and shield produced an excruciating sonic boom. A thunderous roar ensued, as dust billowed and energy waves surged forth, creating tumultuous tides across the vast expanse. The fierce shockwave reverberated through the heavens, harmonizing with the thunder in the darkened clouds, composing a symphony of thunderous fury. "You cannot break through." Yet before he could finish his sentence, Reyna breached his defenses, delivering a fierce kick to his face, sending Demigula hurtling like an arrow released from its bow. He shattered several layers of ice, generating colossal waves. Reyna, unwilling to squander such a splendid opportunity, swiftly positioned himself above where Demigula was descending, once more invoking Night Kai. However, this time, two crimson dragons manifested behind him. Behold the maximum power of Night Kai. In a fleeting moment, he charged downward. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion ensued, as terrifying energy instantaneously vaporized vast stretches of seawater. Upon the ground where the water had evaporated, Reyna's foot forcefully embedded itself into Demigula's abdomen. Demigula cried out in pain, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. "Damn you, filthy insect!" Demigula roared in fury, concentrating the power within him to form an energy sphere. With a resolute expression, Reyna vanished in an instant, just as the energy sphere detonated, enveloping the earth in a brilliant blaze and creating an enormous pit in the blink of an eye. "Insect, you wretched insect, I shall annihilate you." Suddenly, Demigula's voice emerged from the explosion, followed by an ominous crimson light radiating from him. He merged his hands, condensing all his energy, and with a swift motion, unleashed an elliptical shockwave that rapidly expanded. Have I truly pushed you to this extent? It seems that such a prolonged sealing has indeed dulled your combat instincts. I had expected a modicum of amusement, but alas, it appears to be nothing more than this. Very well. I shall reseal you at the earliest opportunity. In the face of this terrifying shockwave, he exhibited no signs of panic. Instead, he muttered to himself while channeling the full force of time. Buzz. Suddenly, the entire earth fell into a state of stillness. Though time was but a fleeting 10 seconds, it was ample for him to raise his hand and concentrate divine power, slicing through the void. However, at that moment, Reyna felt a jolt of alarm. An overwhelming sense of danger surged through him, causing his hair to stand on end. He quickly retracted his hand and leapt aside, just as the ground where he had stood erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. Whoosh! Buzz! The earth resumed its rotation. Yet Raynar furrowed his brow, having just witnessed a breach of the time force's confinement. How could this be? He gazed at the distant figure of Demigula, who bore a smile that struck him as peculiar. How could this happen? It was supposed to be sealed. You wretched insect, he muttered. I was once a contender for the title of the Time Realm's god myself. That time, it was merely an accident. Did you truly believe I could be so easily imprisoned? Ah, now I see. This was indeed my oversight, Raynar remarked with a hint of self-deprecation. It was no wonder. Although he had previously perused the introduction regarding Demigula, he had not considered this possibility, leading to the current predicament. However, he was not overly concerned, for his own realm had yet to be unleashed. At that moment, a voice familiar to both of them resonated through the air. Demigula, what if my assistance were to be included? The Time Realm's god, Kuranoia, materialized before them. Kuranoia, you despicable wretch, you finally dare to show yourself. Demigula seethed through gritted teeth. It was your own treachery that led to your sealing. I merely wish for you to reflect and repent. Yet, I never anticipated you would devolve into this. The Time Realm god sighed. Spare me your empty words. What difference does your presence make? I've already stated that my previous lapse was merely a moment of carelessness. This time I shall slay you. In an instant, he unleashed a barrage of energy spheres, each pulsating with terrifying density. Chapter 54, The Key Sword. Whoosh, bang, bang, bang. Raynar positioned himself before the Time Realm god, deftly deflecting each energy sphere with a series of swift gestures. The explosions reverberated, causing cataclysmic transformations across the Antarctic continent. Demigula, considering our past acquaintance, I urge you to relent. Huh, relent? Do you truly believe that is possible? After all this time, you remain as naive as ever, truly beyond redemption. She sighed, casting a glance at Raynar. You shall assist me in this battle. Raynar shook his head. My lord, I believe it would be prudent for you to take the lead while I observe. I am eager to see what other abilities he possesses. She hesitated, not out of doubt in Raynar's capabilities, but because he was the very one she had sealed, and thus it seemed her duty to seal him once more. After contemplating his earnest expression, she finally nodded and retreated to the back. Wretched insect, I admit your previous assault was indeed formidable, but you are still far too inexperienced to seal me. Raynar casually cleared his ears, exuding an air of indifference, as if dismissing Demigula entirely. Demigula chose not to respond further, instead wielding her hand to tear open a rift in the void, from which she retrieved a blood-red wand. Celestial weight, she intoned slowly as she brandished the wand. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A peculiar energy emanated and spread at an astonishing speed, extending over 1,000 miles in mere breaths. Yet, Reyna felt nothing particularly special about this energy. It was the Kaioshin of time, standing behind, who perceived a glimmer of recognition in her eyes, as if she had encountered this technique before. With a horizontal sweep of the Demigr's wand, a deep voice intoned 2 words, heavy prison. In an instant, the dispersing energy coalesced into a gravity akin to a swamp, causing both Reyna and the Kaioshin of time to sink rapidly. Just then, a massive tail swept towards Demigra. With a crash, the gigantic Hildra appeared, opening its mouth to unleash a torrent of colossal fiery energy. Boom! Under the sudden onslaught, the gathered gravity dissipated, swiftly retracting as if it had teleported back to Reyna's shoulder, where it gleefully nuzzled his cheek. Reyna chuckled, patting its small head. Did I not tell you to play on your own? What brings you back here? Earlier, when he had dealt with the 7-star dragon, he had allowed Hildr to entertain itself, not expecting its return at this moment. Hildr, seemingly misunderstanding, drooped its head thinking Reyna disapproved of its actions. All right, enough of this charade. Since you're here, go assist Vegeto. Treat the dark energy from the one-star dragon as your snack. At this, Hilder's eyes sparkled with excitement. And after a final nuzzle, it sprouted a pair of wings and vanished in an instant. Suddenly, the Kaioshin of Time spoke. I never imagined you had mastered the rules of gravity. The law of smoke and no harm was invoked, and Demigra's voice echoed. Kronoya, it seems you have fallen as well. I never expected you to ally with one who harbors dark creatures. How amusing. He let out a laugh, though it was rather unpleasant. Just as the Kaioshin of Time was about to respond, Reyna interjected, Could you possibly keep quiet? Do you not realize how grating your laughter is? As for dark creatures, it is merely my pet, nothing more. Demigra's expression darkened instantaneously. Buzz. Whoosh. A surge of malevolent energy erupted, vanishing in an instant, and the quick-witted Reyna deployed the 8 gates of the Duanjia once more, disappearing. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The two engaged in close combat once again. The Kaioshin of Time observed the 2 streams of light clashing in the sky, seemingly struck by an epiphany. She flickered and returned to the Time Realm. Upon seeing Kronoya return, Trunks hurriedly inquired, My Lady Kaioshin of Time, have you resolved the matter? She shook her head. I have returned in search of something. With that, she dashed toward the repository in haste. Trunks stood there in a daze, scratching his head, witnessing for the first time the Supreme Kai of Time in such a flurry. After approximately a quarter of an hour, she emerged from the Time Vault, looking somewhat disheveled, with an additional object in her hand. However, before Trunks could scrutinize it, she vanished. He felt speechless. He had intended to converse with her to ascertain the current situation, but her presence was as fleeting as a passing breeze. On Earth, Reyna resorted to his old tactics once more, but this time he unexpectedly managed to block the attack. You don't think I would fall for the same trick again, do you? Reyna grinned, and Demigra, observing this smile, was suddenly enveloped by an ominous feeling. That may not necessarily be the case. Instantly, the crimson energy dissipated, replaced by an explosion of exceedingly divine energy that sent him hurtling hundreds of meters away. What? The sacred and searing aura rapidly evaporated the seawater. Demigra stared in astonishment at Reyna, who now seemed entirely transformed. His sense of foreboding intensified. Even the Supreme Kai of Time, who had just returned to Earth, looked on in shock at Reyna, radiating a divine aura. Although she had sensed such a sanctified presence in the realm of the Kai, experiencing it at such proximity made her feel utterly insignificant. How divine and majestic! What realm is this? She was firmly convinced that this was no ordinary divine state, despite wielding the power of time and being able to amplify herself through it. And being aware of the existence of the Grand Minister, she regrettably belonged to a distinct system, separate from the Kais, leaving her ignorant of further knowledge beyond the divine realms. Perhaps you could indeed annihilate him. Though she trusted him, she felt compelled to take precautions. As she spoke, she extended her hand, revealing an object resembling a key, and her lips moved as if chanting an incantation. As her articulation quickened, the key-like object began to vibrate, its frequency increasing, followed by a burst of radiant light. Buzz! The object in her hand transformed into a sword emanating a blue glow. At that moment, Demigra noticed the commotion and glanced over, his gaze sharpening as he uttered a phrase. The key sword. Even Reyna, who had entered the state of ultra instinct, cast a glance at the sword. The key sword. He pondered over it when suddenly Demigra seized the opportunity, flashing before him and brandishing a wand imbued with tremendous magical power. Just as he was about to reveal a triumphant smile, Reyna shifted slightly and evaded the attack. Demigra was left perplexed, questioning why his opponent, lost in thought, could still evade his strike. Chapter 55. Mission accomplished, the mysterious figure appears. Ambushes are ill-advised. Although it was merely in the nascent stage, evading attacks posed no challenge. His tone was remarkably calm as he spoke, yet for some reason, Demigra sensed a profound sanctity that was inviolable. Divine power? No, that was implausible. It was as if he had an epiphany, only to dismiss it swiftly. He had witnessed divine power before, yet such circumstances had never arisen. While he was engulfed in confusion, the god of time hurled the key sword to Reiner. Fortunate enough to possess swift reflexes, managed to catch it. Otherwise, it would have been quite the predicament. Upon grasping the weapon, he felt the temporal energy within him being stirred, and he sensed his own temporal power gradually augmenting. The more he observed this weapon, the more it seemed familiar, though he couldn't quite recall why at that moment. Thus, he commanded the system to analyze the weapon. Key sword. a weapon imbued by the god of time across generations. Containing the energy of space-time, the power of an entire universe. Its bearer can enhance their temporal power. Ah, so this was the very weapon that had slain Mechacapra? Upon reading this description, he finally remembered that this indeed was that legendary artifact, albeit he had not anticipated it to be one blessed by the gods of time. He casually swung it a few times, producing a flurry of sword flowers, and grinned broadly. Let the final battle commence. Observing Reiner's playful demeanor, Demigra felt veins throb on his forehead. Once, during his reign across the cosmos, this individual had been utterly inconsequential, and now he found himself incapable of overcoming him. It was an utter disgrace. Reiner, perceiving Demigra's fury, felt a twinge of pity, though he recognized that even the pitiable had their detestable aspects. With a swish, he transformed into a streak of light, abruptly appearing before him, and struck down with his sword. Clang! The clash of metal produced a shower of sparks. Clang! 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 Each unrestrained strike grew increasingly forceful, and coupled with the divine power emanating a holy aura, it gradually eroded the malevolent energy surrounding Demigra, forcing him into a defensive posture. How infuriating! If this continued, he would undoubtedly be sealed away. No, he absolutely could not allow himself to be sealed. The mere thought of being confined once again in that pitch-black abyss sent waves of energy surging within him, resisting the divine aura. Demigra, it appears your tricks have run dry. Demigra's countenance darkened like stormy waters, yet soon he wore a sinister grin. If you wish to seal me, then let it be that you are sealed alongside me. Wretched insects. The malevolent energy, already surging, reached its zenith. Crack! Crack! The oppressive, dark energy tore through the void, creating fissures. This is dire. He intends to shatter Earth's spatial barrier, dragging it down with him. The god of time felt a jolt of alarm and swiftly unleashed his temporal power, transforming into another form. The ring of time, God, manifested behind her, and an exceedingly brilliant radiance erupted from her being. In an instant, the entire Earth succumbed to stillness. Unlike Reyna, she possessed the ability to allow others to continue their movements. His energy surged, breaching my barriers, hastened to seal him. Reyna nodded, swiftly appearing before him. And with a decisive stroke of the key sword against the void, a tear was rent asunder. Unlike other fissures, this one opened with an unusual tranquility, devoid of any energy emanation, yet it resembled an abyss, a temporal rift birthed by the key sword. The temporal rift and the rift of time are distinct. The former embodies an eternal void devoid of time and space, while the latter is constituted entirely of a ferocious torrent of energy capable of annihilating the universe. Reyna quietly gathered divine power in his hand, placing a palm upon his shoulder before forcefully propelling him into the opening. Subsequently, he infused the key sword with temporal energy and began to swing it in rapid succession against the void. Invisible sword flashes mended the rift, and as he quickened his movements, these ethereal slashes spread in a peculiar manner, enveloping the entire earth and repairing all fissures. After a few breaths, Reyna paused, panting heavily, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. He had felt his temporal energy deplete with the acceleration of his swings, yet fortunately, upon halting, it began to replenish, even experiencing a slight augmentation. Meanwhile, the god of time withdrew her temporal energy, reverting to her original form, her complexion paling. Although she presided over time, it is a double-edged sword. Within mere seconds of exertion, she exhibited signs of exhaustion. I still haven't fully succeeded, she sighed, a trace of nostalgia flickering in her eyes. At that moment, Reyna appeared from afar, noticing her ashen visage and promptly retrieving a celestial bean from his pocket. Offering it to her, she accepted without hesitation, and the instant she swallowed it, her complexion returned to normal. I owe you one, Reyna. Had I been alone, perhaps I truly could not have sealed him again. The god of time expressed her gratitude, while also indulging in a touch of self-deprecation. Reyna merely smiled, returning the key sword to her. Although it was a remarkable artifact, it belonged to another. He could only anticipate the rewards to be bestowed upon task completion, hoping to acquire something valuable through the lottery or purchase. As if summoned by his thoughts, a notification chimed. Ding! Task complete. Congratulations, you have earned 3 lottery chances, 5,000 mall points, and are now in the process of upgrading to the realm of the All-King. 3, 2, 1, upgrade complete. Congratulations on attaining the All-King's realm. What is this? The realm of the All-King? What realms does the All-King possess? He swiftly accessed the system for clarification. Host, Reyna. Race, pure-blood Saiyan. Skills, the Great Wilderness Prisoner S Finger, Buddha's Palm. 8 Gates of Duanjia. Reincarnation Eye. Turtle School's Kamehameha. King Kai's Fist without side effects, spatial laws. And the Realm of the Omni King. Draws, 3. Points, 5,000. Items, Cybertronian Intelligent Robot. Super Functional Beverage. Ultra-luxurious family meal recipe. Spaceship pilot permit, reversal crystal. And 30th century intelligent leisure wear. He then took a moment to peruse the description of the Omni King's realm. The Omni King's realm. The supreme ruler of the universe possesses the authority to create or annihilate universes, even capable of obliterating parallel dimensions. Accompanying skill, the godly might of the Omni King, which exerts an 80 suppression over adversaries or those beneath this realm. Erasure, the ability to obliterate the causal relationships of individuals at will. At this moment, he found himself at a loss for words to describe his emotions. It was simply phenomenal. Although the suppression was merely 80, the erasure skill was indeed remarkable. While his heart brimmed with ecstasy, his face betrayed none of his emotions. All of this transpired within mere moments, eluding the notice of the Time King. "What are your plans next?" Reyna inquired, stretching lazily with a smile. "Though I had intended to rest for a while before seeking the time bird and the egg, alas, fate does not always align with one's desires." The Time King furrowed her brow, sensing an oddity in his words. Suddenly, Reyna inexplicably remarked, glancing in a certain direction. "Ah, having watched for so long, are you not planning to reveal yourself?" Startled, she quickly scanned her surroundings. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed with a hint of surprise. "I never anticipated your perception to be so keen, capable of detecting my presence. Quite impressive." Following this, an individual radiating a black-red aura, adorned with a mask featuring a central red dot, materialized. The instant she laid eyes upon this figure, the Time King's hair stood on end. Danger, immense danger. However, Reyna's reaction was different. Upon seeing the figure, a glimmer of recognition sparked in his eyes. "Time King, you should return to the Time Realm." After a few moments of silence, she nodded and vanished. Chapter 56. The Masked Saiyan, Chaos Unleashed. "You truly understand how to cherish beauty," the raspy voice remarked. "Yet, I am curious. How is it that a Saiyan like you has entangled yourself with the divine? That is of no concern to you, Yamoshi." As he spoke, Reyna attentively sensed the fluctuations of his emotions and aura. Suddenly, a flash of insight illuminated his mind, and he secretly smiled, having captured the essence. Though the other's aura remained stable and emotion steady, perhaps due to his recent upgrade to the ultimate skill, Reyna's heightened perception allowed him to discern the subtleties. "Are you speaking to me?" His raspy tone was notably flat. Reyna smiled faintly. "Ah, it seems I have mistaken you for someone else. My apologies. May I inquire about your purpose for being here? I greatly admire your performance, particularly your formidable energy displayed during the confrontation with Demigula. Thus, I propose you become my servant. Should you choose to accept this role, anything you desire will be at your disposal." Hearing this, Reyna's lips twitched slightly. Agreeing would merely lead to a fate of becoming cannon fodder. Meanwhile, within the headquarters of the Galactic Police in the leader's office. "Top, top, top." Jack rapped on the door, and upon receiving acknowledgement, he entered. "Greetings, leader." The leader nodded, gesturing for him to take a seat, then produced a document and handed it to him. As Jack perused the contents, his pupils constricted further with each page. After finishing, he exhaled deeply, his tone grave. "Leader, is this true? Has the situation deteriorated to such an extent?" The leader sighed, a hint of melancholy in his expression. "Perhaps it is even more severe than what is stated here. According to information gathered by my covert task force, numerous regions have already succumbed, and some of our own members have become traitors. What is it that you summoned me for, leader?" Upon hearing this, the leader's expression shifted, and he looked earnestly at Jack. "I know you are wholeheartedly loyal to the Galactic Police, so I must ask you to lead a small team to safety at a critical juncture to prevent our complete annihilation." Initially taken aback, Jack quickly shook his head. "No, leader, I am merely an elite officer. I lack the authority for such a task, and surely the situation cannot be as dire as you suggest. The matter is not as simple as you perceive. I have a foreboding sense that the Galactic Police may face total obliteration. I cannot bear to witness the dissolution of what I have worked so hard to establish. Thus I implore you." Jack hesitated. While he was loyal to the Galactic Police, his allegiance to his own life was stronger. Such a perilous endeavor was indeed daunting. "You need not rush to respond. Take your time to consider it thoroughly." Jack nodded, preparing to rise when the leader spoke again. By the way, has the girl who was abducted by the galactic prisoners been rescued? Yes, she has been brought back. That is good to hear. You must ensure her safe departure, for the current circumstances are exceedingly tense. Yes, leader. I will make the necessary arrangements immediately. He stood and saluted before departing. The leader sighed deeply, murmuring to himself, a storm is brewing. Under the governance of the West King, the Western Galaxy also falls under the jurisdiction of the Galactic Police. Several inhabited planets have become lifeless, and some are on the brink of collapse. Inside an elliptical spaceship reminiscent of the Frisia Force, a figure clad in a mask and dressed in a black combat uniform, draped in a crimson cape with a tail trailing behind, stood silently by the window, gazing into the boundless universe. At that moment, an extraterrestrial entered. Kneeling on one knee and reporting, "It is done. All life on the planets has been utterly extinguished." With his head bowed, sweat trickled down his forehead, as he dared not meet the gaze of the man before him. Previously, while serving under Frisia, he could steal glances at him, but facing this man, he lacked even the courage to look. "Well done. I shall commend you for your efforts. Now, direct them towards the southern galaxy." "Yes." The alien nodded and swiftly departed. "Oomph. Once I have absorbed sufficient energy in this timeline, Beerus, I shall make you my hound." Beneath the mask, a familiar visage lurked. If Vegeta were present, he would recognize the man as none other than his father, King Vegeta. A glint of cold light flickered in his black and red eyes. Meanwhile, in the demon realm's temporal courtyard, a tense atmosphere prevailed. "What did you say?" It flew away. Tao's expression darkened as she fixed a piercing gaze upon the trembling old man before her. "Explain what happened. Where did it flee to?" The old man swallowed hard, stammering. "I miscalculated its dark energy levels, causing it to rampage across various timelines." "You incompetent fool. You've only managed to create chaos." Tao's voice dripped with disdain as the old man, quaking with fear, nodded and promptly exited. "What will you do now, Tao?" Mira inquired calmly, her shoulders rising in resignation. "It seems I must resort to the most rudimentary approach, send out search parties across the timelines." With a swift motion, she summoned her wand. The magical crystal atop, it's signaling her dark legion. "Have we not yet contacted Demigra?" Mira shook her head. "What an unreliable individual. It appears the task falls to me alone. Let's proceed. It's been several days. That individual should have completed his preparations by now." Rising, she headed toward the laboratory, with Mira following closely. Simultaneously, a momentous upheaval transpired within the Time God's repository. Waves of black energy surged forth, infecting everything in their vicinity. What was happening? Why was there so much dark energy? The Time Kaioshin attempted to seal the dark energy with the power of time, but it was far too abundant and had already begun to overflow. Barely 15 minutes had passed since her return from Earth, and she felt even weaker than before. At that moment, Trunks and Gogeta rushed out of the repository, clutching a pile of scrolls. "Lord Time Kaioshin, the history of these scrolls has been completely altered. Even the fabric of time and space bears the marks of destruction," Gogeta reported swiftly. "What on earth has transpired?" Trunks struck the ground fiercely. The Supreme Kai of Time fell into a contemplative silence, retracting her temporal powers as the dark energy swiftly spread. In but a fleeting moment, the realm of the Time Gods had turned somber, and this affliction extended to the Supreme Kai realm. Nay, it permeated all dimensions. What has occurred? At that moment, the Elder Supreme Kai arrived. She gestured towards the scrolls on the ground and shook her head. "All I know is that the timeline has been tainted by dark energy. What is your course of action now? For the time being, we must summon all individuals back and assign them tasks to investigate. If there is anything I can assist with, do not hesitate to ask." The Supreme Kai of Time bowed deeply to the Elder Supreme Kai. "Thank you, esteemed Elder Supreme Kai." The Elder Supreme Kai graciously accepted the bow. Observing her, a flicker of kindness glimmered in the Elder's eyes. "How many years have passed? Time truly does fly. By the way, where has Reina gone?" Gogeta inquired. The Supreme Kai of Time shook her head, uncertain if Reina still resided on Earth. "I sense he knows something. When I first encountered him, I felt an air of mystery surrounding him." Trunks recalled. "Enough with the conjectures. While he may be enigmatic, let us remember he is our ally." The Elder Supreme Kai interjected gracefully. Seeing this, the two fell silent. "I have already sent the message. They will arrive shortly. You two should head to the third timeline and assess the situation." As she spoke, the Supreme Kai of Time rummaged through her belongings and produced the scroll for the third timeline. Unfurling the scroll, an image materialized, depicting the battle between Goku and Darius. Trunks and Gogeta stood before the scroll, which emanated a radiant light that enveloped them, and in an instant they vanished. Moments later, Goku Zeno, Vegeta Zeno, Guan Zeno, and other warriors appeared. Have they already departed? Goku Zeno queried. All right, you two should set off as well. The longer we delay, the more complicated it becomes. They nodded, pairing off or opting to go solo, clutching the scrolls, and disappeared within the light of the scrolls. Once everyone had departed, only the Elder Supreme Kai remained. She immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. Alas, why do you always insist on pushing yourself? The Elder Supreme Kai sighed, producing a handkerchief to offer her, then assisted her to a nearby spot. I am fine. Do not tell me you are fine. I can sense the imbalance of power within you. You must rest properly. The Elder Kaioshin spoke with a grave expression. Observing his solemn demeanor, she nodded in acknowledgement. Sighing, the Elder Kaioshin turned and departed to prepare a meal. Though he held a seemingly trivial position, he had recently taken to perusing culinary literature, and now he intended to test his skills. Earth, have you contemplated your decision thoroughly? Reina grinned widely. Oh, do not speak so. My greatest delight is indeed freedom. It appeared you had made a rather unwise choice. He shrugged. Ha ha ha. It has been quite some time since I encountered a Saiyan like you. Capable, bold, and rather impressive. However, it is unfortunate that you have caught the attention of that individual. You cannot escape this impending conflict. Reina raised an eyebrow, discerning two crucial elements from those words. This impending conflict and that individual. You cannot be attempting to provoke me with mere verbal trickery. I suggest you conserve your breath. Yet, the masked figure offered no response, merely gesturing before vanishing. What on earth is this fellow plotting? Although the nature of his scheme remained unclear, it seemed that it had yet to unfold. What troubled Reina was the significance of the conflict and that individual. As he pondered, an ominous presence surged from all directions, akin to a locust swarm rapidly spreading. What is happening? What new game is afoot? Had Tiwi just dealt with Demigra? Could this be the conflict he mentioned? With no time to deliberate further, he disappeared in an instant. On the opposite side of Earth, with the assistance of Hildegard, Goku and Vegeta successfully vanquished the corrupted one-star dragon. Hildegard had also absorbed the energy from the Black Dragon Balls, restoring the 7 Dragon Balls to their original form. After satisfying his hunger, Hildegard burped contentedly and, upon receiving a message from Reina, flapped his wings and vanished. Thanks to this mysterious creature's assistance, they had narrowly avoided a predicament. Goku remarked, still shaken. Vegeta, arms crossed, scoffed. It is not my fault you failed to mention there was a time constraint. Otherwise, we would have resolved this much sooner. Goku scratched his head awkwardly and began to collect the 7 Dragon Balls. Just as he prepared to speak with Vegeta, the urgent voice of the North Kai echoed. Goku, Vegeta, we have a grave situation. What has transpired, Lord Kai? There is an unidentified individual commanding the remnants of Friesia's forces, wreaking havoc across the cosmos. He has already obliterated the West Galaxy and the South Galaxy, and now he is advancing towards the North Galaxy. Lord Kai, could you please provide some guidance? I wish to use instant transmission to take Vegeta with me. The Northern Realm King uttered a nonchalant all right, as 2 wire-like appendages atop his head emitted a wave of electricity, producing a crackling sound. In an instant, upon receiving the transmitted waves from the Northern Realm King, he vanished. In a desolate forest, Reina sat cross-legged, summoning the system. System, I wish to draw a lottery. Immediately, a colossal wheel of fortune materialized, adorned with question marks. Oh system, what are you doing? Are you trying to deceive me? Look at other systems. They offer level classifications or color gradations. Yet here I am, presented with nothing but a question mark. Reina felt a swell of frustration, attempting to reason with the system, but it remained unresponsive. Fine, you are indeed impressive. I shall not hold it against you. He inhaled deeply several times, then theatrically rubbed his hands together. Shall I proceed with the lottery? A prompt appeared, and without a moment's hesitation, he clicked yes. The sound of a peculiar whirring echoed. Moments later, the pointer came to a halt, and the system's notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained the Judgment Magic. Light of Judgment. What on earth? He hastily checked the description. Judgment Magic. Light of Judgment, used to adjudicate all the evils and darkness in the world. The greater the malevolence or darkness, the more formidable the resulting power. This, while not extraordinary, it was somewhat acceptable. Just then, Hilda returned, promptly nestling into his chest and falling asleep. Not bad, indeed a step up. He then stretched his limbs, rubbed his hands once more, murmuring the names of various deities. He clicked for a second lottery draw. After another round of spinning, it came to a stop, and the system's notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the ancient Super Saiyan bloodline. Reina frowned and checked the description. Ancient Super Saiyan bloodline. Preserved from an ancient Saiyan who developed the Super Saiyan form to an exalted level, capable of suppressing other Saiyan bloodlines. With a certain probability of obtaining a unique Super Saiyan transformation after merging with one's own bloodline. Quite impressive indeed. Although he feigned nonchalance, he felt elated within. He proceeded to the third lottery draw. After another whirl, it halted. Ding! Congratulations, you have received the Spore of Destruction Day. There was no need to check the description. He understood the essence of this item, given that he had drawn it. While it was undeniably potent, utilizing it was akin to wielding a double-edged sword. In his previous life, he had learned of its formidable nature, particularly its terrifying ability to evolve and overcome weaknesses. Ding! All items have been stored in your backpack. Please check. He opened his backpack, revealing the 3 items acquired from the lottery, then retrieved the third item, resembling a sphere. The moment he grasped it, a heavy sensation enveloped him, as though the orb possessed a life of its own, breathing and pulsating. System, how does one utilize this contraption? The host need only take a bite. Reina swallowed hard, cleared his throat, and closed his eyes, biting into it. The instant he did, the orb seemed to come alive, swiftly burrowing into his mouth, leaving him momentarily bewildered, though clarity soon returned. An unbearable itch coursed through his entire being, accompanied by a heart-wrenching pain. He clenched his teeth, even fracturing a few in the process. Veins throbbed on his forehead, sweat poured, his body trembled, and his complexion turned pale. What began as trembling soon escalated into convulsions, until he collapsed onto the ground. Hildegan, who had been resting on his chest, was roused by the commotion. Just as he was about to confront Reina, he caught sight of Reina's agonized expression, which filled him with alarm. Gradually, Reina closed his eyes, and after a few moments, the convulsions ceased. In the depths of endless darkness, he began to move, unaware of how long he had been doing so, until a glimmer of light appeared, compelling him to sprint toward it with fervor. Suddenly, a surge of energy erupted, obliterating everything within 100 meters, sending Hildegan flying in fear. When calm returned, he abruptly sprang to his feet, gasping for air, his heart racing. You nearly scared me to death. I thought I was done for. Once he steadied his heartbeat and breathing, he patted his chest. Chapter 58. The Secret of the Demon Realm Dragon Ball. He cautiously explored his body, and upon realizing nothing had changed, he sighed in relief, grateful not to have transformed into some monstrous entity. However, it would be inaccurate to say nothing had altered. His hair had grown slightly, and he had gained a few centimeters in height, increasing from 165 meters to 170. Thankfully, the changes were not too drastic, but he was quite concerned about whether his strength had enhanced. A tender and intermittent voice echoed in his mind. Master, are you all right? Reina looked at Hildegan in surprise, tentatively asking, was that you speaking just now? Hildegan nodded its head and nestled into Reina's embrace, seeking affection. I didn't expect the evolution to occur so rapidly. I want to sleep. It then burrowed into his clothing. Reina chuckled and opened the system to check Hildegan's attributes. Pet, Hildegan, 3rd stage. Age, 1 million years. The more dark energy absorbed, the faster the age increases. Loyalty, 100. Skills, Phantom Clone, Dark Absorption, Forced Evolution, Void Transfer, Super Flame Energy Cannon, among others. I can't believe you've already evolved to the 3rd stage, he remarked with a hint of awe. Beep, beep, beep. The time-space ring adorning his finger suddenly resonated. He touched the ring, and in response, a radiant light enveloped him, causing him to vanish. Have we yet to establish contact with Reina? Inquired the old Supreme Kai. The Time Supreme, Kai shook her head. She had attempted to reach out numerous times, yet received no reply. Is it possible that the dire scenario we have speculated has indeed come to pass? The old Supreme Kai uttered in a notably subdued tone. If that is the case, we are confronted with more than just. However, her sentence remained unfinished as an abrupt voice interrupted. What are you discussing? Why does the atmosphere seem so heavy? What has transpired? With a swift motion, Reina appeared. The old Supreme Kai and the Time Supreme Kai exchanged a glance, and Reina quickly discerned the silent communication between them. This piqued his curiosity. When had his observational skills become so acute that a mere glance could reveal such subtle nuances? The situation is as follows. The old Supreme Kai recounted the events. Reina furrowed his brow. The familiarity of the scenario, the well-known sequence of events, all felt hauntingly recognizable. Yet he could not recall what had actually occurred. Observing his contemplative demeanor, the old Supreme Kai noted a glimmer of insight in his eyes, pondering the true nature of Reina's origins. Despite the suspicion, there exists a saying, trust but verify. So far, has the Time Patrol uncovered anything? The Time Supreme Kai sighed, about to respond when an unexpected flash of light erupted, and two figures stumbled into view. Goten, Xiaofeng, what has happened to you two? The old Supreme Kai exclaimed in shock, while Reina quickly rushed to assist the pair. Cough. Goten spat out a mouthful of blood, speaking weakly. The enemy we faced surpassed all expectations. Trunks and I, even upon fusing, could not overcome them. Now my father and Uncle Vegeta are holding them off. Reina raised an eyebrow, retrieving 2 senzu beans from his pocket and tossing them to the pair. Goten and Xiaofeng, recognizing the beans, expressed their gratitude before consuming them. Once they had regained their strength, Reina inquired, who exactly are you up against? Does the foe possess something in their chest? Before Goten could respond, Xiaofeng eagerly interjected. We are confronting Cell, and indeed, he has something in his chest that resembles the Dragon Balls. Then it is as I suspected, Reina murmured softly, though his words were audible to all present. Reina, what do you know? Please share the details, the Time Supreme Kai urged, her tone growing increasingly grave. If I am not mistaken, the Demon Realm has developed the Demon Realm Dragon Balls, intending to resurrect the Demon King Mechikabura. What? Both the Elder Kaishin and the Supreme Kai of Time were utterly astonished, their expressions shifting dramatically. Impossible. He was sealed by the Elder Kaishin and me. How could he possibly be revived? The Supreme Kai of Time asserted with unwavering conviction. You are mistaken. Consider the recent events. So many occurrences have already caused a disruption in the temporal energy, granting him a fleeting chance at escape. If my assumptions are correct, Tawa must have received some directive from Mechikabura, prompting the scientists to create the Dark Demon Realm Dragon Balls. However, it is possible that the overwhelming power of the Dragon Balls caused them to go berserk or something of that nature. This is the extent of my knowledge. What Reiner spoke of was essentially a plot he had encountered in a comic during his previous life. The atmosphere grew oppressive as he finished speaking. Ahem. He pretended to cough a few times. In fact, from another perspective, this could also be seen as a fortuitous development, could it not? The Elder Kaishin, ever astute, quickly grasped the implication and scrutinized Reiner. You cannot possibly mean, Reiner nodded, prompting the Elder Kaishin to exclaim, the thoughts of the younger generation are truly terrifying. He chuckled and swiftly removed the Patera earrings from either side of the Elder Kaishin, tossing them to Goten. Take these back to Goku and Vegeta. Without a second thought, Goten nodded vigorously, retrieved a scroll, and the two vanished. Well, I too must take my leave. He casually rummaged through the remaining scrolls, selecting the one corresponding to the 56th timeline, and without even glancing at it, he grasped it and disappeared. It appears I was mistaken. He is not an enemy to us. The Elder Kaishin sighed in relief as he uttered these words, and she nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, at the Galactic Patrol headquarters, Tai sat by the window, gazing into the boundless void outside, a glimmer of light flashing in her eyes. Sai, could such an event truly transpire? If so, would you be the one to save the universe? She murmured to herself, a figure flashing through her mind, then lowered her gaze to touch a peculiar, triangular mark with a circle in the center that had manifested on her hand. This mark was acquired during her solitary journey to an ancient ruin in search of new inspiration for her writing, after enduring various trials. Ever since she obtained this mark, she noticed that her age no longer increased. In fact, she appeared to have grown several years younger. Additionally, she had gained a unique ability, the power to foresee the future. However, her ability to foresee the future does not manifest frequently. It only activates in the face of extreme peril or when her own life is endangered. Since acquiring this power, she has only experienced it twice. The first instance occurred amidst a particularly vile band of cosmic pirates, during which she met the intergalactic officer Gak. The second instance transpired when she was abducted by galactic prisoners, and in that moment, she envisioned someone coming to her rescue, an event that indeed unfolded. Now, a third premonition has arisen. This latest foresight is profoundly terrifying concerning the safety of the entire universe, and within it, she vaguely glimpsed an individual destined to save this cosmos. Although she could not discern the identity of this figure, she felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, accompanied by a fluttering sensation in her heart. As her thoughts wandered, a knock resonated at the door. Chapter 59, Primitive Charm. Kulmin. With a creak, Gak entered. Tai Si, I have some matters to discuss with you. She gestured for him to take a seat. What is it? Gak pondered momentarily before speaking. The leader mentioned that the current situation is quite unstable and wishes for me to escort you to safety. Tai si nodded, appearing unconcerned. Do you have a destination in mind? I can take you there. Then please take me to Earth. I wish to visit my sister and brother-in-law. Very well. Do you have the coordinates for Earth? I need to check how long the journey will take. Tai Si provided the coordinates, and Gak retrieved a small device, entering the numbers to assess the distance. After a brief moment, he remarked, Earth is rather far. It will take 3 days of travel to reach. Then you should prepare. Gak stood and departed. Tai Si surveyed the room and began to gather her belongings. In the 56th timeline of the God Realm, the air was filled with a cacophony of explosions, and smoke billowed everywhere. Suddenly, a pink energy sphere hurtled towards a woman with flowing silver hair, catching her off guard and leaving her unable to defend herself. At that moment, a tall man appeared, delivering a powerful punch that sent the energy ball flying. Are you all right, West Kai? The woman, identified as the West Kai, shook her head. What manner of creature is this? The South Kai glared at a peculiar being in the distance, whose pink skin and half-naked upper body, combined with white trousers and black shoes, evoked his ire. Heh. Kai gods, aren't you supposed to be formidable? Aren't you exalted? Aren't you here to thwart my dominion over the universe? Come on. A diminutive, frog-like creature with a hunchback erupted into laughter. Are you the notorious Bibidi, who wreaks havoc across the cosmos? An elderly man of slightly corpulent stature, adorned with a tuft of white beard, frowned as he addressed the North Supreme Kai. Huh, indeed I am Bibidi. You have dispatched your galactic patrol to thwart me on numerous occasions. Yet this time, you shall not succeed. He commanded, Majin Bu, eliminate them all. With a strange cry, Bu lunged forward, appearing suddenly before the South Supreme Kai, delivering a powerful kick. The impact resonated like the tolling of a great bell. The South Supreme Kai, merging his body and spirit, crossed his arms to block the strike. An overwhelming force erupted, shaking the very earth and producing a deafening roar. At that moment, Bu unleashed another kick, which the South Supreme Kai could not evade, striking him squarely on the head and sending him crashing into the ground. I shall engage you, declared the North Supreme Kai, drawing forth a sword and charging at Bu. Remarkably, Bu, seemingly aware of his every move, retreated toward him without looking back. With a swift counter, Bu engaged the North Supreme Kai, treating him with utter disdain. How dare you underestimate me? The North Supreme Kai retorted, channeling divine energy into his sword, which emanated a fierce aura that momentarily pushed Bu back. In a swift motion, a razor-sharp beam of light sliced through the ground, hurtling toward Bu. Yet, he remained unfazed by the menacing energy. As the attack neared its mark, the Grand Supreme Kai shouted, Get away from there. Suddenly, a brilliant wave of pink energy erupted around Bu, creating an elliptical barrier spanning several kilometers. The ground heaved as if a stone had been cast into a tranquil sea, violently upheaving under the strain of the immense energy. When the dust settled, the landscape bore the scars of devastation. How terrifying, gasped the West Supreme Kai, his eyes wide with shock and trepidation. If it weren't for the Grand Supreme Kai's timely warning, we might not have escaped unscathed. The South Supreme Kai added, still shaken. Behold, fellow Supreme Kais, this is the terrifying power of my Majin Bu. Do you still dare to impede me? Bibidi laughed maniacally, as if the entire universe lay within his grasp. Amidst his laughter, Bu suddenly clasped his hands atop his head, rolling on the ground and howling. Seizing the opportunity, the Grand Supreme Kai swiftly approached Bibidi, unleashing a powerful palm strike. The force met a shield, causing Bibidi to stagger back, gasping for breath. Fortunately, I was prepared, or else, he murmured, casting a glance at the writhing Bu, who was forming an unusual seal with his hands and muttering incantations. A surge of magical energy emanated from him, causing the rolling Majin Bu to gradually come to a halt, just as he believed victory was at hand. An extraordinarily potent wave of malevolent energy erupted from Majin Bu. Boom! This energy surged skyward and spread outwards, instantly fracturing the very fabric of the Kaishin realm, as if it could shatter completely with the slightest touch. This is bad. The Grand Kaishin swiftly darted to the North Kaishin's side, seizing the sword from his grasp and channeling divine power towards the transforming Majin Bu. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The moment he neared Majin Bu, a powerful energy wave erupted, sending him hurtling away, and the Grand Kaishin spat out a mouthful of blood mid-air. The 4 Kaishins from the east, south, west, and north were taken aback by this scene. Although they wished to assist him, they too were gravely injured. Just as the Grand Kaishin was about to crash hard onto the ground, a man appeared, intercepting him. Who is this? Everyone turned to gaze at the suddenly materializing figure. Crack! Crack! The sound of cracking bones emanated from Majin Buu, followed by the violent aura retracting and coalescing at his chest, forming a black orb adorned with 3 stars. Furthermore, crimson fissures radiated from the 3-starred orb, marking the manifestation of the Dark Dragon Ball from the demon realm. Indeed, it was sufficiently sinister. Having awakened the primal evil of Majin Buu, Reina observed the orb at Buu's chest, pondering silently. Thank you. The Grand Kaishin expressed his gratitude. Reinas maidiyently, indicating no need for thanks, then turned his attention to the still incanting Bibidi, smirking as he said, Bibidi, I advise you to cease this endeavor, otherwise you may meet your demise. Bibidi shot Reina a disdainful glance, retorting, another fool seeking death. Majin Buu, eliminate him. However, at that moment, Majin Buu remained motionless, prompting Bibidi to furrow his brow and hasten his incantation. Whoosh! At last, Majin Buu stirred, but not towards Reina. Instead, he advanced towards Bibidi, catching him off guard as he swiftly altered his spell for defense. With a crack, Bibidi's protective barrier shattered like fragile glass. One of Majin Buu's hands pierced through his chest directly. Bibidi's eyes widened in shock, unable to utter a word, as Majin Buu flicked the blood from his hand, his eyes remaining open as he collapsed. This could be described as dying with unclosed eyes. Alas, ignoring the words of the wise, death looms before me. Reina shocked. The 4 Kaishins and the Grand Kaishin were astounded by Majin Buu's recent actions. Hey, what are you 4 waiting for? Quickly take the Grand Kaishin and leave this place. Reina suddenly shouted. The 4 individuals momentarily froze, only to swiftly react and rush to the side of the great King Kai. Before he could utter a word, they hoisted him and darted away into the distance. Come, let me witness your prowess, he taunted, gesturing provocatively. Chapter 60. Do you fancy him? With a series of eerie cries, a figure flickered and vanished like a specter. Reina stood still, seemingly unresponsive. As little Buu materialized and lunged at his neck, mere millimeters away, Reina tilted slightly, evading the attack while simultaneously delivering a swift chop to Buu's neck, sending him tumbling to the ground in a series of rolls. With a grunt, little Buu's forehead bulged with veins as a dark aura coalesced into a blade in his left hand, surging towards Reina with overwhelming force. Reina extended a single finger, mimicking the moment when Sun Wukong first encountered Trunks. Unlike Wukong, who enveloped his finger with energy, Reina refrained from using any power at all. In the blink of an eye, Buu appeared before him, relentlessly swinging his dark blade. Clang! 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 A series of thunderous sounds echoed, accompanied by showers of sparks. Reina remained unmoved, while the ground beneath him shattered under the onslaught of chaotic energy, creating a deep crater. It seems that after utilizing the annihilation spores, my physical abilities have significantly enhanced, enabling me to contend with such foes in my ordinary form. If I were to absorb a few more, perhaps the thrill would escalate. Reina mused, the last remark seemingly directed towards another. After withstanding several terrifying strikes, he seized Buu by the neck, placing his right hand on his chest as divine energy surged forth, pulling the Dark Dragon Ball outward. With a pained roar, little Buu writhed in agony, his dark energy swirling violently, attempting to engulf Reina. However, Reina dismissed the malevolence with a scoff, emanating an overwhelming aura that dispersed the dark energy. With a sharp sound, he forcibly extracted the Dark Dragon Ball, causing Buu to spit out a liquid, his once pink skin fading to a pale hue and his aura diminishing, resembling discarded refuse as he was cast aside. Gazing at the 3-star ball, his eyes transformed into the Rinnegan, allowing him to distinctly perceive the flowing dark energy and demonic elements within. If calculated based on this quality, or perhaps even a stronger one, it might truly hold the potential for complete revival. Oh, Mechikabura, Reina pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, a streak of light surged forth. Reina smirked, effortlessly swatting it away, resulting in a tremendous explosion in the distance. I've been waiting for you for quite a while. I thought you intended to hide and merely spectate. Reina smiled vinaindi, exuding an air of harmlessness. Suddenly, a flash of light revealed 3 figures, the demon gods Putin, Galabi, and Xiolum. Indeed, you are not as simple as Tova suggested. Who exactly are you? Putin inquired gravely. Hee, thank you for the compliment. As for my identity, well, how shall I put it? I am merely a well-meaning youth. who cannot stand by when injustice unfolds. The expressions of the three grew increasingly grim. Although they were unfamiliar with the term well-meaning youth, they were certain that he was toying with them. Let me have a word with you. Galabi, resembling a catfish, leaped before him and swiftly unleashed a fierce punch. Whoosh! Bang! Before his fist could make contact, Reyna's kick struck his face, sending him crashing into the ground. Boom! Galabi, fueled by rage, shattered the earth beneath him and charged at Reyna, unleashing a tempest of attacks. Presently, even without resorting to the realm of the All-King, Reyna could effortlessly evade, having consumed the spores of the Day of Destruction, which had significantly enhanced his physical strength and perceptive abilities. He could now distinctly sense the shifts in airflow surrounding his opponent's punches and respond accordingly. To him, every movement of his adversary appeared as if in slow motion. Does Galabi require my assistance? Xiolum inquired with a sly grin, licking his lips. Get lost. I haven't even unleashed my true power yet. I don't need help from a weakling like you. With a flash, he darted to a distance, fists clenched, instantly exuding a chilling aura. His form transformed. Intricate patterns emerged on his forehead, his attire turned pitch black, and a tuft of white hair sprouted from his formerly bald head. Whoosh! Empowered by the might of the demon gods, he charged once more towards Reyna. On Earth, beyond the lines of time and space, Taisi successfully returned, bidding farewell to Gak and heading towards the Capsule Corporation. However, after such a prolonged absence, she found herself somewhat disoriented, needing to ask several passers-by for directions before finally locating the company. Standing at the entrance, she rang the doorbell, and a youthful voice echoed from the intercom. Who is it? Taisi paused, surprised to hear a child's voice. Suddenly, a realization struck her. She smacked her forehead, recalling something she had forgotten. I am your aunt. Taisi, liar. I don't have an aunt, came to retort, followed by silence. Moments later, another female voice chimed in. Sister, you're back? Why didn't you tell me you were coming? The door swung open automatically, and she entered, carrying her bag while pulling a suitcase behind her. Yet, just a few steps in, Bulma rushed over, clinging to her like a koala. Taisi smiled knowingly, feeling a mix of affection and exasperation. You remain just as you were in your childhood. Hurry down. Sister, it has been ages since we last met, and you haven't even sent me a message or a letter. I truly miss you. As she dismounted from Tai's, her eyes suddenly caught sight of her sister's face, and she gasped in astonishment. Wow, sister, what sort of cosmetics have you used? You look several years younger than before. Tai smiled faintly, choosing not to respond, as she did not wish to cause her sister or parents any concern. By the way, that child voice I just heard, could it be your son, Trunks? Bulma nodded and called out to little Trunks, who emerged alongside Goten. Sister, this is my son, little Trunks, and the one beside him is my friend's son, Goten. Little Trunks tugged at Bulma's sleeve and inquired, Mom, is this sister my great-aunt? Indeed, no doubt about it. Upon hearing this, little Trunks scrutinized both his mother-s and Tai's faces and muttered, why do they look so different? Instantly, Bulma's expression darkened. Was this a veiled jab at her aging? Enough of that. Go play with Goten for a while. Little Trunks nodded eagerly, taking Goten's hand and leaving, seemingly aware of his earlier faux pas. Bulma led her sister into her room, a space adorned with hues of pink, which she had always reserved for Tai's. After placing her luggage down, Tai stretched, revealing her graceful curves, and Bulma quickly urged her to sit on the bed, asking, please tell me about what has transpired in your life recently. Observing the eager glint in Bulma's eyes, Tai smiled, noting that some things had not changed at all. She then recounted the events of the past 7 or 8 years, finishing her tale after about 2 hours, of course omitting the part regarding her precognitive abilities. Hee, sister, do tell me, do you have feelings for him? At that moment, Bulma playfully nudged Tai's with her shoulder, a mischievous smile gracing her face. What? Feelings for him? Tai's looked puzzled. Oh, come now. You can't fool me, sister. You really think I'm still a 3-year-old? When you spoke of how he saved you, I distinctly noticed a shift in your tone. That must be a misunderstanding on your part. Bulma remained skeptical, her gaze fixed intently upon her sister. After a moment, Tai's conceded, her cheeks slightly flushed, and said, I'm not quite sure if it's love, but there is certainly a hint of something. Hee, sister, I must tell you, Reiner is quite the catch. He truly means what he says. With a cheerful smile, Bulma spoke, exuding an air reminiscent of the big bad wolf. Chapter 61, The Moment of Fright. All right. It's not as if it has happened yet. There is no need to rush. Taisi comforted. Oh dear sister, one cannot say such things. Look at me. I have been married for many years, and my children have grown so big. Yet you remain all alone. Have you never considered it? Really? She found Bulma's somewhat sorrowful expression amusing yet incredibly heartwarming. Okay, I understand. You seem more talkative than mother. Tai Si gently patted her head. Oomph. Sister, are you implying I'm old? Take that. With that, they began to playfully tussle. No matter how much time passes, sisters will always remain sisters. In the 56 space-time continuum, when the demon god Gyuribi confronted Reina, he swiftly unleashed a wave of energy. Reina raised a hand to catch the positive energy wave, but the explosion sent him flying. Seizing the opportunity, Gyuribi grasped Reina's hand and executed a 360-degree spin, flinging him away. As Reina collided with the ground, Gyuribi exerted his legs, forcefully kicking, causing a massive crack to split the earth, sending Reina to the opposite side of the planet. Buzz. Gyuribi concentrated a wave of energy and continuously fired at the fissure. The thunderous explosions echoed through the heavens, causing the King Kai's planet to tremble. After releasing a torrent of fluid energy waves, Gyuribi gazed at the smoking fissure, erupting into maniacal laughter. You were just so formidable, weren't you? How did you become so feeble so quickly? Huh? Ha ha ha. Amidst his raucous laughter, the King Kai's planet began to fragment. Enough with the laughter. It sounds atrocious. Like a duck's quack. A rather bland voice echoed in his ears. Gyuribi, taken aback, quickly turned around, unleashing another wave of energy, only for it to extinguish before fully manifesting. Reina's palm pressed against his, the two drawing together like magnets. A smirk graced Reina's lips. In an instant, a wave of dread coursed through him as he attempted to break free, yet the grip was too tight. Bang! Gyuribi was sent flying. Swish! Reina's figure flickered, arriving at the spot where Gyuribi was about to fall, seizing him by the neck and forcefully slamming him to the ground. The earth caved in, and Gyuribi coughed up blood, gazing at Reina with incredulity. How is this possible? Just a moment ago, Reina had no time to elaborate as energy surged in his hand, exploding in a dazzling flash, causing the ground to fracture. TCH, Gyuribi underestimated his opponent. Rulm scoffed. Indeed, he had underestimated. It was also true that Tova had not lied, was it not? Moreover, prior to our arrival, did she not entrust that item to us? It seems now it may serve a purpose, though I did not anticipate its application in such a context. As I spoke, I brandished my wand and waved it toward the void. In a flash of luminescence, a black-purple bird materialized. It chirped energetically, flapping its wings and emanating a peculiar energy wave. Reiner raised an eyebrow. The Kiki bird, I did not expect you to have brought this along. It appears considerable effort has been expended to contend with me. Mortals overestimate themselves. This is not intended for you. Putin scoffed. Reiner shrugged nonchalantly. Nonetheless, the bird's ability is akin to that of the Shur bird, both being vital conditions for the creation of a universe. Kiki bird, it is your turn. It chirped several times, its wings flapping continuously, and the special energy wave rapidly expanded. In an instant, Reiner found himself immobilized, simultaneously sensing the swift depletion of his internal energy, accompanied by the peculiar energy devouring his life force. However, the remnants of the destruction day, spores within him were not to be trifled with. They unleashed a consuming force, counteracting the special energy. Intriguing. Let us see which is stronger. Reiner stood still, quietly observing the clash of energies within his body. We must first rescue Gyulabai. As for that fellow, he is already incapacitated. Once we acquire the Dragon Ball from him, we shall eliminate him, Poutine said leisurely, turning her gaze towards Gyulabai, only to discover he had vanished. Suddenly, a flash of crimson light erupted. A blade pierced through her chest. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she glanced back at the man behind her. Even Shiluam beside her was momentarily stunned. What are you doing? Gyulabai. In response to Poutine's inquiry, Gyulabai offered no reply, merely chuckling deviously before delivering a kick that sent her flying, then turning his attention to Shiluam. So that is it. I had forgotten you possessed this ability. Truly, as an ancient demon, it is remarkable that despite sustaining such grievous wounds, you can still devour Gyulabai. What an impressive entity you are, Majin Buu no. You ought to be referred to as Majin Gyulabai Buu now. The Kiki bird remained silent, suddenly locking its gaze on Gyulabai Buu, and with a flick of its hand, a mass of flesh was sent towards the Kiki bird. Shiluam realized the gravity of the situation, but he underestimated the Kiki bird. With a flurry of flaps, the mass of flesh disintegrated in midair, subsequently soaring to Shiluam's side. Shiluam summoned his scythe, slashing through the void, and the Kiki bird flew into it. Gillaby Boo's forehead pulsed with veins. With a resounding crash, an exceedingly malevolent and terrifying aura erupted from him. The realm of the King of Worlds swiftly succumbed to darkness as the void collapsed in layers. Even the formidable Shurum found himself retreating in the face of this overwhelming force. Gyurbibu, with a fierce glare, brandished his weapon menacingly, advancing with an aura of terrifying energy. Do you truly take me for a mere plaything? Shurum, unable to withstand the aggressive onslaught of Gyurbibu any longer, unleashed the power of a demon god. Yet, in terms of sheer force, he had already been bested. At that moment, a voice imbued with a hint of ire resonated. Do not disturb my spectacle. An overwhelming presence surged forth, akin to a cascading waterfall, effortlessly obliterating the influence Gyurbibu had imposed. In an instant, the speaker appeared before Gyurbibu, striking with a swift motion. Though Gyurbibu attempted to defend himself, the speed of the attack was beyond his capacity, resulting in a resounding crash that obliterated his head, sending him hurtling away like a severed kite. With a thunderous impact, he struck the ground, stirring a cloud of dust into the air. How audacious! You dare interrupt my viewing pleasure. In that fleeting moment, the speaker had unleashed the full force of the modified annihilation spores, completely eradicating Gyurbibu's essence. Moreover, he had yet to fully absorb Gyurbibu, leaving him momentarily incapacitated. Shurum, with parched lips, swallowed hard, astonished by what he had just witnessed. A mere slap had rendered such a formidable creature in such a state. He felt an overwhelming urge to pinch himself, questioning whether this was all a dream. So, are you not planning to escort your companion away? Do you wish to remain for tea? Reina's cold words sent a shiver through Shurum, who quickly nodded and moved to assist Puting, brandishing his weapon to carve a rift before vanishing. This time, Reina did not intervene to halt their departure. He sought greater prey. Approaching the convulsing Gyurbibu, he extended his hand, channeling divine energy to form a protective barrier around him. An odd sound resonated, and upon retracting the divine shield, Gyurbibu had vanished. Chapter 62. I wish to be struck down or to strike you down. This sensation is rather delightful, he murmured, reveling in the power surging within him. Earlier, he had utilized the devouring ability of the Day of Destruction to consume Gyurbibu, although this ability proved advantageous. Its occasional use sufficed, for he was a warrior of the Saiyan race. With matters here concluded, he decided to return and ascertain their status. Touching the ring upon his finger, a flash of light enveloped him, and he disappeared. A minute later, the four cardinal directions and the great King of Worlds materialized. The four of them, accompanied by the Supreme Kai of the West, descended to the lower realm. However, even within this realm, they could still perceive the energy emanating from the realm of the Supreme Kai. Only upon sensing the absence of any fluctuations in energy did they return. What could this mean? Who was the enigmatic individual that assisted them? Their minds were engulfed in confusion, yet regrettably, no one was available to elucidate their queries. In the realm of the Time God, the Supreme Kai of Time and the Old Supreme Kai sat in a pavilion, savoring tea while engaged in discussion. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and Reina emerged, plopping down onto the stone bench. Without hesitation, he poured himself a cup of tea and drank. How did you return so swiftly? The Old Supreme Kai remarked, given your prowess, such a rapid return is indeed to be expected. Reina found the Old Supreme Kai's tone somewhat peculiar. From within his robe, he produced the dark 3-star Dragon Ball and placed it on the table. Instantly, the Dragon Ball exuded a malevolent aura, its energy subtly radiating outward. It is astonishing that these denizens of the demon realm could create something so wicked merely through science. The Supreme Kai of Time said gravely, based on this energy, if they were to gather all 7, the wish granted by the dragon they summoned could be exceedingly potent. The Old Supreme Kai analyzed. Listening to the divine discourse, Reina merely smiled, refraining from interjecting. Even without the demon realm Dragon Balls, he was confident that Mechikabura would inevitably be resurrected. After all, he was the very being that had annihilated all parallel universes in existence. Reina stood, stretching his limbs. How many scrolls remain? The Supreme Kai of Time furrowed her brow, sensing an unusual undertone in his question. Approximately 15 scrolls. Excellent. Then I shall entrust you with the task of merging these timelines into a singular thread. Reina said with a sly smile, reminiscent of a cunning fox. Very well. Since you have a plan, I shall indulge you in this grand endeavor. The Supreme Kai of Time approached the remaining scrolls, releasing her temporal power, transforming into an imposing form. With deft movements, she wielded her power to bind the scrolls in chains, infusing them with her energy. Meanwhile, Reyna paid little heed to the unfolding spectacle as the system's voice resonated in his mind. Ding, would you like a check-in? Surprise, he thought. Is it time to check in already? A day has passed. Indeed, Reyna nodded to himself and proceeded with the check-in. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Vector Manipulation, Celestial Shockwave, Fairy Law, 10,000 Maul Points, and Imperial Flame. Wow, this check-in was quite rewarding with 10,000 Maul Points. He promptly stored the items in the system's backpack before opening the mall interface. The mall resembled those found in many online games, filled with numerous compartments displaying various items alongside their prices. He flipped through the pages, encountering items reminiscent of the heart of an ancient giant, the Pegasus Meteor Fist, the Egg of Phoenix, and the Laws of Life, among others. However, the prices were quite staggering. As he turned a few more pages, he suddenly halted. His interest piqued by one particular item, the Shattered Dimension Gate. Yet, the price was equally shocking, 80,000 points. One could only imagine the cost of a complete Dimension Gate. Upon reading the description, he discovered that the Shattered Dimension Gate could be reassembled from all its fragments, allowing traversal to any chosen world. A glimmer of excitement ignited in his eyes, but when he searched for the full version, the price left him astounded, 12 billion. It was only reasonable, considering the ability to traverse into other worlds. After all, the heart of the giant he had seen earlier was priced between 8 and 9 billion. Just as he was about to continue his exploration, a feeble voice interrupted him. It's ready. Regaining his focus, Reyna turned to the supreme Kai of Time. Noticing her pallid complexion, he promptly tossed her a senza bean and expressed his gratitude. He then approached the lone, floating scroll labeled number 20. Observing the scroll, he noted the pulsating waves of energy emanating from it, which indeed surpassed the previous scrolls in strength. Reyna extended his hand to grasp it, but an energy repelled his touch, leaving a white burn mark on his palm. Oh, it actually rejects me. It seems you've developed a semblance of consciousness after merging numerous timelines. Quite impressive. He jested, attempting to seize it once more. A sound reminiscent of sizzling oil filled the air. With a cold snort, he unleashed a force akin to a tidal wave, instantly suppressing the scroll, which struggled momentarily before its energy dissipated. Is this all you've got? Reyna scoffed as the brilliance flickered and vanished. I can only hope that when the time comes. Time itself will not be angered and will restore all of history, the supreme Kai of Time lamented. Enough of such thoughts. It would be wiser to contemplate how to further enhance our mastery over time, the old Kai advised, patting her shoulder. The supreme Kai of Time nodded, her expression dimming. Meanwhile, in the 20th dimension hell, a multitude of individuals had gathered. No, they were more accurately described as villains drawn from various parallel timelines. What has happened? Weren't we in another timeline moments ago? How do we end up here? A voice, laced with a disconcerting femininity, questioned. Is it not obvious? Tarkwell. This is most likely the doing of that woman, the supreme Kai of Time. A rough voice retorted, regardless of whether she orchestrated this or not. Isn't it better that she has gathered us all together? Ladies and gentlemen, the demon Lord Tawa stood at the center, flanked by several individuals, including Mira, the interdimensional Depura, a being with dark red skin and a face tinged with purple, along with the two who had just spoken. Tawa, how many have you collected? Inquired a woman with azure short hair. Tawa cast a fleeting glance at her. Yet, before she could complete her thought, a familiar voice echoed. Oh, I didn't expect there to be so many of you in the demon realm. Your prolonged concealment and stealthy development are indeed impressive. With a smile, Reyna emerged slowly from the void. How did you end up here? Stammered the demon Lord Xiaolam, his fear palpable upon seeing the man. A sentiment mirrored by demon Lord Puting. Although she was gravely injured, she was not dead and had witnessed everything clearly. I came here to... He paused momentarily, a smile gradually forming as he revealed his intent. To either be killed by you or to kill you. Among the assembled demon lords, aside from Tawa, Mira, and the other two who had witnessed Reyna's prowess, the remaining demons and henchmen erupted in laughter. Chapter 63. The Malicious Entanglement Gravely Wounded. After a brief bout of laughter, one individual spoke up, his words prompting Reyna to clean his ears, feeling an uncanny familiarity. Kid, though I do not know who you are, I admire your courage. Join my ranks, and you shall attain a position above all others, declared a creature with a pair of wings and a face dotted with blemishes. Tawa cast a sidelong glance at the speaker, a smirk forming within her. Humph, Baru, it seems you have grown foolish from your prolonged stay in the demon realm. Seeking trouble for yourself. It would be best to eradicate your entire lineage. The one called Baru was not of her faction. He belonged to a different creator in the demon realm, and their factions did not share a cordial relationship, including their subordinates. Reyna expelled the filth from his ears and shook his head. Upon seeing Reyna's refusal, Baru narrowed his eyes, a glint of malice flashing within. Those who had rejected him were no more, and he intended the same fate for the one before him. With a wave of his hand, over 100 henchmen charged forward with a cacophony. Sighing deeply, Reyna pondered why this group failed to learn from Tawa and her companions to be more discerning. With a whoosh, the first to reach him were scattered into fragments at his gesture. Yet these ruthless individuals were undeterred by such a spectacle and continued to surge forward. Relentless and eager. Crash! Crash! Reyna swung his arms in a manner reminiscent of a tempest of unimaginable ferocity, sweeping them into a maelstrom of destruction. A pitiful lot you are, he sneered, addressing the two before him. At that moment, Reyna's voice echoed ominously in his ears. Why don't you come here personally? These two are hardly challenging enough for my amusement. Almost immediately, he witnessed his two capable subordinates being hurled away, their forms erupting in a crimson mist as they met their demise. A jolt of fear surged through Baru as he instinctively recoiled, but alas, his speed proved insufficient. With a resounding thud, Reyna's hand pierced through Baru's abdomen, and with a cataclysmic burst of energy, Baru was sent flying, clutching his gaping wound as he soared through the air, crashing violently into several hill-like structures. Then, four figures materialized, each adorned with dark dragon orbs embedded in their chests. They were none other than Frisia, Cooler, Cell, and Dorius. We thought you would hide a while longer. It's surprising to see you emerge so soon. In unison, they roared and charged towards Reyna. Their coordinated assault impressed Tova, who subtly signaled to the others, who understood the implication and began to gather their energy discreetly. In a narrow crevice, a figure with chestnut hair, slightly pointed ears adorned with golden earrings, and an X-shaped scar on his chest observed the unfolding chaos. Indeed, this individual was none other than Has. Fight on. The more ferociously you battle, the more energy I shall absorb. Has watched with a smile at the crystalline screen displaying the skirmish. Has, how goes the plan? The masked figure, whom Has had previously encountered, materialized. Has cast a sidelong glance, his tone dripping with sarcasm. It's quite rare to see you here, considering your usual apathy. The masked figure, seemingly unfazed by Haz's biting remarks, replied with a languid smile. Oh, come now. We are all in this together, aren't we? And do not underestimate him, in the screen. He gestured with his chin towards Reyna's image. Humph. Whoever stands in my way shall be obliterated. Liberating humanity is a matter of utmost urgency. He particularly emphasized the words, whoever stands in my way, as if to ensure the masked figure fully understood his intent. The masked figure shrugged, turning to depart with his hands clasped behind his back. Watching him vanish, Has narrowed his eyes, realizing that his mind-reading abilities were ineffective against the mask. He adjusted the goggles hanging around his neck and murmured, though I remain oblivious to your true intentions, do not impede my progress. His attention returned to the crystalline screen, only to frown as the image dissolved into a flurry of static. In the 20th temporal line, faced with the relentless onslaught of the four, Reyna nonchalantly evaded their attacks. Hey, over there! If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. These guys are lacking. Reyna shouted while dodging, addressing Tova. Tova, let's combine our powers and then channel them into one of them. The voice of the demonist Takwal resonated. Tova pondered for a moment before nodding, discreetly signaling Mira and the crimson-skinned humanoid when no one was watching. The 5 demon gods drew forth their wands or blades, muttering incantations before stacking their weapons together, energy coalescing within. With a swift motion, they directed their combined force towards Frisia. Buzz! Boom! Frisia roared in fury, a surge of malevolent energy emanating from him, capable of cataclysmic destruction. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, mountains crumbled, and magma began to bubble forth from the ground. Oh, not bad. In that case, I suppose I shall take this a tad more seriously. 8 gates formation. A crimson aura emerged, clashing with the overwhelming malevolence, generating arcs of terrifying electricity. The demon gods and the villains possessed by the Dragon Balls were violently propelled away by the immense energy from the two combatants. The minions, unable to withstand the unleashed might, perished in an explosive demise. Swish! Swish! The two engaged in a fierce melee, waves of devastating energy radiating from their clashes. The force unleashed by these two titans tore apart everything in their vicinity. Even the infernal realms struggled to endure the intensity of their battle, with rifts in space forming from the unleashed energy. After several exchanges, Reyna seized an opportunity, appearing before Frisia and delivering a powerful left hook that dislocated his jaw. The frenzied Frisia, true to his ruthless nature, grasped his jaw and, after a moment of manipulation, let out an enraged roar. Roar! The sinister and terrifying aura surged exponentially. In the blink of an eye, the energy rapidly coalesced at his chest and was unleashed. Faced with this formidable attack, Reyna shook his head in resignation, opting not to evade. With a low growl, he concentrated his power in his left hand and, eyes narrowed, struck the energy beam with a punch. Boom! A deafening sound erupted, followed by a cataclysmic outburst of energy. At that moment, the very fabric of Hell's space shattered. A powerful suction force emerged from behind Frisia, and with remarkable speed, Reyna seized the dark Dragon Ball from his chest, unleashing divine power that dislodged it. Frisia was swept into the maelstrom, reduced to mere shreds. In that fleeting instant, Reyna swiftly maneuvered, appearing before the other three villains, repeating the same process with their Dragon Balls, sending them into the vortex of suction. Immediately, he swiftly transformed into the power of time, waving his hand toward the shattered void. Waves of brilliance flickered as the broken space began to restore itself. Reyna gently exhaled, glancing at the two Dragon Balls in each of his hands, which felt akin to polished walnuts. He then tucked the 4 Dragon Balls into his pocket, effectively placing them into the system space. His gaze then swept over to a distant group of beleaguered individuals. TSK, TSK, TSK. You are indeed gravely weakened this time, Reyna remarked, stroking his chin with a smile. You just wait. We shall meet again, and that will be your demise. Tawa glared fiercely at Reyna. Had her gaze possessed the power to kill, he would have perished countless times. However, as Reyna had stated, they were indeed severely depleted this time. The already scant demonic legion had lost more than half during this battle. Among the demon gods, aside from a few who had not arrived, only Tawa and a handful of others remained alive. With a wave of the Takul's staff, the magical light enveloping them dissipated. This time, he did not intervene either. That fellow should be seeking me out soon. After all, I possess 5 Dragon Balls. Reyna grinned and vanished, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Chapter 64. Spore Clones. A bond sealed. The vanished Reyna did not appear in the realm of the God of Time. Instead, he utilized the Patrol Ring's ability to transport himself to a desolate planet in the cosmos. After finding a suitable spot to sit, he quietly awaited the arrival of his counterpart. Meanwhile, in a large shopping mall on Earth, Taisai was struggling with numerous bags as she approached the checkout counter. She had intended to invite her sister to join her, but her sister was unavailable, leaving her to shop alone. Asina bought quite a bit. She mused with a wry smile, surveying her numerous bags filled mostly with snacks, aside from some clothing and toiletries. Standing by the roadside, she took out her phone to hail a taxi. After several minutes, a cab pulled up, the driver opened the trunk, helped her load her bags, and then climbed into the car. Just as the driver started the engine and was about to drive away, a figure clad in a black robe suddenly appeared in front of the car, seizing the hood and smashing it with a fist, rendering the vehicle inoperable. The driver, terrified, scrambled out of the car in a panic, leaving Taisai alone inside. The black-robed figure violently tore off the car door and seized Taisai by her collar, vanishing without a trace. Onlookers witnessing the scene opted to call the police, horrified that such a kidnapping could occur in broad daylight. I must say, could you not be a bit more innovative with your entrance? Reyna commented with his eyes closed. I have suppressed all my presence and taken every precaution. Yet you still managed to detect me. It seems you have made some progress. The masked, mysterious figure emerged from the void. Reyna opened his eyes and shot him a glance. No matter how well you conceal it, that unmistakable sin about you cannot be masked. The masked figure remained silent, extending his hand instead. Initially, I merely speculated, but I never anticipated you truly sought the Dark Dragon Balls from me. Oh, I assumed you had come to your senses, waiting here to surrender your spoils. Even if I were to grant them to you, would you dare accept? As he spoke, an overwhelming and terrifying aura emanated from him. In the face of the aura radiating from Reyna, the mysterious figure responded with an unrelated remark. I have conducted some inquiries about you these past few days and discovered that you saved a girl recently. Is that correct? I imagine that girl is doing quite well now. At these words, Reyna narrowed his eyes, the terrifying aura still undiminished. I have no idea what you're talking about. No matter, I shall enlighten you. The girl's name seems to be. Oh, Tai Si, a novelist, if I recall correctly. Reina raised an eyebrow, contemplating the veracity of his statement. The mysterious figure appeared to perceive Reina's contemplation, and with a flick of his hand, a screen materialized in the void, displaying images of Tai Si being captured on Earth. So what if she has been seized by you? Son Wukong and Vegeta will come to her rescue. I need not concern myself with that. No. Those two are currently being restrained by others. I am aware you might argue that the Time Patrol will intervene, but they too are being held back. At present, you alone can save her. Just surrender the Dragon Balls on you, and I shall ensure my subordinates release her. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that my subordinates will refrain from doing anything to such a beautiful girl. Reina retracted his aura, looking calmly at the mysterious figure. You would resort to such despicable tactics. You have truly fallen. If you desire the Dragon Balls, I am willing to oblige. But you must tell me where you have taken her. The mysterious figure did not respond immediately, instead gazing quietly at him. In response, Reina produced 4 Dragon Balls. Only 4? There's still one more. The mysterious figure inquired, puzzled. One more is with the Supreme Kai of Time. Go retrieve that Dragon Ball for me immediately. He commanded Reina. Reina immediately struck. Very well. I shall inform you. She remains on Earth. As for her precise location, you must seek it for yourself. Reina nodded, a cold smile forming within. This is of your own making. He tossed the Dragon Balls into the air, just as the mysterious figure reached out to catch them. Reina suddenly appeared before him, grasping his neck. In an instant, an overwhelming aura erupted from Reina, akin to a primordial beast intent on devouring all in existence. This aura was directed solely at the mysterious figure. You must understand, clearly, she's still in my possession. In your possession? Then why don't you take a look for yourself? As he spoke, his grip relaxed slightly, yet the terrifying aura surrounding him showed no signs of abating. With a wave of his hand, a screen materialized, revealing Tai Si bound to a chair, encircled by 5 figures clad in black robes. Observing the stillness of the scene, the mysterious man exhaled, poised to speak when suddenly the image flickered and an intruder burst onto the screen. With a thunderous crash, the display transformed into a cascade of static. Impossible. What method have you employed? The mysterious man uttered in disbelief, for the intruder was none other than Reina. Alas, I had intended to let you linger a while longer to uncover your nefarious schemes, but why do you tempt fate so? The mysterious man suddenly laughed at Reina, his mirth bordering on madness. You cannot kill me. I am immortal. In response, Reina chuckled heartily, shaking his head. Oh, how amusing. Could there not be a hint of originality? After a moment of laughter, his demeanor shifted dramatically, an immensely sacred energy erupting from him and radiating outward, as if a deity had descended. Under the influence of his divine and expansive aura, distant planets gravitated towards him, as if drawn by an invisible magnet. Reina raised his left hand, a luminous, holy white light coalescing in his palm. He flashed a grin at the mysterious man and struck down with force. A brilliance akin to daylight erupted, momentarily blinding Reina. In the wake of a piercing scream, the mysterious man disintegrated into a myriad of starlight. Exhaling deeply, Reina collapsed to the ground, feeling somewhat drained. Meanwhile, on Earth, in a dilapidated coastal area, Reina engaged the 5 individuals in battle, swiftly annihilating them. How dare they capture my friend, utterly oblivious to the meaning of death. He spat disdainfully before approaching Tai Si, liberating her from her bonds. As soon as the ropes fell away, Tai Si attempted to rise, only to stumble into Reina's embrace, her cheeks flushing crimson from the sudden closeness. Thump! Thump! The sound of their racing hearts filled the air, and Reina leaned in slowly, lowering his head. Tai Si closed her eyes, her heartbeat quickening. Gradually, their warm lips met, causing a tremor to course through Tai Si's body. After what felt like an eternity, they parted, and she nestled quietly against Reina. He gently caressed her hair, whispering softly, "Wait for me here. I shall return swiftly." With that, he conjured an energy shield enveloping her before vanishing. Who would have thought that in my previous life, so reclusive, I would encounter love? Reina wore a triumphant smile, basking in the warmth of newfound affection. However, the sensation conveyed by this spore doppelganger is truly profound. Indeed, the Reina that vanished on Earth moments ago is but a manifestation crafted from the Doomsday Spores. This ability emerged after consuming the ancient creature, Bu. Following the ingestion of a mystical being, he soared towards Earth with explosive speed. Chapter 65 marks our farewell. After traversing the cosmos at high velocity for approximately 10 minutes. He arrived in the vicinity of Earth and paused before descending. Glancing back into the distance, he sensed a fleeting yet sinister aura, despite its transience. He was certain of its authenticity. Activating his Rinnegan, he infused divine energy into his eyes, instantly expanding their range. He beheld a group of individuals on an exceedingly distant planet. "Father, why must you act in this manner?" Vegeta spoke with a quiver in his voice. Gazing at King Vegeta, "Why? My son, have you forgotten how those people once regarded us Saiyans? Have you forgotten your pride?" King Vegeta declared with an air of superiority. Observing his father's demeanor, Vegeta realized that his father had succumbed completely to madness. "Father, I have always upheld the pride of Saiyan, yet the times have changed. We cannot dwell solely on the past. We must look forward." King Vegeta shook his head. "It seems you are resolute in your intent to thwart me. Allow me to witness your power." A dark and deathly aura erupted from King Vegeta. Clenching his fists, Vegeta sighed and abruptly transformed into Super Saiyan 4. "Kakarot, this time you shall simply observe." Goku remained silent, uncertain of what to say. The two engaged in a fierce clash, grappling in close combat. Their fists collided with tremendous force, shattering the earth beneath them under the weight of their overwhelming energy. Constantly shifting positions, they sought an opportune moment. At last, Vegeta seized an opening, swiftly appearing behind his father, wrapping his arms around his waist and executing a powerful suplex. With a resounding crash, dust erupted, revealing a gaping chasm 100 meters deep. Vegeta materialized at the edge of this abyss and unleashed a highly condensed energy sphere. As it descended, it detonated with a cataclysmic explosion, causing the ground to collapse extensively. Suspended in midair, Vegeta surveyed the billowing dust. "Father, there is no need for you to evade. No matter how you hide, I shall find you." Suddenly, several dark energy blasts shot forth from the dust. With swift motions, Vegeta deflected the energy spheres. Just as his hands obscured his line of sight, King Vegeta appeared before him, delivering a punch to his abdomen. A formidable force penetrated his body, causing him to curl up like a shrimp. The assault by King Vegeta did not conclude in such a manner. He clasped Vegeta's head with both hands and delivered several forceful blows with his forehead. The impact left Vegeta reeling, and shortly thereafter, he was hurled away. Following this, King Vegeta unleashed a relentless barrage of energy waves upon Vegeta. The resounding explosions reminiscent of TNT detonations echoed through the air. Meanwhile, in the realm of the demon world, Tawa was in a frenzy, hurling objects in a fit of rage. How could one not be driven to madness? After incurring such significant losses, they had only acquired 2 Dragon Balls. "I shall not let you off the hook. Never!" she shouted in fury. Observing from a distance, Mira and the purple-cheeked ultimate experiment body, Finn, exchanged glances at a loss for words. Indeed, what could they say? The adversary was undeniably formidable. Even in his newly transformed ultimate state, he remained an insurmountable opponent. After releasing her pent-up emotions, Tawa turned to Mira and Finn, stating, "We are severely weakened. To prevent the Time Patrol from descending upon us, you two must swiftly recruit more allies." Mira and Finn nodded in agreement and departed. Tawa sank into a chair with a heavy sigh. At that moment, an ancient voice resonated within her mind. "Are things not proceeding smoothly? It seems you are facing considerable trouble." Tawa, astonished, exclaimed, "My lord, you have awakened?" "Not quite. I have merely briefly roused from slumber and cannot sustain it for long. Now, enlighten me. What exactly has transpired?" The venerable voice urged. Tawa nodded and recounted the recent events. After approximately 7 or 8 minutes, she concluded her tale, yet the ancient voice fell silent as if it had vanished. Just as she prepared to inquire further, the voice returned. "I did not anticipate that after such a prolonged slumber, such an individual would emerge in this world. How intriguing. It is no wonder you find yourselves in this predicament. I surmise his strength can rival mine. Thus your failure is understandable." Tawa fell silent, taken aback by the high regard in which the Lord held that individual. "Well then, without the Dragon Balls, we must pursue an alternative path, albeit a more troublesome one. Continue your efforts to disrupt the fabric of time." With that, the voice dissipated. Tawa tentatively called out several times, but received no response. Nevertheless, having a direction was preferable to aimlessly floundering about. Meanwhile, on another front, amidst the billowing smoke, Vegeta plummeted from the sky like a discarded piece of scrap metal. Was this truly the end? So, King Vegeta frowned as he gazed upon the motionless form of Vegeta and stepped forward. At that precise moment, Vegeta's eyes sprang open, and in an instant he vanished. King Vegeta thought to himself, "This is bad," and as he turned to defend himself, it was too late. Bang! A sudden knee strike sent him crashing into the ground. Then, with a brutal twist of his hands, a sharp crack echoed, followed by a horrendous scream. Thus, his hands were shattered. "Father, surrender. I do not wish to commit such an unfilial act." Yet, Vegeta ultimately could not bring himself to deliver the fatal blow. "Surrender? My son, do you truly believe you have triumphed?" King Vegeta bellowed with maniacal laughter. As Vegeta hesitated, gathering his energy with great intensity, Goku shouted, "Get back, Vegeta!" Vegeta, though aware of the impending danger, did not retreat. A deep reluctance flickered in his eyes as he whispered, "Goodbye, Father." A radiant golden aura erupted from him, causing the planet to tremble under its might. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing rang out, and the ground around King Vegeta split violently, rumbling as the entire planet was cleaved in two. With tears he fought to suppress, Vegeta gazed down at his father, who lay broken and defeated. "Father, your bones are shattered, and your strength has been rendered useless. You may now live out your days as a mere shell of your former self." In the pit, King Vegeta stirred slightly, weakly coughing. "Son, you have become naive." His feeble voice barely audible. Had it not been for the keen hearing of Vegeta and Goku, it would have been lost. Vegeta sighed, taking a few steps away before pausing to glance back at King Vegeta, tears finally spilling from his eyes. This once proud Saiyan prince wept. A man does not shed tears lightly. It is only when truly sorrowful that they fall. The last flicker of life from his father had vanished. Witnessing Vegeta's anguish, Goku felt a pang of discomfort, wishing to offer words of comfort but unsure of what to say. He turned away to deal with the weaker foes, leaving Vegeta to grieve in solitude. After all, this was the second time he had wept. Chapter 66, The Task Reappears. Witnessing all this, Reina let out a sigh. Perhaps this was the fate of the Saiyans. However, he believed that following this ordeal, Vegeta of this timeline would undoubtedly experience new growth. With that thought, Reina soared towards Earth. In the realm of the Time Gods, Gogeta, Trunks, and other members of the Time Patrol returned. Although they had come back, not all were unscathed. Several bore injuries of varying degrees. "So what did you gain?" They exchanged glances, each shaking their heads. The enemies they encountered in their timeline did not possess the Dark Dragon Balls, yet they were formidable enough to inflict wounds. "Did you see Reina?" the old Kai inquired. The group again shook their heads. To comprehend the actions of Gogeta and Trunks shaking their heads is understandable, given their prior acquaintance. However, the same cannot be said for figures like Goku and Zeno, who have never met. Their gestures remain perplexing. Yet, one can easily surmise that if an unfamiliar individual were to appear, offering assistance, a rational mind might recall if anyone had previously mentioned a name that could be associated with this enigmatic benefactor. Nonetheless, it is crucial to discern the sincerity behind their aid. Clearly, the intentions of these individuals are suspect. While Goten and Pan have encountered Reina, they are oblivious to his name, thus remaining unaware of his identity. Sighing deeply, the old Kai reflected on the matter. Despite having acquired a Dark Dragon Ball, an unsettling feeling lingered within him. Meanwhile, on Earth, Reina returned to the location where Tais was present. "Are you all right?" Tais, who had been idly drawing circles, brightened at the sound of his familiar voice, quickly rising to scan her surroundings. Just then, a pair of hands covered her eyes, prompting her to smile sweetly and turn to embrace him. Reina gently patted her head and placed a kiss on her cheek. "I'll take you back to the Capsule Corporation. I still have some matters to attend to. Once I'm done, I'll spend quality time with you." Tais nodded in understanding. "I know. Go save the universe. Good luck." She punctuated her words with a tender kiss. Reina lifted her up and leaped away from the spot. In a moment of convergence, has addressed the individuals before him. "Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our turn to take action." With a snap of his fingers, he teleported the group away, revealing a crystalline screen before him. "Unleash destruction and engage in battle. Gather ample energy for me." In the realm of the Time Gods, where the inhabitants were recuperating, Gogeta suddenly stood up, bellowing, "Who dares approach? Show yourself." His thunderous voice stirred the others to their feet, scanning their surroundings. "Battle. I crave battle." As the fervent declaration echoed, a surge of dark crimson energy erupted, staining the skies of the Time God realm a deep red. What manner of being is this? How can a Saiyan exude such malevolence? Gogeta furrowed his brow, The magnitude of this energy was not typical of an ordinary individual. A figure with long black hair, clad in armor and wearing a mask, soared from the distance. I sense your strength. Engage me in combat. His eyes, suffused with wickedness, locked on a Gogeta. Buzzing and crackling, a barrage of dark energy blasts erupted from his form, sending shockwaves throughout the time god realm. With a swift motion, Gogeta charged towards Kamba. Ha ha ha! Come forth. Let's clash. With a resounding crack, he broke free from his restraints. He raised his hand and struck down with a claw. A thunderous roar echoed as the ground shattered, emitting a hissing sound of corrosion. Indeed, yet it was insufficient. Kamba materialized before him, delivering a straightforward punch aimed at his face. Goku, undeterred, retaliated with a punch of his own. Bang! A fierce gale erupted, swirling up immense clouds of dust. I hold you in high regard. Kamba cackled madly, dark energy coalescing behind him into two colossal claws, reaching for Goku. Boom! The malevolent claws sent Goku flying. Vegeta! That fellow! Zeno furrowed his brow. Vegeta understood what Kakarot intended to convey, nodding in agreement. Indeed, he is formidable. In his ordinary state, he can match Goku, even overpower him slightly. I never expected such a Saiyan to exist. Just as he concluded, another voice interjected. This guy is Kamba, the evil Saiyan, who once ruled over the Saiyans, much like your father, being a king among them. Following this, Reina appeared. Those unfamiliar with Reina scrutinized him, yet they found nothing remarkable about him, except for Goku and Vegeta. As Super Saiyans, they could sense the extraordinary nature of one another. An evil Saiyan, indeed? He lives up to the title. Vegeta mused. Reina smiled slightly, finding a place to sit, and casually crossed his legs, beginning to watch the spectacle. His action left the old Kai somewhat speechless. Was this not the time to lend assistance? On the battlefield, a wave of energy surged, propelling Goku from the ruins. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and growled, Kaioken. A fierce aura spread like a gale as he dashed forward. This caught Kamba's attention. The Saiyon's combative nature igniting his malevolent energy once more. The two engaged in another brutal melee. The violent collision of their energies causing fine cracks to appear in the space of the time god realm. Witnessing this, Reina couldn't help but evaluate the situation. With the Kaioken unleashed, Goku's power was now comparable to that of a mid-tier destroyer. Yet Kamba was able to reach such heights solely through his evil energy. It was quite astonishing. Was his malevolence inherent, akin to Broly, who possessed an astounding battle power of 10,000 from birth. During his previous life, watching the anime, he had always sensed that this Saiyan held unique qualities. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so formidable, able to withstand Super Blue Vegeto and Super Saiyan 4 Goku, even overpowering them. While he pondered these thoughts, the system's voice rang out. Ding! Mission initiated. Seize or destroy the cosmic seed. Subjugate a powerful individual to become your subordinate. Mission rewards: 5 lottery chances, authority over spatial laws, a fusion book, and 10,000 mall points. Upon hearing the task delineated by the system, Reiner's eyes subtly sparkled with intrigue, particularly at the prospect of acquiring the authority to wield the laws of space. Although he had possessed this capability for quite some time, his attempts to harness it had been fruitless. Even in this new dimension, he occasionally endeavored to utilize the spatial laws in hopes of returning to his original realm. Yet he remained unable to do so. This inability compelled him to join the temporal patrol team in search of the elusive time birds. One aspect that piqued his curiosity was the presence of individuals like Haz, Fu, and Tova, all of whom possessed the ability to traverse different dimensions. Yet none of them appeared to possess the laws of space. How, then, did they manage to cross these temporal boundaries? Despite his intrigue, the task at hand took precedence. The notion of the authority to utilize spatial laws consumed his thoughts, relegating all other rewards to the periphery of his mind. Of course, even if he successfully completed this task and secured the rights to wield such power, he would continue to pursue the time birds. For this matter was intricately linked to the primary temporal realm. The system's prompt resonated once more. Do you wish to accept this task? What a jest. How could he possibly refuse? Yes. Ding. Acceptance successful. Please complete this task promptly. The sooner it is accomplished, the greater the chance of uncovering hidden rewards. Reiner's eyes gleamed once more, for this revelation was indeed a most enticing prospect.